Chapter 1. The Biological Soul Guide. Deep within the opulent and grandiose palace of the Sun and Moon Empire, a man named Guan Shi stands quietly before Su Tianran. He slightly bows, adopting a posture that is both respectful and dignified, and speaks, "Esteemed prince, I dare to present a proposal to you." His voice is deep and resonant, each word exuding an undeniable strength and confidence. Su Tianran is seated in his wheelchair, his gaze calm and profound, as though he possesses the ability to read the hearts of men. Looking at Guan Shi, a subtle smile graces his lips, and his tone carries a hint of curiosity and anticipation. "Oh, Guan Shi, what proposal do you have? Please elaborate." Guan Shi takes a deep breath, as if to gather all his courage and determination in this moment. He begins to speak slowly, his voice imbued with an ineffable excitement. "Your Highness, there exists an object today that is even more powerful than traditional soul guides, capable of fundamentally altering the fate of our Sun and Moon Empire. IT has the potential to unify this continent and usher in an era of glory for generations to come." At this point, Guan Shi suddenly pauses, his gaze shimmering with fervor as he observes Su Tianran's reaction. Su Tianran raises an eyebrow, leaning slightly forward, clearly intrigued by Guan Shi's words. "Oh, what is this remarkable object that possesses such divine efficacy?" His voice is low and filled with anticipation, as if he can already envision the endless glory brought forth by this mysterious item. Realizing he has successfully captivated the prince's attention, Guan Shi exhales quietly, then continues, "It is a biological soul guide." The utterance of these 5 words leaves Su Tianran momentarily speechless, while his cousin, Su Zishuan, abruptly lifts her head, her eyes flashing with surprise and curiosity. The concept of a biological soul guide is unprecedented in the Sun and Moon Empire and across the entire continent. Su Zishuan instinctively tightens her grip on the teacup, fully aware that if this proposal were to materialize, it would have a transformative impact on the entire empire's structure. What does the term biological refer to? Su Tianran's voice trembles slightly. Clearly taken aback by this unprecedented notion, he strives to maintain his composure, searching Guan Shi's expression for further clues. "Your Highness, it refers to humanity." Guan Shi's words resonate like thunder in the vast hall. Although his tone is calm, it carries an ineffable shock that plunges everyone present into a brief silence. Su Tianran's expression shifts subtly, as he had not anticipated such a startling response from Guan Shi. His eyes fixate on Guan Shi, seeking any sign of jest upon his face, but Guan Shi's demeanor is utterly serious, devoid of any hint of levity. "Humanity? Are you suggesting that humans be transformed into soul guides?" Su Zishuan's voice is tinged with disbelief as she suddenly rises, her gaze flickering with shock and confusion. Guan Shi nodded, his gaze revealing a profound brilliance. "Indeed, Your Highness, Princess, you have not misheard. By genetically modifying humans during infancy, we can render their bodies as precise and powerful as soul guides, capable of bearing immense soul power fluctuations while instantly comprehending the intricacies of soul guide principles and their fabrication. Fourth brother, you cannot possibly be deceived by this madman's scheme." Su Zishuan exclaimed anxiously, casting a worried glance at Su Tiandao, unable to accept such a cruel and inhumane proposition. "Your Highness, I shall never consent to this." Kong Deming approached slowly, his countenance etched with resolute opposition to Guan Shi's proposal. His eyes were unwavering, as if he was prepared to engage in a fierce debate. "I am nothing like you. The Empire has yet to produce a worthy soul master. It seems, old Kong, you are merely envious." Guan Shi scoffed, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his gaze. He was acutely aware that despite Kong Deming's esteemed status as a level 10 soul master, he lacked the innovative prowess that he possessed, and could see these words. Kong Deming's face darkened, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Guan Shi, his voice trembling. "Guan Shi, you speak utter nonsense. Transforming humans into soul guides is a desecration of humanity and a blasphemy against life. I, Kong Deming, have devoted my life to the study of soul guides, but I have never contemplated employing such cruel means to enhance power. My approach is at least preferable to the use of forbidden substances." Guan Shi raised his voice, infused with an indescribable resolve. "Do not think I am unaware that those from Mingda Hall secretly administer drugs to their students to elevate their cultivation, which is a torment to the body and an affront to the path of soul masters. I merely wish to empower the Empire to conquer and unify." "What is wrong with that? Your arguments are fallacious. You twist the truth and distort morality." Kong Deming retorted, his anger boiling over as he stepped forward, nearly pointing an accusatory finger at Guan Shi. Transforming humans into soul guides is on par, if not worse, than the use of forbidden drugs. This represents a fundamental denial of humanity and an extreme disregard for life. We should aspire towards technological advancement and harmonious coexistence, not reduce people to cold machines. At least my proposed plan will not turn individuals into addicts, nor will it leave the Empire at a disadvantage in future wars. Guan Shi stood firm, his eyes ablaze with fervent ambition. Old Kong, we both know that in this continent, strength reigns supreme. Only with sufficient power can we safeguard what we hold dear. My plan, though radical, is the most viable means for the Empire to achieve a leap forward in a short span of time. And what do you consider them to be? Test subjects? Or mere tools? Kong Deming's voice grew hoarse with rage, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly. They are human beings, endowed with thoughts, emotions, and dignity. They are not your experiments, nor are they tools for your command. Humph. Old Kong, you are exceedingly naive, Guan Shi sneered, his gaze brimming with disdain for Kong Deming. On this continent, power dictates all. Necessary sacrifices for the future of the Empire are inevitable. Those chosen will become the heroes of the Empire, their names immortalized in history, forever remembered by posterity. You are merely resorting to sophistry. Kong Deming glared at Guan Shi, his voice sharp with indignation. The sacrifices you speak of are founded upon the suffering and despair of countless individuals. Have you considered their feelings? Have you thought about their families? What do you regard them as? At these words, Guan Shi erupted into laughter, a hint of madness and triumph lacing his mirth. Old Kong, you remain too green. I am merely acquiring the genes of those prestigious families to create the most formidable biological soul-guiding devices. Thus, these children are not truly human, they are but warriors for the Empire's future, our instruments for conquering the world. Guan Shi, you are utterly insane, Kong Deming. You stubborn old relic, do not obstruct my path to forge a future for the Empire. The atmosphere between the two men grew tense, as if a fierce conflict could erupt at any moment. You brute, how dare you speak so callously, treating lives as mere fodder? Indeed, I am a brute. And what are you? Merely an antiquated old fool clinging to outdated beliefs? Suzy Xuan, standing by, listened to the fervent dispute between the radicals and the conservatives, feeling as if her mind were being torn asunder. She wished to intervene, yet as a mere princess, her voice held little weight in this exchange. She gazed at the two men, each staunch in their convictions, filled with a sense of powerlessness. Who are you accusing of using banned substances? The sudden appearance of Jing Hongchun further solidified the already tense atmosphere. Clad in a splendid soul master robe, his expression bore traces of anger as his sharp gaze swept over Guan Shi and Kong Deming. I speak of your Ming Hall. Guan Shi met Jing Hongchun's gaze fearlessly, a note of provocation in his voice. Do not think your sordid deeds go unnoticed. Administering banned substances to students to enhance their cultivation is hardly an honorable act. The three soon engaged in a heated exchange, each face etched with anger and defiance. At Guan Shi's words, Jing Hongchun's countenance darkened, turning a shade of iron gray as he laughed bitterly in rage. Guan Shi, you slanders fiend. My Ming Hall has always upheld integrity. How could we stoop to such despicable acts? Humph, whether you speak truth or lies, you know in your heart. Guan Shi remained unyielding, determination shining in his eyes. Do you think the aberrant reactions of those students after consuming banned substances could remain concealed? Do you truly believe we in the offering hall are so gullible? Kong Deming bellowed. The offering hall? Humph. Merely a gathering of obstinate old fools. Guan Shi's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes filled with contempt. You members of the offering hall cling to outdated customs, stagnant and unambitious. Were it not for such inertia, how could the Sun and Moon empires still fail to unify this continent? Jing Hongchun took a deep breath, suppressing the fury that swelled within him, and coldly remarked, Guan Shi, cease your reckless words. The actions of Ming Detang have always been above reproach. How dare you slander us thus? Slander? Humph. If you are not guilty, why the fervor? Guan Shi retorted, unwavering. Silence. Su Tianyan, who had remained silent in the main seat, finally spoke. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Let us proceed with Guan Shi's plan for the experiment. However, demand tangible results, not mere rhetoric. Su Tianyan's gaze swept over the three men, his eyes deep and complex. Ming Detang must also enhance self-examination to ensure no similar incidents occur. Kong Lao, you're responsible for supervision. Your Highness, this. Kong Deming's face paled in disbelief. He had never anticipated Su Tianyan would endorse Guan Shi's plan. What? Do you have objections, Kong Lao? Su Tianyin's gaze sharpened. Are you not afraid of the emperor's and the royal family's wrath once they learn of this? Kong Deming clenched his teeth, voicing his concerns. After all, the plan was exceedingly radical, and the consequences of failure were dire. Moreover, Su Tianyin was but a minor prince, yet he was making such a decision behind his father's and the emperor's backs, undoubtedly playing with fire. At that moment, Su Tianyin leaned in to whisper something in Kong Deming's ear. Kong Deming's expression shifted through various stages, ultimately settling into a long sigh as he reluctantly nodded. Kong, you are no man. You truly agree to that little rascal's scheme? You will come to regret this. Jing Hongcheng glared at Kong Deming, his eyes aflame with indignation. You are toying with the lives of countless individuals. Immediately after, he too was pulled aside by Su Tianyin, who whispered a few words. Jing Hongchen's expression underwent a complex transformation, and he ultimately had no choice but to begrudgingly silence himself, his eyes flickering with resentment and anger. Since there are no objections, it is settled, Su Tianyin declared as he stood, his voice imbued with resolute determination. Guan Shi, I shall fully support your plan, but remember, should it fail, the consequences are yours to bear. Yes, Your Highness, Guan Shi bowed respectfully, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. I shall not disappoint you. Soon, a base quietly rose on the outskirts of Haiwa City in the Douluo Empire. Surrounded by high walls and deep courtyards, the base was heavily guarded, making it difficult for outsiders to discern the true nature of its interior. Guan Shi personally oversaw every detail, striving for perfection, determined to ensure the plan was executed flawlessly. Your Highness, please bestow a name upon this base, Guan Shi said, standing before Su Tianyin with a respectful demeanor. Su Tianyin pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Let it be called Light of Dawn. I hope it will illuminate the future of the empire like the morning sun. Upon hearing this, Guan Shi's eyes sparkled with fervor. Light of Dawn, a splendid name. It shall become the starting point for the empire's conquest of the world. In the days to come, a faction of soul mentors engaged in the acquisition of genes from prominent families to create experimental subjects, while another group meticulously conducted genetic matching tests, placing the specimens in cultivation chambers until they reached the embryonic stage, followed by genetic modification in pursuit of crafting beings endowed with formidable soul power. On a particularly wintry day, as snowflakes danced in the air and the biting wind howled, the soul mentors responsible for acquisitions encountered a destitute young woman, driven to sell herself to save her daughter. Clad in tattered garments, her eyes were filled with despair and pleading. Cradled in her arms was her daughter, Yigu Yi, who had lost the strength to speak, merely gazing at the world with faintly opened eyes. A middle-aged soul mentor lifted the woman's chin, scrutinizing her features with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. This woman's genetic material appears promising. She may yield an exceptional experimental subject, he remarked, casting a glance at his companion, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since she is selling herself to save her daughter, we can simply compensate her with a sum of money later. Both mother and daughter will be grateful to us, another soul mentor replied nonchalantly. The middle-aged mentor nodded, advancing towards the woman and crouching before her, his voice devoid of warmth. We will take your daughter and provide her with the finest care in return. You must offer us your genetic material. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in the woman's eyes, and she eagerly nodded. As long as you can save my daughter, I am willing to do anything. The middle-aged mentor let out a cold laugh, rising to his feet and instructing those beside him. Take her away. Two young soul mentors unfolded a stretcher and gently placed Yi Gui upon it, while the woman was led to a carriage that slowly made its way towards the heavily fortified base, known as Dawn of Light. Deep within the confines of the base, in a laboratory, the woman's genes were meticulously extracted and placed in cold test tubes alongside numerous others, awaiting the moment they would be imbued with new life. Meanwhile, Yigu was admitted to a medical ward for preliminary examinations and treatment. In the ward, Yigu lay quietly on the hospital bed, and four-drip delivering medicine into her frail body. A faint flush began to appear on her pale visage, a sign of life gradually returning. A nurse busily attended to her, routinely checking her vital signs. Temperature normal, heart rate stable. It seems her condition is improving, the nurse murmured softly. Simultaneously, in another part of the base, the young woman was being interrogated about her family medical history and personal habits, with her responses meticulously documented. For future reference in genetic modification, has there ever been a soul master in your family? Inquired a researcher clad in a white coat. The woman nodded, yes. What type of martial soul? An angelic martial soul. It seems our ancestors achieved divinity. As these words escaped her lips, An air of gravity enveloped the interrogation room. The researchers exchanged glances, their eyes alight with astonishment and exhilaration. An angelic martial soul was a legendary entity, and the notion of divinity among her ancestors was unprecedented. Are you certain you are not fabricating this? One researcher could not help but ask for confirmation once more. Could she possibly be a descendant of the Spirit Hall from millennia ago? Another researcher gasped, recalling the ancient texts that documented the Spirit Hall, a formidable organization teeming with powerful soul masters, whose emblem was the angel. Spirit? Surely not. The soul masters of the six-winged angel spirit were utterly eradicated back. Then how could any descendants possibly remain? Another researcher voiced skepticism. The six-winged angels may be no more, yet the soul masters of the two-winged angel spirits still exist. The researcher who had previously confirmed the woman's familial medical history interjected. If her ancestors truly ascended to divinity, her genetic lineage must possess extraordinary significance. Indeed, with a genetic modification, who knows? She might surpass the realm of the six-winged angels and evolve into an entirely new form of spirit. Someone exclaimed with palpable excitement. The interrogation is not over yet, and you all started discussing? What is your name? The researcher responsible for the questioning looked at the woman again, his voice tinged with urgency. And also, what is your daughter's name? My name is Yi Tingshi, and my daughter's name is Yi Gai, the woman replied. The researchers in the interrogation room quickly exchanged glances, realizing that this discovery could bring unprecedented changes to the entire Sun and Moon Empire. Yi Tingyi, Yi Gui, noted one researcher while recording. You can go now, and we will formulate a follow-up plan based on your genetic data. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anxiety and hope passed through Yi Tingshi's eyes. She did not know what the future held for her and her daughter, but she knew this was their only hope. She was led out of the interrogation room and returned to a simple room. The room contained only a bed and a table, but for her, that was enough. She sat on the edge of the bed, her hands tightly clasped together, silently praying. She hoped her daughter would be safe and that they could escape the current predicament and start anew. Meanwhile, in another part of the base, researchers were busily analyzing Yi Tingshi's genetic data. They found that her genes indeed contained the traits of an angelic martial soul, along with some special sequences they had never seen before. It seems our speculation was correct. Her genes indeed hold extraordinary value. One researcher exclaimed excitedly. If we can successfully modify her genes, we might truly create a new martial soul form that surpasses the six-winged angel. What are we waiting for? Let's get started. Another researcher urged impatiently. Thus, an experiment on gene modification and martial soul evolution quietly began at the Dawnlight base. The fate of Yi Tingshi and Yi Gai, this mother-daughter duo, would undergo earth-shattering changes as a result. In the laboratory, various high-tech instruments flickered with cold light as researchers donned sterile suits, busying themselves in front of Yi Tingshi's genetic samples. They carefully operated the precision instruments, conducting matching tests on Yi Tingshi's genes in an attempt to find the best modification plan. After several days of effort, they finally determined a preliminary modification plan. This plan aimed to activate the potential angelic martial soul traits in Yi Tingshi's genes and attempted to incorporate some brand new gene sequences, hoping to achieve effects that surpass the six-winged angel. Without delay, place it in the cultivation chamber and start the cultivation. Modifications will be made during the embryonic stage. One researcher directed his assistant to place the processed genetic samples into the high-tech cultivation chamber. Inside the chamber, nutrient solution flowed slowly, providing a perfect growth environment for the genetic samples. At this moment, four nurses affixed numbered labels to the designated areas of the cultivation chamber, and Yi Tingshi's genetic sample was marked as 02. The nurses then input the data into the central control system. With a soft beep, the lights in the cultivation chamber began to flash, signaling the official start of the genetic cultivation process. A month later, Yi Gai successfully recovered, and Yi Tingshi was notified that she could visit. The moment she stepped into the ward and saw her daughter, Yi Gai, sitting up in bed, her face glowing with a healthy flush, the heavy stone in her heart finally fell. The mother and daughter embraced tightly, tears welling in their eyes. Yet both tried hard not to let them fall. "Mom, I'm much better." Yi Gai's voice was weak, but full of strength, her small hand tightly gripping Yi Tingshi's hand as if afraid of losing her again. Yi Tingshi gently stroked her daughter's head and softly said, "Everything will be all right, Gai. Mom will always be by your side." Guan Shi, who was watching this scene through the corridor window, turned to the researcher beside him and said, "Give them some money and tell them they can leave. We have kept their genes, so we are not a loss. The researchers nodded, but felt a bit reluctant. After all, Yi Tingshi and Yi Gai were their only hope during this time and the key to their gene modification plan. However, Guanshi's decision was unquestionable, and they could only comply. When Yi Tingshi received the notice that she could leave, she was both surprised and delighted. Although she did not know what had happened behind the scenes, she knew that she and her daughter finally had a chance to start anew. Before leaving, she especially went to thank the researchers. Although they had once confined her here, at this moment, her heart was filled with gratitude. She knew that if it weren't for them, she and her daughter might never escape their predicament. Thank you all, really thank you. Yi Tingshi's voice was choked with emotion as she tightly grasped a researcher's hand, tears glistening in her eyes. The researcher awkwardly smiled and patted her hand. No need to be polite. It's our job. You two take care, and I hope there will be no further interaction in the future. Yi Tingshi nodded and left this place that had once helped them, but also left them with countless mysteries, taking her daughter away. The outside world was both strange and fresh for Yi Tingshi and Yi Gai, and they began a new chapter in their lives. Not long after, the soul mentors discovered that the embryos that entered the cultivation chamber in the same batch were dying one after another, with none surviving except for Yi Tingshi's genetic sample 02. This abnormal situation quickly drew the attention of the research team, and they speculated that this might be due to the special sequences in Yi Tingshi's genes possessing some powerful self-protection and repair mechanisms. The prince has arrived. A loud shout broke the tense atmosphere in the laboratory, and everyone turned to look as Su Tianran's wheelchair slowly entered, his face bearing the usual coldness and authority. How was the situation? Su Tianran's gaze swept across the crowd, eventually resting on the cultivation chamber that still emitted a glow. Replying to the prince, all embryos except for sample 02 have died, a researcher said, his head bowed, his voice trembling slightly. Su Tianran frowned. He did not expect such a result. However, soon a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Since 02 can survive, continue the research, and we must uncover the secrets of her genes at all costs. The researchers felt a shiver run down their spines upon hearing this. They knew that Su Tianran's decision meant they would face even more daunting tasks and greater risks. But in this world where the strong survive, they had no choice but to press on. In the following days, the laboratory conducted more detailed observations and studies on experiment subject 02. However, they did not know that subject 02 was only living slightly longer than the others and was already approaching the end of her life. On the other side, in the prince's residence, Su Tianran sat alone in his study, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. His gaze was deep, as if penetrating time and space, glimpsing some possibilities of the future. He pondered silently whether this gamble, which cost countless lives, could truly bring a turning point for the Sun and Moon Empire. As long as he could usurp the throne and unify the continent, he would not hesitate to sacrifice even more. Su Tianran whispered to himself, his voice echoing in the empty study, carrying a hint of determination and ruthlessness. He knew all too well that this path was filled with thorns and danger, but he had no way to retreat. Chapter 2. Crossing at this time, in another dimension far away in Douluo continent. A woman and a man were engaged in a life-and-death battle. The woman, dressed in white, with hair flowing like a waterfall, wielded a long sword that shimmered with a cold light. Each swing was accompanied by a sharp sword chi, while the man, clad in black robes with a sinister gaze, held a massive scythe covered in strange patterns, emanating a chilling aura. You traitor of the family, not only did you kill my family members, but you also brought shame to the clan. Today, I will make you pay in blood for your debts. The woman's voice was cold and resolute, filled with hatred and anger. The man chuckled darkly, his voice hoarse and grating. Do you think you can kill me? I defeated you once back then. I can do it again. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished like a ghost, lunging at the woman with his scythe, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. The woman nimbly dodged the strike and retaliated with her sword, sending a sharp sword chi straight at the man. He snorted coldly, cutting through the sword chi with a bizarre arc of his scythe. The two exchanged blows, locked in an intense battle. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The woman felt a powerful force surge within her. Her gaze suddenly sharp as her sword seemed to come alive. In a flash of sword light, the man found himself forced back step by step. What power is this? The man shouted in terror, sensing the formidable aura radiating from the woman, a terrifying power he had never encountered before. A hint of sadness flickered in the woman's eyes, but quickly turned into unwavering determination as she coldly declared, the three of them gave me the power of the Heaven Soul Stones. Li Mingli, Today is your day to die. The woman drove the 3 heaven soul stones into her heart, and an overwhelming power erupted within her, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood, clearly indicating that the power of the heaven soul stones was too great, putting immense strain on her body. You dare! Li Mingli's face changed drastically upon seeing this. He never expected the woman would fight so desperately, integrating the power of the heaven soul stones into herself. A tactic that was essentially a mutual destruction. The woman had no intention of returning alive. She had long disregarded life and death. At this moment, her sole thought was to kill the man before her and avenge her family. The sword light wove through the air, each strike containing the terrifying power of the heaven soul stones. Li Mingli gradually felt overwhelmed. His black robe was torn by the sword chi, revealing numerous fine wounds on his exposed skin. No, I cannot die here. Li Mingli roared in his heart, exerting all his strength to counterattack. But the woman's sword techniques grew increasingly fierce, as if she intended to crush him completely. Just then, the woman's gaze suddenly became hollow, and her sword slowly drooped. Seeing this, Li Mingli's heart leapt with joy, thinking the woman had exhausted her power and seizing the opportunity to counterattack. But he then saw the woman's body erupt with dazzling light, a sign that the power of the heaven soul stones had fully erupted within her. No! Li Mingli shouted in horror, but it was too late. The woman's long sword pierced through the man's chest, and a flicker of unwillingness and despair crossed his eyes as he collapsed weakly, blood spreading from his black robe onto the ground. The woman also suffered fatal injuries. She slowly fell from the air, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, crashing heavily to the ground. Her gaze became unfocused, yet a victorious smile crept onto her lips. I finally killed Li Mingli and avenged my family, she murmured softly, her voice faint yet filled with an indescribable resolution and relief. Sister. Lei Zitong and Lei Mushi rushed over from a distance. They had witnessed this heart-stopping battle, their hearts filled with sorrow and shock. Lei Shishue ran over, checked her pulse, and breathed a sigh of relief. She was not dead, just exhausted and unconscious. The power of the heavenly soul stone was too overwhelming, and she needed time to recover. Hearing Lei Shishue's words, Lei Zitong and Lei Mushi, among others, finally relaxed. They sat around the woman, their eyes filled with worry and hope. Let's carry her back and see if the clan leader has any way to help her recover, Lei Zitong suggested, her voice filled with determination. Everyone carefully lifted the woman and set off on the journey back to the clan. Along the way, they remained silent, each praying for the woman in their hearts, hoping she would wake up soon. Meanwhile, a part of the woman's consciousness had been split off by the war, crossing the space-time rift to other planes. Her consciousness drifted among these other planes, and at that moment, the first-generation angel god Qian Yuhan, wandering through the universe, sensed this unfamiliar wave of consciousness. Qian Yuhan frowned slightly, a strange feeling surging in her heart. As the first-generation angel god of Douluo continent, she possessed extraordinary perception, and this sudden wave of consciousness left her profoundly shocked. The angel god position has already been shattered by the new generation sea god. Perhaps I should inject some of my power into this consciousness. Maybe it can repair the divine position and restore the glory of the angel race. Qian Yuhan thought to herself. She knew her duty as the first-generation angel god was to protect the Douluo continent and the angel race. Although she had passed on the divine position to the next generation, seeing this mysterious wave of consciousness, she seemed to glimpse hope for the revival of the angel race. Qian Yuhan slowly closed her eyes, raised her hands gently, palms up, and a soft yet powerful light surged from within her, drifting toward the wave of consciousness. The light met the wave of consciousness and instantly fused together, as if a new power was being born. Following this, she slowly sent the fused consciousness, now imbued with her power, to a certain place on Douluo continent. She clapped her hands and murmured to herself, "Done. Now back to wandering the universe." "You really are a good hands-off manager," a teasing voice sounded. Qian Yuhan smiled slightly, unfazed. She turned to see a man dressed in luxurious clothing standing not far away, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Poseidon, why are you everywhere?" Qian Yuhan said, clearly a bit impatient with her nemesis, raising an eyebrow, her tone laced with displeasure. "What? Am I not allowed to wander the universe too, just because you are?" Poseidon crossed his arms, a playful smile on his lips. "But speaking of which, what were you just doing? That mysterious wave of consciousness and the power you injected. What's going on?" Qian Yuhan sighed lightly. She knew Poseidon, the curious one. would not let any details slip by. It's not my fault. It's your new successor Tang, San, who caused this mess, shattering the angel god position. After saying this, Qian Yuhan chased after Poseidon, who was dodging while laughing heartily. That kid Tang, San has some skills, but shattering the angel god position is a bit too arrogant. However, with you, the first-generation angel god, taking action, he probably won't gain any benefits. The two of them playfully sparred in the universe, as if they had returned to their younger days. Though they each represented different deities, in this endless universe, they felt like long-lost friends, enjoying this rare moment of ease and freedom. By the way, can that power you just injected really repair the angel god position? Poseidon asked curiously while dodging. I don't know, but it's worth a try, Qian Yuhan replied, slightly frowning. The angel race cannot decline like this. As the first-generation angel god, I have a responsibility to help them restore their glory. Poseidon nodded. He understood Qian Yuhan's character well. Once she decided on something, she would go all out. He stopped asking questions and accompanied Qian Yuhan as they continued to wander the universe, searching for possible miracles. At that moment, a woman from that plane was watching everything through a crystal ball. Her expression was calm. But when she saw the woman's consciousness flying to other planes and merging with Qian Yuhan's divine power, a strange light flashed in her eyes. Xing Yunqi's fingers turned white as she tightly gripped the crystal ball, her heart filled with complex emotions. Finally found you. Is this the reason you are in a coma? Yes, separated from your consciousness. How can you wake up? And being used as a tool to repair the divine position, this debt. I will make sure to settle it for you. Xing Yunqi murmured to herself, determination and resolve shining in her eyes. Next to her sat a man with a hood covering his face, his limbs severed. He looked at Xing Yunqi's clenched fist and the resolve that flashed in her eyes. I didn't expect her consciousness to travel so far and encounter the so-called angel god. And now, Suwon is still with her in a coma. What should we do? Xing Yunqi took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. No matter which plane she is in or what difficulties she faces, I will protect her. After all, she has suffered too much, and I cannot let her be harmed again. Xing Yunqi signaled to a girl nearby to escort the woman's consciousness to Douluo continent and find the right opportunity to bring her back to this plane. The girl accepted the command, and a pair of wings with brilliant light appeared. The bird crown was as fiery as flames, and the colorful feathers shimmered under the sunlight, stretching several meters long, flying like a brilliant rainbow, cutting through the sky. The girl whispered in its ear, "Go, safely deliver her consciousness to Douluo continent and find the right opportunity for her return. Remember, her safety is the most important, and not a single mistake must be made." The brilliant winged divine bird let out a low cry, as if responding to the girl's command. It spread its wings and instantly transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the sky. Xing Yunqi and the others watched the divine bird depart, but their worries did not diminish. They knew this mission was filled with uncertainty and danger, but they were prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. After a while, the divine bird arrived around the consciousness, escorting it toward Douluo continent. The consciousness flew toward the Dawn Empire's Highwest City, and within the cultivation chamber of Dawn's Light, the experimental subject number 02, a baby girl, had already begun the countdown of her life force flickering in the wind like a weak candlelight, ready to extinguish at any moment. However, at that moment, the consciousness infused with Qian Yuhan's power surged toward the cultivation chamber's number 02 experimental subject. With a loud boom, the entire Dawn's Light base emitted a dazzling light, breaking through the night. The patrolling guards in the security room, who had been dozing off, were awakened by this sudden light. Rubbing their sleepy eyes, they looked toward the source of the light, confusion written on their faces. Then, a phoenix's cry echoed in the square outside the base, clear and melodious, filled with endless majesty and sanctity, as if a phoenix had descended. The guards exchanged glances, their astonishment growing. They had never seen such a strange phenomenon. A few curious guards walked over to take a look and were left speechless, for there was a divine bird radiating brilliant light, its wings as resplendent as a rainbow, and its bird crown burning like flames, circling above the entire base. With each flap of its wings, it seemed to stir the surrounding space, a sacred and inviolable aura spreading out. The divine bird circled in the air for a few rounds before finally flying off into the distance, leaving the guards paralyzed on the ground, unable to recover for a long time. They supported each other to stand up, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. This kind of divine bird, they had only heard of in ancient legends, never imagining they would witness it one day. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Xingluo Empire, Su Jiaowei was handling affairs when Su Jiuzhou rushed in, panicked. "Brother, look outside the window." Su Jiaowei frowned, put down his pen, and looked at Su Jiuzhou with displeasure. "What is so urgent? What kind of manners are these?" Su Jiuzhou pointed outside, her voice trembling slightly. "Brother, look at the sky. It seems there is some anomaly." Su Jiaowei walked to the window and gazed at the sky, where a brilliant light pierced through the horizon, and the shadow of a phoenix flickered amidst the clouds, startling him as well. He stared for a moment, his brows furrowing tighter, a feeling of unease rising in his heart. What kind of power is this? Su Jiaowei murmured to himself, fully aware that this was beyond human capability and that there must be great opportunities or crises behind it. He immediately turned to Su Jiuzhou and instructed Jiuzhou, summon the strong ones in the royal family and the esteemed soul masters in the country at once. We need to be prepared for anything that may happen. Although Su Jiuzhou was puzzled, seeing her brother's grave expression, she dared not ask more and hurriedly complied. Su Jiaowei stood alone at the window, staring in the direction where the light had vanished, his mind filled with thoughts. He knew that such an anomaly was no coincidence and that there must be deep meaning behind it, whether it was fortune or misfortune. He had to be fully prepared to face the impending unknown. At that moment, in the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, Muin was having tea with Xuanzi and other elders when suddenly, the water in the teacup began to ripple gently. Muin frowned and looked out the window, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He saw a divine bird resembling a phoenix flying towards Shrek Academy at incredible speed, trailing a brilliant light behind it. Like a comet streaking across the night sky, spectacular beyond measure. "This is," Muin murmured to himself. Having lived for so long, he had never witnessed such a strange sight. Xuanzi and the other elders also stood up, moving to the window to gaze at the divine bird. Shock and confusion were evident on their faces. Clearly, this anomaly exceeded their understanding. As the divine bird approached, it finally circled above the Sea God Pavilion, each flap of its wings seeming to stir the surrounding space. A sacred and inviolable aura spreading, creating a strong sense of oppression among the people inside the pavilion. At that moment, Yin Xiaozhe, Kai Meyer, and the young Ma Xiaotao were returning from show, walking back to the martial soul department when suddenly, Ma Xiaotao stopped in her tracks, dropping the candied hawthorn in her hand. She stared blankly at the sky, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. "What is that?" Ma Xiaotao's voice trembled as she pointed at the divine bird in the sky. Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer also looked up, seeing the divine bird radiating dazzling light, its wings as splendid as colorful clouds, and its crown burning like flames, circling above the Sea God Pavilion, sacred and inviolable. "What is that thing?" Kai Meyer was also so shocked that she couldn't speak, her gaze fixed on the divine bird, afraid to miss any detail. Kai Meyer held Ma Xiaotao and ran towards the Sea God Pavilion, with Yin Xiaozhe following closely behind. In the courtyard of the Sea God Pavilion, Muin, Xuanzi, and Song Yunji, along with other elders, had gathered. Even Qian Duo and Xian Liner, among the Academy's higher-ups, rushed over upon hearing the news. Their gazes were all focused on the divine bird circling in the air, each face filled with shock and curiosity. Gai Maya Pan Ting ran to the crowd and pointed at the divine bird in the sky, her voice trembling with excitement. "Everyone look, what is that?" Muin stared at the divine bird in the sky, his brows tightly knit. He slowly spoke. "This anomaly is certainly not a coincidence. I fear something significant is about to happen." Xuanzi nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, the appearance of this divine bird must have profound meaning. Our Shrek Academy may be on the verge of an unprecedented transformation." Qian Duo and Xian Liner exchanged glances, a hint of seriousness flashing in their eyes. They understood that such phenomena often concealed great opportunities and challenges. Ma Xiaotao, holding on to Kai Meyer's hand, said in her childish voice, "Teacher, I want that bird. Can we keep it in a cage?" Kai Meyer quickly covered Ma Xiaotao's mouth and reprimanded softly, "Xiaotao, don't talk nonsense. Such a divine bird is not something we can touch. It has its own mission and belonging." At that moment, the Ice Soul Tianluan seemed to have heard Ma Xiaotao's words, flying in front of her. In Ma Xiaotao's astonished gaze, the Ice Soul Tianluan slowly descended, its wings gently flapping, each feather seemingly containing endless spiritual power, shimmering with a soft glow. Ma Xiaotao's eyes widened, forgetting her fear, just staring blankly at the legendary divine bird before her. The crown of the Ice Soul Tianluan gently swayed, as if conveying some message. Its eyes were deep and gentle, seemingly able to see into people's hearts. It was not angered by Ma Xiaotao's childish words, but instead, it used a mysterious power to soothe her. Mu En and the other elders were also deeply shocked by this scene. They had never seen such a sentient soul beast, let alone one as powerful as this divine bird. What is going on? Qian Duo murmured, his gaze shifting between the ice soul, Tianluan, and Ma Xiaotao, trying to find answers. The divine bird plucked one of its feathers and gently placed it in Ma Xiaotao's palm, who cheered with joy as if she had received the most precious gift in the world. Wow, what a beautiful feather. Did it give it to me? Ma Xiaotao exclaimed excitedly, running to show Kai Meyer. Kai Meyer looked at Ma Xiaotao's excited expression, feeling a sense of comfort, but soon her gaze became serious again. She knew that significant events were bound to occur in the future, and the appearance of this ice soul, Tianluan, might be an omen. Mu En slowly walked in front of the ice soul Tianluan, took a deep breath, bowed respectfully, and then spoke slowly, "Noble divine bird. Your arrival has brought great honor to our Shrek Academy. May I ask what brings you here?" The ice soul Tianluan did not answer immediately. It simply looked at Mu En with its deep eyes, as if scrutinizing him. After a moment, it let out a gentle call, its voice crisp and pleasant, like a heavenly melody. Then, it flapped its wings again, stirring up a whirlwind that sent the fallen leaves in the courtyard flying everywhere. Mulao. It seems it's not a soul beast, nor one of the 10 fierce beasts. Its aura is more like. Xuanzi's eyes gleamed, but his words suddenly halted, as if even he could not determine the true identity of the ice soul Tianluan. Just then, the ice soul Tianluan let out another crisp call and flew away, leaving behind a ground full of shock and confusion. Mu En looked up at the sky, where the ice soul Tianluan had vanished without a trace, only leaving behind the brilliant light tail that gradually faded in the horizon. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, Tang San and Xiao Wu watched this scene, their eyes filled with surprise. Xiao Wu slightly parted her lips. "Sango, what is going on? That divine bird seems not to belong to our divine realm." Tang San frowned, gazing at the light tail that had disappeared in the sky, slowly speaking. "Indeed, its aura is unlike any deity or soul beast I know, more like beings from other planes. It seems that our world is about to undergo some unknown changes." In the Divine Realm Council, several other deities also sensed this unusual aura and hurried over. They surrounded Tang San and Xiao Wu, discussing this sudden phenomenon. The appearance of this divine bird is by no means a coincidence. A deity said solemnly, "What it brings may be opportunities or challenges." "That's right," Tang San nodded. "We must be prepared to face the possible changes that may come. At the same time, we need to send someone to investigate the origin of this divine bird and understand its true purpose." At Shrek Academy, Moon and the elders were also discussing countermeasures. They knew that the appearance of the ice soul Tianluan must be related to the major event that was about to happen. "We must strengthen the Academy's defenses to ensure the safety of the students," Moon said, "and we need to quickly ascertain the origin and intention of this divine bird." Xuanzi nodded. "I will send someone to investigate and make sure to clarify the true identity and purpose of this divine bird." As time passed, the atmosphere within Shrek Academy became increasingly tense. The students also sensed this unusual aura and began to discuss the impending changes. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaodao held the feather gifted by the ice soul Tianluan, filled with curiosity and anticipation. She knew that the appearance of this divine bird would surely bring some changes to her life. Chapter 3 in turn at this moment. Leihan's consciousness had perfectly merged with the 4-month-old female infant of experiment number 02, and the infant's originally pale face gradually regained its rosy color. When the researchers sleeping in the dormitory heard the commotion, they hurriedly dressed and rushed to the cultivation pod. They pushed the door open and were all shocked, their eyes wide open at the sight inside the cultivation pod. The infant, whose life force was once weak, was now brimming with vitality. Her small hands were tightly clenched into fists, as if declaring her arrival. "What is going on?" one researcher muttered, unable to believe his eyes. Another researcher quickly walked to the side of the cultivation pod, carefully checking the data. Incredible! Her vitality is rapidly recovering, and all her physical indicators are moving towards normal. Impossible. The doctor said she wouldn't survive to the next day and had already prepared the death certificate. "How is it that now?" a researcher stammered, his recording book slipping from his hands, but he was oblivious. "But the previous report has already been sent to the prince's side. What should we do now?" Another researcher showed a worried expression, fully aware of the seriousness of the situation. "The female infant of experiment No. 02 in the cultivation pod seemed to sense the commotion outside, responding to the noise with her heartbeat, each thump filled with strength and hope. Her eyelids trembled slightly, as if trying to open her eyes to this world. The researchers looked at each other, both shocked and confused, unable to explain this sudden change. Just then, the frightened guards arrived at the laboratory. "Did you see the divine bird outside?" One guard stammered, his face pale and eyes filled with fear. Upon hearing this, the researchers frowned, as they were unaware of what was happening outside. But when they heard the term divine bird, an inexplicable chill surged in their hearts. "What divine bird? We only heard a loud noise and thought there was an explosion somewhere. We were just about to send someone to check it out," one researcher said doubtfully. The guards trembled as they recounted the scene they had seen outside in detail, their tone filled with awe and fear. After hearing this, the researchers exchanged glances, disbelief flashing in their eyes. Although they were engaged in mysterious research, they had never seen such an extraordinary scene, nor could they imagine that a divine bird would be connected to their experimental subject. "It doesn't resemble any of the top 10 fierce beasts," one researcher muttered, struggling to recall what he knew about soul beasts, but couldn't find any information that matched this divine bird. "Regardless, we must report this matter to the prince immediately," another researcher said decisively. Just then, Guanshi arrived, still groggy, with messy hair and sleepy eyes, wearing slippers and muttering as he walked. "What is all this noise in the middle of the night? You useless bunch not only failed to save No. 02's life, but also want the entire base and the prince to know about your incompetence?" He intended to vent his frustration, but was instantly stunned upon seeing the changes in the female infant of experiment number 02 in the cultivation pod. "What is going on?" Guanshi's voice trembled, unable to believe his eyes. The infant, who was once on the brink of death, now displayed such powerful vitality. He hurriedly walked to the side of the cultivation pod, carefully observing the infant. The infant was only 4 months old, with organs not fully developed, yet now exhibited an extraordinary vitality. Her small hands and feet gently moved, as if performing some mysterious life ritual. A hint of surprise flashed in Guanshi's eyes as he quickly opened the monitoring system of the cultivation pod to check the infant's vital signs. She had previously lived slightly longer than the other experimental subjects, but this time she was supposed to die. How? Guanshi muttered, unable to comprehend everything before him. But as a scientist, he knew that this abnormal phenomenon must be hidden behind some unknown mechanism. He turned to the researchers beside him, his eyes shining with determination. "We must immediately conduct a comprehensive examination of this infant to find out what has happened to her." Upon hearing this, the researchers nodded in agreement. They quickly sprang into action, some preparing inspection equipment, while others began recording data. The entire laboratory fell into a busy state once again. Just then, Su Tianran's wheelchair rumbled into the laboratory. He had a serious expression, with a hint of anger on his face, clearly awakened from a pleasant dream. The maid beside him wiped his face with a damp towel, trying to calm him down. But Su Tianran's gaze was fixed tightly on the infant in the cultivation pod, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. "Guanshi, you must give me an explanation, or do you think I'm just a monkey for you to play with? Didn't you say she wouldn't survive until tomorrow? What's going on now?" Su Tianran's voice was deep and powerful, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Guanshi's forehead broke out in fine beads of sweat as he hurriedly took a few steps forward, respectfully responding, "Your Highness, I just discovered this anomaly and was about to report to you. We truly do not understand why experiment number 02 suddenly exhibits such strong vitality. But we're doing our utmost to investigate and hope to find the cause soon." Su Tianran's face did not soften in the slightest upon hearing this. He coldly glanced at Guanshi and said, "You better give me a satisfactory answer, or you can forget about being the head of the Morning Light base." Guanshi's heart sank. He knew Su Tianran's temperament, and once he got angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. He quickly lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness. I will do my utmost to uncover the truth." Su Tianran snorted coldly, his gaze again turning to the infant in the cultivation pod. He carefully observed every subtle movement of the infant, as if trying to find answers from her. "Your Highness, perhaps we can start from the infant's genes to see if there are any abnormalities." An experimenter nervously proposed a suggestion. Su Tiangan slightly nodded, acknowledging the suggestion. He looked at Guanshi and said, "You immediately organize a team to conduct a comprehensive analysis of this infant's genes. I want to know what secrets are hidden within her." Guanshi quickly nodded and turned to instruct the experimenters to begin their work. The laboratory descended into a tense and busy atmosphere once again. Meanwhile, the infant in the cultivation chamber seemed completely unaware of the outside disturbances. She remained immersed in her own world, responding to the call of life with her heartbeat and movements. Her existence was like a beam of light, illuminating the entire laboratory and igniting the flame of hope in everyone's hearts. As time passed, the experimenters finally completed the preliminary analysis of the infant's genes. They were astonished to discover that her genes contained an unknown energy, which seemed capable of stimulating her life force and allowing her to flourish in dire circumstances. Guanxi looked at the report in his hands, his eyes shining with excitement. He knew that this discovery could change everything, even overturn their understanding of life. He immediately informed Su Tiangan of the news. Upon hearing this, Su Tiangan finally showed a hint of a satisfied smile. He patted Guanxi on the shoulder and said, "You did well, Guanxi. This discovery could lead to groundbreaking progress in our research. You must continue to follow up and find out more information about this unknown energy." Guanxi respectfully acknowledged, filled with confidence and anticipation. He knew that he and the entire Dawn of Light base were about to. A month later, two interns, Lei Yunan and Yu Shi, arrived at the Dawn of Light base. Filled with curiosity about the unknown world and a love for science as they stepped into this mysterious and hopeful place. Lei Yunan is a lively and active girl. As soon as she entered the room, she was deeply captivated by the miraculous baby in the incubator. She stood beside the incubator, looking at the child, but her heart was filled with different emotions. She reached out and gently touched the glass of the incubator, as if wanting to feel the warmth and vitality coming from the baby. The gentle light in Lei Yunan's eyes flickered as she softly said, "So cute. I will take good care of you." Just as she wanted to say more, she was interrupted by Yu Shi, who impatiently remarked, "Sister, you're not developing feelings for an experiment, are you? Don't forget, she's just a war machine, not a real person." With a crisp slap, Lei Yunan's eyes widened as she looked at Yu Shi, her voice trembling as she said, "How can you say that? Although she is an experiment, she is also a life. She has feelings. She has perceptions. How can you be so cold-blooded and heartless?" Yu Shi was momentarily stunned by the slap. He touched his reddened cheek, a flicker of anger and confusion passing through his eyes. He had always believed that experiments were merely tools of war, emotionless machines. But at that moment, Lei Yunan's reaction began to shake his convictions. "I was just speaking the truth," Yu Shi stammered in response. Hearing this, Lei Yunan was so angry that her face turned pale, and she stormed out of the cultivation chamber area. Yu Shi stood in place, watching Lei Yunan's back, feeling a surge of complex emotions. He knew he had misspoken, but he was unwilling to admit that his viewpoint was wrong. Guanxi patted Yu Shi on the shoulder. "What you said just now was not wrong at all. War-type soul-guiding devices are created for combat. Otherwise, why would we create them? As for what you call a sister, it's just a delusion to forcibly label them with human emotions. How could a soul-guiding device possibly have real feelings?" But she needs time to accept this fact. After listening to Guanxi's words, Yu Shi's complex emotions calmed down a bit. He nodded and said, "I understand, Dr. Guan. I will work hard to adjust my mindset and focus on our research." Guanxi nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the infant girl in the cultivation chamber, his eyes flashing with deep thought. He quietly said to Yu Shi, "However, Yu Shi, you also need to pay more attention to this infant. Her vitality is exceptionally strong. Perhaps we can discover more secrets about life and soul-guiding devices from her." Upon hearing this, Yu Shi's expression became serious. He replied earnestly, "Yes, Dr. Guan. I will keep a close eye on her changes and report to you in a timely manner." Meanwhile, after leaving the cultivation chamber area, Lei Yunan's mood remained unsettled for a long time. She could not accept Yu Shi and Guanxi's indifferent attitude towards the experimental subject. It would be better to cultivate more soul masters or soul guides instead of creating them. After all, they're living beings with their own thoughts and emotions. She murmured to herself as she walked, but she was only a low-ranking intern, unable to go against the authority. And all she could do was silently pray for this experimental subject to find a good home. However, the scene she had just witnessed still left her breathless. As an orphan, Lei Yunan had always longed for familial love and warmth. She looked at the infant girl, quietly sleeping in the cultivation chamber, feeling an inexplicable resonance in her heart. Perhaps it was because they had both been lonely and yearned to be understood and loved. From that day on, Lei Yunan observed the experimental subject 02 every day. She loved to quietly watch the infant girl under the dim light of the cultivation chamber after work. Her eyes held both the rigor of a scientist and the tenderness of a mother. As time passed, Lei Yunan began to document every subtle change in the infant's growth, gradually forming an indescribable emotional bond with the experimental subject 02. She didn't understand why she felt an impulse to be the mother of this infant. Once this thought arose, it grew wildly in her heart like wild grass. She began to take even more care of the infant, despite knowing that, according to the base's regulations, researchers were prohibited from investing emotions in the experimental subjects. Every day, Lei Yunan would arrive early at the laboratory to prepare the latest nutritional solution for the infant, adjusting the temperature and humidity of the cultivation chamber to ensure she could grow in the most comfortable environment. After looking around to ensure no one was watching, she said to the experimental subject 02, "I'll give you a name. Let us call you Lei Han. What does that sound? Is that a nice name? I hope you can grow up healthy and happy. As for your nickname, let us call you Xiao Han. I will always be with you, protecting you." Lei Yunan gently stroked the glass of the incubation chamber, as if she could feel Lei Han's response. Lei Han always responded to Lei Yunan's touch with bubbles released from her breath or the rhythm of her heartbeat. This silent communication filled Lei Yunan with immense satisfaction and happiness. "Good girl, you've responded to mommy again." The maternal glow sparkled in Lei Yunan's eyes, and her voice was soft, as if afraid of disturbing Lei Han's sweet dreams. However, Lei Yunan's behavior did not escape the notice of others. Some colleagues began to gossip privately, believing that she had invested too much emotion in the experimental subject, which violated the base's regulations. These discussions reached Guan Shi's ears, and he frowned, deciding to have a talk with Lei Yunan. "Lei Yunan, I've heard that you've been quite attentive to experimental subject 02 lately. That's a good thing, but you must remember, she's just an experimental subject. We cannot invest too much emotion in her," Guan Shi said, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Hearing this, Lei Yunan remained calm, as she had long been secretly disobeying Guan Shi's orders, but now was not the time to tear their relationship apart. She lowered her head and said softly, "Yes, Dr. Guan, I'll be mindful of my actions." Guan Shi looked at Lei Yunan's compliant demeanor, and, although he felt some doubts, he didn't say anything more. After all, Lei Yunan had already made a name for herself at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, with her excellent grades and outstanding soul engineer potential. And she had been personally sent by Jing Hongshun, that old fox. Jing Hongshun was not only the head of the Mingda Hall, but also the president of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, while he was just a small head of the Dawnlight base. If he offended Jing Hongshun, the consequences would not be something he could bear. "As long as you understand," Guan Shi said lightly before turning to leave. Lei Yunan watched Guan Shi's departing figure, feeling a mix of emotions. She knew that everything she was doing now was like dancing on the edge of a knife. A slight misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. But she could no longer restrain her feelings for Lei Han. The impulse to protect her and accompany her as she grew had deeply rooted itself in her heart. Chapter 4. Formulating the defection plan in the days that followed, Lei Yunan took even more care in looking after Lei Han, trying to avoid drawing the attention of others to her unusual behavior. She would communicate silently with Lei Han every day, although Lei Han couldn't speak yet. Lei Yunan could sense her emotions and changes through her eyes and movements. Every time she returned home, she would pass by stores and unconsciously stop to pick out baby supplies. Little clothes, tiny socks, small toys, each item was carefully chosen, as if preparing for her own child. Though she knew that Lei Han couldn't use these things just yet, she couldn't help but want to prepare for her. Back at home, Lei Yunan had already transformed a storage room into a small nursery, filled with baby supplies, toys, storybooks, small blankets, and a crib, all arranged by her own hands. She had neatly stacked journals recording every little milestone of Lei Han's growth on the nightstand. Whenever the night fell quiet, Lei Yunan would sit by the nursery's small window, flipping through the journals by the moonlight, reminiscing about every moment spent with Lei Han, her heart filled with endless tenderness and anticipation. "What should I do to make your life better, little Han?" Lei Yunan whispered softly, her eyes filled with determination and resolve. She understood that she couldn't continue caring for Lei Han in secret. She needed to find a better way to be rightfully by her side. Suddenly, an idea struck her, to take Lei Han in defect from the Day and Moon Empire, seeking a remote and safe place on the mainland where Lei Han could grow up like an ordinary child. Once this thought emerged, it was like a ray of light illuminating the darkness in Lei Yunan's heart. However, she soon became frantic, pacing back and forth, talking to herself. "But I've only been here for 2 months and I'm not familiar with everything. How could I easily take little Han and escape? And if I fail, not only will I lose everything, but I'll also endanger Lei Han. Lei Yunan furrowed her brows, lost in thought. Yet, this notion was like a seed that had taken root in her heart. She began to quietly observe the layout of the base, looking for potential exits and escape routes. At the same time, she worked even harder, trying to gather more information and intelligence about the base from her daily tasks. After work, not only did she take care of Lei Han, but she also made a point to converse with other staff members in the base, hoping to catch useful clues from their words. She became more cautious than ever, every action and gaze filled with purpose. The living room table had nearly turned into a war room, covered with the entire layout of the Dawnlight base and her hand-drawn escape routes. She studied every detail carefully, trying to find the perfect escape plan. It should be like this or that, Lei Yunan murmured to herself, occasionally sketching and modifying the plans with a pencil. As night deepened, Lei Yunan's room remained brightly lit. She sat at her desk, her eyes fixed on a map in her hands. A rough sketch of the underground structure of the Dawnlight base that she had inadvertently obtained from a low-ranking officer. Her fingers slowly moved across the map, contemplating every possible breakthrough point. The Dawnlight base has only been operational for less than 10 years. Many areas should still be incomplete, Lei Yunan said to herself. Every late night, she would try the route she had deduced. Like a cat moving stealthily at night, she navigated through the shadows of the base. Relying on her memory of the map and her instincts, inching closer to the exits she believed might exist. During her first attempt, she nearly got caught by a patrolling soldier, but fortunately, she managed to hide in a secluded corner just in time. This experience made her even more cautious. She began to pay closer attention to details, such as the rotation times of the patrolling soldiers and the blind spots in the base's surveillance. By day, she maintained a facade of indifference towards Lei Han, trying her best to conceal her emotions to avoid arousing suspicion. Only in the stillness of the night would she let down her guard, allowing the maternal love within her to flow freely. Guanxi mistakenly believed that she had adjusted her mindset and no longer focused too much on experiment subject 02. However, he did not know that everything Lei Yunan was doing was to cover up her true plans. I'm about to go blind, Lei Yunan chuckled self-deprecatingly, rubbing her sore eyes. She knew she couldn't give up. For Lei Han, she had to persevere. Now, I just need a favorable wind, Lei Yunan said softly, turning to a pile of failed soul-guiding devices, all of which were her unsuccessful attempts to create a device that could help them escape. She had tried to make a soul-guiding device that could teleport or turn invisible, but all had ended in failure. However, these setbacks did not discourage her. Instead, they ignited her fighting spirit even more. Let's try again, Lei Yunan murmured, picking up materials once more to begin new attempt. She locked herself in her room, dedicating herself to researching the creation of soul-guiding devices without rest. Her hands skillfully navigated through the materials, and with each failure, she felt herself getting closer to success. She continuously adjusted her designs and improved every detail. The parts of the soul-guiding devices piled up in her room, but she paid no mind. Her eyes were focused solely on the goal that was about to take shape. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly erupted from one of the soul-guiding devices in her room. The powerful shockwave knocking Lei Yunan to the ground. Her arm was cut open, blood streaming down. Yet, without the slightest hesitation, she quickly got up from the floor, examining the wreckage of the explosion, searching for the cause of the failure. Just a little bit more, Lei Yunan murmured, her eyes shining with determination. She picked up the materials again, starting a new attempt. After countless failures and trials, Lei Yunan finally created a soul-guiding device that could temporarily turn invisible and teleport. She carefully hid this device, waiting for the perfect moment to come. She returned to the store. This time the owner was absent, and the owner's wife was busy at the counter. The owner's wife looked at her belly in surprise, sizing her up with a crazy look. Little girl, are you okay in that regard? You're working too hard. Lei Yunan momentarily didn't know how to respond, feeling a bit confused by the owner's wife's words. But soon, she understood what she meant, and her cheeks flushed red. She awkwardly smiled and explained, I have a sister who just gave birth. I'm helping her buy some baby supplies. The owner's wife then realized, enthusiastically helping her pick out items. As Lei Yunan selected baby supplies, she silently calculated her escape plan in her heart. She had to ensure everything was foolproof to safely get Lei Han out of this place. Back home, she began to practice desperately to ensure she had enough strength to protect Lei Han on the day of their escape. Every day, she carved out time to practice quietly in her room, sweat soaking her clothes, but she paid no attention. All that filled her mind was a single thought, to become stronger, strong enough to protect Lei Han and take her away from this cage. Lei Yunan knew that she could not rely solely on soul guides. Strength was the most important guarantee. She began to study various combat techniques, trying to find the fighting style that suited her best. She practiced continuously, honing herself, and each training session brought her closer to her goal. As time passed, Lei Yunan's strength continued to improve. She felt that she was ready, just waiting for the right moment to arrive. However, Yushi still urged Lei Yunan to treat Lei Han as a soul guide for research, but Lei Yunan's heart was unwavering. She clearly understood that Lei Han was not just a test subject, but her daughter, her family. She would never allow anyone to harm Lei Han, nor would she treat her as a tool for research. Yushi looked at the determined gaze of Lei Yunan and shook his head helplessly. He understood that no matter how much he persuaded her, he could not change Lei Yunan's decision. Thus, he began to secretly observe Lei Yunan, trying to find her vulnerabilities to capture her in one fell swoop. At that moment, Lei Yunan suddenly said, "Yushi, do you remember how we first met?" Yushi was taken aback. His thoughts instantly pulled back to many years ago. At that time, he was only 6 years old, having lost his parents, forced to beg on the streets of Haiwa City, enduring the torment of hunger and cold every day. Meanwhile, a welfare institution in Haiwa City was organizing an event, and Lei Yunan accidentally got separated from the director and accidentally encountered him. At that time, she was holding a piece of candy, looking at him with her clear, watery eyes, and without hesitation, handed him the candy. In that moment, Yushi felt an unprecedented warmth. "Of course I remember. Those were the darkest days of my life until I met you." Yushi's voice was a bit low, as if he had fallen into a whirlpool of memories. Lei Yunan smiled faintly, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes. "Yes, we were so young back then, and I never expected we would come to this point today. Yushi, you should understand that for me, Lei Han is like I was back then, abandoned at the door of an orphanage, helpless and pitiful. I can't imagine what I would be like now if no one had reached out to help me back then. So, I know I can't persuade you. My nominal good younger brother, but I hope you can understand my feelings. Don't try to stop me, because this is something I must do as a mother." Yushi fell silent for a moment, his gaze complex as he looked at Lei Yunan. He certainly understood her feelings. After all, they had both experienced that despair of being abandoned by the world. But as a member of the Dawn of Light, he had his own mission and responsibilities. He had to ensure the safety of Subject 02 and bring her back to the organization for research. "Sister Yunan, I understand your feelings, but I can't just stand by and watch you make a mistake." Yushi's voice carried a hint of resolve. "Subject 02 is too important to the organization. We can't lose her. Moreover, taking her away from here will only put her in even more dangerous circumstances." Hearing this, Lei Yunan's eyes became incredibly firm. "Yushi, you are wrong. Staying in this place will truly make Lei Han lose her future. She should have freedom. She should have happiness. Not be treated as a test subject for research. I will take her away, no matter the cost." Yushi looked at Lei Yunan's resolute demeanor and couldn't help but feel a surge of helplessness in his heart. He knew he couldn't persuade Lei Yunan to give up this thought. Thus, he secretly made up his mind to find a way to stop her before she took action. Chapter 5. Defection. The night deepened, and the streets of Haiwa City were illuminated by warm lights, adding a touch of vitality to this quiet city. The shadows of Lei Yunan and Yushi stretched under the streetlights, their figures appearing particularly lonely in the night. Lei Yunan looked up at the dazzling starry sky, her heart filled with expectations for the future. She softly said, "Yushi, do you know? Every time I see the stars, I think of Lei Han. She's like those stars, brilliant and free. I don't want her light to be confined in this cold laboratory." Upon hearing this, Yushi remained unmoved, clenching his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms as if to suppress the inner struggle and conflict. He slowly spoke, his voice carrying a barely noticeable tremor. "Sister Yunan, I understand your feelings for Lei Han, but I cannot go against the organization's orders. We grew up together. You should know my position." Lei Yunan sighed softly, shifting her gaze from the starry sky to Yushi, her eyes filled with complex emotions. "Yushi, I understand your difficulties, but Lei Han is my daughter, and I cannot let her be harmed. I will protect her in my own way. No matter how difficult the road may be, I will keep going." "Why? Tell me why you are so persistent. She has no blood relation to you. She is just an experimental subject. Why are you willing to give so much for her?" Yushi's voice was somewhat out of control. He could not understand Lei Yunan's insistence, nor could he accept that she would stand against him for an experimental subject. Lei Yunan's gaze softened, yet remained resolute. "Yushi, do you know? In this world, some things transcend blood relations. From the moment I saw Lei Han, I knew she was my daughter, an indispensable part of my life. Her smile, her tears, deeply touch my heart. I can't imagine what my world would be like without her. What about me? Is there no place for me in your heart? Yushi's emotions became somewhat agitated. He couldn't understand how his years of sibling bond with Lei Yunan could be overshadowed by a test subject he had only recently met. Lei Yunan looked at Yushi, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She gently sighed and said, Yushi, you certainly have a place in my heart. You were the light in my darkness and an important person in my life. However, that doesn't mean I can give up on Lei Han. She is equally important to me. So what do you want me to do? Yushi's voice carried a hint of despair. I can't just watch you take away experiment number 02. It's my duty. Lei Yunan was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Yushi, I understand your responsibilities. But I also ask you to understand my feelings. Lei Han is just a child. She should have her own life, not be treated as a subject for research. I hope you can let her go and allow her to live freely in this world. Lei Yunan, don't say any more. Yuxi suddenly interrupted Lei Yunan, his eyes filled with determination. I can't let her go. I will report back to the organization shortly and have them send someone to capture you. I can't allow you to make this mistake again. Hearing this, Lei Yunan's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but she did not give up. She looked at Yushi and said firmly, Yushi, I won't let you do this. I will take Lei Han away from this place, to somewhere you can't find us. I will use my whole life to protect her and ensure she lives a normal life. Upon hearing this, Yushi widened his eyes in anger and exclaimed, Lei Yunan, are you crazy? Do you know what consequences your actions will bring? The organization won't let you go. They will hunt you down until you're dead. Lei Yunan gently shook his head, a fearless smile on his face. I know the consequences, but I cannot stand by and watch Lei Han be destroyed by you. She is my daughter, the most important part of my life. I am willing to take risks for her, to fight against the whole world. Yushi looked at Lei Yunan's determined eyes, and a sense of helplessness surged in his heart. He knew he could not persuade Lei Yunan to change his mind. So, he silently turned around, preparing to leave this place. Yushi, Lei Yunan suddenly called out to him. Yushi stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at Lei Yunan. Lei Yunan walked up to Yushi and gently patted his shoulder. Yushi, I know your difficulties, but I hope you can remember that we used to be the best of friends. I hope you won't do something you'll regret. Upon hearing this, a complex emotion surged within Yushi. He looked at Lei Yunan, speechless for a long time. Finally, he let out a deep sigh and turned to leave, disappearing into the night. Lei Yunan took out the soul guide device and sighed deeply. Tonight is the day of the gala hosted by the base, and everyone will attend. This is a perfect opportunity. I must take this chance to bring Lei Han away from this place that confines her freedom. On the other side, inside the Morning Light base, the lights were dazzling, and the sounds of conversation and laughter filled the air as the gala was in full swing. Elites from various fields, dressed in splendid attire, mingled among the crowd, with chatter and laughter rising and falling. However, beneath this lively surface, hidden secrets and undercurrents lurked. Yushi was about to report to Guan Shi, asking him to capture Lei Yunan, but was pulled back by a colleague who said, Come on, have a drink. Yushi, today is a great day. Don't keep a straight face. The colleague enthusiastically handed a glass of wine to Yushi. Yushi downed a glass, intending to leave, but was once again pulled by a female colleague to dance. Hey, come on. Yushi, don't be such a spoilsport. The female colleague giggled and pulled Yushi to the center of the dance floor. With a helpless sigh, Yushi had no choice but to dance along to the rhythm of the music with his female colleague. However, his mind was not on the dance, but was constantly thinking about Lei Yunan and Lei Han. Meanwhile, Lei Yunan, dressed in a black tight-fitting suit and holding a hammer along with several small soul guide devices, quietly infiltrated the laboratory where Lei Han was located. She carefully avoided the patrolling guards and arrived at the area of the cultivation chamber where Lei Han was. In July, Lei Han was quietly lying in the cultivation chamber, and Lei Yunan's hand holding the hammer trembled. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, as if making a significant decision. Then, she suddenly opened her eyes, raised the hammer high, and struck it forcefully against the glass of the cultivation chamber. Bang! With a loud noise, the glass of the cultivation chamber shattered instantly, and the nutrient solution splashed out. She gently picked up Lei Han and wrapped her in a soft blanket that she had prepared in advance. Lei Han's little face pressed against Lei Yunan's chest, emitting a faint cry, which was her first greeting to the new world. Lei Yunan tightly hugged her and turned to head towards the exit of the laboratory. Suddenly, the alarm for the soul guide device in the lab blared, and the lights began to flash red wildly. The crowd attending the cocktail party stopped their actions, their faces revealing shock. They all knew what the alarm meant. someone had intruded into the important area of the laboratory. Guan Shi quickly stepped out of the crowd, his expression serious and his eyes filled with an undeniable determination. He swiftly picked up the communicator and asked in a deep voice what happened. Why is there an alarm in the laboratory? An anxious voice came from the other end of the communicator. Report, Lord Guan Shi. Someone has intruded into the experimental area of Subject 02 and has damaged the cultivation pod. They are now trying to escape with Subject 02. What? Guan Shi's face turned ashen in an instant. He glared in anger, his eyes wide, and immediately ordered, seal all exits. They must not be allowed to escape. But what? Quickly speak. Guan Shi shouted sternly, his voice echoing through the communicator with undeniable authority. The trembling voice on the other end continued. But the base has been operational for less than 10 years, and the security and defense systems are not yet complete. Several exits still do not have defense mechanisms installed. Upon hearing this, Guan Shi completely exploded. Useless. A bunch of useless people. Guan Shi roared, slamming the communicator down onto the ground. His eyes widened, his face flushed, resembling an enraged lion. The people around him fell silent, not daring to make a sound, fearing they would provoke the master of the base. Guan Shi took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He quickly scanned the people around him and then said loudly, "Everyone, follow me to chase them. We absolutely cannot let them get away." After saying that, he took the lead and rushed towards the laboratory. Seeing this, the crowd quickly followed him, heading towards the lab. Meanwhile, four guards arrived at the laboratory with a level 5 soul guide cannon. One of the guards shouted in front of Lei Yunan, "Stop. You cannot take her away." Lei Yunan did not stop her steps. Her gaze was firm and persistent. She slightly turned her head and said in a cold voice, "Step aside. I don't want to hurt you." However, the guard showed no sign of retreat upon hearing this. They raised their soul-guided cannons, aiming at Lei Yunan. "Stop dreaming. You won't take anything from here." Lei Yunan activated her martial soul, the silver moon spear, which shimmered with a cold light in her hand. The soul rings revolved around her, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, exuding a powerful aura. She fixed her gaze on the guard in front of her, her voice icy. "I'll say it again, step aside." At that moment, Yushi ran over, looking at Lei Yunan with a complex expression, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He knew that Lei Yunan was risking everything to save Lei Han, but as a member of the base, he had his own responsibilities and stance. "Lei Yunan, is it worth it to do this?" Yushi shouted loudly, trying to awaken her reason. "Do you know what the consequences of your actions will be?" Lei Yunan did not turn around, but coldly replied with 2 words, "Worth it." Her tone was filled with an undeniable firmness. An old man in a white robe named Qianchen rushed into the laboratory, his eyes filled with shock and anger. "Lei Yunan, you dare to betray the organization!" Qianchen shouted, and then unleashed his martial spirit, the gravity gorilla, a powerful pressure instantly enveloping the entire laboratory. However, Lei Yunan did not back down. She raised her head and looked directly into Qianchen's eyes, saying firmly, "I never truly belonged here. I am just a mother wanting to protect her child." Qianchen seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world, laughing uproariously. "Child? Oomph. She is just a product of our experiments. Do you think you can change anything?" A flash of anger appeared in Lei Yunan's eyes, but more than that was determination. She tightly embraced Lei Han, as if she were her entire world. "Qianchen, you are wrong. No matter how Lei Han was born, she is a living being. She has the right to choose her own life, and should not be treated as an experiment by you." Qianchen sneered and stopped talking nonsense, directly swinging his fist, bringing the pressure of the gravity gorilla down towards Lei Yunan. After all, Lei Yunan was the most outstanding elite soul master and soul mentor of their generation. Personally sent by Jing Hongshun, she quickly sidestepped to evade Qianchen's attack, while her silver moon spear transformed into a silver flash, piercing towards Qianchen. Qianchen snorted coldly, his figure swaying as he dodged Lei Yunan's attack, but Lei Yunan's assault did not stop. She fired repeatedly, each shot accompanied by a sharp cold wind, pressing directly towards Qianchen's vital points. Seeing this, Qianchen no longer held back his strength. His martial soul, the gravity gorilla, let out a deep roar, and his muscles seemed to swell with an invisible force, becoming extraordinarily massive. He swung his fist, as large as a small mountain, colliding with Lei Yunan's silver moon spear, producing a deafening sound. The battle in the laboratory grew increasingly intense, with surrounding instruments and test tubes shattering amidst their fight, and the flying shards cutting through the air with sharp sounds. However, Lei Yunan continued to hold Lei Han tightly, not allowing her to suffer any harm. Yushi stood by, watching this fierce battle, his heart filled with conflict and struggle. He wanted to stop Lei Yunan, to make her give up this futile resistance, but he also did not want to see Lei Han continue to be treated as an experiment in a laboratory. His gaze shifted back and forth between Lei Yunan and Qian Shun, but he could not make a decision. Guan Shi and the others arrived at the laboratory entrance and were stunned by the scene before them. They had never seen such a fierce battle and did not expect that Lei Yunan would actually stand against the entire Sun-Moon Empire to rescue Lei Han. A hint of surprise flashed in Guan Shi's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. He waved his hand and commanded, "Go. Make sure to capture Lei Yunan and retrieve experiment subject 02. More than 20 level 6 fixed-mounted soul-guided cannons suddenly lit up at Lei Yunan's waist. She had long been prepared, and faced with the swarm of people, she showed no fear. The cannon muzzles of the fixed-mounted, soul-guided cannons flickered with a cold light, as if they were about to devour everything in the next second. "For Lei Han, I will never back down." Lei Yunan's voice echoed in the laboratory, her eyes filled with determination. Good, good, good. Truly worthy of being the most outstanding student of this generation at the Sun-Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Hiding so many tricks, Guan Shi, infuriated to the point of laughing, waved his hands to signal the people behind him not to act rashly. He knew very well that the level 6 fixed-mounted soul-guided cannons in Lei Yunan's hands had immense power, and once unleashed, the entire laboratory would be obliterated. "Lei Yunan, you indeed have impressed me." There was a hint of appreciation in Guan Shi's tone, but more was the threat. "But do you think this will save Lei Han? Don't forget, this is our territory. You can't escape." Lei Yunan ignored the threats from Guan Shi, her gaze fixed firmly on the 7-month-old Lei Han in her arms. She gently stroked Lei Han's hair and softly said, "Don't be afraid. Mommy will protect you." Lei Han seemed to sense her mother's determination and courage. Her small hand tightly grasped Lei Yunan's finger, her eyes shining with unwavering light. In that moment, the mother and daughter appeared to merge into one, facing the predicament together. Guan Shi watched this scene, and his anger intensified. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and then coldly said, "Lei Yunan, I will give you one last chance. Surrender and hand over the 02 experimental subject, and I can guarantee your safety." Hearing this, Lei Yunan just let out a cold laugh. She raised her head and looked directly into Guan Shi's eyes, saying firmly, "Guan Shi, do you think I would believe your nonsense? You people would do anything for your experiments. I will never hand Lei Han over to you." Guan Shi's face darkened, and he stopped wasting words, directly waving his hand to signal the people behind him to attack. However, at that moment, an explosion occurred in the warehouse not far from the laboratory. The deafening sound of the explosion reverberated, and a powerful gust of wind swept in, knocking everyone in the laboratory off balance. Both Guan Shi and Qian Chen's expressions changed. They didn't expect someone to cause trouble at this time. The smoke from the explosion quickly filled the entire laboratory, obscuring visibility. Taking advantage of this, Lei Yunan picked up Lei Han and, with a flash of her figure, rushed towards the laboratory's exit. She knew this was the best opportunity to escape. Guan Shi and Qian Chen quickly reacted, unleashing their respective martial souls in an attempt to stop Lei Yunan from escaping. However, under the cover of the smoke, Lei Yunan moved like a ghost, darting left and right, making her hard to catch. "Block her! We can't let her get away!" Guan Shi shouted, his voice echoing in the smoke, tinged with desperation. Qian Chen also exerted all his strength. His martial soul, Gravity Gorilla, let out a deafening roar, trying to bind Lei Yunan's movements with a gravitational field. However, Lei Yunan seemed to have already seen through his intentions, skillfully utilizing the surrounding environment to continuously evade Qian Chen's attacks. Lei Yunan escaped outside, holding Lei Han, quickly ascending with the flying soul guiding device. Yushi arrived outside, holding the detonator. It was unclear whether his inner conscience was awakened or if he was moved by Lei Yunan's maternal love, but Yushi surprisingly chose to help her. "I must do this for Lei Han," Yushi murmured to himself. At the moment he pressed the detonator, the entire experimental building and office buildings number 3 and 4, along with himself, were engulfed in raging flames. The roaring fire consumed everything and also drowned out the shouts and resentment of Guan Shi, Qian Shun, and others. Lei Yunan looked down at the sea of fire below, feeling a mix of emotions. She didn't expect Yushi to make such a choice. Although it allowed her to escape, Yushi's sacrifice weighed heavily on her heart. She held Lei Han tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. But she fought to keep them from falling. She knew that the most important thing now was to find a safe place for Lei Han to grow up healthy and happy. On the ground, most of the experimental personnel were injured from the explosion, crying out as they tried to find a way out of the flames. Guan Shi and Qian Qin stumbled out of the inferno, their clothes burned, hair disheveled, and their eyes filled with anger and resentment. Lei Yunan, how dare you destroy everything we have? Guan Shi roared, his voice hoarse from rage. Qian Qin clenched his fists, his martial soul, the gravity gorilla, flickering beside him, seemingly sharing in the anger over this failure. She can't escape. The entire Sun-Moon Empire will hunt her down, Qian Qin said through gritted teeth. And there's also a traitor, Yu Shi. Guan Shi suddenly remembered Yu Shi, his expression darkening even further. He actually dared to betray us. Does he think this will save Lei Yunan? How ridiculous. After this explosion, that kid will be severely injured even if he doesn't die. Qian Qin snorted coldly, a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Once we capture Lei Yunan, we'll slowly torment that traitor. Guan Shi took a deep breath, trying to calm his anger. He knew that the most important thing now was to report the situation to their superiors and then organize forces to hunt down Lei Yunan and Yu Shi. Let's go back, Guan Shi said, his voice now calm, but the killing intent in his eyes was even more intense. Meanwhile, not far away in an inconspicuous corner, Yu Shi was hiding, his face unrecognizable from the explosion, covered in blood. Trembling, he took out painkillers from his storage soul guide and struggled to swallow them. Sister, it's my fault for not understanding before that led you to this point. I hope I can help you this time, Yu Shi murmured to himself, filled with regret and guilt. He coughed violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, staining his clothes. But he couldn't afford to care about that. He gritted his teeth against the pain and quietly left the dangerous area. On the other side, when Lei Yunan and Lei Han landed at the edge of a forest far from the chaos, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Lei Yunan looked at Lei Han, who was gradually calming down in her arms, and a surge of indescribable tenderness filled her heart. She gently caressed Lei Han's face, her eyes filled with warmth and determination. Baby, we've arrived at the border of the Sun-Moon Empire. We're going to Tianhun City, where there are no cold laboratories, only warm sunshine and friendly people. You will thrive there and become the master of your own destiny. Lei Yunan looked around. The sound of birds chirping came from deep within the dense forest. The morning dew dampened her clothes, but it couldn't cool the passion in her heart. She took out the milk and water that had been prepared in her storage soul guide, carefully feeding it to Lei Han. Watching her satisfied little face, Lei Yunan's heart was filled with comfort. They temporarily settled in the forest, and Lei Yunan used her survival skills to build a simple yet warm nest. She occasionally ventured out to search for food and clean water while also scouting for safe paths to Tianhun City nearby. Every nightfall, Lei Yunan would hold Lei Han close by the campfire, telling her stories about the outside world, tales of courage, love, and freedom. Although Lei Han couldn't understand much, her bright eyes always sparkled with curiosity and longing. After several days of difficult trekking, Lei Yunan finally led Lei Han out of the dense forest. Before them lay a vast plain, and in the distance, the outline of Tianhun City gradually became clear in the morning light. That ancient and prosperous city seemed to be the starting point of a new life for the two of them. In Lei Yunan's heart, there was both anticipation and apprehension. She knew that the road ahead was still long, and there would certainly be many challenges and difficulties. But she also understood that as long as there was love and faith in her heart, nothing could stop their steps forward. They walked along the road to Tianhun City, and the scenery along the way filled Lei Yunan with deep emotions. She remembered the hardships of her childhood, the days spent in the orphanage, and how she had gradually come to today, becoming a mother capable of protecting her daughter. Lei Han seemed to sense her mother's emotions, her small hand tightly holding onto her. In Chapter 6, Pursuit, on the other side, within the royal palace of the Sun and Moon Empire, Su Tiantian, sitting in a wheelchair, fiercely slapped Guan Shi, his eyes filled with anger. It's one thing for the base to be destroyed. How could you let that wretched Lei Yunan take the number 02 experimental subject and escape? You worthless bunch. Guan Shi knelt on the ground, lowering his head and daring not to meet Su Tiantian's gaze. Although he felt rage in his heart, more was fear. He knew that the failure of this mission would bring unimaginable consequences for himself. Your Highness, please calm down. I have already sent people to fully pursue Lei Yunan and the number 02 experimental subject. I believe we will have news soon, Qian Qin said from the side. His voice was calm, but he was also anxious inside. Su Tian sneered, looking at his two subordinates with disdain in his heart. You better find them quickly, or you can bring your own heads to see me. Hearing this, both Guan Shi and Qian Qin trembled. They knew Su Tiantian's methods, and that he kept his word. They dared not linger any longer, and quickly exited the palace to arrange the pursuit of Lei Yunan. Brother, do you really want to do this behind fourth uncle and the emperor's back? Su Tiantian's 14th sister, Su Zixuan, looked at him with worry, her voice trembling slightly. Su Tiantian turned around to look at Su Zixuan, his eyes revealing determination and resolution. Zixuan, you don't understand. This is for the future of our family, for the future of the Sun and Moon Empire. Lei Yunan and the number 02 experimental subject must be found. The secrets they hold cannot fall into the hands of others. Su Zixuan's eyes turned slightly red upon hearing this. But brother, what you are doing will harm yourself and the entire family. If the emperor finds out, his tolerant nature will not allow you to do such inhumane things. Su Tiantian frowned, slowly pushing his wheelchair towards Su Zixuan, his gaze carrying an undeniable authority. Zixuan, some things are not for a little girl like you to understand. Don't you want our Sun and Moon Empire to unify the Douluo continent? Only by mastering the power contained in the No. 02 experimental subject can we have enough strength to conquer everything. Su Zixuan lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes, but she stubbornly raised her head, her voice carrying a hint of determination. Brother, is unifying the Douluo continent really that important? Is it more important than family bonds, than the countless innocent lives? I can't understand, and I don't want to understand. Su Tiantian sighed, gently patting Su Zixuan's shoulder, his voice softening a bit. Zixuan, you are only 12 years old. There are many things you do not understand yet. When you grow up, you will realize how cruel this world is. That power is everything. If our Sun and Moon Empire wants to establish a foothold on the Douluo continent, we must have enough strength. The No. 02 experimental subject is the key to our gaining strength. Su Zixuan's eyes flashed with confusion, but she still stubbornly shook her head. No, brother. I believe there must be other ways. We cannot harm innocent people for our own ambitions. Su Tiantian looked at Su Zixuan, his eyes showing a hint of appreciation, but also a touch of helplessness. At this moment, Su Tiantian was no longer the gentle and refined person he used to be. Ever since his legs were secretly sabotaged, his temperament had changed drastically, becoming cold and ruthless, willing to do anything for power. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. Zixuan, you are too naive. In this world, kindness and compassion will only make you a stepping stone for others. Only by having enough strength can you protect yourself and those you love. After saying this, Su Tiantian ignored Su Zixuan and pushed his wheelchair out of the room, leaving Su Zixuan standing there, tears finally streaming down her cheeks. She did not understand why her once loving older brother had become like this. Why does it turn out this way? Su Zixuan whispered, her heart filled with a mix of confusion and pain. She recalled her childhood when her brother Su Tiantian would always play with her and tell her all sorts of interesting stories. Back then, he was so gentle and kind. But now, his eyes were filled with indifference and calculation, as if the whole world was just a chess piece in his hands. Meanwhile, back at the Morning Light base, Guanshi had just returned and commanded, "Come here. Increase the search efforts. We must find Lei Yunan and the number 02 experimental subject." As soon as Guanshi returned to the ruins of the base, he immediately shouted orders to his subordinates. Upon hearing this, the subordinates showed difficult expressions. After all, Lei Yunan had escaped with Lei Han for several days, and they possessed considerable strength and intelligence, making it not easy to find them. However, Guanshi did not care about this. He only knew that if he could not find Lei Yunan and Lei Han, his fate would be tragic. Therefore, he forced his subordinates to work overtime, expanding the search area, even using the Empire's intelligence network and secret weapons without hesitation. Damn that wretched woman. How dare she ruin my plans? Guanshi cursed Lei Yunan in his heart, his fists clenched, knuckles turning white from the excessive force. His subordinates were busy moving around the ruins, and intelligence personnel occasionally came to report the latest search progress. However, each report only darkened Guanshi's expression further. "Report, sir. We have searched all the nearby villages and towns, but we have not found any trace of Lei Yunan and the number 02 experimental subject," one intelligence officer said with a tremble in his voice. "Worthless. You are all a bunch of useless people," Guanshi shouted angrily, grabbing a nearby chair and smashing it to the ground, instantly shattering it into pieces. His subordinates were terrified into silence, not daring to breathe. They knew that Guanshi was on the verge of madness, and a slight misstep could make them his outlet for anger. On the other side, Lei Yunan brought Lei Han to an inn in Tianhun City. The innkeeper, upon seeing the baby in Lei Yunan's arms, was momentarily stunned, but then warmly welcomed her. "Oh, miss, you are bringing a child with you? Come in, and rest your feet." Lei Yunan smiled and nodded to the landlady, following her into the inn. She found a seat by the window, which allowed her to observe the outside situation conveniently and let Lei Han bask in the sun. Upon a closer look, the landlady was surprised to find that Lei Han resembled a newly born kitten and couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. She gently took Lei Han into her arms, only to be startled again. The child felt weightless. "Why is this child so light?" The landlady couldn't help but ask. At that moment, the landlady felt that the hope for this child to survive was very slim, but Lei Yunan only gave a bitter smile and said nothing more. She knew in her heart that the reason Lei Han was so light was that she had been too anxious to bring her out of that dreadful place, which led to the premature birth of 7-month-old Lei Han from the incubator, leaving her body not fully developed. However, Lei Yunan understood that she could no longer let Lei Han stay in that dangerous place. Inside the inn, Lei Yunan sat by the window, her gaze occasionally drifting outside, filled with vigilance. She knew well that the people from Guanshu and Su Tianran could show up at any moment, and she had to remain alert at all times. The landlady brought a cup of hot tea and placed it on the table in front of Lei Yunan, softly saying, "Miss, you look troubled. Have you encountered some trouble?" Lei Yunan looked up at the landlady with a hint of gratitude in her eyes, then shook her head. "It's nothing, just tired from the journey." The landlady, upon hearing this, did not ask further, but gently comforted her. "Don't worry, miss. If you stay here, I will do my best to ensure the safety of you and your child." Lei Yunan smiled and thanked the landlady, but she knew in her heart that the real danger was far from over. She had to find a safe hiding place as soon as possible for Lei Han to grow up healthy. "Mother, the goat milk is ready." At that moment, a tender voice came from the hotel kitchen, and shortly after, a girl about 14 or 15 years old came out holding a bowl of steaming goat milk. The landlady said to the girl, "Ronger, go check the warehouse and see if the milk bottle is still there. If it is, wash it for this little sister to use." Hearing this, the girl looked up at Lei Yunan and Lei Han, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes, then nodded in response and turned to walk towards the warehouse. Lei Yunan watched the little girl's departing figure, feeling a warm surge in her heart. In this dangerous world, it is truly rare to encounter such kind people. She gently touched Lei Han's little face and said softly, "Xiao Han, you must live strongly. Mommy will protect you." The little girl quickly returned from the warehouse with a baby bottle, carefully cleaned it, and handed it to the boss lady. The boss lady took the bottle, poured in goat's milk, and carefully fed it to Lei Han. Lei Han was sucking on the bottle, a satisfied expression on her little face. Watching this scene, Lei Yunan felt a slight sense of comfort in her heart. She knew that she couldn't keep avoiding it like this. She had to make a decision soon for Lei Han's future. The boss lady, while feeding Lei Han, said, "Girl, where are you from? And where are you going?" Lei Yunan pondered for a moment and decided to conceal part of the truth to avoid bringing trouble to innocent people. "We come from afar and wish to settle down temporarily in Tianhan City." Her words revealed a hint of fatigue, but more so a determination for the future. After hearing this, the landlady nodded, seemingly understanding something. She did not ask further questions, but softly said, "Although Tianhan City is not large, it is a bustling place. You should be able to find a means of livelihood here." Lei Yunan glanced gratefully at the landlady, pondering in her heart. She knew that she couldn't always rely on others' help, and had to find a job soon to support herself and Lei Han. Just then, a commotion came from outside the inn. Lei Yunan immediately stood up alertly and walked to the window to look outside. She saw a drunk man arguing with another man, who seemed to be a passing traveler that accidentally bumped into the drunkard. "You blind fool! How dare you bump into me?" the drunk man shouted, his breath reeking of alcohol. The traveler clearly didn't want to cause trouble and kept apologizing. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." The landlady opened the door and went outside, intending to mediate between the two. Lei Yunan didn't follow her out. Her attention was entirely on the scene outside, fearing that this might be a deliberate disturbance caused by someone sent by Guan. However, after observing carefully, she found that the two men were not acting strangely, which eased her anxiety a bit. "Oh dear sir, since you've had so much to drink, why not come in and have a seat? And drink some tea to sober up?" The landlady's voice was gentle and warm as she tried to pull the drunkard into the inn to prevent the situation from escalating further. The drunk man struggled feebly, but in the end he was half dragged, half pulled into the inn by the landlady. "You're a sensible landlady, otherwise," the drunkard mumbled incoherently, his alcohol-laden breath making those around him wrinkle their noses. The landlady settled the drunkard into a chair and poured him a cup of sobering tea. The drunk man snatched the cup and gulped it down in one go, then let out a loud belch before finally quieting down. Seeing this, Lei Yunan felt a sense of relief in her heart. She knew that in this chaotic world, it's better to avoid trouble than to seek it. With Lei Han by her side, she certainly couldn't afford to provoke any issues. She returned to her seat by the window, her gaze once again drifting outside. The streets were bustling with people, lively and vibrant. But to her, all of this was just fleeting moments. What she truly cared about was how to protect Lei Han and ensure she could grow up healthy in this dangerous world. At that moment, Lei Han began to cry, seemingly wanting to sleep. Lei Yunan picked her up and went upstairs to find a quiet guest room, gently rocking her to sleep. Lei Han's little face gradually became serene in Lei Yunan's arms, her breathing becoming steady. Watching her daughter's peaceful sleeping face, Lei Yunan felt a surge of tenderness. She gently placed Lei Han on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and then sat by the bed, lost in thought. She knew she had to find a stable job soon to support her and Lei Han's life. But in this unfamiliar city, where should she go? Xiaoan, Mommy will work hard to make you happy, Lei Yunan whispered softly, her eyes shining with determination and hope. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of the Sun and Moon Empire, an informant was reporting the latest tracking progress to Su Tiangan, each word carefully chosen, afraid of provoking the furious prince again. Your Highness, we have locked on a Lei Yunan's escape route. They are currently hiding in an inconspicuous inn on the outskirts of Tianhun City in the Tianhun Empire. Hearing this, Su Tiangan's lips curled into a cold smile. Very good. Now that we know their whereabouts, they must not escape again. Mobilize all available resources immediately. I want them back under my control without a doubt before tonight. Especially the 02 experimental subject. She is the key to the future of our Sun and Moon Empire and must not be lost. With Su Tiangan's command, the entire royal palace seemed to be driven by an invisible force. Various undercurrents surging as skilled experts swiftly moved, secretly heading towards Tianhun City. A competition for the 02 experimental subject, Lei Han, quietly began under the night sky of Tianhun City. The pursuers of the Sun and Moon Empire stealthily infiltrated the borders of the Tianhun Empire to avoid detection by Tianhun soldiers. They wore night gear, their faces covered with black cloth, revealing only sharp eyes. They moved swiftly, silently weaving through the streets and alleys like a group of ghosts. Meanwhile, Lei Yunan in the inn remained completely unaware. She was busy preparing some clothes and daily necessities for Lei Han, planning to go out to look for work early the next morning. She understood that time was of the essence, and she and Lei Han needed to settle down in Tianhun City as soon as possible. As night deepened and the noise in the streets gradually faded, Lei Yunan extinguished the candle and lay down in bed with Lei Han. She held Lei Han tightly, feeling her daughter's warm body filled with strength. However, danger was slowly closing in. The pursuers from the Sun and Moon Empire had arrived near the inn, dividing into several groups, silently surrounding the place. A leading figure in black signaled to the others to prepare for action. They rushed into the second floor of the inn, moving swiftly and silently. However, their mission was to capture the targets alive, so they did not engage in direct combat, but planned to quietly take Lei Yunan and Lei Han away. Lei Yunan looked through the peephole and saw a few strangers dressed in dark clothes standing outside. Their eyes were cold and sharp, as if they could see into people's hearts. Lei Yunan's heart sank to the bottom. She knew she could no longer escape, but she still forced herself to remain calm and try to negotiate with these people. Who are you? What do you want? Lei Yunan's voice trembled slightly, but she tried hard to sound more resolute. We are here to take you away, one of the black-clad men said coldly. Don't try to resist, or you will bear the consequences. Without saying a word, Lei Yunan picked up Lei Han from the bed and, with a crack, she jumped out the sixth-floor window while holding Lei Han. This action took everyone by surprise. The black-clad men rushed to the window, only to see Lei Yunan and Lei Han entangled in the drying sheets, slowly descending. It turned out she had already noticed the sheets hanging outside the window, and in her moment of desperation, this was her only hope of escape. The black-clad men were shocked and hurriedly chased after her down the rope and stairs. Holding Lei Han, Lei Yunan relied on her extraordinary willpower and wit, weaving through the narrow alleys in an attempt to shake off her pursuers. Xiao Han, don't be afraid. Mommy will protect you. Lei Yunan comforted Lei Han as she ran. In Lei Yunan's arms, Lei Han seemed to sense her mother's determination and bravery. She stopped crying and clutched tightly to Lei Yunan's clothes, her little face filled with trust in her mother. Lei Yunan silently thought to himself, As long as I can reach the city gate of Tianhan City, I will have a chance to find the soldiers guarding the city to seek help. However, the pursuers were like shadows, closely following him without letting up. The first soul skill, Blood Demon Slash. A furious shout suddenly rang out behind Lei Yunan, and a blood-red light instantly cut through the night sky. Heading straight for Lei Yunan. Lei Yunan was taken aback. She didn't expect these pursuers to possess soul skills. She quickly dodged to the side, but the blood-red light followed her like a shadow, closely trailing her. In this critical moment, Lei Yunan's martial soul, the silver moon spear, suddenly manifested. Gripping the spear tightly, a cold and powerful aura spread out as silver light flickered. Second soul skill, Moon Shadow Strike. With a delicate shout, Lei Yunan's figure instantly transformed into a silver light, dashing through the narrow alleyways with Lei Han, attempting to shake off the pursuers with her speed advantage. The blood-red light relentlessly pursued them. But with the power of the silver moon spear and her exceptional agility, Lei Yunan gradually increased the distance between herself and the pursuers. She understood in her heart that she must not slacken for even a moment. Otherwise, both she and Lei Han would fall into an irretrievable predicament. Lei Yunan never expected that Qianshun would join the pursuit. "You old fool. I thought you were killed in that explosion," Lei Yunan shouted angrily, feeling both surprised and furious at Qianshun's appearance. Qianshun chuckled with a sinister smile on his face. "Little girl, do you think you can escape from my grasp with your meager skills? And your foolish brother, to protect you in this so-called Experiment 02, not only betrayed my Sun Moon Empire, but also blew up the laboratory. He has probably turned to ashes by now. Shut up. You can't insult my brother." Lei Yunan glared with wide eyes, nearly spitting fire. Her silver teeth were tightly clenched, and her fists were firmly gripped, as if the air around her trembled with her fury. Qianshun, however, was unfazed and continued to mock her. "What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? You siblings truly share a deep bond, but unfortunately, in this cruel world, deep affection is the least valuable thing." Suddenly, Qianshun's gravity gorilla martial soul was unleashed, and the enormous gorilla figure loomed over the narrow alley, bringing a heavy sense of oppression. Its eyes burned like flames, fixated on Lei Yunan as if it wanted to swallow her whole. Third soul skill, Gravity Crush. With a command from Qianshun, the gravity gorilla swung its massive fist, crashing down towards Lei Yunan with overwhelming force. With a wave of her silver moon spear, Lei Yunan unleashed a dazzling silver light at the tip of the spear, colliding with the fist of the gravity gorilla, producing a deafening roar. However, under Qianshun's gravity domain, Lei Yunan's movements became sluggish as she felt a tremendous force pulling her toward the ground. Level 6 fixed-mounted, soul-guided cannon, fire. Lei Yunan silently recited her last resort. A flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. She knew that once she used this soul-guided device, the consequences would be unimaginable, but at this moment, she had no way out. Suddenly, Lei Yunan pulled out a gleaming soul-guided cannon from her bosom, aiming the muzzle at Qianshun and the pursuing soldiers. The cannon gradually gathered intense soul power fluctuations, as if the very air was being distorted by this force. "No, you can't do this." Qianshun was shocked and panicked. He never expected that Lei Yunan possessed such a powerful, soul-guided device. He hurriedly tried to evade, but the firing speed of the level 6 fixed-mounted soul-guided cannon was incredibly fast, leaving him no time to react. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, and the powerful wave of soul power instantly obliterated the surrounding alleyways. Dust and debris flew everywhere, engulfing everything in a chaotic haze. At the moment of the launch, Lei Yunan, using the recoil of the cannon, hugged Lei Han and stumbled back, narrowly avoiding the center of the explosion. Even so, she was still shaken by the intense shockwave, spitting out blood, her face as pale as paper. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, Qianshun and the pursuers had vanished into the ruins of the explosion. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Lei Yunan stood up and looked around, only to see a scene of devastation, a wave of desolation surging in her heart. "Xiaohan, we have to go." Lei Yunan took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound more resolute. She held Lei Han tightly and continued to run towards the city gates of Tianhan City. At this moment, she was already seriously injured, but her eyes were filled with determination and defiance. She knew she could not fall because Lei Han was still in her arms, and she had to protect her child, ensuring she could survive safely. But the next second, the soul-guided cannons of the other pursuers exploded beside Lei Yunan, and the powerful shockwave hit her again. Lei Yunan felt darkness before her eyes and her body involuntarily flew out. She exerted all her strength to hold onto Lei Han tightly, trying to shield her from harm with her own body. After rolling in the air several times, Lei Yunan crashed heavily to the ground, the pain nearly causing her to faint. But she still held on, opening her eyes to check on Lei Han. The still infant Lei Han was frightened and cried loudly, her small face filled with fear and anxiety. Lei Yunan's heart ached. She quickly checked if Lei Han was injured. Fortunately, Lei Han was just scared and was not seriously hurt. Xiao Han, don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Lei Yunan's voice trembled slightly, tightly holding Lei Han in her arms, trying to bring her some comfort with her warmth and embrace. However, the danger around them had not diminished. The pursuers had regrouped, holding soul-guided devices. Stepping closer to Lei Yunan, Lei Yunan attempted to escape into the air, with Lei Han using a flying soul-guided device. And fortunately, the device suddenly lit up, soaring into the sky with Lei Yunan and Lei Han, temporarily evading the pursuers on the ground. Li Yunan guritit hertit, her hands firmly gripping the control stick of the soul-guided device, her gaze piercing through the clouds, searching for a possible escape route. Xiao Han, don't be afraid. We will fly higher, further. Lei Yunan's voice trembled slightly in the wind, but her eyes were exceptionally steadfast. She knew she had to remain calm at this moment to find a glimmer of hope. The flying soul-guided device maneuvered skillfully through the air, dodging the attacks of the pursuers. Behind Lei Yunan, more than 20 soldiers from the Sun Moon Empire were pursuing her with flying soul-guided devices, continuously firing soul-guided cannons, trying to shoot her down. However, with her outstanding driving skills and quick reflexes, Lei Yunan repeatedly turned danger into safety. Soon, they reached the skies above Shrek City, and countless shells rained down towards Lei Yunan. The bewildered citizens of Shrek City thought it was a trend to have fireworks displayed in the city, and children excitedly pointed at the sky, cheers erupting all around. Mom, look, there's so many beautiful fireworks in the sky. A little girl with pigtails exclaimed, tugging at her mother's hand in excitement. Lei Yunan listened to the cheers below, feeling a mix of emotions. She wished that she and Lei Han could live carefree in the sunlight like those children. But now, she could only grit her teeth and move forward. At that moment, Xuanzi, who had just drunk to his heart's content, stumbled out of the tavern. Looking up, he suddenly sobered up a bit. What was happening? Xuanzi widened his eyes, staring at the breathtaking scene in the night sky. Just then, a soul-guided cannonball hit Lei Yunan's flying soul-guided device. One of the young boys on the ground pointed at the sky and shouted, Mom, look, is there a star falling from the sky? Before the words were out of his mouth, Lei Yunan's figure plummeted like a meteor, landing in a nearby forest, instantly surrounded by dense trees. The pursuers' line of sight was blocked by the thick branches and leaves, making it difficult for them to continue the chase. Lei Yunan glanced at her lower abdomen, where there was a shocking blood hole, and blood was gushing out, staining her clothes. Lei Yunan already knew that her time was short, but there was no trace of fear in her eyes, only concern for Lei Han's safety. She endured the excruciating pain, took out the only healing pill from her storage soul guide, and tremblingly fed a piece to Lei Han with goat's milk, ensuring that she could receive a bit of protection even in her sleep. Lei Yunan struggled to climb higher with her battered body. It was then that she realized there was still some distance between this forest and Shrek Academy. Even so, a glimmer of hope rose in her heart. A strong desire to survive surged within her, not just for herself, but also to ensure that Lei Han could safely reach Shrek Academy. Lei Yunan tore her clothes into strips to bind the wounds of both herself and Lei Han. She picked up a thick branch nearby to use as a cane, each step accompanied by intense pain. Lei Yunan silently repeated to herself, Hold on, just a little longer. Lei Han, you must survive. Shrek Academy is just ahead. It was unclear how long they had been walking, but Lei Yunan's vision began to blur. Nevertheless, she continued to move forward step by step, driven by her indomitable will. As the sky began to lighten, the first rays of dawn pierced through the dense canopy, dappled light falling on her, as if nature itself was offering the gentlest comfort. Lei Yunan's breathing grew heavier, but her gaze remained exceptionally firm. The chirping of birds around her gradually became clearer, seemingly cheering her on. Lei Yunan arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy, where a female student from the Soul Guidance Department, Wang Mingming, saw the wounds on her body and the unconscious little girl in her arms, and immediately exclaimed, rushing forward to support her. Another male student from the Soul Guidance Department, Chen Wenfeng, quickly went to find Qian Duo. Chapter 7. This child, we are adopting inside the office of the Dean of the Soul Guidance Academy, Xian Liner, Qian Duo, and Fan Yu were discussing issues regarding the students of the Soul Guidance Department, especially Qian Duo, who was more troubled because the Wuhuan Department always pushed unwanted students into the Soul Guidance Department, and the supply of rare metals and other materials was always tight. It's really tough, this life, Qian Duo complained, rubbing his temples. Mainly, most of the ministers from the three major empires on the continent think that soul tools are merely auxiliary tools for soul masters and do not value their development at all. Fan Yu added, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. Even that guy, Yin Xiaozhi, thinks that soul tools are not worth mentioning. Xian Liner pouted, her words tinged with dissatisfaction. Just then, Chun Wenfeng hurriedly pushed the door open, his expression tense as he said, Dean Xian, Teacher Fan Yu. Something bad has happened. There's a woman covered in wounds, and she's holding a baby. The three turned their gazes toward Chun Wenfeng, their faces showing surprise and confusion. Qian Duo suddenly stood up, urgently asking, where is she? Take me to see her. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, Wang Mingming's uniform had already been stained red with blood, and she was frantically shouting for other students to come help. What are you idiots waiting for? Come and lend a hand. Wang Mingming called out anxiously, her voice tinged with tears. But no one dared to act rashly. After all, the situation was too critical, and they were afraid that any misstep would worsen the woman's injuries. At that moment, Qian Duo, Xian Liner, and Fan Yu arrived quickly, and their presence seemed to inject a dose of adrenaline into the crowd. Step aside, let us through. Xian Liner's voice pierced through the noise of the crowd, carrying an undeniable authority. When she and Qian Duo squeezed through the crowd and saw the scene, their hearts sank immediately. She lifted the bandages off Lei Yunan's wounds and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Lei Yunan's abdomen had been pierced, creating a horrifying blood hole, and the skin around the wound had turned pale, clearly indicating excessive blood loss. The other students from the Soul Guidance Department present gasped in horror, their faces showing compassion. Wang Mingming even covered her face with her hands, tears slipping through her fingers. Suddenly, Lei Yunan grabbed Xian Liner's hand tightly, and Xian Liner felt the strength that could almost crush her bones. A shock ran through her heart, and she quickly bent down to listen. Lei Yunan's eyes were already hazy, but her voice was exceptionally firm. This child, I name her Leihan. She is the 02 experimental subject of the Sun and Moon Empire. Please, you must protect her. She is innocent. Lei Yunan spoke in a broken manner, each word seeming to exhaust all her strength. Her eyes were filled with pleading and hope, as if she were entrusting her life and mission to the people before her. Upon hearing this, Xian Liner's expression changed drastically. She never expected that the Sun and Moon Empire, known for its powerful soul-guiding technology, would secretly conduct such cruel human experiments. A flash of anger and determination crossed her gaze as she tightly grasped Lei Yunan's hand and nodded solemnly. Rest assured, we will do everything we can to protect Leihan. We will never allow her fate to be manipulated by anyone again. Lei Yunan nodded slightly, trembling as she tried to put her necklace around Leihan's neck. But her hand was too weak to complete the motion. Seeing this, Xian Liner quickly took the necklace and carefully put it on Leihan. However, Xian Liner noticed something unusual. The necklace was engraved with a complex soul-guiding formation, seemingly a defensive soul tool. Xian Liner felt a stir in her heart, realizing that this might not just be decoration, but the last protection Lei Yunan left for Leihan. At that moment, Lei Yunan tried to reach out to touch Leihan's face, but her hand drooped halfway down. As it fell limply, her eyes gradually lost their luster, and everything fell into silence. She is gone, Wang Mingming cried out, her voice trembling. Everyone present was silent, deeply shocked by Lei Yunan's sacrifice and courage. Qian Duo looked around at the other students and saw that they were all from the Soul Guidance Department, not the Martial Soul Department, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He ordered all Soul Guidance Department students, treat this incident as if you know nothing. No one is allowed to spread this outside. Do you understand? The students nodded solemnly, understanding that the seriousness of this matter was beyond imagination. If leaked, it could bring endless trouble to Shrek Academy. For male students quickly covered Lei Yunan's body with a white cloth and took her away to prevent the Martial Soul Department's teachers and students from knowing. Xian Liner had just picked up Leihan from Lei Yunan's body when she froze for a moment, her face filled with anger. The Leihan in her arms felt weightless, as if it were just an illusion. Qian Duo noticed Xian Liner's unusual reaction and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the child?" Xian Liner did not answer, but handed Leihan to Qian Duo. Upon receiving Leihan, Qian Duo was also taken aback. The child's body felt unusually light, as if it had no substance at all. He immediately felt that the hope for this child to survive was bleak. This child is probably in bad shape. Douluo furrowed his brows, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He looked up at Liner, both of their gazes filled with heaviness and helplessness. This child is only 7 months old. No wonder she is so weak, Fan Yu added seriously from the side. He walked over to Douluo and gently touched Lei Han's head, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. The three were about to leave with Lei Han when Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer arrived late, looking puzzled at the scene before them, seemingly unaware of what had just happened. What is going on? Yin Xiaozhe frowned, scanning the crowd before his gaze finally landed on the lifeless little being in Duoduo's arms. Kai Meyer also looked confused and turned to Liner, hoping for an explanation. It's nothing, just picked up a child on the way, Liner casually replied, her eyes flashing with vigilance, not wanting Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer to know the truth to avoid complications. Meanwhile, Ren Mujin, who had come to join the excitement, glanced at Lei Han and Liner's arms and was immediately taken aback. She exclaimed, I say, Dean Qian, if you hadn't said this was a child, I would have thought you just bought a newborn kitten from the flower and bird market. Zhou Yi then took Lei Han from Liner. As soon as she held Lei Han, she indeed felt, as Ren Mujin said, that this child was terrifyingly light, like a feather, as if she could float away at any moment. She carefully examined Lei Han's pale little face, a wave of indescribable sadness rising in her heart. This child seemed to have just turned 7 months, as if she had been forcibly brought into this world, her body far too frail. Zhou Yi's voice was low, tinged with sorrow. At that moment, Lei Han began to cry, but her cries were too faint, as if they could stop at any time. This weak cry pierced deeply into the hearts of everyone present. Ha! Old Yin, I won't talk to you about this now. You dislike matters of the soul guidance department the most. I need Fan Yu to make a soul tool for this child, so she can survive her first month. Duoluo said, cradling Lei Han and quickly walking towards the soul guidance department with Fan Yu and Liner, leaving Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer exchanging glances. Although they were puzzled, they did not ask further. Yin Xiaozhe sighed softly and said, it seems the academy will have a new story. Duoluo and the others quickly returned to the research room of the soul guidance department, which was well equipped, making it the best place for them to create a special soul tool for Lei Han. Fan Yu immediately got busy, knowing that time was of the essence, and he had to create a soul tool to sustain Lei Han's life as soon as possible. Liner carefully took care of Lei Han from the side, gently wiping her little face with warm water, trying to give her a sense of warmth and comfort. Lei Han's cries gradually ceased, but her breathing remained weak and rapid, making one heartache. Duoluo stood to the side, his brow furrowed, filled with worry and unease. He knew that Lei Han's situation was far more complicated than they imagined. This child was not only physically weak, but also bore the identity of the day and Moon Empire's experiment number 02, casting a thick shadow over her future. Let's announce the child's death in a few days, and then we can secretly train her. For now, we need to awaken her martial soul. Liner, who had just taken a sip of tea, spat it out onto Duoduo's face, her eyes wide in disbelief as she looked at him. What did you say? Awaken her martial soul? Generally, martial souls awaken at 6 years old. This child is only 7 months and still a premature baby. Liner's voice carried a hint of reproach and shock. She wished she could pry open Duoduo's head to see what he was thinking. But Duoluo remained unusually firm, wiping the tea off his face, his gaze deep as he looked at Liner. I know this is very risky, but Lei Han's situation is special. We cannot handle it in a conventional way. Moreover, since the Day and Moon Empire has already targeted her, they won't let her go easily. We must help her grow strong quickly so she can protect herself. Duoluo's words were filled with determination and helplessness. Hearing this, Liner fell silent for a moment, fully aware that Duoluo's concerns were not unwarranted. Lei Han's situation was indeed critical. If she could not awaken her martial soul and improve her strength quickly, she would likely struggle to escape the pursuit of the Day and Moon Empire. However, the risk was too great. If they failed, she might lose the chance to awaken her martial soul forever. Liner was still somewhat hesitant, unwilling to let this child, who had already suffered so much, bear any further risk. I know, but this is her only choice. I will personally conduct the awakening ceremony for her and do everything I can to ensure her safety. Duoluo's words were filled with confidence and resolve. Liner looked at Duoluo's determined eyes and finally nodded. She knew that as the Dean of Shrek Academy, Duoluo's decisions would inevitably be well thought out. Moreover, she was not willing to give up any glimmer of hope. Fan Yu immediately took action, quickly gathering the most precise instruments from the soul guidance department and the gentlest soul power testing soul guiding crystal ball, ensuring everything was ready. Duo began the awakening ceremony, guiding the soul power within him and slowly injecting it into Lei Han's body. At first, Lei Han seemed a bit uncomfortable, her brows slightly furrowing, but soon she calmed down under Liner's gentle soothing. As the soul power continued to pour in, Lei Han's body began to emit a faint glow, a sign of her own martial soul awakening. At that moment, the crystal ball also responded, its internal light starting to flicker as if recording every subtle change in Lei Han's martial soul. Fan Yu fixed his gaze on the crystal ball, his eyes shining with anticipation and curiosity. Time passed slowly, and the entire awakening process felt long and arduous. But just when everyone thought they were about to reach the limit, Lei Han's body suddenly erupted with dazzling light. A phantom of a woman with 20 pairs of wings slowly coalesced behind her, radiating a holy and powerful aura, as if a deity from ancient times had crossed over. Her wings gently flapped, each movement seemingly releasing endless power and protection. Is it the maximum for mutated angel martial souls, 6 wings? This child, Duo gasped. Having never seen such a strange martial soul, let alone thought that Lei Han would awaken such a powerful angel martial soul with 20 pairs of mutated wings. Liner was also too shocked to speak, her hands tightly clenched, her eyes full of astonishment and excitement. However, Fan Yu poured cold water on the situation. Don't celebrate too early. We need to see what her innate soul power is first. Fan Yu immediately picked up the soul power testing device and carefully approached Lei Han. As soon as the device touched Lei Han's small hand, it erupted with brilliant light, the needle spinning wildly and the sound of the device becoming increasingly shrill until it finally stopped at an astonishing scale of innate full soul power at level 50. How is this possible? Innate full soul power at level 50? This is simply unheard of. Duo was so shocked he nearly jumped up, staring incredulously at the testing device, as if the scene before him exceeded all his knowledge and imagination. Liner was also dumbfounded. She looked at Lei Han's innocent face, feeling an indescribable excitement and pride swell within her. This child possessed such astonishing talent. Her future would undoubtedly be limitless. Fan Yu was also filled with shock. He knew what this meant. With innate full soul power at level 50, combined with the mutated 20 pairs of wings angel martial soul, Lei Han's future was incredibly bright. Director Qian, should we really not inform the Sea God Pavilion? This child's situation is too special. What if? Fan Yu hesitated, knowing that such talent and circumstances, once leaked, would surely cause a stir throughout the soul world. Duo pondered for a moment before shaking his head, his gaze firm as he said, "No, absolutely not. Once the news leaks, all factions on the continent will be restless, especially the Holy Spirit sect. They are not to be trifled with. Lei Han is currently too weak to cope with these potential threats. We must protect her until she grows up, giving her enough time and space to explore her potential." Liner nodded in agreement. That's right. Moreover, although there are many strong individuals in the Sea God Pavilion, the complexity of their internal affairs is beyond our imagination. Lei Han's situation is too special. Once it leaks, we can't guarantee that no one will develop greedy thoughts that would be detrimental to her. But if we really announce her death, where are we going to hide her? Fan Yu raised a practical concern, worry written all over his face. After all, hiding a child with such talent would be no easy task. Duo, however, did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked at the floor beneath him, suddenly having an idea. A wicked smile appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "Haha, I've got it. We can dig a basement and hide her down there. I'll let Lei Han live right under the noses of Yin Xiaozhe and the others. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Who would suspect that we would hide such an important child right under our noses at Shrek Academy?" A cunning light flickered in Duo's eyes, his plan clearly taking shape. Hearing this, Liner twitched her mouth, although she thought this plan was a bit crazy. She had to admit it was indeed a good idea. After all, the most dangerous place is often the safest place. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaozhe, in the Martial Soul Department's office, sneezed heavily, rubbed his nose, and muttered to himself, "Strange, it's not even cold. Why am I sneezing all of a sudden?" He was completely unaware that a shocking secret about Lei Han was quietly brewing beneath Shrek Academy. Fan Yu raised another practical issue. We also need to give her a legal citizen identity in Shrek City and a foster family. Director Qian, I see you don't even have any children. Before Fan Yu could finish, a cup flew towards him. He quickly dodged, yelling, "Get lost. Hey, I'm doing this for your own good. 100 years from now, you'll either be left alone or just Xian Liner will be left lonely. How sad is that? If she has a granddaughter, your Qian family will have descendants." Fan Yu joked, easily dodging Qian Duoduo's angry glare. Qian Duoduo was both annoyed and amused by Fan Yu's words. He glared at Fan Yu and said, "You rascal, can you be serious? We're discussing Lei Han's matter. Where are you going with this?" Fan Yu chuckled, suppressing his playful demeanor, and said earnestly, "Director, I'm not just talking nonsense. Think about it. If we want to hide Lei Han well, we need to give her a reasonable identity. A foster family is the simplest way. You have no children, so adopting Lei Han makes perfect sense. No one would suspect us. I agree to adopt her and make her my daughter," Xian Liner said, holding Lei Han. Her eyes filled with tenderness and determination. She gently caressed Lei Han's small face, as if she had already regarded her as her own flesh and blood. "Since she has come to us, it's fate. After all, we can't let her be taken by that old fox Yin Xiaojia. They already have Ma Xiaodao as a foster daughter. We in the Soul Engineering Department must not fall behind and need a precious gem too, right?" Qian Duoduo looked at the determined expression in Xian Liner's eyes and felt a touch of emotion. He nodded and said, "All right, then it's settled. Xian Liner, you adopt Lei Han and be her mother, and I will be her father. As for Fan Yu and Zhou Yi, you two will be her godparents. This way, Lei Han will truly be our Shrek Academy's little princess." Zhou Yi was still in the dark, completely unaware that she had been assigned the role of godmother, causing Fan Yu to burst into laughter as he imagined Zhou Yi's surprised and helpless expression upon hearing the news. "All right, it's time to arrange for the basement to be built." Qian Duoduo interrupted Fan Yu's daydreaming, standing up with a determined look and saying, "We need to find a hidden place and start digging. At the same time, we must ensure that the basement facilities are complete to avoid any discomfort for Lei Han." Hearing this, Fan Yu also sobered up, fully aware of the arduousness of this task. He nodded and said, "Director, you can rest assured. I will lead our Soul Engineering Department in getting this done, ensuring the basement is built to be both safe and comfortable in the shortest time possible. I will personally supervise every detail to ensure nothing goes wrong." "Very good, Fan Yu. You will be fully responsible for this matter." Qian Duoduo patted Fan Yu's shoulder, his tone filled with trust. Xian Liner, meanwhile, gently held Lei Han, her eyes shimmering with maternal warmth. She softly said, "Lei Han, don't worry. We will protect you and let you grow up happily here. You will become the little princess of our Shrek Academy, with the most beautiful future ahead." Who had not yet opened her eyes, seemed to sense the gentleness and determination of Xian Liner. Her small hand moved slightly, as if responding to her mother's love. Although she had not yet opened her eyes, that purity and beauty had already been deeply etched in everyone's hearts. At this moment, Fan Yu placed the 7-month premature Lei Han into the Soul Guide box to maintain her vital signs, ensuring her safety before being transferred to the basement. The Soul Guide box was filled with warm light, specifically prepared by Fan Yu to simulate the most suitable environment for the baby's growth. "Lei Han, you little one, you really gave us a big surprise," Fan Yu said with a smile while adjusting the parameters of the Soul Guide box. His eyes were filled with expectations for Lei Han's future, along with a hint of worry. After all, a child with such talent would inevitably face unknown challenges on her path to growth. Qian Duoduo and Xian Liner were busy planning the layout and design of the basement. They wanted to ensure that the basement was not only hidden and safe, but also filled with warmth and a sense of home. After all, Lei Han would spend her childhood here, and they hoped she could feel the warmth and joy of home. On the 7th day, Qian Duoduo released a message claiming that Lei Han had died. The Sea God Pavilion and the Martial Soul Department did not pursue the matter too much, as the death of a premature baby was not uncommon at Shrek Academy. "Xiaojia, why do I feel something is off?" Kai Meyer frowned and looked at Yin Xiaojia, her intuition telling her that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Yin Xiaojia pondered for a moment and said, "I also have a strange feeling, but I can't pinpoint what exactly is wrong. However, since Qian Duoduo has said so, we shouldn't ask too many questions. After all, this child was saved by the Soul Guide Department and has no direct connection to us." He shook his head gently, his gaze becoming deep again. Underground at Shrek Academy, all the students from the Soul Guide Department were busy participating in the construction of the basement. They had clear divisions of labor. Some were responsible for digging, some for transporting materials, and others for indoor decoration and design. That child is really unfortunate, going through so many twists and turns right after birth. One student said while wiping sweat from his brow, his eyes filled with sympathy for Lei Han. Isn't the Sun and Moon Empire quite powerful? Why are they doing human experiments? Another student said indignantly, I think they must be going crazy trying to unify the continent, doing such inhumane things. That woman was just buried yesterday in the Shrek cemetery. My brother and I dug her grave. She clearly had no blood relation to Lei Han, but was willing to sacrifice herself for her, which is truly touching and admirable. A student who participated in the cemetery work sighed, his voice tinged with emotion. Hey, have you heard? Director Qian found something on that woman. Guess what it is? What is it? The surrounding students gathered around, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. It's a diploma from the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. Am I hearing this right? The second-rate academy is bringing a big gift to our academy? The students exclaimed, their eyes wide with disbelief. This is getting interesting. The people from the second-rate academy stole something from their Sun and Moon Empire and turned around to give us Shrek a big treasure, a student chuckled, his tone filled with teasing and pride. At this moment, a student took out a piece of paper from his storage soul guide. What do you think this is? As everyone gathered around, they saw that the paper was actually a wanted notice, and the person on it was the mysterious woman buried in the Shrek cemetery. Her photo was clearly printed on it, and the notice read, Lei Yunan, 26 years old, from High West City, suspected of leaking secrets of the Sun and Moon Empire. Currently wanted. Where did you find this? I just came out of the cemetery yesterday, bought a candied hawthorn, and the shopkeeper wrapped it in this, saying he found it by the roadside. Well, I looked at it. Isn't this a wanted notice? The person on it is that mysterious woman who was just buried. The student explained. Maybe she couldn't stand the inhumane human experiments, so she escaped with Lei Han. But unexpectedly, she couldn't escape her fate, one student speculated. Just then, a hand picked up the student's wanted notice and examined it closely. What a pitiful woman, sacrificing herself to protect Lei Han. Douluo had appeared behind the students without them noticing, gazing at the photo on the notice with a complex expression. She not only gave Lei Han life, but also provided us with an opportunity to suppress the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and powerful. The Martial Soul Department has not been optimistic about our Soul Guide Department's development for quite some time. They believe we rely too much on external items and neglect the cultivation of Soul Masters themselves. But this time, we must use our actions to show them that Soul Guides and Soul Masters are not oppositional, but can complement each other. A bespectacled boy said coldly. Bro, even the heavens can't stand it anymore. The secrets of the Sun and Moon Empire have been delivered to us. If we let this opportunity slip away, we would be failing to honor this fate. Another student patted his shoulder, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Instead of talking, we should hurry to finish building the basement so that Lei Han has a stable home, a burly student shouted, his words filled with strength, as if he was ready to dive into the construction at any moment. The students responded enthusiastically, speeding up their work, and the entire basement's construction progressed rapidly. Chapter 8. Unexpectedly becoming a godmother 5 days later, Douluo had completed the adoption procedures. He and Xian Liner held the still less than a month-old Lei Han, taking a black and white photo at the adoption agency. Sir, please smile, yes, just like that, very good. The photographer directed them, capturing this warm moment. In the photo, Douluo and Xian Liner wore smiles filled with anticipation for the future and boundless love for little Lei Han. Lei Han lay quietly in their arms, seemingly sensing this warmth, her small face breaking into a sweet smile. After the photo was taken, Douluo and Xian Liner carefully carried Lei Han out of the adoption agency. The sunlight shone on them, casting a golden glow over this happy family of three. Back at Shrek Academy, the couple temporarily placed Lei Han in the office of the head of the Soul Guide Department. Fan Yu was teasing Lei Han in her crib. Smile for your godfather, little baby. Fan Yu gently shook a rattle in his hand, the colorful beads making a crisp sound with his movements, causing Lei Han's small hand to instinctively reach out to grab the little toy that caught her attention. Fan Yu, you haven't told Zhou Yi that she has unexpectedly become a godmother, have you? Douluo joked from the side, his eyes filled with amusement. Hearing this, Fan Yu paused slightly in his actions before returning to normal, giving a wry smile. I really haven't told her. This is a surprise. Surprise? I think it's more like a shock. If Zhou Yi knew she became a godmother so carelessly, who knows how she would deal with you? Xian Liner chuckled, as if already envisioning Zhou Yi's reaction upon hearing the news. By the way, can such a small child drink formula? Does our Soul Guide Department have any female teachers who just gave birth? We might need to borrow some, Douluo said, clearing his throat. Duo coughed awkwardly a few times, feeling that his question was somewhat abrupt. Whether one dies early or late, one must eventually die. I might as well tell Zhou Yi. Maybe she can help think of a way. Fan Yu gritted his teeth, determined, and stood up, preparing to find Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office of the Martial Soul Department, Zhou Yi was grading assignments, her brow furrowed, looking somewhat serious. Fan Yu gently knocked on the door and, after receiving a response, pushed the door open. Zhou Yi, there's something I need to tell you, Fan Yu said, trying to appear calm. But his eyes revealed a hint of unease. Zhou Yi looked up, puzzled, and asked, what is going on? Why so serious? Fan Yu pulled Zhou Yi and started walking out, saying, just come with me. I promise it's a big surprise. Zhou Yi stumbled a bit as Fan Yu dragged her, but her curiosity grew, wondering what Fan Yu was up to. Arriving at the office of the director of the Soul Guidance Department, Fan Yu gently pushed the door open and pointed to the crib where Lei Han was lying. Look, this is the big surprise I told you about. Zhou Yi was taken aback, her eyes flashing with disbelief. Director Qian said this child was dead. How could she be here? And so cute? Zhou Yi's voice trembled as she hurried to the crib and cautiously reached out to touch Lei Han's little face. Fan Yu forced a smile and exclaimed, Tada, congratulations. You're an honorary godmother now. Zhou Yi widened her eyes in shock, and after a moment, she grabbed his ear and demanded, Fan Yu, explain this to me. What's going on? How did I become a godmother? Wasn't this child dead? Zhou Yi's anger flared up, bombarding Fan Yu with a barrage of questions. Fan Yu winced in pain, but felt warm inside, seeing Zhou Yi's anger. He quickly explained, Zhou Yi, don't panic, let me explain. Director Qian announced false news. This child is not dead. We released that information to protect her. Look, she is perfectly fine and so adorable. As Zhou Yi listened to Fan Yu's explanation, her anger gradually dissipated, replaced by joy. She looked down at Lei Han, who seemed to sense Zhou Yi's kindness and tightly grasped on her fingers. Her eyes filled with trust and dependence. Duo then spoke up. This child is actually an experiment of the Sun and Moon Empire, numbered 02. Her adoptive mother, Lei Yunan, entrusted her to us before she passed away. Duo's tone was heavy as he slowly revealed Lei Han's background. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's smile instantly froze. She furrowed her brows tightly, her eyes flashing with anger. The Sun and Moon Empire actually used such a small child for experiments. How inhumane! Zhou Yi's voice trembled with fury as she looked down at Lei Han, her eyes filled with compassion and love. Fan Yu added, yes, it's a miracle that this child survived. Now, she is part of our Shrek Academy, and we will do everything we can to protect her and help her grow up happily here. Duo nodded, saying exactly, Zhou Yi, you are one of the best teachers at Shrek Academy. I hope you can become Lei Han's mentor, teaching her knowledge and helping her grow. Zhou Yi fell silent for a moment, then slowly raised her head, her eyes shimmering with determination. All right, I will become Lei Han's mentor. I will do my utmost to help her become an excellent soul master and make those who have harmed her pay the price. Fan Yu and Duo breathed a sigh of relief at Zhou Yi's resolute expression. They knew Zhou Yi would be a great mentor, and under her guidance, Lei Han would surely thrive. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Sun and Moon Empire, in a dark and damp dungeon, Guanshi was enduring brutal beatings. In great pain. At this moment, Su Tianran was furious, his voice booming in the dungeon like thunder, deafening, each word laced with uncontrollable rage and deep resentment. Guanshi, why has the 02 experiment subject still not been found? Su Tianran's gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing through Guanshi, who was tightly bound on the torture rack. His eyes burned with fury, mixed with disbelief and pain over the failure. Guanshi was covered in wounds, blood soaking through his clothes, dyeing them like the remnants of sunset. Yet he still gritted his teeth, enduring the indescribable agony. Although his eyes were filled with fear, deep within that fear, he tried to maintain a barely perceptible sense of resolve. Your Highness, I have done my best, he managed to say, his voice weak and trembling. We searched the forest where Lei Yunan fell, but only found a horrifying pool of blood, with no other traces. Upon hearing this, Su Tianran's face turned ashen, his clenched fists turning white, the knuckles cracking from the pressure. Useless. You're all a bunch of useless fools, he roared, his voice echoing in the dungeon, as if to tear apart the dark space. At that moment, the air in the dungeon seemed to solidify, leaving only Su Tianran's furious and desperate roar. Kulme, drag him out and beat him to death. Su Tianran's voice was as cold as ice, filled with determination and murderous intent. Several guards dressed in black quickly stepped forward and dragged the nearly lifeless Guan Shi off the rack. I have already copied the genes of the 02 experiment subject. Guan Shi suddenly shouted, his voice carrying a hint of reckless madness. Just give me a little more time, and I can cultivate a new 02 experiment subject. Su Tianran paused slightly, pushing his wheelchair forward, fixing his piercing gaze on Guan Shi. What did you say? Repeat that. Guan Shi coughed violently a few times, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he used his last bit of strength to shout. I have mastered the gene sequence of the 02 experiment subject. I just need some materials and time, and I can cultivate a new 02 experiment subject. A cold smile appeared on Su Tianran's face. Good, Guan Shi, you haven't disappointed me. However, if you dare to fail again, I will make you understand what true suffering is. His voice was low and filled with threat, every word seeming to be squeezed out through gritted teeth. Guan Shi trembled all over, fully aware of Su Tianran's methods. They were no empty threats. He lowered his head, responding weakly, Yes, Your Highness, I will succeed. Su Tianran waved his hand, signaling the guards to take Guan Shi away for treatment. He needed a living Guan Shi, one who could cultivate a new 02 experiment subject for him. In the depths of the dungeon, Guan Shi was dragged away, filled with fear and despair, but at the same time mixed with a glimmer of hope. He knew this was his only path to survival. Only by successfully cultivating a new 02 experiment subject could he survive in this cruel game. Meanwhile, within Shrek Academy, Zhou Yi was gently holding Lei Han, her eyes filled with determination and tenderness. She softly said to Lei Han, Child, don't worry, I will protect you and teach you to become a powerful soul master. Those who have harmed you will one day pay the price. Lei Han seemed to understand Zhou Yi's words. Her small hand tightly grasped Zhou Yi's finger, her eyes sparkling with trust and dependence. In a warm family of Shrek Academy, Lei Han finally found her own safe haven. For months later, the basement was renovated, divided into living areas, training areas, soul guide manufacturing areas, and storage. Zhou Yi carried Lei Han, walking back and forth in the spacious basement, her eyes shining with maternal warmth. She watched Lei Han's curious big eyes wandering around, her heart filled with warmth and happiness. This will be your home, Lei Han, Zhou Yi whispered softly, as if afraid to disturb this tranquility and beauty. She took Lei Han to visit each area one by one, patiently explaining their purposes. Even though Lei Han did not understand much yet, the love and expectations from her elder had already been deeply imprinted in her heart. Lei Han's little hands waved in the air, occasionally pointing to a certain area while making cooing sounds, seemingly expressing her curiosity and joy. Zhou Yi smiled in response, lifting Lei Han up so she could see the novel things more clearly. In the training area, Zhou Yi demonstrated various equipment used for soul master training. Although Lei Han was still young, her eyes already showed a desire for strength. When you grow up, we will train here together and make you an outstanding soul master, Zhou Yi said gently, her voice filled with encouragement and expectation. Lei Han seemed to understand, tightly grasping Zhou Yi's hair and giggling. I'm back, and I brought back goat milk. Fan Yu pushed the door open, holding the goat milk he had just bought from the market, and there was a fresh red handprint on his left cheek. When Douluo saw the handprint on Fan Yu's face, he was momentarily stunned, then teased, Wow, whose wife is so fierce that she dares to hit our great mentor Fan Yu? Fan Yu gave a bitter smile, handed the goat milk to Zhou Yi, and explained, Don't mention it, I ran into a woman with a child this morning, and I went up to borrow some. Fan Yu's voice grew fainter, and an embarrassed look crossed his face. She scolded me, and to top it off, she slapped me, saying I was a lecher. It's hard to be a good person these days. After finishing, Fan Yu helplessly shook his head. You're a grown man. Asking a woman with a child to borrow breast milk. It's no wonder she misunderstood. Xian Linner walked in from outside, holding several documents. And upon hearing about Fan Yu's encounter, she couldn't help but chuckle. She walked over to Fan Yu, patted his shoulder, and comforted him, but don't take it to heart. After all, you were just doing it for Lei Han's sake. Fan Yu nodded, still wearing a bitter smile. He looked at Zhou Yi, who was carefully feeding Lei Han goat milk. Lei Han's little face was slightly flushed with excitement, and her small hands tightly grasped the bottle, as if afraid it would fly away. This little girl is finally gaining some weight. Unlike when we first brought her back, she was as light as a kitten, Zhou Yi said with a smile, her eyes full of affection. When I first held her, I was taken aback. Honestly, I had never held such a light child before. It felt like she could be blown away by a strong wind at any moment. Xian Liner also came over, gently stroking Lei Han's head, her eyes filled with emotion. But now, looking at her, she has really grown a lot and is much healthier. Fan Yu echoed, yes, this is all thanks to Zhou Yi's careful nurturing. Otherwise, Leihan wouldn't have the spirit she has today. Zhou Yi smiled slightly, gently pulling the bottle from Leihan's small hands, then cradling her in her arms and patting her back to lull her to sleep. Leihan seemed to enjoy this feeling of being cared for, quickly closing her eyes and her breathing becoming steady. Looking at Leihan's peaceful sleeping face, Zhou Yi's eyes revealed endless tenderness and determination. I will do everything I can to give her a bright future, she said softly, as if making a promise to herself and everyone present. You're doing a better job as a godmother than I am as an adoptive mother, Xian Liner sighed, her gaze shifting between Leihan and Zhou Yi, filled with comfort and gratitude. Zhou Yi gently shook her head, her eyes sparkling with maternal warmth. Or am I doing a good job? I just hope she can grow up healthy and happy. That's what I should do as her mother. Indeed, a mother's love is selfless. It asks for nothing in return. Only wishes for the child's well-being. Fan Yu also remarked, his gaze gently resting on Leihan, as if looking at a rare treasure. The three of them sat around in the living area of the basement, quietly guarding Leihan's sleep. The air was filled with warmth and tranquility, as if time had frozen at that moment. After an unknown amount of time, Leihan gently turned over and let out a soft snore. Zhou Yi chuckled softly, stood up, and signaled to Fan Yu and Xian Liner to move aside. Regarding Leihan's future, I have some thoughts. Zhou Yi's voice was low and firm. I hope she can become a soul master, not only to give her the ability to protect herself, but also to allow her to stand in the sunlight and enjoy her own life. Why can't we let her cultivate both as a soul master and a soul mentor? Qian Duo suddenly interjected, taking a sip of tea, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. After all, in this world, the combination of soul masters and soul mentors often creates incredible miracles. Zhou Yi was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, a glimmer of agreement flashing in her eyes. Director Qian, you, as her adoptive father, have reminded me. Leihan indeed has the talent and potential for dual cultivation. If she can cultivate both soul master and soul mentor skills, her future will undoubtedly be brighter. Exactly, and we can tailor a cultivation plan for her, allowing her to go further on both paths. Fan Yu joined the discussion, his face showing excitement. This way, Leihan will not only possess powerful soul power and skills, but also master the ability to create and use soul-guiding devices, which will undoubtedly be a huge boost to her growth. All right, it's settled then. Zhou Yi made the decision, her eyes gleaming with determination and expectation. From today on, we will work hard for Leihan's future and make her the brightest star in this world. Meanwhile, in another realm, Xing Yunxi was gazing at Leihan's sleeping form in the crystal ball, her eyes filled with tenderness and determination. But turning to the woman beside her, she said, "You should go rest." The woman complied and withdrew. Xing Yunxi continued to stare at the scene in the crystal ball, her mind racing with thoughts. "Xingyu, keep an eye on the situation over on Douluo continent and report any developments to me." The woman's voice was cold and firm, as if not to be questioned. "Yes, Star Master." A shadow flashed by, and Xingyu was already kneeling before Xing Yunxi, his eyes filled with loyalty and awe. "I will closely monitor the situation on Douluo continent to ensure Leihan's safety." Xing Sheng Mo quietly listened to Xing Yunxi's arrangements, his heart also filled with concern for Leihan. What should we do about Mu Shi? Leihan's consciousness has arrived on Douluo continent, but her main body is unconscious. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to our sisters, he said worriedly. Xing Yunxi coldly replied, "You are not worthy to mention Leihan, nor are you worthy to care about her." Xing Shengmo's face paled at Xing Yunxi's words, and he opened his mouth but found himself speechless. Yes, he had once hurt Leihan so deeply. What right did he have to care about her? Haven't you let go of that past yet? Xing Shengmo's voice trembled as he lowered his head, not daring to meet Xing Yunxi's gaze. Xing Yunxi let out a cold laugh, her voice as piercing as ice. "Let go? How can you ask me to let go? It was you who made her drink poison naked on the execution ground in front of everyone, jumping into the sea, forcing her to endure the dual torment of poison and seawater. How could you understand that kind of despair and pain? I watched her sink to the bottom of the sea, powerless. At that moment, my heart died with her. So you cut off my hands and feet and crippled my cultivation, forcing me to live like a cripple?" Xing Shengmo's words ignited a flicker of anger in Xing Yunxi's eyes. She looked at him coldly, as if she were looking at a dead man. "Do you think I would easily forgive you for what you did to her? I only let you live to experience what despair and pain are. Yet you still foolishly think I will let go. How ridiculous." Xing Shengma's body trembled slightly. He knew that no matter what he said, he could not make up for the harm he had caused Lei Han in the past. He lowered his head, silent, as if accepting Xing Yunqi's judgment. Xing Yunqi's gaze pierced through Xing Shengma like a sharp sword, and she coldly spoke. Remember, Lei Han is my bottom line. No one is allowed to touch her. The harm you caused her, I will make you pay back one by one. After saying this, Xing Yunqi turned and walked towards the crystal ball, her eyes falling once again on Lei Han's sleeping face, and the anger in her heart gradually subsided. Xing Yuqin stood silently by, feeling the cold aura emanating from Xing Yunqi, and couldn't help but shiver. He knew that Xing Yunqi's care and protection for Lei Han were unmatched by anyone. Master, what should we do next? Xing Yuqin asked softly, his voice carrying a hint of respect and caution. Xing Yunqi pondered for a moment and then slowly replied. You and Xing Yu continue to monitor the situation in Douluo continent. Report to me any abnormalities. Yes, master. Xing Yuqin responded, his eyes flashing with determination and loyalty. He knew that, as Xing Yunqi's capable assistant, he must always remain vigilant to ensure Lei Han's safety. Xing Yunqi's gaze returned to the crystal ball, and her thoughts drifted back to the past she least wanted to remember. A once great genius, yet destroyed by love. You brought shame to the Star Soul Pavilion. Senior sister, I beg you, don't be foolish. Quickly apologize to the master, and perhaps your death sentence will be spared. Senior sister, is it so difficult to soften up a bit? Junior sister, I'm begging you. Do you regret it? I have never regretted it. I have a clear conscience. At that time, Lei Han finished this sentence, drank the poison handed to her, and jumped into the vast ocean. Her figure was quickly engulfed by the sea, leaving only shock and sighs behind. And the instigator of it all was Xing Shengma. Never regretted it, clear conscience. Xing Yunqi repeated Lei Han's words softly, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. That past was like a deep scar, etched into her heart, forever unhealable. Xing Shengma, give me a quick end. Xing Shengma's plea pulled Xing Yunqi's thoughts back to reality. She coldly glanced at him, as if looking at an inconsequential stranger. Wanna die? Not so easy. Xing Yunqi's voice was as chilling as ice. She slowly walked in front of Xing Shengma, squatted down to look at him. My dear brother, I am your sister. How could I just watch you die so easily? I want you to live and bear the consequences of everything you have done. A cruel smile appeared on Xing Yunqi's face as she stood up. The maid beside her understood her meaning and approached Xing Shengma, saying, Sir, you look tired. Let me take you back to your room to rest. The maid slowly pushed Xing Shengma's wheelchair away, and he shouted angrily, Xing Yunqi, why won't you give me a quick end? Torturing me like this is worse than killing me. Xing Shengma's voice was filled with despair and anger. However, Xing Yunqi only looked at him coldly, as if his pain and despair were none of her business. Kill you? Wouldn't that be too easy on you? Xing Yunqi's voice was as eerie as a demon from hell. She walked slowly to the window, gazing at the endless starry sky outside, as if she wanted to carve each star into her heart. Lei Han, rest assured, I will make those who have harmed you pay. I will not let a single one escape. Xing Gaian walked over, and upon seeing this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. He sighed and said, Yunqi, do you still hate him? He has already been turned into a monster by you. It's painful just to look at. Xing Gaian gently waved the fan in his hand, a playful smile on his face. Hearing this, Xing Yunqi turned her head, her gaze cold as she looked at Xing Gaian, her voice laced with endless chill. Hate? No, he is no longer worth my hatred. I am just fulfilling my promise to protect Lei Han and make those who have harmed her pay the price. Xing Gaian retracted his smile. He understood Xing Yunqi's determination and knew she was not joking. He sighed softly and said, Yunqi, is it worth it to do this? For that lifetime's Lei Han, are you really willing to give up everything? His words carried a hint of worry and confusion. Xing Yunqi's gaze was firm and profound. She smiled gently, a smile that held both resolution and tenderness. It's worth it because that is my promise to Lei Han and also my redemption. I cannot change the past, but I can change the future, making those who have made mistakes pay for their actions. Xing Gaian looked at the unwavering gaze of Xing Yunqi and knew he could no longer persuade her to change her mind. He silently nodded and said, Since you have decided, then I will support you. I will first see how she is doing in that place, hoping she can be happy. After saying this, Xing Gaian walked to the crystal ball and gently touched its surface. Suddenly, images of Lei Han's life on Douluo continent appeared in the crystal ball. Yunqi, although Lei Han's consciousness has not been damaged, it seems she has lost all her memories here, but her essence and original memories have not been greatly affected. Xing Gaian quickly noticed that all the memories Lei Han had lost were related to the star domain, while her life on Douluo continent was like a blank slate, waiting for new colors to fill it. You truly deserve to be the master of memory healing in our Star Soul Pavilion. You pinpointed the problem at a glance. Xing Yunqi walked to Xing Gaian's side, her gaze falling on Lei Han's figure in the crystal ball, her eyes flashing with a complex light. Isn't this good? She suffered too much before. Starting anew might also be a form of liberation for her. Xing Gaian said carelessly, but soon noticed a change in Xing Yunqi's expression and quickly shut his mouth. Losing her memory is also good. Let us treat it as living life anew. I hope she can find her own happiness on Douluo continent. Xing Yunqi said softly, but her tone carried a hint of barely noticeable bitterness. Xing Gaian looked at Xing Yunqi and couldn't help but feel emotional. He knew that although Xing Yunqi said she hoped Lei Han could start over, deep down, she still felt regret and sadness for Lei Han's lost memories. Yunqi, don't be too sad. Although Lei Han has lost her memories, her essence and consciousness remain intact. That is the best outcome. Moreover, I believe that no matter where she is, she can live her own brilliance. Xing Gaian comforted gently. Xing Yunqi nodded slightly, her gaze still lingering on the crystal ball, as if she wanted to deeply imprint Lei Han's figure in her heart. I know, I'm just a bit emotional. After all, we have been through so much together, yet now she has forgotten everything. This feeling is indeed a bit complex. Xing Gaian patted Xing Yunqi's shoulder and said, Yunqi, don't dwell too much in the past. Although Lei Han has lost her memories now, her future is still long, and your responsibilities are heavy. You not only have to seek justice for her, but also protect the Star Soul Pavilion, right? Xing Yunqi took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and her gaze regained its determination. You're right. I cannot always dwell in the past. I must seek justice for Lei Han and also protect the Star Soul Pavilion. This is my promise to her, and also my responsibility to myself. Xing Gaian watched Xing Yunqi regain her spirit and felt a sense of relief in his heart. It's good that you can think this way. By the way, Yunqi, I advise you to let those 2 juniors you sent out stand by and give her a chance to grow. After all, a true strong person is not protected by others, but is forged through adversity. Xing Gaian's words carried a deeper meaning. He understood that although Xing Yunqi was powerful, she also needed to learn to let go and allow Lei Han to face future challenges on her own. Upon hearing this, Xing Yunqi was slightly taken aback, then nodded. You are right. I've been too persistent. I should give her a chance to grow and let her face the future storms on her own. After all, this is her life, and I cannot always make decisions for her. Xing Yunqi's gaze softened and deepened, and she said softly, I will instruct them to protect her in secret, but no longer intervene directly. I hope Lei Han can find her own path on the Douluo continent and shine with her own light. Xing Gaian smiled and nodded. He knew that Xing Yunqi had understood his point. He said softly, Yunqi, I am truly gratified that you can think this way. Lei Han is a smart child, and she will surely understand your good intentions. Xing Yunqi and Xing Gaian exchanged glances, and both saw determination and trust in each other's eyes. They knew that no matter what the future held, they would fight side by side to protect Xing's Soul Pavilion and Lei Han together. Chapter 9. Boarding the pirate ship unknowingly, a year had passed, and Lei Han had just turned 1 year old. Douluo, Xian Liner, and Fan Yu were busy in the Soul Guidance Department, while Zhou Yi took care of Lei Han with increasing ease. Every smile from the little one and every wobbly step filled her heart with tenderness and hope. Come, Xiaohan called Zhou Mama. Zhou Yi squatted in front of Lei Han, trying to teach her to talk, her eyes full of love and expectation. Lei Han blinked her big, shiny eyes, seeming a bit confused but still mimicked Zhou Yi's mouth shape, calling out in a sweet voice, Zhou Mama. This call instantly made Zhou Yi's eyes well up with tears. She hugged Lei Han tightly, her face radiating a happy smile. Oh, my good child. Zhou Yi's voice was a bit choked, but filled with joy and satisfaction. Han, you can talk now. Douluo and Xian Liner, who had entered the room at some point, showed surprised expressions upon hearing Lei Han's call. Douluo quickly walked to Lei Han's side, squatted down, and looked in her bright eyes, smiling as he said, Han, call out Daddy again for me to hear. Lei Han seemed to sense Douluo's anticipation. She tilted her little head, thought for a moment, then sweetly called out, Daddy. This word nearly melted Douluo's heart. He hugged Lei Han tightly, his face full of indulgent smiles. Oh, my good daughter. Douluo's voice was filled with happiness and satisfaction. Xian Liner also came over. She looked at Lei Han, her eyes full of tenderness and love. She reached out her hand and gently stroked Lei Han's head, smiling as she said, Han Han, call out mommy. Lei Han looked at Xian Liner, her big, shiny eyes seemingly able to see into one's heart. She felt Xian Liner's warmth and love, and without hesitation, called out, Mommy. This word mommy also made Xian Liner's eyes moisten. She tightly hugged Lei Han, her voice a bit choked, but filled with joy. My good child. Mommy has finally waited for this day. You all are back, but where is Fanyu? Why isn't he with you? Zhou, he looked at Qian Duo and Xian Liner with some confusion. Qian Duo smiled and said, Oh, Fanyu is still busy in a laboratory. He is currently making a toy for Lei Han, saying it can help her develop her soul power and perception. You know how obsessed Fanyu is with studying soul-guided devices. Even when making a toy for the little one, he doesn't forget to incorporate his research results. Xian Liner nodded and smiled. Yes, Fanyu dotes on Lei Han immensely, always thinking about how to give her the best. We just heard him talking to himself outside the door, saying something like, this time it must succeed. I can't let Xiao Han down. All right. We've got the documents and seen the child. Let's not disturb Zhou, Yi, and Lei Han any longer. Let them have their time together. Qian Duo said, gently patting Xian Liner's shoulder, signaling her to leave together. Xian Liner reluctantly looked at Lei Han, but followed Qian Duo out of the room. Before leaving, she turned back to Zhou Yi and said, Zhou Yi, thank you for your hard work. With you here, we really feel at ease. Zhou Yi smiled and shook her head, signaling that they didn't need to worry. She looked at Lei Han, her heart filled with warmth and satisfaction. The little one seemed to feel everyone's love, happily playing with the small toy Zhou Yi prepared for her, occasionally letting out a silver bell-like laugh. Zhou Yi gently sat next to Lei Han, picked up a colorful picture book, and began to tell her interesting stories. They understood intently, her big eyes fixed on the illustrations in the book, her little hands occasionally pointing at the pictures, exclaiming in awe, Look, this is a little rabbit, and it is eating a carrot. Zhou Yi pointed to the rabbit in the book and said gently. Lei Han excitedly clapped her little hands, mimicking the little rabbit's actions, making chewing sounds, which made Zhou Yi unable to help but laugh. After finishing a few stories, Zhou Yi played some games with Lei Han. They built blocks together and did puzzles. Although Lei Han was still a bit clumsy, with Zhou Yi's patient guidance, she gradually found the fun and played happily. At this moment, Lei Han rubbed her eyes, seeming a bit sleepy. Seeing this, Zhou Yi immediately spoke softly. Oh, is our little hand in, wanting to sleep? Cool me. Mommy will carry you to your little bed. She gently picked up Lei Han, tenderly stroking her back to lull her to sleep. Lei Han nestled in Zhou Yi's arms and soon quieted down, her breathing becoming even and steady. Zhou Yi gently placed Lei Han on the small bed, tucked her in, and then sat by the bed, quietly watching Lei Han's peaceful sleeping face. The little one's face was adorned with a sweet smile, as if she were dreaming something beautiful. A warm current surged in Zhou Yi's heart. She gently kissed Lei Han's forehead and whispered, Sweet dreams, my baby. She tiptoed out of the room, closed the door, and then remembered she had class in the afternoon, so she hurriedly tidied her clothes and took the elevator from the basement to the Soul Master Department's teaching building. The teaching building of the Soul Master Department was still bustling with activity, with students gathered in groups of 3 to 5, discussing their cultivation insights. Zhou Yi entered the teaching building with steady and powerful steps, each stride exuding an undeniable authority and seriousness. She walked into the classroom, her gaze sweeping over every student, her eyes sparkling with sharp light. Under her watchful gaze, the students unconsciously straightened their backs, their expressions becoming focused. Today, we will conduct a practical drill. Zhou Yi's words were concise and clear, yet full of power. She explained the rules and precautions of the drill in detail, and then allowed the students to form their own teams in preparation for the exercise. The students quickly sprang into action, forming groups of 3 or 5, finding their partners, and starting their warm-up preparations. Zhou Yi patrolled the classroom, occasionally offering guidance and suggestions to the students. The drill began, and the students showcased their martial spirits and soul skills, engaging in intense clashes with their opponents. Zhou Yi stood aside, carefully observing each student's performance, occasionally nodding or frowning. As time passed, the battles in the square became increasingly fierce. The students grew continuously in the practical combat, their shouts and the sounds of soul skills intertwining to form a passionate scene. Zhou Yi's gaze was fixed on a small team composed of relatively weaker students. They were facing a group of powerful opponents, yet even so, they showed no signs of retreat, bravely stepping forward. Very good, facing strong enemies and daring to strike back. This is the spirit of our Soul Master Department students. Zhou Yi silently praised them in her heart. Meanwhile, Lei Han had already woken up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, sitting up from the soft little bed and looking around for that familiar figure. However, she was alone in the bedroom. Zhou Yi was no longer by her side. A trace of disappointment flashed across Lei Han's small face, but it was quickly replaced by curiosity. Her little feet gently stepped on the ground as she staggered toward the bedroom door, pushing it open with her small hands and poking her head out to look outside. The living area of the basement was quiet and empty, so she had to play with her doll while waiting for Zhou Yi to return. Holding her favorite doll, Lei Han sat on the sofa in the living room, her big eyes blinking with curiosity about this new world. In the afternoon, after Zhou Yi finished her practical training course, she arrived at a large open space in the soul guidance department. She took out a soul guide from her pocket, which emitted a faint blue light and looked quite exquisite. The elevator in the basement slowly ascended in response to the soul power, and the doors opened slowly. Zhou Yi walked inside, and, as the elevator descended, her thoughts returned to Lei Han. She wondered if the little one would cry or wait patiently for her return once she woke up. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but quicken her pace. Her heart filled with longing for Lei Han. When the elevator doors opened again, Zhou Yi eagerly stepped out and ran back to the living area. She saw Lei Han sitting on the sofa with her bare feet on the floor, holding her doll, her big eyes blinking as if she was deep in thought. Hearing Zhou Yi's footsteps, Lei Han immediately turned her head, only to find not Zhou Yi, but a strange old lady she had never seen before. Lei Han quickly grabbed a pillow and watched the old lady warily. Zhou Yi, seeing Lei Han's reaction, couldn't help but laugh. She tore off her disguise, revealing her true face, and smiled at Lei Han, saying, "Silly girl, it's me, Mama Zhou. Don't you recognize me?" Lei Han was taken aback when she saw Zhou Yi's true face, but then a brilliant smile blossomed on her face. Her little feet happily kicked against the floor as she stammered, Mommy Zhou, you finally came back." She threw away the pillow in her hands and dashed towards Zhou Yi like a little cannonball, jumping into her arms. Shui tightly embraced Lei Han, feeling the warmth and breath of the little one, as a surge of indescribable happiness filled her heart. She gently patted Lei Han's back and softly said, "I'm sorry. Little Han, Mommy Zhou came back late and made you wait." Lei Han rubbed against Zhou Yi's arms, finding the most comfortable position, then lifted his head and looked at Zhou Yi with his clear, water-like eyes, saying in a childish voice, "It's okay, Mama Zhou, I'll wait for you." Zhou Yi felt a warmth in her heart. She knew that although this little guy was young, he understood how to be considerate. She gently scratched Lei Han's little nose and said, "What a good child." Lei Han's stomach suddenly growled, breaking the warm atmosphere. Zhou Yi smiled and rubbed Lei Han's little belly, gently saying, "Are you hungry, little Han? Mommy will take you to eat something delicious, okay?" Lei Han's eyes instantly lit up, and she nodded vigorously, gripping Zhou Yi's fingers tightly, as if afraid her mother would suddenly disappear. Zhou Yi picked up Lei Han and walked out of the room. Zhou Yi took Lei Han to the kitchen. When she opened the refrigerator, she found it was empty, so she smiled at Lei Han and suggested, "It looks like we need to go out and buy some groceries, baby. Mommy will be out for a bit. You have to be good and wait for me at home, okay?" Lei Han nodded. Zhou Yi put on her coat and went out to Shrek City to buy food. Shrek City was bustling with activity, with various stalls and shops all around. Zhou Yi wove through the crowd, carefully selecting fresh ingredients. She bought Lei Han's favorite vegetables and fruits, as well as some nutritious meats and fish. After returning to Shrek Academy, Wang Yin quietly followed Zhou Yi from behind. Ever since that day when Fan Yu said something to Zhou Yi, she had become very mysterious. Wang Yin was filled with curiosity but didn't dare to disturb her. He could only follow her from a distance, observing her every move. He noticed that Zhou Yi was heading not towards the martial spirit department, but towards the soul guidance department. Wang Yin was completely confused. While Fan Yu lived there every day, what was Zhou Yi doing in the soul guidance department? Did she have some connection to it as well? Wang Yin's doubts grew like wild grass, and he decided to get a little closer to see if he could discover any clues. He cautiously followed Zhou, keeping a certain distance, afraid of being noticed. Zhou Yi walked into a large open space in the soul guidance department, and she took out a delicate soul device that emitted a faint blue light, gently pressing a button on it. The basement's elevator was once again activated by soul power, slowly rising. Wang Yin watched this scene with wide eyes. Having worked at Shrek Academy for so many years, he knew almost every corner of it. But he had never seen this elevator. He was filled with curiosity and shock. Where did this elevator lead? Why was Zhou Yi using it so frequently? As the elevator slowly descended, Zhou Yi's figure gradually disappeared from Wang Yan's sight. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately decided to take the risk and quietly approach the elevator, trying to observe what was happening inside. However, the elevator door had closed tightly, and he couldn't see anything. Wang Yin sighed helplessly, knowing that what he was doing was somewhat inappropriate, but his curiosity drove him forward, making it impossible to stop. He decided to wait near the elevator exit to see where Zhou Yi would go. Just then, he accidentally caught a glimpse of a somewhat hidden safety fire exit next to him, and a thought suddenly surged in his mind. Could this safety fire exit lead below the elevator? If that were the case, he might be able to quietly follow Zhou Yi through this passage and unravel the mystery in his heart. Thinking of this, Wang Yin no longer hesitated. He quietly walked towards the safety fire exit and gently pushed the door open. The passage was dim and silent, with only his footsteps echoing. He walked cautiously, afraid of making too much noise and attracting Zhou Yi's attention. He walked for 10 minutes, so exhausted that he felt like his tongue was about to fall out. When he looked up and saw the -20th floor, he almost broke down, exclaiming in frustration. Curiosity killed the cat. How long will it take to get to the end of this? Just as Wang Yan was about to give up, a faint light appeared on the lowest floor below. The light flickered, seemingly guiding him to continue forward. Wang Yan's heart stirred. Could Zhou Yi be at the location of that light? He gritted his teeth and continued to descend. As he moved deeper, the light became clearer, and he gradually discovered that it was shining through a partially open door. Wang Yan quietly approached the door and peered inside through the crack. The sight before him made his eyes widen in shock. A huge basement unfolded before him, with living areas, training areas, a sole device production area, and a little girl just over a year old playing with building blocks. The little girl was Lei Han, who was focused on stacking the blocks in her hands, occasionally glancing up at the door with an expression full of anticipation. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, was busy in the kitchen of the living area, preparing dinner for Lei Han. Her movements were skilled and gentle, filled with deep love for Lei Han. Wang Yin was utterly stunned. He quickly covered his mouth, afraid of making a sound that would disturb the warmth in the room. He was filled with confusion and disbelief. Why did Zhou Yi have such a secret underground basement here? And why was there a little girl over a year old in this basement? Just then, Fan Yu approached Wang Yin from behind, holding an iron rod. Wang Yin turned around abruptly to see Fan Yu, who suddenly swung the iron rod at his head. Wang Yin fell to darkness before his eyes and lost consciousness. Zhou Yi heard the noise in the kitchen and came over with a spatula. Seeing Wang Yin lying on the ground, she frowned. She quickly went to Wang Yan's side, crouching down to check on him. Fan Yu, what happened? Zhou Yi turned to Fan Yu, her eyes filled with confusion. Fan Yu put away the iron rod and explained, I don't know how he found this place, but he shouldn't have seen this. Zhou Yi nodded, understanding Fan Yu's meaning. This basement and Lei Han's existence were secrets between them that could not be known to outsiders. Godfather hug. Lei Han, hearing the noise, looked up from her blocks stacking, swaying as she walked over, extending her little hands for a hug. Fan Yu was surprised and quickly stepped forward, squatting down to pick up Lei Han, his eyes full of affection. Little Han, Godfather hugs. He turned to Zhou Yi and said, Little girl, when did you start talking? You even call me Godfather. That's really a surprise. Zhou Yi smiled and shook her head, her gaze full of tenderness. Just a day. Before, she could only make some simple sounds, but I didn't expect her to learn to talk so quickly. It seems our little Han is really a smart child. As she spoke, Zhou Yi took Lei Han from Fan Yu's arms and kissed her little face. Fan Yu watched this scene, a warm feeling rising in his heart. He had always treated Lei Han like his own daughter, and seeing her grow up healthy filled him with immense satisfaction. When Wang Yin woke up, he found himself tied to a chair, surrounded by Douluo, Xianliner, Zhou Yi, Fan Yu, and the little girl Lei Han, who was staring at him with wide eyes full of curiosity. His head still throbbed, but upon seeing the scene before him, he immediately realized he had fallen into a huge mystery. Wang Yin, you finally woke up, Duo said, his voice carrying a hint of seriousness. There are some things we need to explain to you. Wang Yin was completely stunned. He didn't expect that Duo and Xianliner would also be involved in this matter. He stared wide-eyed at the people before him, waiting for their explanation. Duo sighed and slowly began. Wang Yin, you have always been an excellent teacher at our Shrek Academy, and we trust you very much. However, there are some things we must keep confidential and cannot let outsiders know. Xianliner picked up where he left off. That's right, Wang Yin. What Zhou Yi and Fan Yu are doing is all to protect this child, Lei Han. Wang Yin was even more confused. Protect this child? Who is she? Why does she need such tight protection? Wang Yin suddenly remembered that a year ago, Duo and other Soul Engineer students found a 7-month premature baby girl at the gate of Shrek Academy. At that time, he arrived late and saw blood all over the ground, while the woman's body had already been taken away by the Soul Engineer students, leaving only the crying baby still in her swaddling. He vaguely recalled that on the 7th day, Duo announced the news of the baby's death and asked all teachers and students to observe a moment of silence for her. Unexpectedly, this baby girl had not died, but was secretly raised by Duo and the others here. She is still alive? Wang Yin was so shocked that he could hardly speak. Why? Why keep it from everyone? He pressed, scanning each person's face for answers. Duo did not respond, but took out Lei Yunan's relics and her wanted notice. When Wang Yin saw that the crime listed on the wanted notice was related to leaking high-level confidential information of the Sun-Moon Empire on the continent, along with a photo of a human experiment at the Morning Light base in High West City of the Sun-Moon Empire, he felt as if struck by lightning, instantly understanding everything. This child is the product of the experiment. Xian Liner did not wait for Wang Yin to finish speaking. She stuffed a whole piece of apple into his mouth, signaling him to keep quiet. Meanwhile, Duo held a knife, peeling another apple. His sharp gaze fixed on Wang Yin as he slowly spoke. That's right. This child is the product of your imagination. Now I give you 2 choices. One is to continue keeping this secret and help us protect Lei Han, allowing her to grow up healthy in this safe place. The other is, he paused, his tone revealing an undeniable decisiveness. 2 is you choose to leave, but from now on, you're no longer a member of Shrek Academy and cannot disclose any information about this place to the outside world. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Wang Yan's eyes widened, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He knew he'd been caught in a huge whirlpool, unable to easily extricate himself. Looking at the innocent little girl on the sofa, her smile like warm sunshine illuminating the entire basement, Wang Yan's heart gradually softened. He could not imagine how such an innocent child could be harmed. I choose to stay. Wang Yin spoke with difficulty, his voice trembling slightly, but his gaze was exceptionally firm. I will protect her with you until she can face this world safely. Upon hearing this, Duo nodded slightly, seemingly not surprised by Wang Yan's decision. Very good, Wang Yin. We did not misjudge you. From now on, you are one of us. However, you must remember, not a word about everything here can be disclosed to the outside world. Zhou Yi and Fan Yu also showed relieved smiles, knowing that Wang Yan's joining would add powerful strength to their efforts to protect Lei Han. Lei Han seemed to sense Wang Yan's kindness. She reached out her small hand and gently patted Wang Yan's cheek, giggling. You are truly a wise person, Xian Liner said coldly. She did not want her adopted daughter to suffer even the slightest harm. She walked to Wang Yan's side, patted his shoulder, and said, Wang Yan, you made the right choice. From now on, we will protect this secret together as a family and safeguard Lei Han. Wang Yan nodded heavily, understanding the significant responsibility he bore. He looked at Lei Han, feeling a strong desire to protect her. This child is his new family. He would do everything he could to make her happy and healthy. Xing Yunxi watched this scene through the crystal ball, blowing on her coffee. The steam swirling in the air, her gaze deep and complex. Things are becoming more and more interesting, she whispered, a playful smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. I didn't expect Lei Han to become such a cute 1-year-old girl in another dimension. Xing Gaian interjected, his tone a mix of teasing and genuine affection. Now that you mention it, it's hard not to want to pinch her little face. Xing Yunxi responded with a smile, her eyes reflecting a hint of tenderness, but soon replaced by worry. Lei Han's consciousness has split and gone to another dimension. Losing her memory, we don't know when she will recover. However, with the protection of these people from Shrek Academy, I feel a bit more at ease. Xing Yunxi and Xing Gaian continued to observe Lei Han's every move through the crystal ball, their eyes filled with concern and anticipation for her. Xing Yunxi, what do you think caused the split in Lei Han's consciousness? Xing Gaian asked, his brow furrowed as he sought answers from her. Xing Yunxi shook her head and sighed. I'm not sure of the specific reason, but it definitely has to do with that battle. Lei Han's consciousness was severely damaged during the fight, leading to some fragments accidentally crossing into this dimension. The other part remained in our world, falling into a deep sleep. So, Lei Han now only has a part of her consciousness? Xing Gaian pressed. Xing Yunxi nodded. Yes, although she is living a normal life in this dimension now, her consciousness is incomplete. This also means her future is filled with uncertainty. Is there a way for us to merge her consciousness fragments back together? A resolute look flashed in Xing Gaian's eyes. Xing Yunxi smiled wryly. It's not that easy. The merging of consciousness requires extremely high cultivation and special methods. And since Lei Han now has her own life and memories in this dimension, forcibly merging her consciousness fragments could cause irreversible harm to her soul. Are we just going to watch her like this? Xing Gaiyan asked unwillingly. Xing Yunxi fell silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Perhaps we could try to provide some help for her in this dimension, allowing her to grow stronger gradually. When the time is right, we can then consider the issue of merging her consciousness. That's all we can do for now, Xing Gaiyan sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness. At this moment, the scene in the crystal ball changed again. Wang Yin was holding Lei Han, telling her interesting stories, and Lei Han was listening intently, occasionally bursting into joyful laughter. Look, she's doing well now. Xing Yunxi pointed at the crystal ball and said to Xing Gaiyan, as long as we ensure she can grow up safely and happily in this dimension, that is enough. Xing Gaiyan nodded, his eyes reflecting deep concern for Lei Han. He knew that although they could not immediately solve the problem of Lei Han's split consciousness, as long as they were there to protect her, they would surely find a solution. Chapter 10. The new senior brother. Time flies, the years weave by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years have quietly passed. Now, Lei Han has welcomed her 5th birthday. However, due to her young age and weak constitution, her bodily functions have not yet fully developed, making it temporarily unsuitable for her to engage in rigorous martial spirit training. But this did not hinder her growth and thirst for knowledge. During this precious time, Xianliner was always deep in thought about how to pave a broader path for Lei Han's development. She deeply realized the infinite potential hidden within Lei Han, and thus, she resolutely decided to start from the field of soul-guiding devices, digging deep and cultivating her related abilities in advance. To this end, she personally took charge and conducted comprehensive and systematic training on soul-guiding devices for Lei Han, imparting all the valuable experiences she had accumulated over the years without reservation to this young disciple. At the same time, since Lei Han was 4 years old, Wang Yin had taken on the important task of teaching her literacy in mathematics. Every day, he would take precious time, with great patience, to lead Lei Han into the world of words, helping her recognize the various forms of characters one by one, and explaining their connotations and meanings in an easy-to-understand manner. Under Wang Yan's careful guidance, Lei Han gradually accumulated a wealth of knowledge, laying a solid foundation for her future in-depth studies. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the Sun and Moon Empire was undergoing turmoil, as Ikeda's uncle rebelled, forcing the 9-year-old Hikaitu to flee his homeland and become a beggar in the Tianhan Empire. The waves of fate seemed to be so merciless, washing over this small world time and again, forcing every life to experience unpredictable twists and turns. On the streets of the Tianhan Empire, he was ragged and shivering in the cold autumn wind. "Please, kind person, give me some money," he whispered, his voice tinged with a hint of childishness and helplessness. However, most passers-by were in a hurry, and few were willing to stop and pay attention to this poor child. Hikaitu gritted his teeth and hugged a man's leg. The man was none other than Fan Yu, who was hurrying toward the Shrek Academy with toys and sweets, thinking that Lei Han would be very happy to see these gifts. Unexpectedly, he was hugged by Hikade's leg. Fan Yu looked down and saw a dirty little beggar gazing at him with pleading eyes. Moved, Fan Yu squatted down and gently asked, "Little friend, what is your name? How did you end up begging here?" Hikaitu looked up at Fan Yu, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes, and softly replied, "My name is Hikaitu. My family encountered misfortune, so I had to run away and wander." Upon hearing this, Fan Yu felt a surge of compassion. He patted Hikade's head and said, "Child, come with me. I'll take you to a place that might help you start over." Hikaitu's eyes lit up with surprise, and he nodded repeatedly, following Fan Yu toward the direction of Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, in the basement, Xianliner was asking Lei Han, Han, tell mommy, what is the principle of a fixed soul-guiding device?" Lei Han recited without missing a word. The fixed spirit guiding device is made by combining specific spirit guiding circuits with a spirit guiding core, and is precisely forged with rare metals. The core lies in the design and combination of the spirit guiding circuits, which can guide spirit power to flow along specific trajectories, thus achieving various functions. For example, some fixed spirit guiding devices can unleash powerful attack capabilities, while others can assist in training and enhance spirit power. What I am currently learning is how to draw these complex spirit guiding circuits and how to perfectly integrate them into the spirit guiding device. Xianliner listened to Lei Han's fluent response, nodding in satisfaction, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. She gently stroked Lei Han's head and said tenderly, Han, You are really amazing. Mom believes that as long as you keep working hard, you will definitely become an outstanding spirit master in the future. Rayhan smiled brightly upon hearing this, with a confident sparkle in her eyes. She said firmly, Mom, I will definitely work hard. I want to become a powerful soul mentor like you. Meanwhile, Fanyu brought Hikaitu to Shrek Academy. He guided Hikaitu through the academy's grand entrance, introducing him to various buildings and facilities along the way. Hikaitu gazed at the magnificent academy, filled with longing and aspiration. Fanyu led Hikaitu to the basement where Xian Liner and Rayhan were located. As soon as they entered, he saw Rayhan studying intently, with Xian Liner providing careful guidance beside her. Principal Xian, I brought a child with me, Fanyu said, gently patting Hikaitu's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Xian Liner's expression turned displeased. She impatiently responded, Are you crazy? If someone finds out about Rayhan, Yishi Shui and the others will definitely go to great lengths to snatch her away, which could even trigger a new war. And now you're bringing back an unidentified child. Isn't that increasing the risk? Fanyu's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but he quickly said firmly, Principal Xian, this child is named Hikaitu. His family has encountered misfortune, leaving him homeless. I felt sorry for him and thought maybe he could find a new beginning at Shrek Academy. Moreover, I believe he has good potential, and perhaps he could become a part of our academy in the future. Xian Liner frowned slightly upon hearing this. She looked at Hikaitu, her eyes revealing a complex expression. She understood that in this chaotic world, every life seemed so fragile and precious. Furthermore, she recognized that as a leader in the Soul Mentor community, Shrek Academy had the responsibility and obligation to cultivate more young talents to prepare for future crises. Thinking of this, she sighed gently and said, All right, Teacher Fanyu, you can go arrange his accommodation and enrollment procedures. However, you must remember, absolutely no one can be told about Rayhan's situation. Her safety is our most important responsibility. Fanyu quickly nodded in agreement and turned to Hikaitu, saying, Hikaitu, you go wash up and change clothes here and have something to eat. Then, I'll go take care of your enrollment procedures. From now on, this will be your new home. Hearing this, Hikaitu's eyes sparkled with excited tears. He nodded repeatedly, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, Principal Xian. Fanyu nodded, then turned to leave to handle Hikaitu's enrollment. He left Hikaitu alone, looking at the stern Xian Liner, who made him feel a bit timid. He walked over to comfort her, saying, Principal Xian, don't be so angry. Think about it. Rayhan has been alone without any playmates. Isn't it nice to have a little friend now? Upon hearing this, Xian Liner fell silent, pondering Zhou Yi's words. Although Rayhan was exceptionally gifted, she was still a child, and having a peer might make her happier. Moreover, Hikaitu's background was indeed pitiful. Giving him a chance for a fresh start could also be a good thing. With this in mind, Xian Liner's expression softened a bit. She said to Hikaitu, Hikaitu, go wash up and change your clothes. Hikaitu nodded repeatedly, gratefully glancing at Zhou Yi, then followed Teacher Wang Yan to the bathroom. In the bathroom, Hikaitu soaked in the warm water of the bathtub, feeling as though the fatigue and cold of recent days were being dispelled. He closed his eyes, letting the water droplets slide down his cheeks, his heart filled with longing and anticipation for the future. Suddenly, the bathroom door was opened, and Zhou Yi walked in holding new clothes. Hikaitu was startled and quickly covered his important parts, looking at Zhou Yi in terror. Zhou Yi, seeing Hikaitu's reaction, couldn't help but smile wryly. She quickly turned around, placing the new clothes on a rack, and said, Don't be afraid, child. I'm here to bring you clothes. After you wash up and put on the new clothes, you'll be a handsome young man. After saying this, Zhou Yi took Hikaitu's dirty clothes and left the bathroom. With a red face, Hikaitu whispered, Thank you, teacher. After washing up and changing into new clothes, Hikaitu stood in front of the mirror, looking at his refreshed self in disbelief. He touched the soft and comfortable clothing on him, filled with gratitude. Xian Liner placed the food on the dining table and waved to Hikaitu, saying, Child, come eat. You must be starving. Hikaitu blushed and walked over a bit shyly. He looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Just as he sat down and was about to pick up his chopsticks, someone pulled out the chair opposite him. Rayhan sat down and silently ate her pie. Hikaitu's face turned red again as he secretly glanced at Rayhan, only to see her enjoying the food and seemingly unaware of his presence. Hikaitu mustered up his courage and said softly, Hello, I'm Hikaitu. I'm 9 years old this year. Hearing this, Rayhan raised her head and looked at Hikaitu with her clear, water-like eyes, smiling slightly as she said, Hello, my name is Rayhan. I'm 5 years old this year. Nice to meet you. After saying that, she continued to lower her head and eat her pie. But there was a hint of blush on her face. Douluo saw that both children's faces were flushed and found it very interesting. He laughed and said, "You two little ones are shy, huh? Come on, eat more rice, grow tall and strong." Hearing this, Hikaitu and Leihan both smiled shyly and then lowered their heads to eat seriously. Although they were both very shy, they felt a slight fondness for each other in their hearts. Especially Hikaitu. He thought that although Leihan was younger than him, she was very smart and cute, and she was a genius in soul guidance, which filled him with admiration and longing. After finishing their meal, Hikaitu tried to strike up a conversation with Leihan, who was playing with building blocks. He cautiously walked over to her side, squatted down, and watched her intently arrange the blocks in her hands. "Leihan, what are you building?" Hikaitu asked softly. "I'm building a soul guiding device model," Leihan replied without looking up, her hands still moving swiftly and accurately. Hikaitu leaned in closer, watching the soul guiding device model gradually take shape in Leihan's hands, his eyes sparkling with amazement. He had never seen such an exquisite soul guiding device model. Every part seemed to have been meticulously crafted, emitting a faint glow. "Wow, you're amazing," Hikaitu exclaimed sincerely. Leihan smiled slightly, a proud expression on her face. She raised her head and said to Hikaitu, "This is a birthday gift from my dad. He taught me how to assemble this model and told me a lot about soul guide devices." Just then, Fanny walked over. Seeing the two children getting along so well, he felt very gratified. He cleared his throat and said, "Hikaitu, you just arrived at the academy and have a lot to learn. Leihan has a talent for soul guides, so you can ask her for advice." He turned to Leihan and said, "Xiaohan, from today on, Hikaitu is your senior brother, so you need to take good care of him." Hearing this, Leihan eagerly nodded her head, her bright eyes shining with a serious light. She took Hikaitu's hand and said, "Senior brother, I will take good care of you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Hikaitu felt the warmth from Leihan's small hand, and a wave of warmth surged in his heart. He nodded vigorously and said, "Thank you, junior sister." After saying this, he scratched his head a bit shyly, revealing a bashful smile. In the days that followed, Hikaitu began a brand new life at Shrek Academy. He practiced diligently every day and worked hard to learn about soul guidance devices, while Leihan often accompanied him, patiently answering his questions. With Leihan's help, Hikaitu made rapid progress. He not only grasped the basic principles of soul guidance devices, but also began to try designing and making them himself. Meanwhile, the friendship between Hikaitu and Leihan grew deeper and deeper. Although Leihan couldn't play outside the basement, Hikaitu always found ways to bring her interesting little trinkets or share amusing stories from the outside world to make her happy. Leihan would also respond to Hikaitu in her unique way, such as making him exquisite little soul guidance device accessories or teaching him some profound techniques related to soul guidance. Every evening, when night fell, the basement of Shrek Academy would be brightly lit. Hikaitu and Leihan sat at a large table, which was filled with various parts and blueprints of soul guidance devices. They would sometimes ponder deeply, and at other times engage in passionate discussions, filling the small basement with their thirst for knowledge and dreams for the future. One day, Hikaitu excitedly ran to Leihan with a blueprint in hand, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented light. "Junior sister, look, this is my newly designed soul guidance device. It can provide us with stronger support in battle." Hikaitu pointed at the design on the blueprint and spoke enthusiastically about his ideas. Leihan carefully examined the blueprint, a look of approval on her face. She raised her head and said to Hikaitu, "Senior brother, your design is amazing. However, there's a small detail here that I think could be improved. If we do it this way, it might be even more perfect." Upon hearing this, Hikaitu's eyes lit up. He immediately picked up a pen and began to seriously revise the blueprint. As he modified it, he discussed each detail with Leihan. Time quietly passed during their discussion, and before they knew it, night had fallen. Yet, they were completely oblivious, still immersed in the world of soul guides. Finally, when the last detail was perfected, Hikaitu let out a long breath and revealed a satisfied smile as he looked at the blueprint in his hand. He turned to Leihan and said, "Junior sister, thanks to your help, my design has become so perfect." "Thank you." Leihan smiled slightly and said, "Senior brother, we are partners, so it's only right to help each other. I believe your soul guide will shine brilliantly in the Academy's competition." Chapter 11, Experiment 16. Meanwhile, at the dawn of the Sun base in Haiwa City, Sun Moon Empire, a 5-year-old boy named Experiment 16 was battling another girl, Experiment 15, in a soul fight. while Guanshi nervously observed their every move from the platform. These two children were the best among the countless failures he had selected, carrying all his hopes for a long-lost replacement of Experiment 02. The boy from Experiment 16 was agile, and every attack carried formidable power, while the girl from Experiment 15 was exceptionally agile, always able to dodge attacks at critical moments and counterattack effectively. Their soul fight was intense, capturing Guanshi's full attention. Suddenly, the boy from Experiment 16 lunged fiercely, pinning the girl from Experiment 15 down. Although the girl struggled with all her might, she ultimately lacked the boy's strength and could only reluctantly shout, "I lost." Seeing this, Guanshi revealed a satisfied smile. He stepped forward, gently patted the boy from Experiment 16 on the shoulder, and said, "Well done, number 16, you really are the genius I chose." The boy looked up, pride shining in his eyes. He said, "Thank you, Father. I will continue to work hard to become the strongest experiment." Guanshi nodded, turning to look at a huge glass container on the other side of the platform. Inside the container was a sleeping little girl, the new individual he had cultivated based on the gene sequence of Experiment 02, but she had not yet fully awakened. 16, do you dare to fight me? A tall figure suddenly barged into the soul fight arena, interrupting Guanshi and the boy's conversation. The newcomer was Experiment 17, a boy a few years older than Experiment 16 and even more robust. His eyes were filled with provocation and battle intent, clearly dissatisfied with Experiment 16's performance. The boy from Experiment 16 frowned, but quickly regained his composure. He stood up, looked firmly at Experiment 17, and said, "What is there to be afraid of?" With the boy from Experiment 16's words, a new soul fight was about to begin. Guanshi did not stop this sudden duel. Instead, he watched the two with great interest. He knew that the conflicts among these experiments could not only stimulate their potential, but also allow him to better observe their strength and character. The boy from Experiment 17 unleashed his martial soul, a fierce giant wolf radiating a faint yellow light, clearly having completed his martial soul manifestation. His eyes burned like flames, fixed intently on the boy from Experiment 16. The boy from Experiment 16 was not to be outdone. His martial soul quickly manifested as well, revealing a sleek frost leopard, muscles taut and ready to attack at any moment. The leopard's eyes flashed with sharp cold light, contrasting sharply with the giant wolf of Experiment 17. "Come on, let me see your strength." The boy from Experiment 17 growled, launching the first attack. He charged at the boy from Experiment 16 like a runaway wild horse, the giant wolf's claws slicing through the air with chilling brilliance. The boy from Experiment 16 dodged the attack nimbly, taking advantage of the frost leopard's speed and agility to weave around the arena, constantly looking for counterattack opportunities. The soul fight was exceptionally fierce, with each collision producing deafening sounds. The surrounding air seemed ignited by their battle, filled with tension and excitement. Guanshi stood by, carefully observing their fight. He noticed that the boy from Experiment 16 displayed astonishing intelligence and calmness during the battle, always making the right judgment at critical moments. In contrast, while the boy from Experiment 17 was powerful, he seemed somewhat impulsive, lacking sufficient patience and strategy. It seems number 16 is indeed a genius, Guanshi thought to himself, knowing that among these experiments, those who could truly stand out were not just about strength and talent, but more importantly, wisdom and mindset. As the battle continued, the boy from Experiment 16 gradually gained the upper hand. He utilized the speed and power of the frost leopard to launch relentless attacks, pushing the boy from Experiment 17 back. Finally, in a brilliant counterattack, the boy from Experiment 16 successfully struck the vital point of the boy from Experiment 17, knocking him to the ground. The battle ended, and the boy from Experiment 16 emerged victorious. Guanshi stepped forward, patted the boy from Experiment 16 on the shoulder, and said, "You did very well, number 16. Remember, while strength and talent are important, wisdom and mindset are equally essential. Keep working hard. I believe you will become the strongest experiment." Hearing this, the boy from Experiment 16's eyes sparkled with even more determination. He deeply bowed and said, "Thank you, Father. I will continue to work hard." Guanshi nodded in satisfaction and then turned to leave the soul fight arena. He knew that these experiments were his hope for the future. Only by continuously cultivating them could he secure his position in this cruel contest. "Have those two traitors not been found yet?" Guanshi suddenly stopped, frowning as he asked his assistant beside him. The assistant's expression changed, and he quickly replied, "Not yet. My lord, we have dispatched a large number of personnel to search, but there has been no news of them so far." Guanshi's eyes flashed with anger upon hearing this. He did not expect Lei Yunnan and Yu Shi to be so cunning. After taking away Experiment 02, they vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the world. He hadn't had time to collect the important data from Experiment 02, and these two traitors had ruined his years of hard work. A bunch of useless fools. It has been 5 years. Experiment 02 has been missing for 5 whole years. What use are you if you still can't find her? Guan Shi roared, his voice booming like thunder in the assistant's ears. The assistant trembled in fear, quickly lowering his head, not daring to meet Guan Shi's gaze. My lord, please calm down. We will continue to intensify the search efforts and strive to find those 2 traitors in Experiment 02 as soon as possible, the assistant said tremblingly. Guan Shi took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He knew that being angry would not help. He could only find those 2 traitors as quickly as possible to mitigate his losses. Continue the search. Leave no corner unchecked. I want them to know the consequences of betraying me. Guan Shi gritted his teeth and said, his eyes filled with killing intent and determination, as if he wanted to devour the entire world. Upon hearing this, the assistant quickly responded and then turned to leave. He knew this search operation would be even more difficult and dangerous, but to save his own life, he could only give his all to complete this task. Guan Shi stood in place, gazing deeply into the distance. His heart was filled with anxiety and unease. He knew the importance of Experiment 02. If he couldn't find her, his plan would suffer a severe blow. Experiment 02, I will definitely find you, no matter where you hide. Guan Shi silently vowed in his heart. His eyes sparkled with determination, as if he wanted to set the entire world ablaze. Meanwhile, in the Shrek City Cemetery, the disfigured Yu Shi arrived at Lei Yunnan's grave. He gently poured the wine in his hand over the tombstone, his eyes filled with sorrow and guilt. Sister, don't worry. Xiaohan is doing well and safe at Shrek Academy. One day, I will return to that place to seek justice for you and Xiaohan. Yu Shi's voice was low and firm, his eyes filled with endless anger and determination. He slowly stood up and left the cemetery, his silhouette elongated by the setting sun, looking particularly lonely and desolate. Back at the Baozi shop in Shrek City, the owner was kneading dough, her daughter Nana was mixing the filling, while Yu Shi silently sat beside them, helping to wash the vegetables. The atmosphere here was peaceful and warm, as if isolated from the turmoil of the outside world. When I went to the market to buy things, I happened to pass by the dock and saw my brother covered in injuries, seemingly hurt by something from Soul Guide. I brought him back and asked the owner to help take care of him. While mixing the filling, Nana recounted the scene of meeting Yu Shi to the owner. The owner sighed and said, this child has had a hard life, with no family, and yet he suffered such serious injuries. But thankfully, his body has mostly recovered now, which is a blessing in disguise. Yu Shi listened silently to their conversation. Filled with gratitude, he knew that if it weren't for the owner and Nana's help, he might have died on that cold dock long ago. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have. Yu Shi's voice choked, unable to express his gratitude in words. What are you thanking us for? You've been part of this family for almost 5 years now, the owner said with a smile, patting Yu Shi's shoulder, indicating that he didn't need to be so polite. Over the 5 years, Yu Shi had completely integrated into this family. The owner and Nana had given him a warm haven. He helped manage the Baozi shop every day and, in his spare time, taught Nana some self-defense techniques, and she learned quickly, being clever and capable. However, Yu Shi never forgot his mission. 5 years ago, when he first heard from his informant friend that Lei Yunnan had entrusted Lei Han to Shrek Academy, he endured the pain and made his way from his hiding place in High West City to Shrek City, collapsing by the roadside due to an infection before he even reached the dock. It was Nana who saved him, giving him a second chance at life. He remembered this kindness deeply, and he chose to stay in Shrek City, nursing his injuries while guarding Lei Han at Shrek Academy. Every quiet night, Yu Shi would stand by the window, gazing into the distance towards Shrek Academy, silently praying for Lei Han's safety. Xiaohan, you should be 5 years old now. Uncle will always protect you here until you grow up. I will become stronger, strong enough to protect you and ensure no one can harm you. Yu Shi thought to himself. Meanwhile, in the basement of the Soul Guide department at Shrek Academy, Hikaidu suddenly burst into tears. Qian Duo and Fan Yu, sitting on the sofa, were taken aback. They hadn't expected Hikaidu to cry out loud. Qian Duo frowned and asked, Hikaidu, what's wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Hikaidu wiped his tears with his sleeve and sobbed. Director Qian, my junior sister bullied me. She drew a big turtle on my face. Lei Han was covering her mouth and snickering on the side, holding a paintbrush and paint in her hands. Clearly the mastermind behind this prank. Qian Duo and Fan Yu exchanged amused glances at this scene. feeling both helpless and fond of Lei Han's mischief. Haha, Lei Han. You really are little clever clogs, Duo chuckled, shaking his head. He turned to Hikaitu and said, Hikaitu, don't cry anymore. Lei Han is still young, and doesn't he understand? Just think of it as being drawn on by a little kitten or puppy. Hearing Duo's words, Hikaitu cried even harder. Director Qian, you and the teacher are biased. Junior sister clearly did this on purpose, yet you help me seek justice. At that moment, Lei Han even remembered to draw an eye mask on Hikaitu, making him cry even louder, with his sobs echoing throughout the basement. Duo and Fan Yu couldn't help but laugh even harder at this scene. Zhou Yi came back to the basement, holding the teaching plan for the martial soul department. And as soon as she entered, she heard Hikaitu's cries, frowning slightly. She quickly walked over to Hikaitu and asked what happened. Hikaitu, why are you crying? Hikaitu, sniffing, pointed at the turtle and a mask on his face and said aggrievedly, Teacher Zhou, look at how Junior sister has drawn me like this. And Director Qian and the teacher are not helping me seek justice. Zhou Yi looked at Lei Han with a hint of reproach in her eyes. Lei Han stuck out her tongue and made a face, clearly very pleased with her prank. Zhou Yi shook her head helplessly and then said to Hikaitu, all right, Hikaitu, don't cry anymore. Lei Han is just being mischievous, and I apologize on her behalf. However, you also need to understand that as a senior brother, you should have a certain amount of tolerance. Don't nitpick with your junior sister. You are all biased towards her. Hikaitu stamped his foot, his face smeared with tears and snot, looking quite comical. Zhou Yi sighed, took out a handkerchief from her pocket, and handed it to Hikaitu. Wipe your face. You look ridiculous like this. Lei Han, come here and apologize to your senior brother. Although Lei Han was somewhat reluctant, he obediently walked in front of Hikaitu and said softly, Senior brother, I'm sorry, I will do it again next time. Upon hearing this, Hikaitu cried even harder. You still say you'll do it again next time? Zhou Yi helplessly shook his head, looking at Lei Han with a hint of sternness in his eyes. Lei Han, apologies must be sincere. You can't be so perfunctory. I'll give you another chance. Apologize properly to your senior brother. Lei Han pouted, but seeing Zhou Yi's serious expression, she obediently apologized again. Senior brother, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have teased you. I won't do it again next time. Upon hearing Lei Han's sincere apology, Hikaitu's sobbing gradually stopped. He took the handkerchief Zhou Yi handed him and wiped away the tears and pain on his face, although he still felt a bit wronged. Seeing Lei Han's obedient demeanor made him relent. Lei Han also prepared a basin of hot water and brought it to Hikaitu, blinking her big eyes and saying, Senior brother, wash your face. Hikaitu looked at Lei Han's sincere expression, and his resentment dissipated quite a bit. He put his hand in the hot water, and the next second he yelped in pain because it was scalding hot. Lei Han covered her mouth and snickered. It turned out she had replaced the hot water with boiling water. Hikaitu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lei Han. Lei Han, how could you do this? Hikaitu trembled with anger, and the tears he had just wiped away came out again. Zhou Yi and Duo were also stunned by the scene. They didn't expect Lei Han to do something like this. Lei Han, you are too much. Zhou Yi reprimanded sternly, not expecting Lei Han to be this mischievous. Lei Han was startled by Zhou Yi and ran away, but just as she was about to escape, she bumped into someone. It turned out to be Xian Linner, who had just returned from outside. She grabbed Lei Han by the collar and pulled her back. You naughty child, why are you so mischievous? Xian Linner looked at Lei Han with a hint of reproach in her eyes. Mom, I won't dare to do it again. As soon as Lei Han saw Xian Linner, she became obedient, like a mouse seeing a cat. Lei Han has never feared Fan Yu, Zhou Yi, or Duo, but she has a natural awe for Xian Lin Air. Perhaps it's because of the imposing demeanor that Xian Lin Air possesses, which has made Lei Han obedient to her since childhood. She lifted Lei Han with one hand and gently patted her on the bottom with the other as a form of punishment. Go apologize to your senior brother, and then go back to your room and reflect on your mistakes. Lei Han lowered her head and said softly, I understand, Mom. Then she walked up to Hikaitu and apologized again. Senior brother, I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong. Hikaitu looked at Lei Han's sincere expression, and his anger dissipated significantly. He sighed and said, forget it, junior sister. Don't be so mischievous in the future. Only then did Xian Linner let go of Lei Han and said to her, go now, stand in your room and reflect on your mistakes. You are not allowed to come out without my permission. Lei Han responded with a sound, drooping her head as she returned to her room. Xian Linner looked at Hikaitu and said, Hikaitu, don't be angry anymore. It's normal for kids to be mischievous. As the senior brother, you should be more tolerant. Hikaitu nodded and said, I understand, Dean. It still has to be you who can manage this little girl. Duo smiled from the side and said, Zhou Yi is also helplessly shaking her head, then said to Hikaitu, all right, Hikaitu, you should go wash your face. Don't get the pain in your eyes. Hikaitu responded and took the bowl of already cooled boiled water to wash his face. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, going up the mountain to catch a tiger. The tiger wasn't caught, but a little squirrel was caught. Lei Han was softly humming a nursery rhyme in her room, kneeling on the mat facing the wall. Although she was punished to face the wall and reflect, her restless mind didn't stop for a moment. Her eyes were darting around, occasionally stealing glances at the door, wondering if her mom had left. Outside the room, Xian Linner stood by the door, listening to Lei Han's intermittent singing and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This child really makes people love and hate her at the same time. She has no heart and no lungs, and can still sing at this time. Xian Linner murmured to herself, shook her head, and turned to leave, deciding to give Lei Han some time to reflect on herself. Why are you out? Aren't you afraid she will turn the room upside down? Zhou Yi asked in surprise when she saw Xian Linner coming out of Lei Han's room. Xian Linner sighed and said, this child, although mischievous, has a good nature. I'll give her some time to think about where she went wrong. Besides, I believe she wouldn't dare to cause trouble in her room. However, in the next second, there was a loud crash from the room, as if something had been knocked over. Xian Linner and Zhou Yi's expressions changed simultaneously, and they exchanged a glance before rushing to Lei Han's room. When they opened the door, they saw Lei Han being pinned under a pile of blankets, with only her head sticking out, blinking innocently at them. I just want to make a nest with the blankets, but I accidentally knocked everything over, Lei Han said quietly, her voice tinged with grievance. Dean, your face turns red really quickly. Zhou Yi couldn't help but tease, moving forward to help remove the blankets from Lei Han. Looking at Lei Han's disheveled appearance, both amused and exasperated. This child really gives me a headache, she said, gently tapping Lei Han's head, her tone full of affection. Lei Han stuck out her tongue, crawled out from the pile of blankets, and dusted herself off. Mom, I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. She admitted her mistake again, her eyes filled with sincerity. All right, it's good that you know you're wrong, Xian Linner said, holding Lei Han's hand. But you still need to be punished. You will continue to kneel here until you truly understand where you went wrong. Lei Han drooped her head, nodded, and knelt back on the mat. This time, she no longer wore the playful smile from before, but truly began to reflect on her mistakes. The room fell silent, with only the occasional soft sound of Lei Han's sobs. Xian Linner and Zhou Yi stood at the door, watching Lei Han's back, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. It seems I have to be stricter, otherwise I really can't manage this little rascal. Zhou Yi never expected that her strict style with students would fail with Lei Han, who was proving difficult to discipline. Perhaps we are too busy in the soul guidance department, and since you have been the only one taking care of her, it's natural that she doesn't listen to you as much. Xian Linner comforted, her gaze revealing understanding towards Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi sighed and nodded. Yes. This child has grown up by my side since she was little, and I have always treated her like my own daughter. However, her personality is truly unpredictable, sometimes obedient and sensible, other times mischievous and naughty. Children are always like this. Xian Linner smiled gently, her eyes turning towards Lei Han, filled with warmth and expectation, believing that as long as we teach her patiently, she will understand. Time passed in silence, and Lei Han remained kneeling on the mat, her gaze gradually shifting from initial confusion to determination. She seemed to be truly contemplating her actions, thinking about how to become a better person. Mom, Aunt Zhou, I was wrong. Lei Han finally spoke, her voice filled with determination and remorse. I shouldn't have been naughty, shouldn't have teased my senior brother, and I definitely shouldn't have worried you. From now on, I will work hard to correct myself and be a good child who listens. Lei Han didn't hear any response, so she had no choice but to continue kneeling without a care. It seems they are not here, so the plan to tease senior brother tomorrow needs to be revised. It can't be too obvious. Xian Linner and Zhou Yi stood outside the door, listening to Lei Han talking to herself. They exchanged a knowing smile, but there was a hint of helplessness in their eyes. They had originally thought that Lei Han had truly repented, but they didn't expect this little girl to still harbor such schemes. It seems our educational journey is still long. Xian Linner sighed, her tone mixed with teasing and fondness. Zhou Yi nodded, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes, since she wants to tease Hikaitu so much. Let's turn the tables and let her experience what it's like to be teased. Xian Linner was taken aback, then quickly understood Zhou Yi's meaning. The two exchanged a smile, both eyes sparkling with cleverness. The next day, Lei Han sneaked out of her room early, ready to implement her new plan. However, the living area in the basement was unusually quiet, as if everyone was fully aware of her actions. She cautiously walked towards Hikaitu's room, calculating how to surprise senior brother. Just as she was about to knock on the door, it opened by itself, and Hikaitu stood at the door with a smile, holding a plate of delicious snacks. Little junior sister, I knew you would come looking for me, so I specially prepared breakfast for you. Hikaitu's tone was full of gentleness and tolerance, leaving Lei Han momentarily stunned. Senior brother, they unstammered, unsure of what to say. She had originally thought senior brother would be angry and blame her, but she didn't expect him to treat her this way. Hikaitu gently patted Lei Han's shoulder and said, Junior sister, being mischievous is the nature of every child, but we must learn to control ourselves and not always make others worry about us. I believe you can become a sensible and good child. Lei Han listened to her senior brother's words, and her eyes couldn't help but become moist. She lowered her head and said softly, Senior brother, I was wrong. I really know my mistakes now. From now on, I will never be naughty again, and I won't make you worry about me anymore. He smiled and nodded, handing Lei Han a snack. All right, junior sister, let's have breakfast. Starting today, let's work hard together to become better versions of ourselves. Lei Han took the snacks, filled with gratitude and guilt. She knew she had really caused a big trouble this time, worrying her mentors. But at the same time, she felt the tolerance and care from her teachers and seniors, which warmed her heart. Hikaitu watched her eat the snacks, revealing a mischievous smile. But Lei Han didn't fall for it at all, spitting out all the cookies, leaving Hikaitu looking bewildered. Junior sister, what are you doing? This is the snack I specially prepared for you. Do you really think I didn't hear the conversation between my mom and Zhou's mom yesterday? Lei Han blinked her eyes and said playfully, You want to trick me? Huh? I want to fall for it. Hearing this, Hikaitu was both amused and exasperated. He had thought his plan was flawless, but didn't expect to be seen through by this little girl. It seems our junior sister is not that silly after all. Hikaitu shook his head and then smiled again, but even if you know, so what? Playing tricks on people is not a good thing. You need to learn to correct it. I won't change. Lei Han pouted defiantly and said, But I can guarantee that when I play tricks in the future, I will definitely do it more discreetly, so you won't find out. Hikaitu sighed helplessly, knowing his junior sister's nature. Saying more would be in vain. So he changed the topic, trying to guide Lei Han towards the right path. Junior sister, have you ever thought about using your abilities to do something meaningful? For example, helping those in need. Hearing this, Lei Han speechlessly revealed a row of first-grade soul guiding devices, which made Hikaitu feel embarrassed and scratch his nose. He forgot that although this little junior sister was mischievous, her talent in soul guiding devices was extremely high, and she was now able to produce first-grade soul guiding devices. Oof. What other tricks do you have? Bring it on. Lei Han proudly raised his chin, provocatively looking at Hikaitu. Hikaitu suddenly burst into tears, covering his face as he ran towards the soul guiding device production area, crying as he ran, Teacher, didn't you say the plan was flawless? Why did the little junior sister still see through it? She's still going to tease me. Woo-woo. Lei Han laughed heartily behind them, proudly raising the plate of snacks in her hand and pretending to throw it, which scared Hikaitu into running even faster. Xian Liner and Zhou emerged from the shadows, watching this scene, both of them feeling a mix of laughter and helplessness. Zhou shook her head. That's it. I can't do anything about it either. This little girl is too clever. We can't compete with her at all. Xian Lin zait, yeah. I thought we could let her face some difficulties to learn a lesson, but in the end, we are the ones being outwitted by her. The two exchanged a smile, yet felt powerless. They knew that although Lei Han was mischievous, she wasn't inherently bad. She just lacked some guidance and restraint. Forget it. Let's not take it too seriously, Xian Liner said. After all, she is still a child, and being naughty is part of her nature. Zhou nodded. Yes, we still need to patiently teach her, helping her understand what is right and what is wrong. I believe that one day, she will become a sensible and good child. With that, the two walked towards Lei Han and Hikaitu, ready to join in their game. Perhaps, through play, they could better guide Lei Han, allowing her to learn and grow while having fun. Lei Han smiled proudly as she saw Xian Lin and Zhou walking over. How is it? Am I amazing or what? Even my senior brother can't compete with me. Xian Lin affectionately patted her head. Yes, our little Lei Han is the best. However, you must remember that being mischievous should have its limits. You can't always make others worry about you. Lei Han stuck out his tongue and made a face. Got it. I'll pay attention from now on. The four of them walked together towards the Soul Guide manufacturing area, beginning their new adventure and challenge. During this process, Lei Han gradually grew, learning to control his emotions and behavior, becoming a more understanding and outstanding child. Chapter 12. Medical Sage Lei Shixue in another room of a certain dimension. Lei Shixue pricked the sleeping Lei Han with needles, turning him into a hedgehog. Lei Xian watched in horror from the side, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothes, almost unable to suppress her urge to intervene. However, Xing Yunqi's gaze remained exceptionally calm, as if telling Lei Xian that all of this was a necessary arrangement. Star Master, will my elder sister really not be able to return for the time being? Lei Shixue asked while busying herself with her work, looking up at Xing Yunqi. Xing Yunqi nodded slightly, her eyes deep. Yes, her consciousness has completely merged with Douluo continent. This is her destiny, and it is something we cannot change. Lei Shixue sighed and continued to focus on her work. The silver needles in her hand shimmered with a cold light, each one precisely piercing into Lei Han's body. Although it looked cruel, Xing Yunqi knew that this was to better control and repair the injuries within Lei Han. During this process, Lei Han's body would gradually recover, preparing for the return of her consciousness. Old 5, you're almost turning big sister into a sieve, Lei Xian muttered quietly from the side. Although she felt scared, she couldn't help but say a few words for Lei Han. Hearing this, Lei Shixue's movements paused slightly, then quickly returned to normal. Fourth sister, don't talk nonsense. I'm doing this for the eldest sister's good. Lei Zitong turned to Lei Xian, her eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. Second sister, it seems there is only this one method. The eldest sister's consciousness is in Douluo continent, and we can't reach her at all. The only thing we can do is stabilize her body and wait for her return. Lei Xian thought for a moment and replied seriously. Now, what's the difference between her and a corpse? Lei Mushi said coldly, her words filled with dissatisfaction and doubt, her gaze fixed on Lei Han, who was covered in silver needles on the bed, as if she couldn't accept the reality before her. However, Lei Sini, ranked 6th, slowly spoke up, her voice steady. Third sister, what do you suggest we do? We can't just go to Douluo continent, can we? It's 503 light years away from our star domain, plus the space-time rift. This is no small matter. Hearing this, Lei Mushi's cold face flashed with a hint of helplessness and unwillingness. She pressed her lips tightly together and, after a brief silence, slowly spoke. Of course I know we can't act rashly. It's just that seeing my elder sister like this makes me feel uneasy. Third sister, even though I'm a saint of medicine, my elder sister's situation is special, and I can only do my best. Lei Shixue looked up at Lei Mushi, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. However, the Star Master has already mentioned that my elder sister's consciousness will undergo good training on Douluo continent, which is also a good thing for her. We just need to wait patiently and believe that my elder sister will definitely return safely. Lei Zitong gently patted Lei Mushi's shoulder to offer comfort, saying, Third sister, don't worry too much. Since the Star Master has said this, there must be a reason behind it. We just need to follow the Star Master's instructions and do what we can. In the room, the atmosphere was momentarily heavy. Lei Xian looked at her eldest sister, who was poked and prodded like a hedgehog, and a wave of indescribable sadness surged within her. She gently bit her lip, her eyes filled with concern. Xing Yunqi stood quietly to the side, her gaze deep and resolute. She knew that all of this was for Lei Han's good. Although the process was painful, the outcome would be worth it. Meanwhile, in the underground basement of the Soul Guidance Department at Shrek Academy on the Douluo continent, Lei Han was still teasing He Kaitu, who had long since become accustomed to her pranks. While dodging, little junior sister, stop messing around. I'm busy making soul-guiding devices right now. Lei Han smiled mischievously, her eyes sparkling with cunning. What's so difficult about this? Let me help you. As she spoke, her small hand picked up a gem and began carving the Soul Guide core formation. Her serious demeanor made it seem as if she were sculpting a piece of art. He Chaotu looked at Lei Han's skilled technique in surprise, momentarily forgetting to dodge, and just blankly asked, Junior sister, where did you learn this technique? Lei Han proudly raised her chin and said, Humph, when you weren't here, my godfather and my parents already taught me. I'm very smart. I learn things quickly. Upon hearing this, He Kaitu cried out again, pointing at Fan Yu with a grievance. Teacher, you, Director Qian, and Director Xian are all biased. Why does junior sister know everything while I have to start from scratch? Woo-woo. Fan Yu, hearing this, gave him a light knock on the head and joked. You little rascal, are you really feeling wronged? Xiaoan was picked up by Director Qian right after she was born, and she started learning Soul Guide, crafting, and various knowledge at the age of 3. You've only just been picked up by me this year. How can you compare with Xiaoan? Be content. Upon hearing this, He Kaitu cried even harder, Woo-woo. Teacher, you're being too harsh. And junior sister is just too monstrous. She started learning Soul Guide, crafting at 3. How am I supposed to live? Woo 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 woo. The little crybaby senior brother got flicked on the forehead by his godfather. Leihan laughed so hard she doubled over, completely disregarding Hikaitu's tear-streaked face. She blinked, suddenly leaned close to Hikaitu, gently patted his shoulder, and said seriously, Senior brother, when you grow up and find a wife, I'll tell my sister-in-law how ugly you looked when you cried as a child. After saying this, Leihan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hikaitu's crying paused, still with tears on his face, but he widened his eyes and looked at Leihan in disbelief. Junior sister, you are too much. Not only will I tell her that you looked ugly when you cried, but I'll also say that even at 9 years old, you still wet the bed, and you could even pee out the map of the 3 great empires. Leihan laughed even more joyfully, unable to stop. Hikaitu was now furious, leaping up from the ground and forgetting to cry, chasing after Leihan around the room. Leihan, you little rascal, watch how I deal with you. Woo-woo. While running, Hikaitu didn't forget to threaten Leihan, but his crying tone couldn't be hidden, making this chase even more comical. Leihan was skillfully dodging the pursuit of Kaitu while also turning back to make faces. Huh, senior brother, you can't catch me, you big crybaby. The entire basement was filled with laughter and joy. Even a usually serious fan you couldn't help but smile as he watched the 2 kids play around. He secretly sighed to himself, thinking that although Leihan was mischievous, she was clever and gifted, destined for greatness in the future. And Kaitu, although often teased by Leihan, also possessed rare resilience and determination. These 2 kids would surely create a stir in the spirit guide world in the future. Ouch! Godfather! Save me! Senior brother is going to kill me. Leihan suddenly shouted, accidentally getting her clothes caught by Kaitu, who lifted her up. She kicked her feet wildly and constantly slapped Kaitu's arm with her small hands, trying to break free from his grip. Seeing this, Fanyu shook his head with a smile and said, All right, Kaitu, stop messing around. Xiaohan, you stop too. Come here to Godfather. As soon as Leihan heard Fanyu's words, it was as if she had found a savior. She forcefully broke free from Kaitu's grip and dashed over to Fanyu, hiding in his embrace, and even turned back to stick out her tongue and make a face at Kaitu. Kaitu looked at Leihan's triumphant expression, stomping his feet in anger. But he didn't dare to truly provoke Fanyu and could only sulkily return to his workbench to continue making soul tools. Fanyu gently stroked Leihan's head and said, Xiaohan, although you are clever and smart, you can't always tease your senior brother. Kaitu is a good kid, and in the future, you will be comrades fighting side by side. You need to respect and help each other. Hearing this, Leihan lowered his head and said softly, Godfather, I know I was wrong. I won't tease my senior brother all the time anymore. Fanyu nodded in satisfaction and said, That's right. All right, you guys go ahead and get busy. Godfather needs to research new soul-guiding devices. After saying this, Fanyu turned and walked into his experimental desk, leaving Leihan and Kaitu to exchange smiles in the basement living area, as if nothing had just happened. They knew that although they often teased each other, their friendship was growing deeper. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the soul-guiding device manufacturing area, followed by Fanyu's furious shout, Leihan, why are you so mischievous? You installed a level 1 soul element bomb on my experimental table. This is a new type of soul-guiding device I just developed. The door to the soul-guiding device manufacturing area swung open, and a thick cloud of smoke rolled out, accompanied by Fanyu's somewhat disheveled figure. His hair had turned into a frizzy mess, his face still marked with some black soot, and the new type of soul-guiding device in his hands was utterly unrecognizable. Clearly having been greeted by the soul element bomb installed by Leihan. Leihan stuck out her tongue, knowing she had caused trouble again. She quickly hid behind Hikaitu, poking her little head out, and weakly said, Godfather, I just wanted to test the power of this bomb. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Fanyu, what happened to you? How did you end up like this? Zhou Yi's exclamation came from the doorway. As she walked into the basement, she saw Fanyu's disheveled appearance and was taken aback. Fanyu sighed bitterly and pointed at Leihan, who was hiding behind Hikaitu. It's this little girl. While I wasn't paying attention, she installed a level 1 soul-guiding element bomb on my experimental table. My newly developed soul-guiding device was ruined by her. Hearing this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but laugh and cry. Leihan, oh Leihan, why are you such a mischievous troublemaker? Fanyu is your godfather. How could you do this to him? Leihan stepped out from behind Kaitu, lowered her head, and said softly, Aunt Zhou, I know I was wrong. I just wanted to test the power of that bomb, but I didn't expect it to be so fierce. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi still gave Lei Han a good beating, but it wasn't too hard, clearly intending to scare her more. After the beating, Zhou Yi affectionately stroked Lei Han's head and said, "You child, you really make people love and hate you at the same time. You mustn't be so mischievous next time. Do you understand?" Lei Han nodded, tears welling up in her eyes, and said softly, "I understand, Mom Zhou. I won't do this again." Fan Yu watched this scene, shook his head helplessly, and said, "All right, it's all in the past now. Xiao Han, don't take it too much to heart. However, you did go too far this time, and you need to reflect on it." Lei Han nodded again, indicating that she would seriously reflect on her actions. Then, she walked up to Fan Yu, took his hand, and said, "Godfather, I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. I will be careful in the future and won't cause you any more trouble." Fan Yu looked at the sincerity in Lei Han's eyes, and much of his anger dissipated. He patted Lei Han's shoulder and said, "All right, Godfather believes in you. You can go now and clean up the basement with Hikai too." Hearing this, Lei Han took out the 2-level soul guide he had just made yesterday, a device resembling a small vacuum cleaner. He pointed it at the debris in the soul guide manufacturing area, and the fragments and dust were quickly sucked inside. In no time, the manufacturing area was restored to its original state, clean and tidy, as if the explosion had never happened. Fan Yu's mouth twitched a few times as he looked at the 2-level soul guide in Lei Han's hand, and he shouted in frustration, "You little monster. You can even make a 2-level soul guide." Lei Han smiled playfully and proudly shook the small vacuum cleaner soul guide in her hand. "Yes, Godfather. I just made this yesterday. It can absorb and filter various impurities and dust, making it perfect for cleaning our studio." Fan Yu sighed helplessly, but he was amazed by Lei Han's talent for making soul guides. He knew that although this little girl was mischievous, she had an incredible talent and potential for soul guide creation. "All right, since it's all cleaned up, you can go back to your work," Fan Yu waved his hand, indicating that Lei Han and Kai too could leave. At that moment, Zhou Yi grabbed Lei Han's feet and lifted her upside down, shaking her a few times, causing several level 2 soul guide elemental bombs and a level 3 fixed soul guide cannon to fall out. Fan Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Over the past few months, he had not been busy and had been accompanying Kai Tu and Lei Han, but he had not noticed when Lei Han had gathered these items. Even Xian Duo and Xian Liner, who had just returned, were startled by this sudden scene. They exchanged glances, both filled with surprise and confusion. "Zhou Yi, what are you doing?" Xian Duo asked in bewilderment. "Zhou Yi, look," these fell from Lei Han. "If I hadn't raised her myself and knew her temperament, our basement would have been blown to the sky today. Where she got the materials for these high-level soul guides, and when she made them, I really have no idea." Fan Yu took the level 3 fixed soul guide cannon from Zhou Yi's hand and examined it closely, showing an expression of disbelief. "Is this really a level 3 fixed soul guide cannon? Xiao Han, how did you do it?" Lei Han was being held upside down by Zhou Yi, her legs flailing, but her face was full of smugness. "Godfather, this is what I secretly made. Those high-grade materials are all small parts one took from the soul guiding devices you and my parents made, and then I pieced them together bit by bit. I didn't expect it to actually work." Xian Liner and Qian Duo immediately checked the more than 40 soul guiding devices they had just made from their storage soul guiding devices upon hearing this, and indeed found some signs of disassembly. Wang Yan's furious shout then echoed at the door. "Lei Han, you little brat, did you also take apart my soul guiding device?" In an instant, the basement was filled with various exclamations, shouts, and helpless laughter. Lei Han sensed that the situation was not good and immediately begged for mercy, saying, "Oh, Dad, Mom, Godfather, Godmother, and Uncle Wang, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again next time. Please spare me." After saying this, she even blinked her big eyes and put on an innocent expression. Fan Yu looked at Lei Han's mischievous yet exceptionally gifted demeanor and helplessly shook his head. "Forget it. Let's not blame her too much. After all, she is still a child, and her talent in soul guide crafting is indeed something we can only look up to. We need to nurture her well. Who knows? She might become the most outstanding soul master in our Shrek Academy in the future." Zhou Yi also nodded and put down Lei Han. "Yes, this child Xiao Han may be mischievous, but her heart is not bad. Moreover, her talent in soul guide crafting is truly astonishing. We need to guide her well and help her walk the right path." Qian Duo and Xian Liner also expressed their agreement, knowing that although Lei Han had a playful side, she also possessed extraordinary talent and potential. With proper nurturing, she would undoubtedly become one of the brightest stars in Shrek Academy. Thus, everyone began to get busy, some continuing to study soul guides, while others started teaching Lei Han how to properly use and manage her talents. As for Lei Han, even though she had been scolded by everyone, Her heart was filled with joy and pride. She knew that she had talents and potential that others did not, and as long as she worked hard, she would be able to realize her dream of becoming an outstanding soul master. Chapter 13. Martial Soul Awakening. One day in the underground soul guide department, Leihan suddenly asked Hikaitu, senior brother, what is the academy on the ground like? Since coming to Shrek Academy, Leihan had never stepped out of the underground basement. Hearing this, Hikaitu paused his work, looked up at Leihan, and a hint of tenderness and nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Xiaohan, the academy on the ground is a vibrant and dream-filled place. There are vast playgrounds, tree-lined paths, and all kinds of buildings such as classrooms, libraries, and cafeterias. During breaks or after school, students run freely there, playing and laughing continuously. Leihan listened with fascination, her eyes sparkling with longing. Really? That's amazing. I've always wanted to know what the outside world is like, but unfortunately, I've never had the chance to go out and see it. Hikaitu smiled slightly and patted Leihan's head. Don't worry, Xiaohan. When you grow up a bit more and your strength improves, the teacher and his wife will definitely let you go out and see. By then, you can personally experience the sky and land that belong to you. Hikaitu, you should go to class now. Fan Yu's voice came from the doorway, interrupting the conversation between Hikaitu and Leihan. Hikaitu responded with an acknowledgement, straightened his clothes, and turned to Leihan, saying, Xiaohan, I have to go to class now. You must listen to the teachers and study and practice well. Leihan nodded, her eyes filled with determination. Senior brother, I understand. I will work hard and strive to go out and see the outside world as soon as possible. Hikaitu smiled and nodded, then turned to leave the basement. Leihan stood in place, her heart full of longing and expectation for the future. She turned back to her room to take a nap, dreaming of the vibrant world outside. She dreamed of standing on the playground, sunlight shining on her, a gentle breeze brushing her cheeks, running freely and laughing. She also dreamed of sitting in the library, flipping through books about soul-guiding devices, absorbing new knowledge, and continuously improving her abilities. By the time she woke up, it was already afternoon. She rubbed her eyes, sat up, and noticed a note on her bedside. Picking it up, she saw it read, Xiaohan, your dad and I have to go out for a bit and won't be back until tonight. You need to eat well and study and practice diligently. Godfather. It seemed that today would be another day spent with senior brother and Aunt Zhou. She got dressed and walked out of her room, finding only Hikaitu working on the soul-guiding device, with no sign of Zhou. Senior brother, where's Aunt Zhou? Leihan asked curiously. Hikaitu looked up and smiled, saying, Oh, Teacher Zhou hasn't returned from the martial soul department yet. She probably got held up by something. Why don't you eat something first? I'll go prepare some snacks for you. Leihan nodded and obediently sat by the table, waiting for Hikaitu to prepare some snacks for her. After a while, Hikaitu came over with a plate of fragrant snacks and placed it in front of Leihan. Xiaohan, go ahead and eat. Leihan looked at the snacks in front of her, her eyes lighting up. She immediately picked up a piece and took a bite. Wow, senior brother, your snacks are really delicious. Hikaitu watched Leihan enjoying her food and felt a warm sensation in his heart. I'm glad you like it. By the way, Xiaohan, what is your martial soul? Since Hikaitu was picked up by Fan Yu, most of the knowledge about soul-guiding devices was taught by Leihan, and he was curious about what kind of martial soul this quirky little junior sister had. But then he thought that martial soul awakening usually requires one to be at least 6 years old, and since Leihan was only 5, maybe he was asking too soon. Hikaitu then said, Xiaohan, when you turn 6 and awaken your martial soul, you'll find out what it is. By then, senior brother will help you make the most suitable soul-guiding device for you. How about that? Hearing this, Leihan smiled and waved his hand. Senior brother, no need. My martial soul awakened right when I was born, but I've never activated it before. Hearing this, Kaitu widened his eyes in surprise. What? Your martial soul awakened so early? Can you tell me what your martial soul is? Hearing this, Leihan scratched his head a bit embarrassed and said, Actually, I don't know what my martial soul is either. My parents have never told me, and they also don't let me awaken my martial soul. They will allow me to awaken it next year, and then I will know. After speaking, Leihan looked at Hikaitu with some anticipation and asked, Senior brother, do you think my martial soul will be very powerful? Hikaitu looked around and didn't see Zhou Yi returning, then whispered to Leihan, Xiaohan, how about I help you awaken your martial soul? But you have to promise me, no matter what happens, don't be afraid, and you can't tell anyone about this, including Teacher Zhou and the teachers, okay? Hearing this, Leihan's eyes lit up, and she immediately nodded. Senior brother, I promise you. Little did she know, Hikaitu was about to provoke a tremendous disaster. He patiently taught Lei Han how to initially harness her martial soul, which had yet to reveal its true form. At first, Lei Han's martial soul was like a mass of chaotic mist, lacking a specific shape and obvious power fluctuations, seemingly hidden in the formless. However, under Hikaitu's meticulous guidance, she gradually began to perceive a weak yet tangible energy quietly surging within her. Whenever she tried to concentrate, focusing entirely on this energy, the originally hidden force would gently stir at her fingertips, like an existence akin to a sprite. Gradually, this power coalesced into shape, transforming into an incredibly sharp sword. Gleaming with a cold light, showcasing its formidable might, Hikaitu looked at the sword-shaped martial soul that had formed in Lei Han's hand, his eyes flashing with surprise and delight. He realized that Lei Han's martial soul was extraordinary, certainly not something to be underestimated. "Si Yan, your martial soul is actually a sword." Hikaitu's voice trembled slightly, for he deeply understood what a sword martial soul meant on the Douluo continent. The sword represents sharpness and power, a rare and formidable existence among many martial souls. Lei Han did not answer, but lowered his head, making it impossible to see his expression. Kaitu felt something was wrong in his heart and cautiously asked, "Xiao Han, what's wrong? Do you not like your martial soul?" At this moment, Lei Han slowly raised her head, and in the next second, Hikaitu was unexpectedly blasted several meters away by Lei Han's soul power. Hikaitu fell to the ground, momentarily stunned. Rubbing his aching arm, he looked at Lei Han in disbelief. He felt that his 5-year-old junior sister's soul power was not that of a soul master, but rather possessed the strength of a level 50 soul power. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Meanwhile, Lei Han seemed to have lost consciousness. Her soul power fluctuations caused the furniture in the basement to shake wildly, and the surrounding air felt as if it had solidified, heavy and oppressive. Then Hikaitu saw a scene he would never forget in his life. A woman with 20 wings slowly appeared behind Lei Han. Her figure was faintly discernible, and each pair of wings emitted a soft, yet dazzling light, as if capable of illuminating all the darkness in the world. The woman had an incredibly beautiful face, and her eyes revealed endless majesty and compassion. She gently opened her arms, as if embracing the entire world. Hikaitu widened his eyes. He had never seen such a breathtaking manifestation of a martial soul. A sense of indescribable awe surged in his heart, and he felt both joy and worry for Lei Han having such a powerful martial soul. Just then, the woman suddenly vanished from the basement, and Hikaitu, not knowing what came to his mind, hurriedly took the elevator to the surface. He wanted to find Zhou, Yi, and Fanyu. When he emerged and saw the scene in the sky, he immediately knelt down. The woman's body appeared above the entire Shrek Academy. She slowly opened her eyes and looked down at everyone in Shrek Academy. A female student from the martial soul department, who was in the middle of a physical training class, suddenly stopped her actions, staring blankly at the sky, and the dumbbells in her hands fell to the ground with a clang. Other students and teachers also stopped what they were doing, collectively looking up. The entire Shrek Academy fell into silence, with only the faint light emitted from the woman gently swaying in the air. Heavens, whose martial soul is this, causing such commotion? A teacher murmured, disbelief written all over his face. What a beautiful martial soul. It's simply a miracle. A student exclaimed, eyes shining with envy and longing. In the office of the martial soul department's director, Douluo was handling documents when he suddenly sensed a powerful soul power fluctuation. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the window, looking at the breathtaking scene in the sky. What is happening? Douluo murmured. He had never seen such a powerful martial soul manifestation, and a strong sense of unease surged within him. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Sea God Pavilion, Muin was taking a nap in a rocking chair when he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a look of surprise crossing his face. He felt that powerful and mysterious soul power fluctuation and immediately realized that something extraordinary was happening at Shrek Academy. Muin's figure flickered, and he instantly disappeared from the courtyard, leaving behind the gently rocking chair. Who dares to intrude upon Shrek Academy? Xuanzi's voice exploded in the air. His Taotai divine bull martial soul had already transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for the sky to confront the woman from a distance. All the soul masters in Shrek Academy felt the pressure and released their martial souls, trying to resist the oppressive force coming from the heavens. Xuanzi, that is not a soul master, but a 20-winged angel martial soul that exceeds the ordinary angel martial soul mutation. Muin's voice echoed in the air. He flashed and appeared beside Xuanzi, looking gravely at the woman in the sky. Hearing this, Xuanzi's expression changed slightly. He carefully scrutinized the woman in the sky and realized that her aura was completely different from that of an ordinary soul master and far beyond that of an angel martial soul. What on earth is this being? Xuanzi murmured, a sense of unprecedented crisis surging within him. Muin shook his head and said solemnly, I don't know. But her appearance is definitely not a coincidence. Xuanzi, we must be prepared for anything. Just then, the ice soul Tianluan, which had disappeared for 5 years, reappeared in the sky, circling around the 20-winged angel martial soul woman, as if there were some wonderful connection between them. With each cry of the ice soul Tianluan, the woman's aura became more solid, as if resonating with her. This divine bird has appeared again. What is its connection with the 20-winged angel martial soul woman? Mu-In pondered silently, his gaze firmly locked on the two figures in the sky. He saw the ice soul Tianluan's wings gently flap, each movement seemingly carrying endless chill, contrasting sharply with the warm light radiating from the woman. It seemed as if they were engaged in a silent dialogue, the meaning of which only they could understand. Mulao, Xuanzi looked at Muan, his eyes filled with confusion and unease. Muin furrowed his brow, staring at the two mysterious figures in the sky, and slowly spoke. It seems that Shrek Academy is about to face an unprecedented challenge. This soul master with the 20-winged angel martial soul, along with that divine bird. Their appearance is certainly not coincidental. We must quickly investigate their origins and intentions to prevent them from posing a threat to the Academy. Hearing this, Xuanzi's expression grew even more serious. He knew that Shrek Academy, as the continent's top soul master institution, had always borne countless hopes and responsibilities. Now, this sudden change was undoubtedly a major test for the Academy. Mulao, I will gather the Academy's elite soul masters and prepare for a response, Xuanzi said, turning to leave. However, Muin stopped him, saying, Xuanzi, do not act recklessly. The strength of these two is not trivial. We must not act rashly. First, send someone to secretly monitor their movements, and, at the same time, we need to quickly investigate their origins and intentions. Xuanzi nodded and said, okay, I will arrange it right away. Mulao, you must also be careful. Mu-In slightly nodded, his gaze never leaving the two figures in the sky. He knew that this challenge might determine the future of Shrek Academy. At this moment, all the soul masters in Shrek Academy were closely watching the changes in the sky. They were filled with confusion and unease, but also brimming with fighting spirit and determination. They knew that as soul masters of Shrek Academy, they must stand up to protect the land they loved. Meanwhile, the Divine Realm was also in an uproar because of this event. Tang San and Xiao Wu were sitting in the palace of the Divine Realm when they suddenly felt a strong fluctuation coming from the Douluo continent. Third brother, do you feel it? Xiao Wu's face was filled with seriousness as she tightly grasped Tang San's hand, her eyes flashing with unease. Tang San slightly nodded, his brow furrowed as he tried to see through the barrier between the Divine Realm and Douluo continent to uncover the truth. It's the aura of an angel martial soul, but this power is not something an ordinary angel can possess. The angelic divine position was shattered by you, right? Why is there still such a powerful angel martial soul appearing? Xiao Wu asked in confusion, her heart filled with questions. Tang San shook his head and said solemnly, I don't know either, but I can be sure that this soul master with the 20-winged angel martial soul is definitely not an ordinary person. Her appearance may change the entire pattern of the Douluo continent. Xiao Wu's expression grew even more serious upon hearing this. She knew that what Tang San said was not an exaggeration. As the enforcer of the Divine Realm, Tang San's understanding of the Douluo continent far exceeded that of ordinary people. Now that he has said such words, the seriousness of the matter is evident. So what should we do? We can't just stand by and watch Douluo continent face changes, right? Xiao Wu asked anxiously, her heart filled with worry for Douluo continent. Tang San took a deep breath and said, Xiao Wu, don't be anxious. We need to think this through. I will first go to the Divine Realm Committee to discuss with the other gods and see if they have any clues or suggestions. Xiao nodded and said, okay, then you hurry up and come back quickly. I will stay here and keep an eye on the situation in Douluo continent. Tang San nodded slightly. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from the palace. He knew that this matter concerned the safety of Douluo continent, and he had to find a solution as soon as possible. Meanwhile, far away in another realm, Xing Yunxi, who was observing everything through a crystal ball, was drinking tea with Xing Gaian, a meaningful smile on her face. Unexpectedly, Our ice soul, Tianluan, and Xiaohan's angel martial soul in this realm would cause such a stir, even alarming the so-called divine realm. Xing Yunqi took a sip of tea, her tone playful. Xing Gaian smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. What do you think will happen if Lei Han's restraint comes out to protect her? Hearing this, Xing Yunqi's lips curled into an even brighter smile. Needless to say, it will definitely be stunning for everyone. The power that Xiao Han's restraint combined with the martial soul fusion of Douluo continent can unleash will absolutely exceed imagination. By then, those so-called powerful beings from the divine realm will probably be shocked. Indeed, let them experience the power of our Xinghan Pavilion's indomitable myth of restraint, so they know that there are always people beyond the people and skies beyond the skies outside Douluo continent. Xing Gaian nodded, his tone filled with pride. At the same time, Hikaitu rushed into the Martial Soul Systems teacher's office, knocking and shouting, "Teacher Zhou, come out quickly. It's bad. Junior's sister is in trouble." Hearing Hikaitu's shout, Zhou Yi's face changed drastically. She pushed the door open and anxiously asked what happened. Did Lei Han get into trouble? Hikaitu gasped for breath, his expression frantic as he said, "I activated Junior's sister's martial soul." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi hurriedly opened the window and looked out. In the sky, the ice soul, Tianluan, and the 20-winged angel martial soul's connection was becoming increasingly intimate. The woman's aura had become exceptionally powerful, as if she would break through some boundary at any moment. That aura was radiating from the direction where Hikaitu was. Zhou Yi was shocked. She didn't expect Hikaitu to accidentally activate Lei Han's martial soul. It was known that Lei Han's martial soul was extremely special, and once activated, it would cause a huge commotion. Now it seemed that this commotion had exceeded her expectations. "Hikaitu, you caused a big mess." Zhou Yi shouted angrily. Then her figure flashed, and she flew towards Lei Han's direction. She had to find Lei Han quickly and stabilize the martial soul within her. Otherwise, if it got out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. When Zhou Yi arrived at the basement of the Soul Guide department, Duo and Xianliner had just arrived. The three exchanged glances and saw seriousness and worry in each other's eyes. Fan Yu also hurried over, looking anxious as he asked, "How is Lei Han? Why did her martial soul suddenly activate?" Zhou Yi shook her head and said solemnly, "We don't know the specifics yet, but we must go down and take a look quickly. That little brat Hikaitu actually activated her martial soul by mistake. If not handled properly, it could cause a lot of trouble." The four quickly took the elevator down to the Soul Guide department's basement. As soon as the elevator doors opened, they saw furniture scattered everywhere in chaos. Amidst this chaos, Lei Han stood quietly, her eyes tightly closed, emanating a faint white light that resonated with the aura of the 20-winged angel martial soul in the sky. "Lei Han!" Zhou Yi shouted as she rushed forward. She hugged Lei Han, trying to use her soul power to stabilize the martial soul within her. After a while, Lei Han slumped softly into Zhou Yi's arms, and Zhou Yi could clearly feel the surging power within Lei Han gradually calming down. She carefully checked Lei Han's body and, after confirming that she was not seriously injured, let out a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, we arrived in time." Zhou Yi wiped the sweat from her forehead, turned to Duo and the others, and saw Hikaitu trembling as he stood aside, his face pale as paper, clearly frightened by what had just happened. Fan Yu kicked Hikaitu, drawing out his belt, and angrily scolded, "You little brat. Why did you activate Lei Han's martial soul without permission? Do you know how big a mess you've caused?" Immediately, the belt struck Hikaitu, making a cracking sound. Hikaitu gritted his teeth and silently endured it. He knew he had indeed caused a huge mess this time. Seeing this, Zhou Yi quickly stepped forward to mediate. "Fan Yu, stop hitting him. Let us hear what Hikaitu has to say." Fan Yu, filled with rage, stopped his actions and glared at Hikaitu. Hikaitu, trembling, recounted the entire situation. It turned out that he was just curious about Lei Han's martial soul and wanted to see if he could activate it, but unexpectedly, he succeeded. After hearing Hikaitu's account, Zhou Yi, Duo, and Xianliner were speechless. They didn't expect Hikaitu to cause such a big mess out of momentary curiosity. "Hikaitu, you really have been too reckless this time." Zhou Yi sternly criticized. "Lei Han's martial soul is extremely special. Once activated, it will cause a huge commotion. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Duo nodded, his expression serious as he said, "Yes, this incident has sounded the alarm for us. We must strengthen education and management of the students to prevent similar incidents from happening again." Sion Linar turned to look at Leihan, her eyes filled with concern. Although Leihan's situation has stabilized now, her martial soul has already been activated, which is both an opportunity and a challenge for her. We must train her well, so she can control this power. Duo carried Leihan back to her room, gently placing her on the bed and covering her with a blanket. Leihan's breathing gradually stabilized, and her complexion returned to a healthy red. Duo stood by the bed, gazing at the young girl, filled with emotion. With such a powerful martial soul, she will surely become a pillar of our soul guide department in the future. Duo turned to Zhou Yi, his eyes shining with determination. Teacher Zhou, we must do our utmost to train Leihan, helping her go further on the path of martial souls. Zhou Yi nodded, her eyes also shining with resolve. That's right. Leihan has tremendous potential. We cannot give up on her because of this accident. From now on, I will personally guide her training to ensure she can use her martial soul correctly. Stop hitting him. If you beat Hikaitu to death, who will serve you in 100 years? Xian Liner hurriedly advised, unable to intervene. Don't anyone advise me. This brat has caused such a huge mess. Even old Mu from the Sea God Pavilion is alarmed. Today, if I don't teach him a good lesson, he will think he can run wild. Fan Yu shouted angrily, swinging the belt again. Enough. Is this ever going to end? Leihan is fine now, right? If you keep this up, Hikaitu will really be beaten to death. Zhou, he couldn't help but speak up to dissuade him. Hearing Zhou Yi's reprimand, Fan Yu finally stopped his actions in anger. He panted heavily, glaring at Hikaitu with eyes full of frustration. Hikaitu curled up in a corner, his body covered in marks from the whipping. Yet he seemed to feel no pain, staring vacantly ahead. You better remember this. Think before you act next time. Fan Yu angrily threw down the belt in his hand and turned to walk to the door of Leihan's room. I'll explain to Mulao, but you need to stay in the soul guidance department and behave. Don't even think about going anywhere. After saying this, Fan Yu shot a fierce glare at Hikaitu and pushed the door open to enter Leihan's room. Zhou Yi held Hikaitu in her arms, gently comforting him. Hikaitu, don't be afraid. It's all in the past now. It's good that you realize your mistake. You must be careful in the future. Leihan will be fine. We will take good care of her. You need to pull yourself together and not let yourself fall apart. Hikaitu suddenly burst into tears, all his fear, regret, and pain pouring out at that moment. He clung tightly to Zhou Yi as if grasping a lifeline. Teacher Zhou, I really know I was wrong. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. I was just curious. I really didn't think. Zhou Yi gently patted his back, saying softly, all right. Hikaitu, what is done is done. It's meaningless to pursue the reasons now. The important thing is to learn from this incident and not act so recklessly in the future. Leihan is a kind child. She won't blame you, and we will all help her grow. Hikaitu nodded in Zhou Yi's embrace, gradually cried himself out, and fell asleep on her shoulder. Zhou Yi looked at Hikaitu, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She understood that every child has their curiosity and desire to explore, but Hikaitu's actions this time were indeed excessive. However, she also realized that Hikaitu did not mean any harm. He was just a child who needed guidance and education. Zhou Yi gently placed Hikaitu back on the bed and tucked him in. Then, she walked out of the room and came to the door of Leihan's room. Through the crack in the door, she saw Fan Yu focused and serious as he examined Leihan's condition. Zhou Yi knew that while Fan Yu was strict with Hikaitu, he was extremely caring and responsible towards every student. Fan Yu, how is Leihan doing? Zhou Yi asked softly. Fan Yu looked up, saw it was Zhou Yi, and replied, her body is gradually recovering. The activation of her martial soul has caused some shock to her body, but fortunately, it's not serious. We need to continue observing her condition to ensure she can pass through this phase smoothly. Duo took a puff of his cigarette, lost in thought, gazing at the still, unconscious Leihan with a hint of complex emotions in his eyes. This young girl possessed such a powerful martial soul, and her future was filled with infinite possibilities. Yet at the same time, she bore immense responsibilities and pressures. Chapter 14, Divine Realm Council. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Divine Realm Council, Tang San was discussing the unusual situation in the Douluo continent with the other deities. Everyone, what do you think about the 20-winged angel martial soul that has appeared on the Douluo continent? Tang San spoke first, his voice steady and powerful. A deity frowned and said, this power is somewhat tricky, even for us. The 20-winged angel martial soul is not something an ordinary angel can possess. Could it be that the angelic divine position has reappeared? Tang San shook his head and replied, impossible. The angelic divine position has been shattered by me and cannot reappear. However, The power of this martial soul is indeed related to the angelic divine position, which confuses me greatly. Perhaps it's really the first-generation angel god Qian Yuhan who has found someone to reincarnate. The god of destruction speculated, his eyes flashing with contemplation. The goddess of life shook her head gently and said, "Not likely." Although the first-generation angel god, Qian Yuhan, was powerful, she has already passed on her position to Qian Renshua. How could she possibly reincarnate again? Moreover, while this power is related to the angelic divine position, it also seems to incorporate other powers. The god of kindness nodded and said the goddess of life is right. This power is indeed very complex and not something a single divine position can possess. We must be cautious in our response to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. The god of evil snorted and said, "What are we afraid of? It's just a small Douluo continent. Can it really stir up any waves? Just send someone down to deal with that soul master who possesses the 20-winged angel martial soul." Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression hardened as he looked at the god of evil and said sternly, "God of evil, you are mistaken. Although the Douluo continent is just a lower realm, its potential is boundless. We cannot let a moment of negligence put the entire Douluo continent in jeopardy." The god of evil sneered and said, "Tang San, you're making too much of this. A soul master from a lower realm can cause any storm?" Tang San took a deep breath and replied, "God of evil, don't forget, our divine realm also rose step by step from the lower realms. The soul masters on the Douluo continent possess infinite possibilities and may one day become part of our divine realm. We cannot let our arrogance and disdain stifle their future." The god of evil fell silent for a moment, then coldly snorted, Fine, I understand. I was just saying it casually. I want to actually do anything. You all continue your discussion. I want to interrupt." Seeing this, Tang San nodded slightly and continued, "Everyone, I believe we should first send someone down to secretly investigate this soul master with the 20-winged angel martial soul. We need to understand her background and intentions before making plans. See God, it's easy for you to say. Gods cannot interfere in lower realm matters. That's the rule." A deity spoke up, his expression serious and his eyes revealing a commitment to the rules. Tang San smiled slightly and said, "Rules are dead. People are alive. We are not saying we will directly interfere in lower realm matters, just conducting a secret investigation. This does not violate the rules. Then you can try interfering and see if it triggers any unpredictable consequences," another deity retorted, a hint of provocation in his tone. Tang San remained composed. He knew that some of the deities were not convinced by him, especially since he became the sea god. Some had even grown jealous. But he didn't care about that. He only knew that for the safety of the Douluo continent, he had to do his best. "Everyone, I know you have some dissatisfaction with me, but at this moment, we are facing a common enemy or an unknown threat. We cannot let personal grievances overshadow the safety of the entire Douluo continent." Tang San's voice became firm and powerful, his eyes shining with an undeniable light. Upon hearing this, the deities fell silent, understanding that Tang San was speaking the truth. Although they had grievances against Tang San, they could still distinguish the importance of matters when facing such significant issues. "All right, since no one has any objections, then I will decide this. I will first send my avatar down to secretly investigate this soul master with the 20-winged angel martial soul. You all stay here and continue monitoring the situation in the divine realm, just in case." After Tang San finished speaking, he prepared to leave the conference room. "See God, be careful." A deity suddenly spoke, his tone carrying a hint of concern. Tang San nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry, I will." After speaking, Tang San's figure flickered and disappeared from the conference room. He knew that this investigation was filled with unknowns and dangers, but he had to do it. For the Douluo continent, for the people he cared about, he was willing to give everything. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Xing Gaiyan saw this scene through a crystal ball and hurriedly said to Xing Yunxi, "Yunxi, look, this reckless one is going to provoke Lei Han. When the time comes, the restraint within her will protect her master, and this Tang San is likely to suffer a lot." Xing Yunxi fixed her gaze on the crystal ball, where Tang San's figure had already disappeared from the Divine Realm Committee's meeting room, evidently having set off for the Douluo continent. "Amen, bless him. I hope he doesn't get beaten half to death by the protective master." Xing Yunxi clasped her hands together and chanted softly, but a hint of amusement flickered in her eyes. Xing Gaiyan couldn't help but roll his eyes at Xing Yunxi's demeanor and said, "Yunxi, stop pretending. You secretly wish for that Tang San to suffer a bit, don't you?" Hearing this, Xing Yunxi smiled and replied, "You understand me, Gaiyan. But speaking of it, This Tang San is really bold to dare provoke Lei Han. I wonder where he got the courage. Xing Gaian shook his head and said, Courage? Umph. I think he is foolish. The restraining power within Lei Han is not to be trifled with. After all, she is one of the legends of our Star Soul Pavilion. And few can cultivate it successfully, but those who do are all extraordinary beings. This Tang San is likely to pay the price for his recklessness. Xing Yunqi's eyes flickered with anticipation as she said, I wonder how long this Tang San can last. I hope he doesn't disappoint us too much. Tang San stealthily arrived at the basement of the Shrek Academy's Soul Engineer Department and saw Lei Han, who was unconscious. Her face was pale, but could not hide her exquisite charm. Tang San couldn't help but secretly praise her. No wonder Lei Han attracted so much attention. Her aura alone was remarkably outstanding. He cautiously released his divine consciousness, wanting to probe into Lei Han's condition, but suddenly felt a strong repulsive force, as if there was an invisible barrier isolating his divine consciousness. Immediately after, he was struck by something and was sent back to the divine realm, feeling darkness before his eyes and staggering, almost unable to stand. Once he steadied himself, he found himself back in the Divine Realm Committee meeting room, where all the gods were looking at him in surprise. See, God, what happened to you? A deity asked. You went down to the lower realm, and you came back looking like a panda? In that other dimension, Xing Gaian and Xing Yunqi, who saw this scene through the crystal ball, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. It seems this Tang San isn't all that great. He was sent back so quickly by the restraint within Lei Han. Xing Gaian sarcastically mocked, tears of laughter streaming down his face. Xing Yunqi was also laughing uncontrollably, patting Xing Gaian's shoulder as she said, Gaian, see? I told you Tang San was going to suffer a bit. Now he has been beaten back to his original form. After laughing enough, Xing Gaian wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes and said, This Tang San is truly disappointing. I thought he could hold on a bit longer. I didn't expect him to be so easily defeated. Tang San's face turned pale. He never expected that, as the sea god, he would be sent back by a little girl who hadn't fully awakened her martial soul. This sudden turn of events made all the deities in the meeting room burst into laughter, with the most raucous laughter coming from his archrival, the god of destruction, who was laughing so hard he was slapping the armrest, as if seeing Tang San at his most embarrassed was the greatest joy of his life. Ha ha ha, Tang San, you have your day today. The god of destruction laughed until he was doubled over, his voice filled with schadenfreude. Tang San gritted his teeth, feeling an unprecedented sense of humiliation. He knew that this failure was not due to his lack of strength, but because he had underestimated the mysterious power within Lei Han. God of destruction, laugh all you want. But don't forget, we are on the same boat now. If the Douluo continent really encounters a crisis, you will also be held accountable, Tang San said coldly, his eyes flashing with a cold light. The god of destruction laughed even harder, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Tang San, you and the god of speed came from the Douluo continent, but we did not. The safety of the Douluo continent has nothing to do with us. The peace of our divine realm is what we truly care about. Tang San's heart sank upon hearing this. He understood that while the god of destruction's words were harsh, they were the truth. The deities of the divine realm had their own stances and interests. They would not have the same deep feelings for the Douluo continent as he did. But don't forget, if the Douluo continent really encounters a crisis, the entire divine realm will also be affected. At that time, can you really remain unscathed? Tang San attempted to persuade the god of destruction, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. Even if the Douluo continent explodes, it won't affect the divine realm much. Don't come here with your alarmist rhetoric, the god of destruction said disdainfully, his eyes filled with mockery and contempt for Tang San. Exactly, even if the Douluo continent explodes, what does it have to do with us? The divine realm is tens of thousands of miles away from the Douluo continent. How much impact could it have? Another deity echoed, his face full of indifference and ruthlessness. You want to protect your little place that just came out, and I don't oppose it, but dragging the divine realm into it is just ridiculous. Another deity spoke up, his tone clearly displeased. See, God, this is where you went wrong. You don't need to alarm the entire divine realm just to protect your little place. An older-looking deity slowly spoke, his voice steady and powerful. Our divine realm has its own rules and order. It will not be easily shaken by the slightest change in the Douluo continent. Having suffered humiliation yourself, don't vent your anger on us. A goddess beside the older deity also spoke, her voice cold and carrying undeniable authority. Tang San, as the sea god, you should be more rational and calm, rather than causing a scene here. Upon hearing this, Tang San completely fell out with Lei Han. If it weren't for her causing such a commotion, How could he have been so embarrassingly sent back to the divine realm, subjected to the ridicule and questioning of the gods? A cold glint flickered in his eyes as he silently vowed to make Lei Han pay for her actions. "Oof. You will regret this," Tang Sen said coldly, his voice low and filled with threat. "The Douluo continent is not as fragile as you imagine. It has its own strength and foundation. When the crisis truly arrives, you will witness its might." After speaking, Tang San's figure flickered and turned into a beam of light, disappearing from the meeting room. He knew he needed to understand more about Lei Han and the Douluo continent situation in order to formulate a response strategy. What's wrong with him? Is he biting everyone like a mad dog? A deity slammed his cup down on the table, his face full of anger. Did Tang San take the wrong medicine today? Why is he speaking so aggressively? I think he got beaten up by that little girl and is unhappy. So he's venting his frustration on us, another deity sneered. Why should we be the objects of his venting, if he's not as capable as others? Can he blame us? Another deity also expressed his dissatisfaction, his eyes filled with disdain for Tang San. The atmosphere in the conference room became tense, and the gods began to whisper among themselves, discussing in hushed tones. They were all surprised and dissatisfied with Tang San's performance today, believing he was too impulsive and reckless. "All right, everyone quiet down," the elder deity spoke again, his voice steady and powerful, instantly calming the commotion in the conference room. Tang San may indeed have lost his composure today, but as guardians of the divine realm, we should be more tolerant and understanding. After all, everyone has their weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Hearing this, the gods nodded in agreement. They knew the elder deity's words made sense. As guardians of the divine realm, they should unite to face future challenges and crises together. Xing Gaian, who was watching the scene through a crystal ball, was shaking his shoulders, clearly stifling laughter. Xing Yunqi showed no restraint in her amusement, pounding the table as she laughed until tears streamed down her face. "Ha ha, this guy named Tang San is too funny." After being taught a lesson by Xiao Han, he actually went back and threw a tantrum at the so-called high-ups of the divine realm. What does he want? Does he want the divine realm to stand up for him and teach Xiao Han a lesson? It's just too ridiculous, Xing Yunqi said, her tone full of sarcasm directed at Tang San. If he really intends to take action, should we go to Douluo continent? After all, Lei Han's consciousness is still there, and she has lost all her memories. Her current restraint has not fully manifested yet. If we really encounter any danger, I fear the two juniors we send might not be able to handle this guy named Tang San, Xing Gaian said, his smile gradually fading as he became serious. Xing Yunqi, upon hearing this, also wiped the smile off her face, her expression turning cold and serious. "Do you really think I won't protect my own? Lei Han is my disciple. Her matters are my matters. If Tang San really dares to harm her, I will not sit idly by. After all, my devouring is the second-ranked myth in our Star Soul Pavilion. I want to see if he can withstand my wrath." Hearing this, Xing Gaian shivered in fear, fully aware of Xing Yunqi's strength and the terrifying status of devouring in the Star Soul Pavilion. Calm down, Xing Yunqi. Let's first see what Tang San really intends to do before making any plans, Xing Gaian hurriedly advised, not wanting Xing Yunqi to act impulsively and do something irreparable. Xing Yunqi took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions. She understood that Xing Gaian's words made sense. Acting impulsively now would only worsen the situation. All right, then we will wait and see. However, if Tang San really dares to harm Lei Han, just watch if I dare to overturn this so-called divine realm, Xing Yunqi said fiercely, her eyes flashing with determination and dominance. Xing Gaian, hearing this, quickly slapped his own mouth hard. If he hadn't mentioned Lei Han just now, Xing Yunqi wouldn't have been so agitated. He knew how much she cared for Lei Han and understood the position this disciple held in her heart. All right, Xing Yunqi, don't worry too much. That girl Lei Han is quite clever, and with the inheritance of our Star Soul Pavilion, she won't easily suffer losses, Xing Gaian reassured again. Try to ease Xing Yunqi's tense emotions. Xing Yunqi nodded. Although she was still worried, she understood that Xing Gaian's words were reasonable. Lei Han was indeed a smart girl, and she possessed the inheritance and power of the Star Soul Pavilion, so she should not easily fall victim to Tang San. Xing Gaian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly relieved that he had managed to stabilize Xing Yunqi in time. He knew that once Xing Yunqi got angry, she could punch a hole in the sky. Meanwhile, in the basement of Shrek Academy's Soul Guidance Department, the unconscious Lei Han lay quietly on her bed, while Duo leaned by the bed, worry etched on his face as he looked at her. He gently held Lei Han's hand, feeling the faint pulse from her palm. praying for her to wake up soon. Xiao Han, you must wake up. You are the genius of our Shrek Academy. You can't just stay unconscious like this. Duo murmured, his eyes filled with worry and anxiety. Zhou, he was in the kitchen of the living area, brewing herbal medicine. The rich medicinal aroma permeating the entire room. Her face was full of concern and anxiety, occasionally glancing towards Lei Han's direction, her eyes filled with endless worry. Xian Liner poured the medicine into a bowl and then brought it to Lei Han's room, her expression serious and her steps steady. She gently placed the bowl on the bedside table and walked over to Duo's side, softly saying, Duo, the medicine is ready. Hurry and feed it to Xiao Han. I hope it can have some effect and help her wake up soon. Upon hearing this, Duo quickly got up to take the bowl, carefully lifting it. He scooped up a spoonful of the medicine, gently blowing on it to cool it down before slowly feeding it to Lei Han. The medicine dribbled down the corner of Lei Han's mouth, only a small portion making it down her throat. Duo did not feel discouraged. He continued patiently feeding her, hoping the medicine would gradually take effect. Xian Liner stood by, her gaze fixed on Lei Han, her heart filled with hope and prayer. She knew that Lei Han was the future hope of Shrek Academy and a source of pride for all the teachers. She could not simply watch Lei Han remain unconscious like this. Time passed minute by minute, and the medicine gradually ran low. But Lei Han showed no signs of waking up. Duo's brows furrowed tighter, his worry deepening. Liner, why hasn't Xiao Han woken up yet? Does this medicine even work? Duo asked anxiously. Xian Liner, upon hearing this, punched Duo lightly and said irritably, What are you so anxious about? It's not a miraculous elixir. How can it take effect so quickly? It's only the second day. You have to give Xiao Han some time to recover. Duo scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, I'm just worried. Xiao Han looked pretty strong usually. I didn't expect her to be hurt so badly this time. Xian Lineazite, walking to the window and looking at the overcast sky outside, saying, Yes, this incident indeed took us by surprise. I didn't expect that Ikedu's reckless activation of Xiao Han's martial soul would lead to such serious consequences. I hope he learns his lesson and doesn't act so rashly again in the future. Duo also walked to the window, looking at the scenery outside, and said heavily, Hikaitu is still young. He was curious about Xiao Han's martial soul, but forgot that she is only 5 years old and her body cannot bear such immense power. We also share some responsibility for not informing him in advance. I just hope Xiao Han wakes up soon and doesn't have any lasting effects. In the manufacturing area of the soul guidance devices in the basement, Fan Yu had not given Hikaitu a good face for a day. He had a grim expression, and his hands trembled slightly with anger as he made the soul guidance devices. Teacher, I really know I was wrong. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. I just wanted to see how powerful Lei Han's martial soul was, Hikaitu said, lowering his head, his voice trembling as he realized he had caused a huge mess. Fan Yu, upon hearing this, did not respond but continued working on the soul guidance device. His eyes revealed strictness and disappointment, making Hikaitu feel even more guilty. Teacher, I really didn't mean to. I will be careful in the future and won't act so recklessly again. Hikaitu pleaded again, his tone filled with remorse. Fan Yu stopped his actions, turned around, and looked at Hikaitu with piercing eyes. Do you know how big a trouble you've caused, Hikaitu? Lei Han is still lying in bed, unconscious. If anything happens to her, can you bear this responsibility? Hikaitu shivered at Fan Yu's words and hurriedly said, Teacher, I really know my mistake. I am willing to accept any punishment as long as it can wake Lei Han up. If I kill you, will Lei Han wake up? Fan Yu snorted coldly, his tone filled with anger and disappointment. He walked up to Hikaitu and yanked him up from the ground. What you need to do now is to seriously reflect on your mistakes, and then do your best to make amends. Do you understand? Hikaitu nodded repeatedly, tears of regret filling his eyes. Teacher, I understand. I really know my mistake. I will be careful in the future and will never do such reckless things again. Seeing the remorse on Hikaitu's face, Fan Yu's anger gradually subsided. He knew that although Hikaitu was curious, he was not a bad person at heart. This incident had also served as a wake-up call for him, making him realize that he must be more cautious in his path of cultivation and exploration in the future. Meanwhile, in Lei Han's room, Duo and Xian Liner were still keeping vigil by her bedside. They looked at Lei Han's pale little face, filled with worry and anxiety. Liner, do you think Xiao Han will have any sequelae? Duo asked again, his voice full of fear. Xian Liner shook her head and comforted him. Don't worry too much, Duo. Xiao Han has a very good physical condition, and our Shrek Academy's medical facilities are top-notch. As long as she can wake up, I believe she will recover quickly. Hearing this, Duoduo's worries eased slightly. He tightened his grip on Lei Han's hand, softly calling her name. Xiao Han, you must wake up. We're all waiting for you. Don't be too anxious. It's only the second day of her coma, and you're already losing your composure. Xian Liner advised from the side. Duo, you have to trust the medical level of our Shrek Academy and also believe in Xiao Han's recovery ability. Duo nodded, but the anxiety in his eyes did not completely dissipate. He turned to Xian Liner and asked, Liner, what do you think we should do next? We can't just keep waiting for Xiao Han to wake up, right? What do you suggest? We can't just shake her awake, Xian Liner said with a helpless smile. Duo felt embarrassed and scratched his head. Then let's just stay here with her until she wakes up. Duo said firmly, that's the only way. Xian Lina aside, walked to Lei Han's bedside, reached out to touch her forehead, hoping Xiao Han could feel their intentions and wake up soon. Chapter 15, Crazy Plan. A month later. Lei Han still had not woken up, but her physical condition had gradually stabilized. Duo and Xian Liner would guard her bedside every day, telling her interesting stories about the academy, sharing bits of their lives, as if trying to use words to awaken her sleeping soul. Liner, Teacher Zhou, I've decided to advance Lei Han's martial soul training, Duo suddenly said seriously, his eyes shining with determination. Xian Liner and Zhou turned back in disbelief, their gazes fixed on Duo, filled with indescribable shock and astonishment. Duo sighed slightly, that sigh seemingly containing a hint of helplessness over his recent decision, a mixture of emotions swirling in his heart, hard to calm. He continued, you all know that Xiao Han has extraordinary talent, but the power hidden within her is like a double-edged sword, possessing remarkable sharpness while also harboring unpredictable dangers. However, Xian Liner interrupted Duo's words without hesitation, her voice filled with urgency and anger. Duo, are you crazy? Xiao Han is only 5 years old. How can you bear to let her step into the cruel martial soul training so early? Her body and mind are still far from mature. Your decision is too hasty, too irresponsible. Zhou also furrowed her brow tightly, her voice low and firm. Director Qian, I can understand your high hopes for Xiao Han, but the awakening and growth of a martial soul should follow nature and be gradual. If you rush this process, it could backfire and lay endless hidden dangers for Xiao Han's future. Duo remained silent for a moment. A hint of bitterness appeared on his resolute face. Of course I know this reasoning. I wish I could let Xiao Han grow up slowly in a carefree environment. But Hichaitu has awakened the dormant power within Lei Han. That power is too strong, exceeding our control. If we don't guide and train it, I fear it will erupt within Xiao Han, causing irreparable consequences. As her director, as her teacher, and also as her father, I cannot stand by and watch her head toward destruction. As he spoke, Duo's eyes reddened slightly. His voice choked with a complex mix of deep worry and love for Lei Han. Therefore, I have decided that her 5 spirit rings will all be 10,000-year spirit rings. With her talent, only 10,000-year spirit rings can withstand the impact of that power and fully unleash her potential. Duo, you madman. Do you know what you're saying? Xian Liner's voice trembled, unable to believe her ears. Zhou was also shocked into silence, looking at Duo with confusion and concern. Duo took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and slowly said, I know this decision is crazy and risky, but I have no other choice. The power within Xiao Han is unimaginably strong. If it is not controlled and erupts, it will not only harm her, but also bring great disaster to the entire academy. As the director, I cannot take this risk. I cannot let this happen. Moreover, I believe in Xiao Han. I believe she possesses extraordinary courage and perseverance. She will surely overcome these difficulties and become a true strong person. As Duo spoke, his eyes shone with determination and trust. Xian Liner and Zhou looked at Duo, their expressions gradually becoming complicated. They knew that although this decision was crazy, it stemmed from Duo's deep love and responsibility for Xiao Han. They remained silent for a moment, ultimately sighing helplessly and choosing to silently support Duo's decision. Director, please think twice. Hichaitu knelt on the ground, his voice trembling with tears. Xiao Han is still so young. How can she bear the trial of 10,000-year spirit rings? This is too cruel, too unfair. Fanyu, look at the good disciple you've taken in. What a huge mess he has caused. Now, he wants Xiao Han to absorb 5 10,000-year spirit rings all at once. This is simply a fantasy, a taboo in the history of martial soul cultivation. Zhou angrily looked at Hichaitu, her voice trembling with emotion. Duo heavily closed his eyes, tears sliding down between his fingers. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had become exceptionally firm. Do as I say. We don't have time. Duo has lived a childless life. And now that he has accepted Lei Han as his adopted daughter, he intends to treat and nurture her as if she were his own. I cannot let the power within her become the source of her destruction. I want her to become a true, strong person, letting everyone know that my disciple, trained by Duo, is certainly not a trivial one. Xian Liner and Zhou Yi exchanged a glance, seeing determination and helplessness in each other's eyes. They knew that Duo had made a decision that no one could change. So, they silently stood up, preparing to make final preparations for Lei Han's martial soul training. The three of them tidied up and prepared to go to the Stardow Forest to find a suitable 10,000-year soul ring for Lei Han. The Stardow Forest, as a gathering place for soul beasts, is fraught with danger and opportunity. But for the future of Xiao Han, they must take the risk. Zhou Yi and Wang Yin stayed behind to take care of the unconscious Lei Han and prepared some medicines to enhance her physique and stabilize her soul power. Hoping to alleviate the pain she was about to face to some extent, Lei Han lay quietly on the bed, her face pale, but with a hint of determination, as if she had already sensed the challenges that were coming. Teacher Zhou, do you think Xiao Han can really get through this? Wang Yin asked anxiously, his eyes filled with concern for Xiao Han. Zhou Yi gently sighed, looking at Lei Han with soft eyes. I don't know, but regardless of the outcome, we must fully support her. Since Dean Xian has made a decision, we should trust his judgment and also believe in Xiao Han's potential and courage. You're right, after all, she is an experiment of the Sun-Moon Empire. Those lunatics must have injected her with many unknown drugs and gene fragments, which gave her this powerful force. Perhaps the 10,000-year soul ring can truly become the key for her to control this power. Wang Yin murmured, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Zhou Yi frowned slightly at his words. The Sun-Moon Empire? They always love to engage in such crooked paths. However, this is precisely the reason for the existence of Shrek Academy, to cultivate batches of strong individuals who can fight against these dark forces. Xiao Han is destined to walk an extraordinary path. Outside the room, Hikaitu quietly listened to the conversation inside, stunned. He never expected that his junior sister was actually an experimental subject created by his own country. A bitter smile appeared on his face, filled with mixed emotions. My good uncle, not only do you seek power and usurp authority, but you also did such inhumane things behind my back and my father's. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms, filled with anger and pain. Zhou Yi was peeling an apple, while Wang Yin was reading a book. The room was quiet, with only the sound of peeling apples and the occasional turning of pages. She is still unconscious. Peeling the apple won't help, Wang Yin said, glancing at Zhou Yi with some helplessness. Zhou Yi paused her hand slightly, but then continued peeling. We have to do something for her, even if it's just these trivial little things. Wang Yin sighed, set down his book, and walked to the window to look at the gloomy sky outside. I hope Dean Xian and the others can successfully find the 10,000-year soul ring. And I also hope Xiao Han can get through this. She will. She definitely will. Zhou Yi's voice was firm and powerful, as if encouraging herself. Just then, the communicator in the room suddenly rang, and Zhou Yi quickly answered. Hello? Is this Dean Xian? A heavy voice came from the other end. It's us. We have found a first suitable 10,000-year soul ring. There are still 4 light attribute soul beasts to find, but it's a good start. We are on our way to the next target location, and everything is going smoothly. Zhou Yi's tense expression relaxed slightly. That's great. You must be careful. Safety first. Don't worry. We will be careful, Duo replied, and then the communicator was hung up. Zhou Yi put down the communicator and looked at Wang Yin. Dean Xian and the others have found the first 10,000-year soul ring. I hope the next ones go smoothly too. Wang Yin nodded, a spark of hope reigniting in his eyes. Yes, as long as Xiao Han has the courage and perseverance. Along with our help, she will definitely succeed. Chapter 16. Absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring. Cough, Mom Zhou, Uncle Wang. Lei Han's weak voice suddenly interrupted Zhou Yi and Wang Yan's conversation. The two quickly walked to the bedside and saw Lei Han slowly opening her eyes, her gaze revealing a hint of confusion and pain. Xiao Han, you finally woke up. Zhou Yi exclaimed excitedly, gripping Lei Han's hand, her eyes slightly red. Lei Han felt her all over. Just as he was about to get up, Zhou Yi gently pressed him back down and said, Don't move, you're still very weak. How do you feel? Is there anywhere that's uncomfortable? Lei Han shook her head slightly, her voice still a bit hoarse. I just feel weak all over, and my head is a bit dizzy. Wang Yin quickly poured a cup of warm water from the side and handed it to Lei Han. Here, drink some water first. Lei Han took the cup of water, sipping it slowly. The warm water soothed her throat, making her feel a bit more comfortable. Dean Xian and the others have already found the Eternal Soul Ring. You have to be strong. We are all by your side. Zhou Yi gently comforted her, her eyes filled with encouragement. Upon hearing this, Lei Han's eyes flashed with surprise and emotion. But Dad said I'm not yet 6 years old. Why are they starting to look for a 10,000-year soul ring for me? Isn't that too early? Her tone carried a hint of confusion, clearly not understanding the urgency of Duoluo and the others. Zhou Yi gently patted Lei Han's head and explained, your situation is quite special. And after being stimulated by your senior brother, the power within you has become a bit uncontrollable. Dean Xian is worried that this power might harm you. So he decided to start looking for a 10,000-year soul ring for you in advance, hoping to help you better control and utilize this power. Lei Han nodded, seemingly understanding. With a hint of determination in her eyes, I will work hard. I don't want to disappoint Dad, and Zhou, and Uncle Wang. Come on, Xiaohan. Drink the medicine first. Wang Yin brought over a bowl of herbal liquid that emitted a faint medicinal aroma and handed it to Lei Han. Lei Han looked at the bowl of dark medicine, feeling a bit resistant. She turned to Zhou Yi, her eyes showing a hint of a pout. Mom Zhou, can I not drink it? It smells so bitter. Zhou Yi chuckled softly and shook her head, her tone full of affection. Be good, Xiaohan. Good medicine tastes bitter. You have to drink the medicine to get better quickly. Plus, drinking the medicine will help you become stronger faster, so you won't be easily bullied in the future. As she spoke, Zhou Yi took a candy out of her pocket, saying, once you finish your medicine, this candy will be yours. Lei Han looked at the colorful candy. Her eyes brightened, and then she took the medicine from Wang Yan's hand, closed her eyes, and gulped it down in one go. But the next second, Wang Yan was caught off guard and sprayed with medicine all over his face. Lei Han started to cough violently from the bitter taste, her little face scrunching up. Oh no, Xiaohan, why did you spray it all out? Zhou Yi quickly grabbed a handkerchief, wiping Wang Yan's face while gently patting Lei Han's back. This is even more bitter than bile. Lei Han shook her head vigorously, her hands flailing in the air, trying to grab something to alleviate the bitterness in her mouth. He Kai too, seeing this scene through the crack in the door, felt a surge of sadness. He gently pushed the door open and walked in, holding a piece of preserved fruit. Xiaohan, eat a piece of preserved fruit, and it won't be bitter anymore. Lei Han looked up and saw He Kai too, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She opened her little mouth and took the candied fruit. The sweetness of the candied fruit instantly diluted the bitterness in her mouth, and Lei Han's little face blossomed into a smile again. Thank you, senior brother. Hey, Mama Zhou, why does senior brother have an injury on his face? Zhou Yi sighed when she heard this, looked at He Kai too with a complex expression, and softly explained. He was taught a lesson by your father, and your foster father fanned you together. After all, it was wrong of him to activate your martial soul without permission. You're only a little over 5 years old. Your body can't withstand such powerful forces yet. After hearing this, Lei Han's eyes flashed with a hint of guilt. I'm sorry. Senior brother, it's all because of me. He Kai too shook his head, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It's fine, Xiaohan. Senior brother is tough. This little injury is nothing. As long as you're okay. Zhou Yi looked at the two children in front of her, a warm feeling surging in her heart. She said softly, all right, Xiaohan has just woken up. Her body is still weak and needs more rest. He Kai too, you should go out first and let Xiaohan have a good sleep. He Kai too nodded, gave Lei Han a deep look, and then turned to leave. Lei Han lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, filled with gratitude and determination. She knew that there were so many people around her who cared for her and loved her, and she couldn't let them down. Zhou Yi sat by the bed, gently holding Lei Han's hand, and softly said, Xiaohan, sleep peacefully. Mom will always be here with you. Lei Han smiled slightly, closed her eyes, and soon fell into a deep sleep. By the afternoon, the freight elevator in the Soul Guidance Department basement slowly opened, and Duoluo and the others arrived with 5 light attribute soul beasts. Zhou Yi and Wang Yin had already been waiting there. Director Qian, you're back so soon? Zhou Yi said, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes upon seeing Duoluo and the others. Duoluo nodded solemnly. We must find a suitable 10,000-year soul ring for Lei Han as soon as possible. Her situation is a bit special, and we cannot delay. Fan Yu instructed the students of the Soul Guidance Department to move the 5 iron cages to the living area. Inside the cages, the 5 light attribute soul beasts either curled up or roared, as if they sensed the impending change in their fate. The students moved cautiously, trying their best not to startle the soul beasts. Zhou Yi and Wang Yan follow behind, with Zhou Yi's brows tightly knit, clearly very worried about Lei Han's condition. Wang Yan occasionally whispered to Duo, discussing the issue of selecting a soul ring for Lei Han. Duo pondered for a moment and said, Lei Han's constitution is different from others. The energy fluctuations released when her martial soul awakened shocked even me. A 10,000-year soul ring is both a challenge and an opportunity for her. We must choose carefully to ensure she can absorb it smoothly. Wang Yan nodded in agreement. That's right, the power of a 10,000-year soul ring is immense. If we choose poorly, it could cause irreversible harm to Lei Han. We must find the soul beast that is most compatible with her martial soul. Zhou Yi added. Moreover, we also need to consider Lei Han's psychological endurance. After all, she is still a child, and facing such a powerful soul ring, it's inevitable that she would feel fear and anxiety. Xianliner knocked on Lei Han's room door and said, Xiao Han, are you there? Mom, Dad, and Godfather are back. After saying this, she opened the door and saw Lei Han already sitting up, leaning against the headboard, her eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Mom, Dad, Godfather, you're back. Lei Han's voice carried a hint of joy, as she seemed to have forgotten her physical weakness and was eager to know what they had brought back. Duo smiled as he walked to Lei Han's bedside and gently said, Xiao Han, we have found 5 light attribute soul beasts for you, all with over 10,000 years of cultivation. We will choose the one that is most suitable for you to help you obtain a 10,000-year soul ring. Hearing this, Lei Han's eyes flashed with surprise and excitement. Really? Does that mean I can become stronger? Xianliner gently patted Lei Han's head and comforted him. Yes, Xiao Han. But you must remember, the process of obtaining a soul ring is not easy. You need to face challenges bravely and overcome your inner fears. Lei Han nodded heavily, her eyes shining with determination. Mom, I'm not afraid. I will be brave. Duo looked at Lei Han with relief and turned to Zhou Yi and Wang Yan, saying, Then let's start preparing now. Wang Yan, go get a knife and let Xiao Han do it herself to kill the soul beast. This will help her face the absorption of the soul ring on her own in the future. Remember, she must make her own choice. This is an important test of her will. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan felt a bit reluctant, but still nodded and turned to get the knife. He knew this was a necessary lesson on Lei Han's path to growth. No matter how difficult it was, she had to face it alone. Zhou Yi then walked over to Lei Han and softly said, Xiao Han, you need to make your choice bravely later. Mom believes you can do it. Lei Han tightly held Zhou Yi's hand, her eyes shining with determination. Mom, don't worry, I will. Duo helped Lei Han out of the room and into the living area. 5 light attribute soul beasts were housed in 5 iron cages, some calm, some restless, but all exuding a powerful aura. At this moment, Hikaitu asked Duo, Dean, junior sister, what level is she actually? Duo pondered for a moment before slowly saying, We awakened her martial soul, the 20-winged angel, when she was young, and her soul power level is innate full soul power at level 50. What? Innate full soul power at level 50? Hikaitu exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. He swayed slightly, almost losing his balance. Innate full soul power at level 10 and 20 is already considered a genius. But he never expected Lei Han to reach innate full soul power at level 50, which was beyond his imagination. Wang Yan, who had just come out of the kitchen with a knife, also trembled at Duo's words, nearly dropping the knife. He looked at Lei Han in disbelief, waves of astonishment surging in his heart. Lei Han looked at the surprised expressions of the crowd, feeling a bit at a loss. She had always known that she was different, but she never expected her soul power level to be this high. Dad, am I really that amazing? There was a hint of uncertainty in Lei Han's voice. Duo smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with encouragement. Yes, Xiao Han, you are very impressive. Your talent is extraordinary, and you will definitely become a powerful figure in the future. Hearing Duo's affirmation, a glimmer of light flashed in Lei Han's eyes, filled with hope for the future and confidence in herself. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, as if to motivate herself. What should I do now? Lei Han looked at Duo, waiting for his instructions. Duo turned to Wang Yan, who had already steadied his mind and handed the knife in his hand to Lei Han. Lei Han took the knife, her hand trembling slightly, but she still gripped the hilt firmly. Xiang, you need to choose one from these 5 soul beasts and then kill it with your own hands to obtain its soul ring, Duo said with a serious tone. Lei Han nodded and then walked towards the 5 iron cages. She stood in front of the cages, her gaze sweeping back and forth over the 5 soul beasts. Each of these soul beasts exuded a powerful aura that made her feel a bit of pressure. But she knew this was a challenge she had to face, and she had to bravely take this step. Lei Han took a deep breath and walked towards one of the seemingly gentler soul beasts. It was a bright bird with pure white wings, and its eyes revealed a sense of tranquility and peace. Looking at it, Lei Han felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "I'll choose you." Lei Han closed her eyes and waved a knife in her hand, hacking away randomly. After a while, she opened her eyes to find that she had completely shaved off the bright bird's feathers, while the bird itself was left with not a single feather and yet stood unharmed in the cage, looking innocent and aggrieved. "Junior sister, haha, I didn't know you had such skills. You've practically given this bright bird a full body wax." Hikaitu laughed so hard he almost lost his breath. "If I didn't know better, I would think you were plucking feathers from a chicken before cooking it." After finally stopping his laughter, Hikaitu teased once more. Xianlin Air couldn't help but chuckle either. She gently patted Lei Han's shoulder and comforted her, saying, "Xiao Han, don't be discouraged. It's always a bit awkward the first time. Let's try again, and this time I'll teach you how to strike accurately." Lei Han's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded shyly. She took a deep breath again, adjusted her state, and then looked at the bright bird once more. This time, she was no longer anxious, but carefully observed every movement and breath of the bright bird. Duo was also guiding her from the side. "Xiao Han, you need to feel the aura and rhythm of the soul beast, find its flaw, and then strike with one decisive blow. Remember, you must stay calm and decisive." Lei Han nodded, then swung her knife again. This time, her blade flashed like lightning, accurately striking the neck of the light bird. The light bird let out a mournful cry, then fell to the ground, no longer moving. Lei Han looked at the bright bird on the ground, her eyes flashing with surprise and joy. She didn't expect that she had really succeeded, which greatly increased her confidence. "I did it." Lei Han's voice was filled with excitement and tremor. Duo smiled and nodded, then walked over to Lei Han's side and said softly, "Very good, Xiao Han. You did well. Now we can start absorbing the soul ring." Under Duo's guidance, Lei Han began to sit cross-legged, closing her eyes and concentrating, preparing to absorb the soul ring. The air around them started to become heavy and tense, everyone holding their breath and watching Lei Han's every move. Lei Han was drenched in cold sweat, clearly indicating that the process of absorbing the soul ring was not easy. The soul ring of the bright bird slowly rose, emitting a soft glow, seemingly resonating with the soul power within Lei Han. Lei Han furrowed her brows, showing a pained expression on her face, but her gaze was exceptionally resolute. Duo watched nervously from the side, occasionally whispering reminders. "Relax, Xiao Han, relax your body. Let the soul ring naturally merge into you." Lei Han followed Duo's instructions, diligently adjusting her breathing and state. As time passed, the look of pain on her face gradually eased, and the glow of the soul ring became dimmer, eventually merging completely into her body. When Lei Han opened her eyes again, her gaze had become brighter and deeper, as if she had undergone some kind of transformation. She stood up, feeling the powerful force surging within her, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. "Mom, I feel like I've become so much stronger." Lei Han excitedly ran to Xianlin, grabbing her hand and saying. Xianlin looked at her daughter's excited demeanor, her eyes filled with gratification and pride. She gently stroked Lei Han's head and said softly, "Yes, Xiao Han, you have indeed become stronger now. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. You must use your strength to protect the people around you and to do the right thing." Lei Han nodded seriously, firmly remembering her mother's words. She turned to look at the remaining soul beasts, her eyes shining with determination. She knew this was just the beginning of her journey of growth, and she still had a long way to go. Duo watched Lei Han's performance with admiration in his heart. He knew that Lei Han had extraordinary talent and potential, and as long as she continued to work hard, she would surely become a powerful figure in the future. "All right, Xiao Han, continue to kill the remaining 4 10,000-year soul beasts. This will further sharpen your will and strength," Duo said seriously, his tone carrying an undeniable firmness. Lei Han was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded. Although she had just gone through a difficult challenge, she did not back down upon hearing Duo's words. She knew that to become stronger, she had to face more difficulties and challenges. Duo opened one cage after another, releasing soul beasts, and Lei Han skillfully dealt with them one by one with her knife. Each soul beast's soul ring was absorbed by her, and each absorption further enhanced her strength. However, in the end, an accident occurred with the last soul beast. It struggled desperately and bit down hard on Lei Han's left shoulder. Duo and Xianliner were taken aback and rushed forward. At that moment, a certain power within Lei Han began to stir. A white gas suddenly erupted from her body, and Duo and Xianliner, who were closest to her, suddenly felt that their martial souls could not be used, and even the soul power of the soul beast seemed to be completely suppressed at that moment. My martial soul seems to be restrained, and even the soul guide has lost its response, He Kaitu exclaimed in surprise. The soul guide in his hand indeed dimmed, as if it had lost all its power. What kind of power is this? Zhou Yi's voice trembled slightly. She had never seen such a bizarre phenomenon. The soul beast was ultimately killed by Lei Han, who did not rush to absorb the soul ring. Zhou Yi turned to get the medicine box, and when she turned back after getting it, she saw an incredible scene. The gruesome wound on Lei Han's left shoulder was healing at a visibly rapid pace, and a faint glow flickered around the wound, as if some mysterious power was repairing her body. What was going on? Zhou Yi was so surprised that she could hardly close her mouth, nearly dropping the medicine box in her hands. Lei Han was quite surprised herself. She looked down at the wound that was healing rapidly, her eyes flashing with curiosity and confusion. I don't know. It seems like my body is automatically repairing itself. Lei Han's voice carried a hint of perplexity. Duo and Xianliner exchanged glances, both seeing shock and confusion in each other's eyes. They knew that Lei Han must be hiding some kind of secret. The ability to automatically heal wounds was anything but ordinary. After a while, the four of them began frantically flipping through various ancient texts on the sofa in the living area, but they found nothing recorded about it. Duo rubbed his temples, appearing somewhat fatigued. Xianliner, on the other hand, furrowed her brows, her fingers lightly tapping on the table as she pondered the possible source of this strange phenomenon surrounding Lei Han. Could it be related to Lei Han's martial soul? Hikaidu suddenly proposed a hypothesis. After all, her martial soul was quite special. No, Duo shook his head, dismissing Hikaitu's guess. Lei Han's martial soul is the 20-winged angel. Although it is powerful and rare from what I know, it does not possess such healing abilities. Moreover, it doesn't seem to be a type of soul power. Instead, it can restrain our martial souls and soul-guiding devices. Xianliner added, her gaze becoming profound as if she was recalling something. Lei Han sat quietly to the side, listening to their discussion, filled with doubts. She looked at her shoulder, which had completely healed, with only a faint scar remaining. How about I name it Void Spirit? She said suddenly, breaking the silence. As a name for this mysterious power within me. Void Spirit. Duo repeated the name, a glimmer of thought passing through her eyes. That's a good name. Both mysterious and powerful. However, Shaoan, remember, don't use this power lightly unless it's absolutely necessary or your life is in serious danger. It will be your last trump card. Lei Han nodded, remembering Duo's words. She understood that this mysterious power, while strong, inevitably came with unknown risks. She needed to use it cautiously to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chapter 17. Hellish Education. Since Lei Han obtained the 5 precious 10,000-year soul rings, Duo had entrusted Zhou Yi to meticulously plan a series of elite training programs for Lei Han that could be described as hellishly difficult. Kaitu always looked forward to observing these sessions, but was always politely declined by Fan Yu for various reasonable reasons. Zhou Yi implemented an extremely rigorous soul master training program for Lei Han, while Wang Yin provided personalized instruction on soul master theory and tactical analysis, as well as tactical simulations for the continent's senior soul master competitions, aiming to ensure that Lei Han could make progress in both theory and practice. After the soul master course concluded, the brief 30-minute break quickly passed, followed by a high-intensity theoretical lesson on soul-guiding devices, production, and shell forging by Duo, Xianliner, and Fan Yu in a 3-on-1 format. Duo was amazed to discover that Lei Han, while crafting a level 3 soul-guiding device, not only worked at an incredible speed, but also with remarkable precision, far exceeding their expectations. He felt secretly pleased, knowing that his initial insight was indeed sharp. Lei Han not only had outstanding talent in soul mastery, but also exhibited remarkable potential in the field of soul-guiding devices. Xianliner focused more on teaching the application strategies of soul-guiding devices. With her rich practical experience, she explained to Lei Han how to flexibly use soul-guiding devices in intense battles, achieving a clever transition between offense and defense. Fan Yu took a hands-on approach, personally guiding Lei Han in forging the shells of soul guiding devices, from carefully selecting materials and meticulous melting to the final shaping, pursuing perfection in every step. At this moment, Wang Yin sat on the sofa, flipping through a book with an irritated expression, and finally slammed the book down on the coffee table. He turned to Zhou Yi and said, "Xiao Han is only 5 years old. You shouldn't train her so harshly. She will eventually die on your training ground." Wang Yin's tone was filled with concern and dissatisfaction. Before Zhou Yi could speak, Duo slowly stood up, walked over to Wang Yin, gently patted his shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "Wang Yin, I understand your concerns, but this child Lei Han is unlike any genius we have encountered. Her potential is unfathomable, and if we don't stimulate it with strict methods, we might waste this talent. Moreover, she is like a spring. The greater the pressure you apply, the stronger her rebound. I also want her to grow up happily, but reality often doesn't allow us to do so." Duo sighed, his gaze deep. "You and I both know that the Sun and Moon Empire is currently hunting for her and the long-dead Lei Yunan. After all, it was Lei Yunan who stole Lei Han from that place and changed her fate. Once this basement is exposed, Yishi Shuei and the others will also come to compete for Lei Han, this child with incredible potential. Her existence itself is a storm. I have to pave a thorny path for her growth, hoping she can become tougher in the wind and rain, strong enough to face any challenges in the future." Zhou Yi clenched her fists, her voice slightly choked. "Don't I want her to have an easier life? Look at those soul masters outside searching for her. Which one doesn't want to gain her power? What we can do is to make her strong as soon as possible. Only then can she survive this storm." Wang Yin fell silent, fully aware that he couldn't refute their words. Lei Han's situation was indeed dangerous. Her existence was like a magnet, attracting the attention of various forces. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke slowly. "I understand, but when can she leave this basement and truly connect with the outside world? We can't keep her living in darkness. We need to consider many factors, such as a legal identity, a reasonable background, and sufficient self-defense capability." Duo took a sip of coffee and continued. "These all require time and planning. Although Lei Han now possesses powerful soul mastery and soul guiding device production abilities, her mind is still not mature enough, and her understanding of the world is limited. She might not even distinguish between a copper soul coin and a gold soul coin. Therefore, we need to provide her with more education and guidance, allowing her to gradually adapt to this world. I heard your soul guiding device recently launched some extreme individual soldier program." Wang Yin suddenly changed the topic, seemingly to ease the heavy atmosphere. Duo's eyes lit up as he nodded. "That's right. It's a project I researched with Fan Yu. We intend to cultivate a group of individual soul masters with extreme combat capabilities. They must not only make achievements in soul mastery, but also be proficient in the production and use of soul guiding devices. As for the candidates, we haven't fully decided yet. Why?" Wang Yin smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "I think Lei Han might be a good candidate. Her talent and abilities are fully capable of meeting this program's requirements. Moreover, the Extreme Individual Soldier Program might allow her to grow faster and better adapt to the outside world." Upon hearing this, Duo fell into contemplation. He had indeed considered including Lei Han in the Extreme Individual Soldier Program, but had hesitated to make a decision. He then shook his head. "No, the Extreme Individual Soldier Program is not worthy of her." Wang Yin was taken aback. He didn't expect Duo to refuse so directly. He asked in confusion, "Why? Isn't the Extreme Individual Soldier Program carefully crafted by you? Why do you think it's not worthy of Lei Han? Aren't you being too proud in the soul guiding department?" Duo waved his hand, interrupting Wang Yin. "You misunderstand. I'm not saying the Extreme Individual Soldier Program is bad, but rather that it isn't sufficient to fully realize Lei Han's potential. Her abilities far exceed our imagination. Her future should not be confined to a single program, but should be created by herself. What do you think we should do then?" Zhou Yi interjected, her eyes filled with anticipation. "What else can we do? Of course, we must forge her into the sharp blade of the soul guiding department," Fan Yu said nonchalantly from the side, yet his eyes couldn't hide the seriousness and fervor within. "I want her to become the stabilizing force, the ultimate trump card of the soul guiding department, capable of turning the tide of battle against any opponent. You little rascal have quite the ambition." Duo pointed a finger at Fan Yu, then revealed a meaningful smile. "However, I like it. Lei Han indeed has the potential to become a legend in the soul guiding department, but this path is destined to be bumpy. We need to customize a unique training program for her, not only to strengthen her soul mastery and soul guiding device production abilities, but also to cultivate her mind and tactical literacy. Fan Yu chuckled, confidence sparkling in his eyes. Naturally, I can't wait to see Lei Han shine in the field of soul guiding devices. I plan to personally guide her in the production and application of soul guiding devices, allowing her to hone her skills in practical combat and gradually grow into a true master of soul guiding. Zhou Yi, hearing this, flashed a hint of worry in her eyes. Fan Yu, you must remember, Lei Han is still a child. You can't push her too hard. Fan Yu restrained his smile, nodding seriously. Don't worry, I will keep a good balance. Although the training will be strict, I will ensure she grows under the premise of physical and mental health. After all, I'm her godfather. How could I not care for her? Saying this, he gently patted his chest as if to motivate himself. Duo looked at Fan Yu and nodded slightly. With you around, I feel at ease. All right, it's settled then. Everyone, go back to your own tasks. Upon hearing this, the crowd got up and began to disperse. Wang Yin walked over to Zhou Yi and quietly said, Zhou, you need to take care of yourself and not overwork. While Lei Han's matters are important, your health cannot be neglected either. Zhou Yi looked at Wang Yin gratefully and nodded. I know. Thank you for your concern. I will pay attention to it. After saying this, she turned and walked towards the door with firm and strong steps. Duo and Fan Yu followed closely behind, and the three of them left the room together. One day in the Soul Guidance Department's underground manufacturing area, Lei Han was squatting on the ground, intently fiddling with the parts in her hands. Her eyes were focused and bright, as if the whole world had been captivated by the little gadget she was working on. Xiao Han, what are you doing? Fan Yu's voice suddenly rang out beside her. Lei Han looked up and saw Fan Yu smiling at her. Godfather, I'm trying to assemble a soul guidance device. Hoping to create something new, Lei Han excitedly replied, her small hands gesturing in the air, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and desire for the unknown. Fan Yu squatted down to take a closer look at the parts in Lei Han's hands and couldn't help but nod. Not bad. Very creative. However, you need to pay attention to the details. The position and connection of each part are very important, and there must be no mistakes. Lei Han nodded seriously and continued to work diligently. Fan Yu, on the side, quietly observed, his eyes filled with appreciation and anticipation. He knew that Lei Han was a genius, and her future was destined to be bright. However, he also understood that the path of a genius is often accompanied by countless hardships and challenges. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, Lei Han had spread various parts and semi-finished products all over the ground. Her face was covered with fine beads of sweat, but her gaze became increasingly determined and persistent. All right, Xiao Han, let's stop here for today, Fan Yu said softly as he glanced at the time. Lei Han looked up at Fan Yu, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. But, Godfather, I want to try again. Fan Yu smiled and shook his head. No, you can't. You need to balance work and rest. You're still young, your body is still developing, and you can't overexert yourself. Come on, Godfather will take you to eat something delicious. Hearing this, Lei Han's eyes lit up, and he instantly forgot about the soul guiding device in his hand. He bounced along with Fan Yu to the kitchen in the living area. He opened the refrigerator, which was filled with freshly bought ingredients and a variety of snacks. He turned around and asked Lei Han, Xiao Han, what do you want to eat today? Uncle will make it for you. Lei Han looked at the fridge full of ingredients, her eyes darting around. Finally, she pointed at a fresh steak and said, Godfather, I want to eat the steak you make, and that strawberry cake too. Fan Yu smiled and patted her head. Okay, no problem. Godfather will make it for you right away. With that, he skillfully began to prepare the steak while Lei Han helped wash the strawberries nearby. They chatted while being busy, and the kitchen was filled with a warm atmosphere. Before long, the fragrant steak and colorful strawberry cake were served on the dining table. Lei Han looked at the delicious food in front of her, couldn't help but swallow, and picked up her knife and fork to dig in. Watching her enjoy the meal, Fan Yu felt a sense of satisfaction and happiness. He knew that for Lei Han, delicious food, like soul-guiding devices, could bring her joy and fulfillment. After finishing the meal, Lei Han ran over to the soul-guiding device manufacturing area to continue working on her unfinished project. This time, she handled each part more carefully, striving for perfection at every connection point. Fan Yu stood by, guiding her and occasionally offering valuable suggestions. This doesn't look like a soul-guiding cannon. It looks more like a scanner, Fan Yu said curiously, looking at the semi-finished soul-guiding device in Lei Han's hands. Lei Han looked up. a mischievous glint in his eyes. Hee hee. Godfather, you guessed it right. This is indeed a scanner, but it's a scanner that can scan and explore rare metals. Regular scanners can only detect the shape and size of objects, but mine can detect rare metals hidden deep underground. Fan Yu's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this. Oh, that is a great idea. If it can really be developed, it will be of great help to our Soul Guide device production. Rare metals are crucial materials in the making of Soul Guide devices, and being able to accurately explore their locations will undoubtedly greatly improve our production efficiency and quality. Leihan smiled proudly and said, Hee hee, I think so too. So I'm currently working hard to improve it, striving to make it more accurate in detecting the location and depth of rare metals. Fan Yu nodded and encouraged. That's great. Go ahead with this idea. I believe you will definitely succeed. However, make sure to take breaks and don't tire yourself out too much. Leihan smiled and replied, Don't worry, Godfather. I know my limits. Besides, I have you as my Godfather. If anything goes wrong, I can still ask you for help. Fan Yu laughed heartily and said, Good, good. You little clever one. But seriously, if you encounter any difficulties, just come to me. Your Godfather will definitely support you wholeheartedly. A month later, Leihan ran up to Fan Yu with a delicate little scanner, her face beaming with excitement and pride. Godfather, look, I finished it. Fan Yu took the scanner and examined it carefully. This compact scanner had an exquisite appearance, smooth lines, and felt substantial in his hand, giving a strong sense of quality. He pressed the switch, and the scanner immediately emitted a soft glow and began to rotate slowly. Not bad. It looks very high-tech, Fan Yu admired. Now you go try it on the ground and see how it works. Leihan said eagerly. Fan Yu nodded, turned, and left the basement to a spacious area in the academy. He found a suitable spot, placed the scanner on the ground, and then turned on the switch. The scanner emitted a soft light and began to move slowly across the ground, producing a faint buzzing sound. As the scanner moved, a look of surprise gradually appeared in Fan Yu's eyes. The screen of the scanner clearly displayed the situation deep underground, showing the distribution of various metal ores at a glance. Moreover, the locations and depths of those rare metals were accurately marked, as if it were a treasure map of the underground. That's amazing, Fan Yu couldn't help but exclaim. After returning, he immediately shared this good news with Leihan. Guion jumped up happily after hearing it. Really? Godfather, that's great. We finally succeeded. Fan Yu looked at her with a smile, his eyes full of appreciation. Yes, Xiaoan. You are really amazing. This scanner will be a great help for our Soul Guide production. Leihan smiled proudly and said, Hee of course. I've been working very hard. Fan Yu smiled and patted her head. I believe in you. However, this scanner still has room for improvement, such as its detection depth and range, as well as its accuracy, all of which can be further enhanced. You can continue to research and refine it to make it even better. Leihan nodded, her eyes shining with determination. Yes, I will. I will definitely make it better. Duo and Xianliner rushed over upon hearing the news. He picked up the scanner and examined it carefully, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Good daughter, tell Daddy, did you do this by yourself? Duo looked at Leihan, his eyes filled with disbelief. Leihan nodded proudly and said, Yes, Dad, this is something I worked hard on with my godfather. Upon hearing this, Duo turned to Xianliner and said, Let's see if we can wholesale it. Maybe it can save our Soul Guidance department a lot of expenses. Xianliner smiled and nodded, clearly also very interested in this scanner. Fan Yu, hearing Qianduo's suggestion, smiled slightly and said, This scanner is still just a prototype. Although its functions have been validated, we need to go through a series of optimizations and improvements before we can mass produce it. However, I believe that with Xiao Han's intelligence and my experience, we will definitely be able to refine it to the point of mass production. Upon hearing this, Qianduo's eyes flashed with appreciation. Very good. Fan Yu, as our Soul Guidance Department's teacher, you have always demonstrated exceptional talent and responsibility. I believe that you and Leihan will definitely be able to make this scanner even better. Xianliner also smiled and echoed, Yes, Teacher Fan Yu. You and Leihan are the pride of our academy. If this scanner can really be mass-produced, it will undoubtedly be a huge boost for the development of our Soul Guidance Department. Fan Yu humbly smiled and said, Thank you, Dean and Department Head, for your recognition. I will continue to work hard and contribute to the development of the Soul Guidance Department. Just then, Duo suddenly felt something poke his waist, and behind him came Leihan's mischievous voice. Don't move. Raise your hands. You have been arrested by me, Dad. Duo was taken aback and turned around, instantly dumbfounded. He saw that Leihan had somehow created a 4th-level fixed Soul Guidance cannon, something even Fan Yu didn't know Leihan had made. Leihan, you can't do this to Dad. Xian Liner pretended to be angry, but her face was filled with a doting smile. Qian Duo burst out laughing, surrendering with his hands raised, and said, "Good daughter, you're amazing. You can even make a 4th level fixed soul guidance cannon. I really underestimated you." After saying this, Qian Duo suddenly realized, and his expression changed. "Wait a minute, a 4th level fixed soul guidance cannon? Where did you get the materials?" You should know that the materials for making a 4th level fixed soul guidance cannon are very rare and expensive. Lei Han blinked and chuckled. "These materials were taken from the soul guides you made." Qian Duo lifted Lei Han with one hand and playfully slapped her on the backside with the other, saying angrily, "You little rascal, you dismantled our soul guides to make a level 3 soul cannon last time, and now you're at it again? Really can't do anything about you. However, being able to create a level 4 fixed soul cannon is quite an achievement for you." Hearing this, Fan Yu quickly checked his newly made storage belt. As soon as he pressed it, the components of the storage belt popped out and scattered all over the ground. With a helpless expression, Fan Yu looked at Lei Han and said, "Xiao Han, did my storage belt also fall victim to your toxic hands? This was just newly made." Lei Han stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. "Godfather, I'm sorry. I just saw the materials were suitable and couldn't help it. Is this time particularly forced? Did you make the level 4 fixed soul-guided cannon so small and rough?" Fan Yu touched the slightly rough surface of the level 4 fixed soul-guided cannon with her hand, her eyes filled with both blame and affection. Lei Han lowered her head and said softly, "Well, it is a bit forced. The blueprint you didn't want is a bit difficult. I spent half a year studying it before I managed to make it, and the materials were not enough, so it turned out a bit small. But I will continue to work hard, and next time I will definitely do better." Fan Yu looked at her serious expression and couldn't help but feel a bit touched. He patted Lei Han's shoulder and said gently, "It's okay, Xiao Han. You have already done very well. We have all seen your effort and progress. As long as you maintain this passion and perseverance, I believe you will definitely become a leader in the field of soul guide device production in the future." Lei Han raised her head, her eyes shining with determination. "Thank you, Godfather. I will definitely work hard. I want to create more and better soul guiding devices to bring glory to our soul guiding department." Qian Duo looked at the master and apprentice with a heart full of satisfaction. He smiled and said, "All right, enough of the fuss. Fan Yu, take Xiao Han and continue working on that scanner. Strive to complete the optimization and improvement as soon as possible. Lei Han, you also need to remember not to dismantle our soul guiding devices casually. If you need any materials, just tell me directly, and I will do my best to meet your needs." Xian Liner also smiled and said, "Yes, Xiao Han, you are our treasure, and we will certainly support you wholeheartedly. However, you also need to remember to pay attention to safety during the process of making soul-guiding devices, and don't let yourself get hurt." Lei Han nodded vigorously and said, "Don't worry, Dad, Mom, and Godfather, I will definitely pay attention." After finishing, Lei Han took Fan Yu's hand and happily ran back to the soul guide manufacturing area. Chapter 18. Training. Lei Han looked at Zhou Yi and sincerely asked, "Mom Zhou, how can I cultivate my second soul skill, the angelic holy shield, to be as indestructible as a solid wall? Right now, it seems as fragile as a piece of paper. Every time I train against simulated soul beasts, the sharp claws of those 10,000-year soul beasts can easily penetrate it, leaving me defenseless." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi smiled slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of appreciation. "Lei Han, your question is very well put. The angelic holy shield, as your second soul skill, indeed holds great potential waiting for you to explore. To cultivate it to be as solid as a wall, you first need to deeply understand its essence and composition. You should meticulously study every aspect of the angelic holy shield's defense, from the flow of soul power to the ways of reinforcing the shield surface. Every subtle detail must not be overlooked. At the same time, it is crucial to strengthen your soul power cultivation, improving both the purity and magnitude of your soul power. Because only with powerful soul power can you establish a solid foundation for an indestructible defense. In addition, the accumulation of practical experience should not be ignored. You could try to actively seek confrontations with higher-level soul beasts during training, although you may face many difficulties and challenges at first. These valuable experiences will allow you to continuously discover the shortcomings of the angelic holy shield in practice, and then make improvements and refinements. Remember, the path of cultivation is never smooth sailing. Only through persistent effort can you truly forge the angelic holy shield into an indestructible wall." Lei Han listened attentively to every word spoken by Zhou Yi. When she finished, Lei Han nodded seriously and said, "I understand, Mama Zhou. I will definitely train hard." After saying that, She turned and jumped into the ice water bucket to relieve her muscle soreness. Zhou Yi watched her determined figure with great satisfaction. Then she took a basin full of ice cubes from the side, and Wang Yin helped pour the ice cubes into the bucket, making a crisp sound. So cold. I'm freezing to death. Lei Han jumped out of the ice water bucket, her whole body exuding cold air, her teeth chattering. Xian Liner wrapped a blanket around her to prevent her from catching a serious cold. Lei Han, while training is important, you also need to take care of your health. Zhou Yi said with concern. Lei Han nodded, his eyes shining with determination. Aunt Zhou, you can rest assured I will arrange my training and rest reasonably. Then you should go back and rest. Starting tomorrow, I will create a more rigorous training plan for you. Zhou Yi's words carried an undeniable decisiveness. Lei Han bit her lip. Although she felt a bit anxious, she still answered firmly, Yes, Mom Zhou, I will do my best. After saying that, she wrapped the blanket tightly around herself and slowly walked towards the room with Xian Liner as company, preparing to take a nap to regain her strength for the upcoming challenge. Once back in her room, Lei Han did not immediately lie down to rest. Instead, she sat on the edge of the bed, closed her eyes, and began to meditate, trying to deeply understand every detail of the angelic holy shield. In the world of meditation, she seemed to see her soul power flowing like a gentle stream, continuously pouring into the angelic holy shield, making it gradually solid and thick. As time passed, Lei Han felt her mental strength and soul power continuously increasing. She seemed to be able to sense every subtle change in the angelic holy shield, from its initial fragility to its gradually increasing resilience. She believed that as long as she persevered in her training, one day, her angelic holy shield would truly become an indestructible wall. In the afternoon, He Kaitu came to the basement to find Lei Han, holding a box of snacks in his hand and wearing a warm smile. Junior sister, is training hard? I brought you some snacks, all of which you love to eat. He Kaitu handed the box of snacks to Lei Han, his tone full of care. Lei Han took the snack box, a warm feeling surging in her heart. Thank you, senior brother. It's so nice to have you around. She opened the snack box, and the aroma wafted up, temporarily making her forget the fatigue of cultivation. Junior sister, while cultivation is important, you also need to take care of yourself. Hikaidu looked at Lei Han with tenderness in his eyes. We have all seen your progress. And Teacher Zhou has high expectations of you, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. At that moment, Hikaitu noticed the various new scars and bruises on Lei Han, and he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. Did you get these injuries during today's training? He asked softly. Lei Han lowered his head to glance at his scars and smiled. It's nothing, senior brother. These are all marks of growth. I will be careful and will definitely become stronger. Hearing this, Kaitu gently patted Lei Han's shoulder. I believe you can do it. Lei Han, you have talents and perseverance that others don't. As long as you keep going, the future will definitely be brighter. He paused for a moment and continued. By the way, I've been researching some new soul-guiding devices recently, which might help with your training. Once you have rested well, we can discuss it together. Lei Han's eyes lit up. Really? Senior brother, you are so kind. I've always wanted to learn more about soul guide devices. He smiled and nodded. No problem. I will teach you everything I know. Our Shrek Academy's Soul Guide department has abundant resources and strong faculty. The two chatted while eating, the atmosphere warm and pleasant. With He Keitu's company, Lei Han temporarily forgot the hardships of cultivation and felt the care and warmth from her senior brother. After finishing their snacks, He Kaitu carefully treated each of Lei Han's wounds, his movements gentle, afraid of hurting her. They busied themselves while sharing insights and interesting stories about their cultivation, the air filled with an indescribable sense of understanding and harmony. Senior brother, thank you, Lei Han said gratefully, looking at He Kaitu with sincere light in her eyes. With you here, I feel that the path of cultivation is no longer so lonely and difficult. He Kaitu smiled and shook his head. Don't say that, Lei Han. We are all family, and it's only right to help each other. Moreover, we see your efforts and progress, and we are proud of you. As night fell, the two finished applying medicine and returned to their rooms to rest. One day, Hikaidu finally understood why Fan didn't let him watch Lei Han's training. After school, Hikaidu went to the basement and saw that Lei Han was engaged in a battle simulation training against the Soul Beast, which was simulated to have nearly 100,000 years of cultivation. The beast was massive, and Lei Han was covered in blood, with wounds all over her body, her injuries making her look like a rag. Xian Liner was crying beside her, while Wang Yin had never seen such a brutal training scene before. He wanted to rush in to stop it, but was pinned down by Duo. Stop? You're harming her. Duo growled softly, his eyes determined. Wang Yan's eyes were red, anger and worry intertwined. He clenched his fists, his nails nearly digging into his palms. But she's just a child. How can she endure such training intensity? The soul beast's attack power would be difficult even for a high-level soul master to withstand. Duoduo's gaze was deep as he looked at Lei Han, who was fighting bloodily in the basement, and said solemnly, "It's precisely because she is a child that she must go through this. Lei Han possesses talents and potential that we can hardly imagine. But to truly tap into this potential and transform it into her own strength, she must endure hardships beyond what ordinary people can imagine. This is a gamble, but we can afford it, and we must take the risk." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's expression softened slightly, but his worry remained. "But isn't this training method a bit too cruel? I'm worried she won't be able to bear it." "Cruel?" Duo shook his head. "Wang Yan, you're mistaken. The true cruelty is to let her live forever in her own weakness, never able to see a broader sky. What we are doing is to allow her to soar, to face any storm on her future path without retreating. Lei Han's willpower is much stronger than you can imagine. She has an indomitable heart, which we all can see. Zhou Yi is hiding nearby, crying, but she does not step forward to stop it. She just clenches her fists tightly, her eyes filled with pity for Lei Han. She knows this is a test that Lei Han must endure, a necessary path to becoming strong. When Hikaitu witnesses this scene and is about to step forward to intervene, he is tightly grabbed by Fan Yu. Fan Yu's voice carries an undeniable firmness as he shouts, "Hikaitu, you may be able to protect her for a moment, but you ultimately cannot ensure her lifelong safety. She must learn to find hope in desperate situations. This is a necessary path for her to cultivate resilience and growth." Hikaitu's eyes widen in disbelief. He never expected that Fan Yu, as Lei Han's godfather, would be able to bear witness to her enduring such cruel trials and tribulations. "Teacher Zhou, please have mercy. She is only 5 years old. How can she withstand such training intensity? I fear she won't be able to hold on." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's body trembles slightly, yet she still grits her teeth and stands firmly in place. Her gaze pierces through the hazy tears, locking tightly onto the small figure that stubbornly resists even under the fierce attacks of the soul beasts, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She deeply understands what this harsh training means for Lei Han. She also realizes that this is an unavoidable path for Lei Han to embark on her journey to strength. Then let her be tempered to the death in this training. Zhou Yi's voice is filled with determination and helplessness. She deliberately turns her head away, not wanting Hikaitu to see the tears rolling down her cheeks. It is better than being trained by those crazed lunatics from the morning light as a war machine. We are saving her. Do you know how those madmen will treat her? They will train her to become a cold-blooded killing machine. And we're doing this so she can live, and live with dignity. Hikaitu stands there dazed, having never considered this issue, nor realized how severe and cruel Lei Han's situation really is. He watches helplessly as Lei Han falls repeatedly under the fierce attacks of the soul beasts, and yet stubbornly stands up again and again. The shock and pain in his heart are indescribable with words. But is such sacrifice really worth it? Hikaitu chokes up, his voice filled with endless doubt and struggle. "Worth it," Fan Yu answers decisively. "As long as she can get through this, she will have the capital to fight against the morning light. Our Shrek Academy cannot just watch a good seedling be ruined. Lei Han's future should be decided by her, not controlled by those madmen." Just then, Lei Han, holding on with great effort, trembles as she calls out, "Fusion Ring. First soul skill. Angel's triple kill." Lei Han forcefully merged his first 10,000-year soul ring with his second 10,000-year soul ring, creating an illusion of a 100,000-year soul ring. The immense wave of soul power instantly swept across the entire training area. The simulated 100,000-year soul beast seemed to sense an unprecedented threat and roared as it launched a more intense attack. Lei Han swung the angel holy sword in her hand, the tip of the sword gathering a brilliant light. At this moment, Lei Han's first soul skill, Angel's 3 Annihilations, was endowed with unprecedented power. The light at the sword tip streaked through the night sky like a meteor, striking at the vital point of the simulated soul beast, accompanied by a deafening roar. The massive body of the simulated soul beast was hit by the light, collapsing and dissipating instantly, turning into specks of starlight that vanished into the air. Even the Shrek Academy on the ground was affected. The students of the Soul Master Department and the adjacent Soul Guidance Department who were attending classes outside felt the strong fluctuation of soul power, and the Soul Guidance teaching building trembled slightly as a result. Everyone looked toward the basement with uncertainty, not knowing what had happened. That little senior sister who never showed her face, what was her background? Zhao Yang, a student from the first class of the first year of the Soul Guidance Department, muttered to himself. He had heard of Rayhan's name, but had never seen her in person. At this moment, his heart was filled with curiosity and awe for Rayhan. She must have undergone some astonishing training to provoke such a fluctuation of soul power, speculated Suzy Han, a third-year student of the Soul Guidance Department, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She really hoped to see this legendary little senior sister in person. Meanwhile, the students from the Soul Master Department were whispering and discussing among themselves. What kind of soul guidance experiment are they doing? This commotion is really loud, said Li Haoyu, a second-year student from the Soul Master Department, to his classmate. I don't know, but it's definitely not an ordinary experiment. His classmate Wang Lei shook his head, looking gravely toward the direction of the basement. This fluctuation of soul power even makes me feel alarmed. It seems that Shrek Academy is hiding some secret weapon. At the same time, Yin Xiaojia, who was walking with Kai Meyer, felt the strong fluctuation of soul power and frowned slightly, stopping in his tracks. Yin Xiaojia said in a deep voice, "It seems someone in the academy is engaged in an extremely intense battle, and their strength is not to be underestimated." Kai Meyer furrowed her brows slightly. Are they students from the inner court? Such a fluctuation of soul power is rarely seen, even by us. Could it be that one of those little guys is trying to break through their limits? Yin Xiaojia nodded, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. Let us go take a look. Such a commotion could mean an important breakthrough or a crisis. As the Dean of the Soul Master Department, I cannot stand by and do nothing. Let us go check the inner court and see which child has such amazing growth, Kai Meyer proposed. The two figures flashed and instantly disappeared from their spot, rushing toward the inner court. Unbeknownst to them, the source of this fluctuation of soul power was from the basement of the Soul Guidance Department. When they arrived at the inner court, they found everything to be normal, without the intense battle scene they had imagined. The students in the inner court looked confused, some in small groups and others practicing alone, clearly unaware of the overwhelming fluctuation of soul power that had shaken the entire academy. Yin Xiaojia and Kai Meyer exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion and concern in each other's eyes. Kai Meyer said softly, "Could it be that this fluctuation did not come from the inner court?" Yin Xiaojia pondered for a moment, suddenly seeming to think of something, his expression changing slightly. Could it be from the Soul Guidance Department? That's impossible. We've arranged for all the students with poor martial souls to go to the Soul Guidance Department. How could there be such a powerful fluctuation of soul power? Kai Meyer considered his words and realized he was right. After all, the students in the Soul Guidance Department were those who had been filtered out by the Soul Master Department. Their path of cultivation was often much more difficult, and the strength they could display was relatively limited. How could there be such an astonishing fluctuation of soul power? However, the unease in Kai Meyer's heart did not dissipate. She had no choice but to suppress her doubts and returned to the main building of the Soul Master Department with Yin Xiaojia. Meanwhile, in the basement of the Soul Guidance Department, Rayhan lay on the ground, battered and breathing heavily, her eyes tightly closed, her brow furrowed. Clearly the recent intense battle had pushed her to her limits. Xian Liner, Qian Duo, and others surrounded her, their faces filled with worry and heartache. This child, Rayhan, is really giving her all. Xian Liner sighed lightly, her eyes full of admiration and concern. Qian Duo frowned tightly, his gaze at Rayhan filled with determination. She must get through this. She is the future of our Shrek Academy. Just then, Rayhan's body suddenly trembled slightly. Her self-repair ability began to take effect, her wounds healing at a visible speed. Although the process was extremely painful, Rayhan gritted her teeth and did not utter a single groan. Her consciousness wandered between confusion and clarity, but her desire for victory and yearning for freedom shone like a beam of light in the darkness, guiding her to keep moving forward. Is she okay? Zhou Yi's voice was choked. She couldn't bear to think about how she would face it if something happened to Rayhan. From the looks of it, her body is self-repairing, which is a good sign, Qian Duo said in a deep voice, his eyes fixed on Rayhan, afraid to miss any detail. But her mental and soul power had been greatly consumed, and she needed to rest and recuperate. Xian Liner carefully picked up Rayhan and quickly walked toward her room, each step revealing her anxiety and concern. In the room, Xian Liner gently placed Rayhan on the bed and covered her with a soft blanket. Although Rayhan's complexion remained pale, her breathing gradually stabilized. Now, it all depends on her, Xian Liner said softly, her eyes filled with trust and expectation for Rayhan. You and Director Qian are being too harsh as guardians. Hikaitu stood at the door, watching Xianliner and Duo busily attending to Rayon, unable to help but complain. His tone was filled with reproach, but more so was his heartache for Rayon. Hearing this, Xianliner lifted her head and shot a sharp glare at Hikaitu. Humph. If we aren't strict, are we waiting for those lunatics from the morning light to turn her into a heartless killing machine? We are letting her live with dignity, making her a true human being, not some biological soul guidance device. Hikaitu felt a chill in his heart from Xianliner's glare. He knew that her care for Rayhan was no less than his as an older brother. It was just a different approach. He lowered his head, saying nothing more, and silently walked to Rayhan's bedside to tuck her blanket. The room fell silent. Only the sound of Rayhan's steady breathing echoed in the air. At the same time, Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer happened to step through the main building's entrance at that moment. Xuanzi was drinking by himself, and when he saw the two arrive, he quietly and powerfully asked, "Have you sensed anything unusual?" His voice carried an undeniable strength, clearly having keenly captured the strange fluctuation of soul power. Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer exchanged a glance, deciding to set aside their doubts for now, as there were more urgent matters to address. Elder Xian, we indeed felt that strong fluctuation of soul power, but upon entering the inner court, we found no abnormalities, Kai Meyer reported truthfully, while secretly speculating about the true source of that power. Hearing this, Xuanzi narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. It's good that there is nothing wrong in the inner court, but that power is definitely not ordinary. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly stood up, gently shaking the wine jug in his hand, the liquid inside making a crisp clinking sound. Perhaps it's time to investigate the Soul Guidance Department. Although they had acted low-key in recent years, who could say there weren't hidden dragons and crouching tigers among them? Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer felt a stir in their hearts. Yes, they have always focused their attention on the martial soul system, neglecting the equally limitless potential of the Soul Guidance system. Perhaps that mysterious and unfathomable power is hidden within the Soul Guidance system. What Elder Xian said is very true. Let us head to the Soul Guidance system to investigate, Yin Xiaozhe said, already taking the lead, with Kai Meyer closely following. The three of them walked together towards the direction of the Soul Guidance system. Along the way, they were filled with confusion and anticipation. What is the true source of that power? What kind of changes and impacts will it bring to Shrek Academy? As they stepped into the territory of the Soul Guidance system, a completely different atmosphere greeted them, compared to the solemn and ancient martial soul system. The Soul Guidance system appeared more modern and technological. Surrounding them were various strange mechanical devices and soul guidance tools, making one marvel at the rapid development of soul guidance technology. However, they did not discover any abnormalities on the outskirts of the soul guidance system. That power seemed to be deliberately hidden by some mysterious force. It seems we need to delve deeper, Xuanzi said in a deep voice, his gaze becoming exceptionally sharp, as if he could see through all illusions. Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer nodded and continued forward. At this moment, Fan Yu had already planned everything. He emerged from the basement and called together several students. He held in his hand a new type of third-level fixed soul guidance cannon made by Lei Han a few days ago, his face full of smiles, but a hint of unnoticeable tension flashed in his eyes. "Oh, ISNT this Director Yin, Director Kai, and Elder Xian. What brings you esteemed guests here?" "Ha! Our soul guidance system is truly honored." Fan Yu laughed, trying to disguise his inner turmoil. Yin Xiaozhe smiled slightly, his gaze sharp and direct, saying, "Fan Yu, we sensed a strong fluctuation of soul power, seemingly originating from the soul guidance system. Could you enlighten us on this matter?" Kai Meyer echoed, "Yes, this power is extraordinary. We are concerned that something unexpected may have occurred." Fan Yu secretly called himself lucky, but pretended to be surprised on the surface, saying, "Oh, is that so? I didn't notice anything unusual. However, since the directors and Elder Xian are here, let us investigate together." With that, Fan Yu elegantly turned around and led everyone steadily towards the mysterious core experimental area of the soul guidance system. Along the way, the students who had been carefully arranged greeted Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer enthusiastically, their eyes filled with curiosity and tension, undoubtedly filled with various speculations and expectations for the upcoming investigation. At this moment, the new type of fixed soul guidance cannon meticulously crafted by Lei Han was being carefully lifted by 4 students into a small classroom. Sunlight filtered through the covered windows, casting a mottled and colorful glow on those intricate and complex soul guidance devices, adding a touch of warmth and soft brilliance to this cold technological hall. Lei Han's new type of Level 3 fixed soul guide cannon appeared particularly dazzling under the gaze of the crowd, with its smooth and elegant lines, and a complex and profound core formation, as if it contained endless power and mysteries. Fan Yu stopped, slowly turned around, his eyes flashing with pride and satisfaction. And seizing the moment, he began his impromptu presentation. Everyone, please take a look. This is the latest Level 3 fixed soul guide cannon that I have painstakingly crafted. Its advanced design concept and exquisite technological integration are truly unparalleled. Upon hearing this, Hikaitu remained calm on the surface, but inwardly he was secretly muttering, "Teacher, your ability to lie is truly remarkable. This is clearly Xiao Han's hard work." Despite the internal amusement, Hikaitu maintained his composure and calmly engaged in a tacit double act with Fan Yu. The master and disciple attempted to ensnare Yin Xiaozhe and the others, who were unfamiliar with soul guides. Xuanzi furrowed his brows, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, staring at the new Level 3 fixed soul guide cannon, seemingly trying to see through its underlying secrets. "Fan Yu, this soul guide cannon is indeed extraordinary, but your claims about its design and technology seem far removed from its true essence." Fan Yu's heart tightened, but his expression remained unchanged as he continued his performance. "Elder Xian, you truly have a discerning eye, but this is merely my preliminary introduction. The real wonders lie ahead." Hikaitu timely picked up the conversation, feigning mystery. "Indeed, Elder Xian, what you may not know is that this soul guide cannon hides an astonishing secret, waiting for us to unlock it further." Kai Meier and Yin Xiaozhe exchanged glances, both feeling a hint of doubt. They knew well that the folks in the soul guide department always kept secrets and were reluctant to disclose the details. However, at this moment, they were more concerned about the source of that mysterious power. "Fan Yu, we did not come here to admire your new soul guide cannon, but to uncover the truth behind that power," Yin Xiaozhe stated firmly, looking directly at Fan Yu. Fan Yu inwardly lamented, but maintained his composure. "Director Yin, you exaggerate. I naturally understand, but please believe that everything in our soul guide department is under control, and that power is merely a small experiment of ours." Xuanzi snorted coldly, clearly not buying Fan Yu's words. A small experiment? Such a strong fluctuation of soul power is probably not as simple as you say. "Elder Xian, how about I take you and Director Kai around the soul guide department?" Hikaitu suggested, trying to divert the topic. He wore a warm smile, but his eyes sparkled with a cunning light, resembling a sly little fox. Xuanzi pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. "All right, let's take a look around. Perhaps we'll discover something." Thus, led by Fan Yu and Hikaitu, the group began to navigate through the interior of the soul guide department. Each step seemed to deliberately avoid certain areas, while their gazes scanned every corner like searchlights. Xuanzi's footsteps halted in front of an inconspicuous building resembling a warehouse, and he turned to Fan Yu, opened the door. Fan Yu's heart raced, but he maintained an air of calm as he gently waved his hand, signaling a nearby student to step forward and open the warehouse door. The warehouse door slowly opened, and Xuanzi mistakenly believed it would conceal the secrets they were searching for. However, what came into view was merely rows of neatly arranged rare metals and various semi-finished soul guides. Sunlight slanted in through the partially open door, dust dancing in the beams, adding a touch of time's passage to the cold warehouse. Xuanzi raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by the scene. He stepped into the warehouse, his gaze sharp, scanning every corner and missing no detail. Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meier followed closely behind, their faces similarly marked with confusion and curiosity. "I thought we would discover some astonishing secrets here. I didn't expect it to be just an ordinary warehouse," Kai Meier said softly, her tone tinged with disappointment. "By the way, where are Dean Xian and Dean Xian? Why haven't they come?" Yin Xiaozhe suddenly asked, seemingly realizing something. Upon hearing this, Fan Yu's heart sank, thinking, "This is bad. Dean Xian and Dean Xian are in the basement taking care of Xiao Han. If they discover Lei Han's presence, it would be trouble." Before he could respond, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Old Yin, I'm right here. What do you need from me?" Duo appeared behind everyone, wearing a smile, but his eyes held a hint of vigilance, as if afraid that Xuanzi and the others would catch onto something. Xian Linner stood beside him, also smiling, but her eyes betrayed a subtle tension. He continued, "What brings you to our soul guide department?" Duo approached and patted Fan Yu on the shoulder, laughing. "Fan Yu, you little rascal, usually so clever. Why are you so nervous today? Our soul guide department is clean and above board, with nothing to hide." Xuanzi shot a sidelong glance at Duo, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, is that so? Then why did you appear so conveniently as soon as we arrived? Could it be that you're guarding some unspeakable secret? Duo laughed heartily, pretending to be relaxed. Elder Xian, you're mistaken. I just happened to be nearby and came over to check when I heard the commotion. You know, being the vice dean of the Soul Guide department isn't easy. I have to keep an eye on the department's dynamics at all times. Xuanzi's gaze was piercing, as if trying to see through Duo. Duo, stop joking around in front of me. You know full well the purpose of our visit. What is the cause of that unusual fluctuation of soul power? Duo feigned surprise. Unusual fluctuation of soul power? Elder Xian, you're wronging me. In our Soul Guide department, experiments are ongoing every day, and fluctuations of soul power are quite normal. If you mean a specific one, I really might not know. Not clear? Xuanzi snorted coldly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Duo, you better explain clearly, or don't blame me for being rude. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Xuanzi, Duo's smile stiffened slightly. He turned to look at Fanyu, hoping he could help defuse the situation. However, Fanyu was also in a precarious position and could only shake his head helplessly. Just then, Xian Liner spoke up. Elder Xian, please don't be too quick to anger. Our Soul Guide department is indeed conducting some experiments, but they are all legal and permitted by the Academy. As for the unusual fluctuation of soul power you mentioned, we truly have no knowledge of it. Xuanzi's gaze flickered slightly, as if considering whether Xian Liner's words were trustworthy. After a moment, he slowly spoke, all right, then I will tentatively believe you. But I must remind you that the Academy does not allow any illegal experiments or actions. Once discovered, severe punishment will follow. Duo and Xian Liner quickly nodded in agreement, secretly relieved to have temporarily avoided a disaster. They knew that although Xuanzi had a fiery temper, he was also a reasonable person. As long as they could provide a reasonable explanation and evidence, they could quell this storm. Subsequently, Xuanzi and the others continued to inspect the interior of the Soul Guide department. Although they did not discover anything abnormal, their doubts had not been completely dispelled. They knew that behind that unusual fluctuation of soul power, there must be some hidden secret, and this secret may be the key to unraveling the entire incident. After Yin Xiaozhe and his group left, He Kaitu, Han Yu, Duo, and Xian Liner followed them to the large flat area outside the Soul Guidance department. The underground elevator in the flat area slowly rose, making a soft beep as the cabin door gradually opened. The four of them took the elevator back to the basement. He Kaitu collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath, his forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat. That scared me to death. Just now, Elder Xian's gaze was simply murderous. He Kaitu said, still feeling shaken. Han Yu patted his shoulder, comforting him. It's okay, we've temporarily escaped this disaster. However, we need to be more cautious in the days to come. Elder Xian and the others will definitely come back. Duo sighed, his brow furrowed. Yeah, thanks to Liner's quick thinking this time. Otherwise, we really wouldn't have been able to wrap things up. But Xiaohan's situation absolutely cannot be exposed. Otherwise, the entire Soul Guidance department will be implicated. Xian Liner added, her eyes revealing a hint of relief. Duo nodded, his expression serious. That's right. The concealment of this basement is our biggest advantage right now. We must fully utilize this and ensure Xiaohan's safety. Just then, Zhou Yi came out of Lei Han's room, holding an empty medicinal bowl. Her expression was still grave, but her eyes carried a hint of subtle tenderness. Xiaohan's condition has stabilized for now, but her body is still very weak and needs plenty of rest. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Duo and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They knew that Lei Han's safety was directly related to the future of the entire Soul Guidance department, and there could be no mistakes. Teacher Zhou, thank you for taking care of Xiaohan during this time, Xian Liner said gratefully. Zhou Yi gently nodded, her gaze firm. Don't worry. I will do my best to take care of Xiaohan. She is also my student, and I won't let her come to any harm. Chapter 19. Sea God Pavilion meeting early the next morning. Xuanzi informed Mu In about the situation. Mu In weighed the matter carefully, his brow furrowing. He understood the seriousness of the situation and immediately convened a Sea God Pavilion meeting. In the Sea God Pavilion conference hall, Mu In said solemnly, everyone, I have called you here today to discuss a matter that is extremely important and sensitive. Xuanzi has discovered an anomaly that has far-reaching implications for the future of our Shrek Academy and even the safety of the entire continent. Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer exchanged glances, both able to see the gravity in each other's eyes. Inside the Sea God Pavilion, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense, with everyone looking solemn as they awaited Mu-Un's further remarks. Mu-Un continued. The abnormal soul power fluctuation after Xuanzi's confirmation indeed originates from within our academy, and its location is very hidden. Even Xuanzi cannot accurately determine its specific whereabouts. But one thing is certain. This soul power fluctuation does not come from any known students or teachers. Upon hearing this, the people in the Sea God Pavilion exchanged worried glances, a sense of ominous foreboding rising in their hearts. Elder Mu continued. Moreover, the incident involving the angel martial soul and the divine bird that occurred a few months ago still has no definite conclusion. We need to investigate whether there is any connection between these two events. Yin Shaozhe frowned and said solemnly, Elder Mu, how do you think we should respond? Mu-In pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and slowly said, Firstly, we need to strengthen the Academy's defenses to ensure that no suspicious individuals infiltrate. Secondly, Xuanzi, you lead a group of teachers to continue searching for the source of that abnormal soul power fluctuation. Remember, act cautiously and don't alert the enemy. Xuanzi nodded, his expression resolute. Yes, Elder Mu, I will definitely find the source of that abnormal soul power fluctuation. Mu-In then looked at Duo. Duo, as the head of the Soul Guidance Department, you also need to strengthen the supervision within the department to ensure that there are no unauthorized experiments or actions. Duo quickly nodded. Yes, Elder Mu, I will be careful. He thought to himself, that little rascal he Kaitu. If he hadn't triggered Xiaohan's angel martial soul, perhaps this wouldn't have caused such a big uproar. But it's too late to say anything now. I can only try to make up for it. When I get back, I need to give him a good talking to, so he doesn't act so rashly in the future. Xian Liner exchanged a subtle glance with Duo, both understanding in their hearts that although this incident had temporarily calmed down, the hidden dangers behind it had not been eliminated. Unbeknownst to Duo and the others, there were actually two invisible figures beside them, Xingyu and Xingyu Chen, who were quietly observing everything using concealment techniques. Xingyu Chen communicated telepathically with Xingyu. Things are getting interesting. However, this Duo seems quite determined to protect his master, Lei Han. Interesting. Xingyu nodded slightly, also replying telepathically. Indeed, after all, his master has come to this plane and become Duo's adopted daughter. This bond and responsibility are naturally on his shoulders. However, we must also act with caution. After all, this is the Douluo continent, not the star domain we are familiar with. Everything must prioritize the safety of our master. Xingyu Chen chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in his telepathic communication. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. But do you think the soul masters on this Douluo continent can detect our presence? After all, our concealment techniques are among the best in the star domain. Xingyu's expression remained serious as he replied earnestly, We must not be careless. Although the Douluo continent's cultivation system differs from our star domain, there are still hidden talents here. Mu-In, Xuanzi, and the others are in high positions at Shrek Academy for a reason. Our concealment techniques, while powerful, are not without flaws. The two continued to silently observe the movements within the Sea God Pavilion. Mu-In stood up and said solemnly, This meeting will conclude here. Everyone must act according to my earlier directives. The future of Shrek Academy, and indeed the safety of the entire continent, rests on each of us. The crowd responded in unison, then began to rise and leave the conference hall. Xingyu and Xingyu Chen also took the opportunity to quietly exit, knowing that their upcoming actions must be even more cautious to ensure Lei Han's safety while uncovering the truth behind the abnormal soul power fluctuation. On the way back, Xingyu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, The soul master cultivation on this Douluo continent truly has its own unique flavor. If we could stay here a little longer, perhaps we could gain something. Xingyu shook his head, saying sternly, Don't forget our mission, Xingyu Chen. The safety of our master comes first. Everything else can be set aside for now. Meanwhile, in the Soul Guidance System basement, Duo and his companion returned with dark expressions. Hikaitu was playing with Lei Han, and upon seeing the grim faces of the two, he felt a warning bell ringing in his mind. He stood up and cautiously asked, What happened, Deans? Before he could finish his words, he noticed that Duo and his companion were tightly gripping iron rods thicker than an adult's arm, their eyes blazing with fury, like two flames ready to engulf him completely. Hikaitu's heart sank, realizing that he had landed himself in deep trouble. He hurriedly darted behind Lei Han, his face filled with innocence, his eyes as clear as a spring, hoping to use her pure gaze as a shield against the storm. Junior sister, you have to save me. Hikaitu wailed, his face etched with despair and helplessness, as if sending out a final distress signal to Leihan. Hearing this, Leihan blinked her big eyes and quickly stepped aside, stating that she wouldn't interfere. Senior brother, this is your own mess. You have to bear the consequences. After saying that, Leihan playfully stuck out her tongue, looking both mischievous and cute, which made Hikaitu's heart sink to the bottom. Leihan walked wherever she went, with Kaitu following closely behind, like a mother hen protecting her chicks in a game of eagle catches chicks. Wang Yin, who was reading on the sofa, found this scene amusing. He put down his book and laughed. Look at you, such a coward. I wonder what fan you is thinking to take you, such a wimp, as a disciple, haha. Wang Yan's teasing eased the tense atmosphere a bit. However, Douluo couldn't hold back any longer. He chased after Kaitu, who was running around Leihan, shouting, Director Qian, spare me. I really didn't mean it. I won't dare again, next time. The entire basement was filled with Kaitu's wails and Douluo's angry reprimands. You little rascal. Do you want me to accidentally hurt Xiaohan? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Douluo shouted while swinging a metal rod. Kaitu held on to Leihan's arm, using her as a shield, swaying left and right, while Douluo dared not really hit, fearing he might hurt Leihan. He could only swing the rod and shout loudly. This was tough on Leihan, who was being tightly held by Kaitu, her little face full of helplessness. She tried to break free from Kaitu's grip, but he was like a piece of taffy, sticking to her and not letting go. Senior brother, let me go. I really can't help you, Leihan said with a distressed face. Kaitu, however, seemed not to hear her and continued to hold her tightly, shouting, Junior sister, you must save me. I can't be beaten to death by Director Qian. Just then, Fan Yu and Zhou Yi returned and saw this scene, both looking astonished. Fan Yu was the first to speak. What's going on here? Isn't it about that incident? It went straight to the Sea God Pavilion. And Director Qian is really angry now, determined to teach Kaitu a good lesson. Wang Yin explained gleefully from the side, still holding the unfinished book, occasionally glancing at the commotion. Mom Zhou, my godfather Fan Yu. Senior brother is using me as a human shield. Please save me, Leihan suddenly shouted, her voice tinged with grievance and a hint of pout. Upon hearing this, Fan Yu and Zhou Yi immediately understood the whole situation. Zhou Yi frowned and stepped forward, shouting, Kaitu, stop right there. Don't use Xiaohan as a shield. Hearing this, Kaitu chose to run away, and Douluo, along with Xian Lin, who was watching the show, rushed to chase after him. In an instant, the basement was in chaos. Leihan was left standing alone, looking pitifully at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi gently patted Leihan's head and comforted her. Don't be afraid, Xiaohan. With your godmother here, no one can bully you. Leihan blinked, tears swirling in her eyes, but she held back from letting them fall. She sniffed and softly said, Aunt Zhou, I'm fine. It's just that senior brother is too much. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's expression darkened as she looked in the direction where Hikaitu had run away, a trace of anger flashing in her eyes. She gently said to Leihan, Don't worry, Aunt will teach him a good lesson for you. Meanwhile, Hikaitu was running inside the Soul Guidance Department building, with Douluo and Xian Lin closely pursuing him. As he ran, Hikaitu kept looking back, his face full of anxiety and helplessness. He knew full well that he had caused quite a mess this time, and Dean Qian's anger wouldn't be easily quelled. Hikaitu, stop right there. Douluo's furious shout echoed through the corridor, causing the surrounding walls to seem to tremble slightly. Hikaitu dared not stop and sprinted with all his might, trying to find an escape route. However, the Soul Guidance Department building seemed like a maze. No matter how he turned left or right, he could always hear Douluo's footsteps getting closer. In their youth, Douluo was a regular marathon champion at the academy, with extraordinary stamina and endurance, while Xian Lin was a sprint champion, boasting incredible speed. The two worked well together, one in front and the other behind, tightening the noose around Hikaitu. Forced into a corner, Hikaitu jumped out of a fifth-floor window, using a flying soul guidance device to glide through the air, hoping to escape. However, the device malfunctioned mid-air, causing Hikaitu to fall flat on his back, landing heavily on the lawn in front of the Soul Guidance Department building. In pain, he bared his teeth and was unable to get up for a long time. Hearing the commotion, the students in the Soul Guidance Department opened their windows to peek out. They saw Hikaitu lying face down in a very ungraceful position on the lawn, surrounded by scattered parts of the flying Soul Guidance device, creating a comical scene. The students were initially stunned, but then burst into laughter. Haha, isn't that Hikaitu? Why is he playing flying man in broad daylight? Haha, Hikaitu has really embarrassed himself this time. Can't even handle a flying soul guidance device. The students' chatter and mockery added to Hikaitu's embarrassment. He struggled to get up but felt as if his limbs were shattered. Any slight movement caused unbearable pain. He could only lie on the ground, listening to the laughter around him, his heart filled with despair. Woo, I've really lost all face this time. Hikaitu lamented inwardly, his face alternating between pale and flushed. Just then, Duo and Xianliner arrived at the scene. They looked at Hikaitu, who was in a pitiful state on the ground, and couldn't help but chuckle. Duo stepped forward, bent down to look at Hikaitu, and spoke with a hint of helplessness and reproach. You brat, why are you always so unprogressive? You've really gotten yourself into big trouble this time. After saying that, he reached out and pulled Hikaitu up, causing Hikaitu to let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, which made the surrounding students laugh even harder. Oh no, isn't that a shattered bone? Xianliner exclaimed, quickly approaching to check Hikaitu's injuries. Duo also came over to take a look, his brows furrowed. It seems quite serious. We need to get him to the infirmary for treatment right away. The two supported Hikaitu, one on each side, walking towards the infirmary. Hikaitu hung his head like a defeated rooster, not daring to say a word. The surrounding students watched their retreating figures, bursting into laughter again. At that moment, Zhou Yi arrived on the lawn with a wooden stick in hand. Seeing the students gathered and laughing, her face darkened as she shouted, "What are you laughing at? Where's Hikaitu?" The students fell silent at Zhou Yi's arrival, retracting their heads and closing their windows. Zhou Yi scanned the crowd and, not seeing Hikaitu, frowned slightly. "Tell me, where did Hikaitu go?" Zhou Yi's voice carried an undeniable authority. A student trembled and pointed in the direction of the infirmary. Hikaitu was taken to the infirmary by Dean Xian and teacher Xianliner. Upon hearing this, a trace of worry flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes, but more was her dissatisfaction with Hikaitu's troublemaking. She snorted coldly and turned to walk towards the infirmary, dragging the wooden stick across the ground, leaving marks behind. Arriving at the infirmary, Zhou Yi pushed the door open and saw Hikaitu lying on the bed, groaning as he received treatment. Duo and Xianliner stood beside him, looking helpless. "Teacher Zhou, you're here too?" Duo said, surprised to see Zhou Yi. "Isn't it because he used Lei Han as a shield? As her godmother, how can I not vent her frustration?" Zhou Yi replied with annoyance, her gaze fixed on Hikaitu as if she wanted to bore a hole through him. Feeling Zhou Yi's piercing gaze, Hikaitu involuntarily trembled, and his groans became much quieter. He silently cursed himself. He had really stirred up a hornet's nest this time, even alarming Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, in the basement of the Soul Guidance Department, Fan Yu was playing blocks with Lei Han, trying to divert her attention and help her forget the earlier unpleasantness. Although Lei Han still felt a bit wronged, she gradually began to smile under Fan Yu's patient companionship. "Fan Yu godfather, do you think senior brother will get scolded badly by Dad, Mom, and Aunt Zhou?" Lei Han asked while fiddling with the blocks, looking up at Fan Yu. Fan Yu chuckled softly, ruffling Lei Han's hair. "Don't worry, Xiao Han. Your senior brother is tough and can withstand scolding. Moreover, he really did something wrong this time and deserves a good lesson." Lei Han pouted and said, "But will Aunt Zhou hit him? I'm a little worried." Fan Yu thought for a moment and comforted her. "She probably won't. Although Aunt Zhou is angry, she cares more about you, her goddaughter. Besides, your senior brother knows he was wrong and won't use you as a shield anymore." As Fan Yu spoke, a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. He planned to have a good talk with Hikaitu when he returned to make him remember this lesson. Just then, the door of the basement elevator slowly opened, and Duo, Xianliner, Zhou Yi, and Hikaitu, who was sitting in a wheelchair looking like a mummy, came out. Seeing the scene, Lei Han opened her mouth in surprise, and the blocks in her hands fell to the ground. "Ah, Godfather, the mummy has come out of the pyramid." Lei Han pointed at Hikaitu and shouted in terror. At night, Lei Han doesn't really like to sleep, and Duo once scared her with the story of a mummy. Unexpectedly, at this moment, it became a perfect metaphor for describing her senior brother and Kai-Tu. When Fan Yu heard Lei Han shout, he quickly stepped forward, hugged her tightly, and gently comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid, Xiao Han, that's not a mummy. It's your senior brother and Kai-Tu. He's got a little hurt and was wrapped up like this." Lei Han's eyes widened as she looked through Fan Yu's shoulder at Hikaitu, who was bandaged up like a zongzi. She whispered, "Godfather, is senior brother really okay?" Fan Yu nodded and assured her, "He's really fine, just some minor injuries. A few days of rest, and he'll be good as new." Hearing this, Lei Han finally breathed a sigh of relief, her small face showing a look of relief. She gently patted her chest, as if to soothe her frightened little heart. Hikaitu, hearing Lei Han's call, felt even more embarrassed, his face turning redder. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Duo and Xianlin Air couldn't help but laugh at He Kai-Tu's appearance. Xianlin Air took a few steps forward, gently patting He Kai-Tu's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Look at you, you've scared Xiao Han. I didn't expect such a big mess to come out when I stimulated her martial soul." He Kai-Tu's voice was somewhat muffled through the bandages, but it was filled with regret. "I really didn't think it would turn out this way." Zhou Yi, standing nearby, still had a gloomy expression. She stepped forward and stood in front of He Kai-Tu, sternly saying, as a senior brother, "You not only failed to set a good example for your junior sister, but also got into trouble and used her as a shield. You really disappoint me. You must give a reasonable explanation for this incident, or I will not let you off easily." He Kai-Tu lowered his head, not daring to meet Zhou Yi's eyes, fully aware that he had indeed gone too far this time. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "Teacher Zhou, I know I was wrong. I was just too scared at the time, which is why I acted that way. I promise I won't make the same mistake again." Duo sighed as he watched from the side and said, "He Kai-Tu, when will you make me worry less? As for this incident, you handle it yourself. However, I must remind you, Xiao Han is a treasure in our soul engineering department. If you dare to use her as a shield again, I won't let you off." Upon hearing this, He Kai-Tu nodded repeatedly, secretly vowing never to do such a thing again. He raised his head to look at Lei Han, his eyes filled with apology. "Junior sister, I'm sorry, it was my fault. I promise I will protect you well in the future and not let you suffer any harm." Lei Han looked at He Kai-Tu's sincere eyes, and the grievances and fears in her heart gradually dissipated. She took a step forward, gently patted He Kai-Tu's hand, and whispered, "Senior brother, it's okay. I know you didn't mean it. As long as you don't use me as a shield anymore, we can still be good friends." Hearing Lei Han say this, He Kai-Tu felt a wave of emotion in his heart. He understood that he was able to be forgiven this time entirely thanks to Lei Han's tolerance and generosity. At that moment, Lei Han ran to the kitchen and brought back a bowl of milk, feeding He Kai-Tu one spoonful at a time. While feeding him, she said, "Senior brother, this matter of you using me as a shield can't just end like this. He Kai-Tu was taken aback, almost choking on the milk, and after coughing a few times, he asked in confusion, "Then what do you want?" Lei Han blinked and giggled. "If you drink all 40 bowls of milk, you have to promise me 3 things. The first is that most of your snacks will belong to me. The second is that every time you come back from training, you have to bring me a gift. And the third, well, I haven't thought of it yet, but I'll let you know when I do." After listening, Kai-Tu almost cried. With he said, "Xiao Han, your demands are a bit too harsh, aren't they? 40 bowls of milk, and I'd turn into a cow. And those snacks are all my treasures." Lei Han pouted and pretended to be angry as she said, "Humph. Who told you to use me as a shield? This is your punishment. As for the snacks and gifts, consider them as your apology to me." He Kai-Tu sighed helplessly and could only agree. He knew that if he didn't meet Lei Han's demands, this little girl might cling to him and make him restless. Fan Yu, watching this scene, couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that Lei Han, this little girl, had such means. He patted He Kai-Tu on the shoulder and said, "He Kai-Tu, you should be content. It's already quite good that Xiao Han can forgive you. You must cherish this opportunity and never do such foolish things again." He Kai-Tu nodded, secretly relieved. He knew that thanks to Lei Han's forgiveness and generosity, he was able to escape this disaster. He silently vowed to protect Lei Han well in the future and not let her suffer any harm again. Lei Han brought 2 large buckets of milk and placed them in front of He Kai-Tu, smiling as he said, "Senior brother, I'm here to feed you." He Kai-Tu looked at the 2 large buckets of milk in front of him, his face showing even more distress. He looked at Duo and Xianlin for help, hoping they could say a few good words for him, but the 2 just shook their heads with a smile, looking like they were enjoying the show. Lei Han didn't care about that much. She picked up a spoon, scooped a spoonful of milk, and brought it to He Kai-Tu's mouth, saying, "Senior brother, drink up. This is for your health." He Kai-Tu helplessly opened his mouth and drank the milk. A rich, milky fragrance spread in his mouth. But he had no time to enjoy this deliciousness at the moment. 40 bowls of milk, this task was simply a nightmare for him. Lei Han fed He Kai-Tu spoon by spoon, her face beaming with a satisfied smile. She felt like a little adult, taking care of her senior, who had a good relationship with her. Finally, after He Kai-Tu had drunk nearly 20 bowls of milk, he really couldn't drink anymore. He pleaded in pain, "Xiao Han, I really can't drink anymore. If I drink anymore, I'm going to throw up." Lei Han looked at He Kai-Tu's painful expression and felt a bit reluctant. However, thinking about how He Kai-Tu had previously used her as a shield, she strengthened her resolve. She said, "Senior brother, you can't give up halfway. This is what you promised." He Kai-Tu sighed helplessly and could only continue drinking. Finally, under Lei Han's supervision, he struggled to finish the task of 40 bowls of milk. After drinking, he collapsed in the wheelchair, gasping for breath. But with his body full of fractures, he moaned in pain, looking both disheveled and pitiful. Lei Han looked at He Kai-tu's appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. She said, "Senior brother, you look like a little dog that's just been pulled out of the water." He Kai-tu replied with a, "Xiao Han, please don't make fun of me. My whole body feels like it's falling apart, and you're still laughing at me." Lei Han retracted her smile, walked to He Kai-tu's side, gently patted his shoulder, and said, "All right, senior brother, I know you're feeling very upset right now, but this is also to make you remember this lesson. Don't do such foolish things again in the future." He Kai-tu nodded, secretly regretting in his heart. He knew that this time he had indeed gone too far, not only disappointing teacher Zhou, but also frightening Lei Han. He vowed to be more cautious in the future and not let such things happen again. Chapter 20. Lei Han challenges Zhou Yi in the morning. After carefully feeding He Kai-tu, who had suffered multiple fractures, Lei Han suddenly had an idea. She stood up, turned to Zhou Yi, her eyes shining with determination, and said, "And Zhou, I hope to challenge you, a newly promoted 60-level Soul Emperor." After 3 months of hellishly rigorous training, Lei Han's soul power had made great strides, reaching the level of 55. Upon hearing this, He Kai-tu's eyes widened in surprise, forgetting to chew the food in his mouth and almost choking. Zhou Yi, hearing her words, showed a hint of surprise in her eyes, followed by a gentle and profound smile. She gently placed her teacup on the table, her gaze penetrating as she examined Lei Han, as if trying to understand every subtle corner of her heart. "Oh, you want to challenge me? This is not something that can be decided lightly, Lei Han. You should understand that the gap between each level of soul power is as difficult to cross as a chasm. But since you have such a strong determination, I am naturally willing to be a witness to your growth." After finishing her words, Zhou Yi's gaze gently fell on the 5-year-old girl standing in front of her. Meanwhile, Wang Yin, who was standing by, couldn't help but feel a bit worried. He thought to himself that although Lei Han had been fighting against enemies and soul beasts simulated by soul-guided devices, she had never experienced a real battle between soul masters. Wang Yin sighed softly, slowly walked to Lei Han's side, and quietly reminded her, "Lei Han, your courage is commendable. But battles between soul masters are not just about soul power. They're also about combat experience and skills. As a 60-level soul emperor, Teacher Zhou's combat experience and soul skill application are far beyond what you can compare. This challenge may be too difficult for you." Lei Han looked up at Wang Yin, with no trace of retreat in his eyes. "Uncle Wang, I understand your concerns, but I know even better that without challenges, there is no growth. These 3 months of training, though tough, have allowed me to deeply realize my progress. In every simulated battle, I have given my all, constantly summarizing experiences and improving my skills. I believe that as long as I keep working hard, one day I will be able to overcome those seemingly insurmountable gaps." Lei Han's words were filled with determination and confidence, and her small face radiated an unyielding light. Zhou Yi looked at the child before her and couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. She gently patted Lei Han's shoulder and said, "Very good, Lei Han. Your courage and determination move me. I will do my best to fight alongside you. But remember, regardless of the outcome, this is a valuable experience on your path of growth. Dean Qian, could you let Lei Han out of the basement? It seems a bit cramped here, restricting her performance." Zhou Yi turned to Qian Duo, who was sitting nearby, her tone carrying a hint of request. Qian Duo smiled slightly, fully understanding Zhou Yi's intention. This was not just a test of Lei Han's strength, but also a refinement of her mindset and will. "Of course, Teacher Zhou, I will find an empty space where no one will discover Lei Han's presence, allowing her enough room to showcase her soul skills." Qian Duo stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone present before finally resting on Lei Han, his eyes filled with encouragement and expectation. Upon hearing the news, Lei Han's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. She knew that she would finally see the outside world, the vast expanse she had envisioned countless times in her dreams. She took a deep breath, as if she could already feel the gentle breeze caressing her cheeks and the warmth of the sunlight falling on her. Zhou Yi looked at the flickering anticipation in Lei Han's eyes and felt even more determined to help her. She walked over to Lei Han and gently patted her shoulder. "Lei Han, remember, no matter the outcome, you have already proven your courage and determination. Once you go out, unleash your power and let everyone see your brilliance." Lei Han nodded repeatedly, as if she could already hear the sound of her own heartbeat, filled with excitement and anticipation. She knew that she had waited too long for this moment. Under Qianduoduo's arrangement, a group of people arrived at a vast open space, just separated from Shrek Academy by a mountain. Surrounded by dense trees, this place formed a natural barrier, both concealed and safe. Lei Han stood in the center of the clearing, took a deep breath, and felt the tranquility and harmony of the environment around her. Zhou Yi stood not far away, her eyes filled with both expectation and concern. But she knew that this moment was crucial for Lei Han, and she had to do her best to support this child. "Are you ready, Lei Han?" Zhou Yi's voice echoed in the air, carrying a mix of authority and gentleness. "Teacher Zhou, wait a moment. Let me put a mask on her first, so they can both hide her identity and help her focus more on the battle," Qianduoduo said as he took out an exquisite mask from the Soul Guide device and gently placed it on Lei Han. The mask was adorned with intricate patterns, shimmering with a faint light, mysterious yet full of a sense of power. After Lei Han put on the mask, only a pair of bright eyes were visible, sparkling with an even more determined light. She nodded slightly, signaling Zhou Yi that she was ready. Seeing this, Zhou Yi no longer hesitated. The red dragon martial soul instantly bonded with her, and her entire aura transformed, as if a real red dragon was about to soar into the sky. Her eyes flickered with a blazing red light, and her body was surrounded by intense flames, a powerful pressure enveloping Lei Han. "Come on, Lei Han, let me see your strength." Zhou Yi's voice echoed in the flames, filled with excitement and anticipation. Lei Han took a deep breath, feeling the immense pressure released by Zhou Yi, but her gaze showed no signs of wavering. Her martial soul, the 20-winged angel, instantly manifested, and the 20 pure white wings slowly spread out behind her. Each wing shimmered with a holy light, as if capable of purifying all evil in the world. Lei Han floated in midair, exuding a sacred and inviolable aura, in stark contrast to Zhou Yi's blazing flames. The 20-winged angel martial soul was indeed extraordinary. Seeing this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but admire her in her heart. She knew that Lei Han's martial soul was extremely rare, possessing immense potential and power. But this also made her even more curious about just how much strength Lei Han could unleash. Lei Han floated in midair, and a holy angel sword had appeared in her left hand without her noticing. The sword was entirely silver white, radiating a faint glow, as if it were forged from the purest metal. She tightly gripped the angel's sword, its tip pointed towards the ground, and a sacred and solemn aura emanated from her. "Mom Zhou, please give me your guidance." Lei Han's voice was clear and resolute. She knew she was about to face an unprecedented challenge, but she felt no fear at all. Zhou Yi looked at Lei Han's determined eyes and pure demeanor, and a sense of respect involuntarily arose in her heart. She nodded slightly, and the flames of the red dragon martial soul instantly became even more intense, as if they would burn everything around to ashes. "Come on, Lei Han. Let me see just how powerful your 20-winged angel martial soul really is." Zhou Yi's voice echoed in the flames, filled with excitement and anticipation. Before her words had faded, Zhou Yi's figure flickered and transformed into a red shadow, charging fiercely towards Lei Han. Her speed was incredibly fast, resembling a red lightning bolt, and she instantly appeared right in front of Lei Han. The flames of the red dragon martial soul blazed fiercely around her, as if they were about to engulf Lei Han. Seeing this, Lei Han's eyes flashed with seriousness, but she did not back down. Second soul skill, angelic holy shield. Accompanied by Lei Han's low shout, the space in front of her seemed to be distorted by sacred power, and a huge angelic holy shield instantly took shape. Blocking in front of her, the angelic holy shield emitted a pure white light, adorned with intricate angelic patterns, as if containing endless sacred power. Zhou Yi's fiery attack violently collided with the angelic holy shield, producing a deafening roar. The flames and sacred light intertwined, clashing and merging, as if engaged in a silent contest. First soul skill, angelic triple kill. While defending against Zhou Yi's attack, Lei Han did not forget to counterattack. She shouted, and her figure quickly flickered in the air, seemingly transforming into 3 holy light shadows, each attacking Zhou Yi from 3 different directions. These 3 light shadows moved as fast as lightning, each containing all of Lei Han's power. The angelic holy sword flickered with silvery light among the shadows, as if capable of cutting through all obstacles in the world. Seeing this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but admire Lei Han's combat talent. She moved slightly, skillfully dodging the attack of the first light shadow, while the flames of her red dragon martial soul instantly intensified, transforming into a massive wall of blazing fire to block the second light shadow. However, the third light shadow appeared like a ghost in Zhou Yi's blind spot, Caught off guard, Zhou Yi was struck by this light shadow and involuntarily staggered back a few steps. What a powerful soul skill. After stabilizing herself, Zhou Yi looked at Lei Han with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. She realized that she had been somewhat careless just now. Otherwise, she would never have been hit by Lei Han. First soul skill, Red Dragon Roar. Zhou Yi no longer held back. Shouting as the flames of the Red Dragon, martial soul instantly surged, transforming into a gigantic phantom of a red dragon, roaring towards Lei Han. The Red Dragon Phantom, carrying scorching flames and endless pressure, seemed intent on completely devouring Lei Han. Feeling this immense pressure, Lei Han's expression grew serious. However, she did not retreat. Instead, she took a deep breath and adjusted her state to the best. Second soul skill, Angelic Holy Shield. Lei Han once again summoned the Angelic Holy Shield, and this time the shield was thicker and shone even brighter than before. She gripped the sword hilt tightly, raising the Angelic Holy Sword in front of her chest, reflecting off the Angelic Holy Shield, forming an indestructible defense line. The Red Dragon Phantom roared as it crashed into the Angelic Holy Shield, producing a deafening roar, while flames and sacred light intertwined once more, filling the entire space with these two powers. Lei Han's feet stood firmly in midair, her gaze resolute and calm, showing no sign of being shaken by Zhou Yi's powerful attack. Zhou Yi looked at Lei Han's determined figure, feeling a sense of emotion arise within her. She knew that Lei Han not only possessed the rare 20-winged angel martial soul, but also had an indomitable spirit. Such a child would surely achieve great things in the future. Third soul skill, Red Dragon Devastation. Zhou Yi shouted, and the flames of the Red Dragon martial soul instantly reached their peak, transforming into a sea of scorching fire, sweeping towards Lei Han. This attack was even more ferocious than before, as if intending to burn the entire space to ashes. Lei Han felt an unprecedented pressure, her face turning extremely serious. However, she did not back down. Instead, she gritted her teeth and concentrated all her strength onto the Angel Holy Sword and the Angel Holy Shield. For her third soul skill, she unleashed the Angelic Exorcism / At a critical moment, Lei Han finally used her strongest soul skill, accompanied by her crisp shout. The light on the Angel Holy Sword exploded to its maximum brilliance, as if it had gathered all the pure power of holiness in the world. She swung the Angel Holy Sword down fiercely, and a dazzling sword light tore through the sky, directly slashing towards the sea of flames. The moment the sword light collided with the sea of fire, it erupted with dazzling brilliance and immense energy fluctuations, as if it were going to tear the entire space apart. Zhou Yi was taken aback. She did not expect Lei Han's third soul skill to be so powerful that it could rival her Red Dragon Inferno. She knew that this strike had surpassed the realm of ordinary soul masters. Even she would need to go all out to face it. However, Zhou Yi did not retreat. She let out a low shout, and the flames of her Red Dragon martial soul intensified once again, transforming into an even larger phantom of the Red Dragon, fiercely colliding with Lei Han's Angelic Exorcism / The two powers intertwined and collided in the air, producing a deafening roar and dazzling light, as if they were going to swallow the entire world. Their battle attracted the attention of everyone in the nearby Shrek Academy, causing the teachers and students of the Martial Soul and Soul Guidance departments next door to pause their tasks, drawn to the earth-shattering battle. Some higher-ranked teachers showed astonished expressions. They did not expect such an intense soul master duel to occur near the academy. Who is that? How could they fight Zhou Yi to such an extent? Murmured a middle-aged teacher from the Martial Soul department, his gaze fixed on the figure radiating holy light in the distance. I'm not sure, but judging by the Martial Soul, it seems to be the 20-winged angel martial soul that was recently reported to the Sea God Pavilion. I heard the elders of the Sea God Pavilion have never seen this martial soul before and are researching its origins, replied a younger teacher from the Martial Soul department, his face filled with shock. At the same time, Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer sensed the unusual fluctuations of soul power again. They exchanged a glance, both displaying serious expressions. Yin Xiaozhe said solemnly, "This fluctuation of soul power seems even stronger than before. We need to hurry over and see. We can't let this battle affect the other students in the academy." Just as Yin Xiaozhe was about to take a look, he was blocked by Xuanzai's wine gourd. "Don't block my view of the match. This is a rare spectacle." Xuanzai squinted, a playful smile on his lips. Yin Xiaozhe helplessly glanced at Xuanzai and said, "Elder Xuanzai, please don't stir up trouble. I don't know what got into Zhou Yi to actually engage in a fight with someone who has the 20-winged angel martial soul. But you know, if this escalates, it won't end well. Xuanzai chuckled and replied, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. These two kids, although strong, won't create any significant waves. Besides, haven't you noticed? Their battle seems to lack malice. It feels more like sparring." Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaozhou was slightly taken aback. He carefully observed the battlefield where the holy light and blazing flames intertwined. Although he couldn't see the people from the fiercely colliding soul skills, he indeed sensed an atmosphere of sparring rather than a life-and-death struggle. "You are right, Elder Xuanzai. It seems I was overthinking." Yin Xiaozhou nodded, his worries easing a bit. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Sea God Pavilion, Mu In, who had been sleeping in a rocking chair, was once again awakened by the intense fluctuations of soul power. He abruptly opened his eyes, a hint of surprise and curiosity flashing in them. "Is this fluctuation from that little girl Zhou Yi?" "No. There is also a power so pure and holy, the 20-winged angel martial soul, truly extraordinary." Mu In murmured to himself. He did not know the origin of the person with the 20-winged angel martial soul, but it was clear that such an astonishing fluctuation of soul power was not something ordinary. Mu In stood up and slowly walked to the window, his gaze penetrating through the buildings, landing on the battlefield shrouded in blazing flames and holy light in the distance. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face, as if he already had a certain premonition about the outcome of this battle. "Youth should have such vigor and boldness," Mu In said softly, his voice, though not loud, seemed to contain boundless strength, making people involuntarily nod in agreement. Beside him, Song Yunji, who was eating pastries, suddenly felt the fluctuations of soul power in the air. The pastry in her hand involuntarily stopped, and she turned her gaze towards the window, also seeing the battlefield enveloped in light. "Mulao, who do you think will win this battle?" Song Yunji asked curiously. Mu In smiled slightly, not answering directly, but instead asked, "What do you think?" Song Yunji pondered for a moment and said, "Although Teacher Zhou's strength is great, that student with the 20-winged angel martial soul seems no weakling either. Moreover, from the pure and holy power just now, she seems to have great potential yet to be unleashed." Mu In nodded in agreement, saying, "You are right. The outcome of this battle is not so easy to predict. Although Zhou Yi is experienced, that student seems not to be from our Shrek Academy. At least, I've never seen her in the records of the Sea God Pavilion." Song Yunji was taken aback upon hearing this. "Not a student from our academy? Then how did she end up here? And why is she fighting with Teacher Zhou?" Mu In shook his head gently, saying, "That's also what intrigues me. However, the Soul Master world has many prodigies. She might be a disciple of some hidden master, traveling here and having some misunderstanding with Zhou Yi, which is why they ended up fighting. I don't think it looks like a misunderstanding. It seems more like a carefully arranged sparring session." Unbeknownst to them, Lin Huachuan had quietly stood behind Mu In and Song Yunji, her sharp gaze fixed on the distant battlefield, her expression thoughtful. Lin Huachuan's words startled Mu In and Song Yunji. They turned to look at her and saw her gaze firmly locked on the battlefield, as if she could see through the blazing flames and holy light to the details of the battle within. "Lin Lao, why are you so certain this is sparring and not a misunderstanding?" Mu In asked curiously. Lin Huachuan smiled slightly and replied, "Look, although their battle appears thrilling, their attacks have always avoided each other's vital points. Moreover, from their release and responses of soul skills, there's a sense of probing and learning. This doesn't seem like a life-and-death struggle. Rather, it feels more like they're honing themselves through battle." Song Yunji nodded thoughtfully and said, "Lin Lao makes a point. It seems that the student with the 20-winged angel martial soul is also a concealed expert. I wonder where she came from to possess such powerful strength and talent." Mu In also showed an approving expression, saying, "Indeed, being able to fight Zhou Yi to such an extent, this student is certainly not ordinary. Moreover, the martial soul and soul skills she is using are all unprecedented for us. It seems that the Soul Master world is about to welcome a new transformation." Song Yunji slowly stood up, and a student from the Soul Guidance Department handed her a cane. She asked in confusion, "Song Lao, what exactly is happening over there? Why is someone fighting with Teacher Zhou from the Martial Soul Department? It seems so grand." Song Yunji took the cane, lightly touched the ground, steadied her posture, and gazed deeply at the misty mountain peak, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "It seems that our Shrek Academy is indeed a place where talents lie hidden. The 20-winged angel. Every appearance is accompanied by extraordinary fluctuations. But I hate that she is not from Shrek and cannot witness her growth with my own eyes. After saying this, Song Yunji sighed softly, tapped the cane lightly on the ground, and turned to walk into the Sea God Pavilion. Mu In and Lin Huichuan exchanged glances, reading a hint of seriousness and anticipation in each other's eyes. There's no need to panic. Continue your cultivation. Sometimes, witnessing miracles is also a form of practice. Mu In's voice echoed in the courtyard of the Sea God Pavilion, quieting the inner courtyard students who were curious about the fluctuations of soul power, allowing them to return to their own cultivation. Meanwhile, on the distant battlefield, the momentum of the blazing flames intertwined with the sacred light grew even stronger. On the playground of the outer courtyard's Martial Soul Department, many students gathered to watch the scene on the mountain. Among them was Ma Xiaotao, who squeezed through the crowd with her companions. Her signature fiery red hair shone brightly under the sunlight. Dai Yaoheng, look at the battle on that mountain peak. It seems quite intense, Ma Xiaotao said to Dai Yaoheng, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. Dai Yaoheng, upon hearing this, looked in the direction Ma Xiaotao pointed, and saw the mountain peak enveloped in blazing flames and sacred light, resembling a brilliant pearl, standing out against the backdrop of the blue sky and white clouds. Indeed, this fluctuation of soul power could be clearly felt even from a distance. It seems that two powerful soul masters are sparring. I wonder who that expert is. To be able to match teacher Zhou so evenly, Ma Xiaotao frowned slightly, a surge of curiosity rising in her heart. Dai Yaoheng smiled slightly and said, "Who cares who they are? Our main task now is to cultivate and enhance our own strength. Only then can we enter the inner courtyard and have the opportunity to spar with those true experts. I can't afford to cultivate too quickly. Otherwise, my evil fire might become uncontrollable again." Ma Xiaotao forced a smile, her words carrying a hint of helplessness and worry. The power of the evil fire Phoenix martial soul comes with the challenge of controlling the evil fire, which is a significant obstacle on her path of cultivation. Dai Yaoheng's expression grew serious upon hearing this. He knew well the troubles Ma Xiaotao faced, patted her shoulder, and said, "Xiaotao, don't worry too much. There will always be a way to solve your evil fire problem. Moreover, I believe that with your talent and hard work, you will surely overcome this hurdle and become a true powerhouse." Ma Xiaotao looked at Dai Yaoheng with gratitude, nodded, and said, "Yeah, I will work hard. And I also believe that one day, I will find a way to suppress the evil fire and elevate my strength." As they were speaking, suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the mountain peak, instantly illuminating the entire sky. The light contained pure and sacred power, as if it could purify all evil and filth in the world. Both Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng were taken aback, looking up at the source of the light. They saw two figures of soul masters flickering on the mountain peak, moving through the light and clashing, each collision accompanied by deafening roars and dazzling fluctuations of soul power. What kind of power is this? Ma Xiaotao exclaimed in shock, her eyes filled with awe and longing. Dai Yaoheng also looked serious, taking a deep breath and saying, "It seems that our Shrek Academy truly has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Such experts are probably rare, even in the inner courtyard." The two silently watched the battle on the mountain peak, feeling a strong sense of ambition and desire rising within them. They knew that only by continuously enhancing their own strength could they have the opportunity to spar with those true experts and establish themselves in the world of soul masters. Chapter 21. Evil fire out of control on another side. The battle between Lei Han and Zhou Yi became increasingly intense, with the clash of the 20-winged angel martial soul and the red dragon martial soul being breathtaking. Every swing of Lei Han was accompanied by deafening thunder, as if the heavens were trembling. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi's red dragon martial soul soared in the air, spewing scorching flames from its mouth, transforming into a rain of fire, attempting to engulf Lei Han in a sea of flames. Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at the resolute little girl before her. Lei Han's face was covered with fine beads of sweat, but the determination in her eyes had not diminished at all. "Mom Zhou, I will never give up easily. I will continue to fight." Seeing this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but smile with appreciation. The red dragon suddenly expanded, its scales shimmering with dazzling red light. It let out a roar to the sky, and a more intense and fierce flame surged explosively from its mouth, violently colliding with the ultimate light released by Lei Han in midair, producing a deafening roar. The brightness radiated in all directions, as if daylight had descended, illuminating the entire battlefield. "Good girl, you truly have spirit." Zhou Yi's voice sounded particularly clear and firm amidst the thunderous noise. Then let me see where your limits truly lie. The angelic holy sword in Lei Han's hand shimmered with dazzling brilliance. She took a deep breath, gathering all her strength. Fifth soul skill, angelic cross slash. As her voice fell, the sword light wove together, and Lei Han's figure, as if she had truly transformed into a celestial messenger, descending to the mortal realm. The holy sword struck out, a cross-shaped beam of light cutting through the sky, each slash containing the supreme power of purification and judgment. A sacred and solemn aura filled the air, and the cross slash not only sliced through space, but also seemed capable of severing all obstacles and difficulties, showcasing Lei Han's indomitable fighting spirit. A solemn expression flashed in Zhou Yi's red dragon eyes. She knew that this strike was extraordinary. Immediately, the red dragon's body twisted again, surrounding itself with flames that coalesced into barriers of fire, attempting to block the indomitable sword light. However, the power of the angelic cross slash was beyond imagination, and the fire barriers shattered beneath the sword light, flames splattering like brilliant fireworks, but carrying an aura of destruction. Lei Han's attacks did not cease. Her figure moved like a shadow, the angel's holy sword drawing brilliant arcs in the air, each strike containing the power of thunder. Zhou Yi's red dragon martial soul displayed astonishing agility, constantly tumbling in the air to evade Lei Han's lethal blows while searching for a chance to counterattack. Girl, your strength is indeed not to be underestimated, but the battle is far from over. Zhou Yi's voice revealed an indomitable fighting spirit as her red dragon martial soul once again unleashed scorching flames, transforming into fiery dragons that charged towards Lei Han. Lei Han dodged the fire dragon's attacks with agility, while swinging the angelic holy sword. A dazzling sword light split the approaching fire dragon in two. The battle between the two grew increasingly intense, as if the surrounding air had been ignited, with waves of heat rolling in, making it hard to breathe. Both Lei Han and Zhou Yi displayed extraordinary strength and tenacious will. Their clash was not only a competition of soul power, but also a test of will and belief. The fierce confrontation on the mountaintop caused the surrounding skies to change color, as if the heavens and earth were trembling. Lei Han's figure darted through the sword light, each swing of her sword accompanied by the sound of thunder. Her gaze was filled with both determination and resilience, a challenge to her own limits and an insatiable desire for victory. Zhou Yi's red dragon martial soul was equally unwilling to back down. She roared, flames surging like a tide, with each dragon's roar seemingly narrating an indomitable spirit. The radiance surrounding the red dragon grew more intense, as if it would ignite the entire sky. Her scales shimmered with a metallic luster in the firelight, showcasing a near-divine majesty. Girl, you're quite good, but still far from enough. Zhou Yi's voice carried a hint of encouragement. Meanwhile, more and more students from the martial soul and soul guide departments gathered in the playground, all eyes fixated on the earth-shaking duel on the mountaintop. Their discussions rising and falling, filled with awe and anticipation, as if witnessing the rise of a new star in the soul master world. Who is she? How can she fight so evenly with teacher Zhou Yi? A student exclaimed, their gaze locked on the mountaintop, unwilling to miss any detail. The martial soul students shook their heads, indicating they didn't know her, while on the other side, fifth-grade students from the Outer Academy's Soul Guide department wore proud expressions. After all, 5 years ago, when they were still first-year freshmen, they had witnessed the shocking scene of Lei Yunan, covered in bruises, tightly holding the premature Lei Han as she stumbled into the academy's gates. They knew well that Lei Han was not an ordinary person, but rather a carefully crafted experiment of the Sun and Moon Empire. This secret weighed heavily on their hearts. The upperclassmen from the Outer Academy's Soul Guide department, alongside Qian Duoduo, Xian Liner, and Fan Yu, carefully concealed this astonishing secret and Lei Han's existence from the academy's higher-ups. She must be 5 years old by now, right? The speaker was none other than Wang Mengmeng, the girl who had discovered and supported Lei Yunan back then. Her words were laced with nostalgia and reminiscence, as if the past was vividly replaying before her eyes. The surrounding Outer Academy Soul Guide students nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with both reverence for the secret and admiration for Lei Han's impressive strength displayed now. Yes, she is 5 now, but who would have thought that the tiny little girl, who was as small as a kitten back then, could now fight so evenly with teacher Zhou Yi? It's truly unbelievable. Chun Wenfeng chimed in, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he had witnessed a miracle. I thought she wouldn't survive back then, but not only did she survive, she has shown such astonishing talent and strength Fourth grade Wang Xine also sighed. His voice choked with emotion, as if that memory touched the softest part of his heart. Senior brothers and sisters, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The newly enrolled first-year Soul Guide student Chun Lei asked curiously, his gaze fixed on the battle on the mountaintop, while also being intrigued by the conversation of the seniors. Hee, you're still young. There are some things you don't understand yet. Wang Mingming smiled as she patted Chun Lei's head. Her eyes filled with warmth and affection. Once you stay here longer, you will understand everything we're talking about. Really? Is this still that premature baby who looked like a kitten? Her growth rate is faster than a rocket. Sixth grade Zhao Feng exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. With several classmates around him wearing equally incredulous expressions, discussing Lei Han's astounding transformation. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover, nor the ocean by a pint. Li Hua remarked, his gaze filled with wonder and sympathy for everything Lei Han had experienced. Back then, such a small girl was secretly trained by Dean Xian in the basement. Who would have thought she would achieve such success today? The basement? Secret training? What's going on? Chun Lei's curiosity piqued, unable to help but ask, his eyes sparkling with a desire to know. Wang Mingming looked around to confirm no one else was paying attention before whispering, this is a long story. Lei Han's background and experiences are extraordinary. She is not only an experiment of the Sun and Moon Empire, but also carries the future hopes of the Academy and the Soul Guide Department. To ensure she could grow up safely and reach her full potential, Dean Xian and several teachers had to make such decisions. Was that fair to her? Chun Lei frowned, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction and concern. Fair? Li Hua chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. In this world, where is there absolute fairness? Laws and rules can only strive to restrain human nature, but can never completely eliminate injustice. Although Lei Han's experience is sympathetic, it is also part of her destiny. What we can do is to make our best efforts to help and support her, allowing her to go further on this difficult path. However, I still feel that Chun Lei wants to say something, but he is interrupted by Wang Mingming. All right, Chun Lei, you are still young. Many things are not simply black and white, right or wrong. In this world, there are many gray areas, many complex emotions and interests entangled. What we can do is to maintain a kind and just heart and do what we believe is right. Wang Mingming's words carried a hint of depth and emotion, as if she had experienced countless hardships and trials herself. She looked again at the battle on the mountain, where Lei Han's figure flickered in the flames, each attack filled with power and determination. In her eyes, there was both admiration for Lei Han's strength and concern for her future path. Lei Han's future is destined to be extraordinary. What she bears is not only her own fate, but also the hopes of the entire Academy and the Soul Guidance Department. What we can do is to silently support her, hoping she can find her own happiness and achievements on this path. Wang Mingming said softly, her voice gentle yet full of determination and strength. Junior brother, according to seniority, you can actually call Lei Han junior sister now. Chun Wenfeng suddenly interjected, a teasing smile on his face. Although she is young, her strength cannot be underestimated. Even teacher Zhou, he holds her in high regard. Upon hearing this, Chun Lei's eyes widened, and he turned his gaze back to the mountain, feeling even more admiration for Lei Han. He imagined how glorious it would be to fight alongside Lei Han. Junior sister is truly enviable, Chun Lei murmured, his eyes shining with longing. Fifth-year student Su Xiaodong from the Soul Guidance Department reminisced, thinking back to when she was little, I even held her in my arms. At that time, she was like a little ball of soft cotton, making people adore her. Now she has grown so outstanding, it is truly astonishing. In her words, a deep sense of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. Another fifth-year student from the Soul Guidance Department, Su Jing, provocatively said, I am really looking forward to seeing how those from the Martial Soul Department, who have always looked down on us Soul Guidance Department, will react when our junior sister truly grows up and shows her extraordinary strength. His words were filled with dissatisfaction and challenge towards the Martial Soul Department, as if an invisible flame of battle had quietly ignited in his heart. Su Jing, don't say that. Our Soul Guidance Department and the Martial Soul Department have always kept to themselves. Wang Mingming quickly smoothed things over, not wanting Su Jing's impulsiveness to spark conflict between the two departments. I'm not saying anything wrong. Those people from the Martial Soul Department have always looked down on us, thinking we only play tricks and have no real skills. Su Jing snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain and provocation. But it can't be said like that. Both the Martial Soul Department and the Soul Guidance Department have their own merits, and we can't generalize, Chen Wenfeng interjected, trying to ease the tense atmosphere between the two departments. Isn't Lei Han a great example? She is a genius in the soul guidance department and has astonishing achievements in martial soul cultivation as well. That's true. Lei Han's emergence has indeed made those guys from the martial soul department take notice. Su Xiaodong nodded, her tone filled with pride and comfort. All right, let's not discuss this here. We should focus on Lei Han and teacher Zhou Yi's battle. Wang Mingming once again brought the topic back to the battle on the mountain, her eyes filled with concern and anticipation for Lei Han. I'm back. Keitu's voice suddenly rang out, his face covered in dirt, and even his clothes were muddy, looking somewhat disheveled. I saw halfway through and ran back. It was too scary, I almost got roasted. He patted the dust off himself, speaking with lingering fear. Duo and the others also returned, their faces similarly showing shock and awe. That girl Lei Han is really becoming more impressive, Duo sighed, his eyes flashing with recognition of Lei Han's potential. Yeah, her rate of growth is like riding a rocket, Wang Mingming agreed, filled with admiration for Lei Han and hope for the Academy's future. It seems we in the Soul Guidance Department have really struck gold this time, Chen Wenfeng said with a smile, his tone laced with pride and satisfaction. But speaking of which, Kaitu, how did you escape? Were you scared? Su Jing suddenly teased, a playful smile on his face. Oh please, I'm back to give you guys a heads up. Otherwise, you would still be standing there dumbfounded. Kaitu rolled his eyes, speaking unhappily. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. The tense atmosphere was eased by Kaitu's joking. At this moment, the confrontation at the mountain's peak was not just a contest of strength, but also a clash of beliefs and will. She deeply realized that this upcoming battle, regardless of its outcome, would leave an indelible mark on Lei Han's path of growth. The wind howled freely through the deep valley, carrying a refreshing chill, as if cheering for the imminent contest. Every step Lei Han took was steady and powerful, as if resonating with the ground beneath her feet. Her figure was slowly elongated in the gentle afterglow of the sunset, appearing both proud and solitary, while also revealing an indescribable tenacity. In her eyes, there was no trace of fear or retreat, only an infinite desire for victory and a firm belief in the future. Even the students of the Martial Soul Department, though standing at a distance, could clearly feel this unusual atmosphere. Their expressions varied. Some were filled with surprise, others with unwillingness, and some even felt a deep sense of dread and awe. At that moment, Ma Xiaotao, who was joking with her companions, suddenly lost control of her evil fire. The raging flames erupted around her, instantly igniting the surrounding vegetation, transforming the area into a sea of fire. The crowd gasped and hurriedly retreated, afraid of being caught in this uncontrollable and terrifying power. Ma Xiaotao gritted her teeth, trying her best to suppress the chaotic evil fire within her. However, it seemed that the evil fire had a will of its own, becoming even more rampant the more she struggled, making it impossible to tame. Xiaotao, a teacher from the Martial Soul Department, witnessing this scene, immediately flashed forward, attempting to use his soul power to help her stabilize her impending outburst of emotions. However, the power of the evil fire was too strong. Even this experienced teacher felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Ma Xiaotao directed her evil fire phoenix towards Lei Han, causing Yin Xiaozhe, Kai Meyer, and the elders of the Sea God Pavilion nearby to change their expressions drastically. They understood that if Ma Xiaotao's evil fire completely went out of control, it would not only endanger the young man and Zhou Yi's safety, but could also cause immeasurable damage to the entire Shrek Academy. We must stop her immediately, Yin Xiaozhe said solemnly, his eyes revealing an undeniable determination. Their figures darted like lightning through the air toward Ma Xiaotao, while also wanted to see what kind of person could engage Zhou Yi in battle. Ma Xiaotao's evil fire phoenix traced a brilliant red trajectory in the sky, carrying an undeniable momentum as it rushed toward Lei Han. At this moment, the battle between Lei Han and Zhou Yi in the valley had reached a fever pitch. The sky above the mountain seemed to split in two. On one side was Lei Han's 20-winged angel, and on the other was Zhou Yi's red dragon. The collision of their powers stirred up layers of ripples in space, causing the entire valley to tremble. Zhou Mama, show me all your tricks. Lei Han will not easily admit defeat. Lei Han's voice echoed in the valley as her 20-winged angel's wings suddenly flapped, creating a whirlwind that seemed to tear the surrounding air apart. You little girl, you do have some fighting spirit, Zhou Yi said with a smile, her red dragon's eyes flickering with intense light. But winning a battle is not just about fighting spirit. Before her words could finish, Zhou Yi's red dragon suddenly accelerated, charging toward Lei Han like a red lightning bolt. Just as the battle between Lei Han and Zhou Yi reached its most critical moment, a sudden sound of wind breaking in the sky caused both of their movements to pause. They looked up to see Ma Xiaotao's evil fire phoenix closing in, and the terrifying power contained within the flames made both of them feel a pang of anxiety, even from a distance. Both were stunned, completely unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. What is happening? Why is there suddenly an unexpected threat? Lei Han exclaimed, her eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Zhou Yi furrowed her brows and quickly assessed the situation. Lei Han, pause the duel. We must first deal with this unexpected situation. This really ruins my fighting spirit. Despite feeling unwilling, Lei Han followed Zhou Yi's advice, rapidly retracting her 20-winged angel's wings and appearing beside Zhou Yi. She activated her void spirit, which formed a white gas around her. Turning to Zhou Yi, she said, "Zhou Mama, step back. Let me see if I can control her." Before she could finish her words, Lei Han rushed toward Ma Xiaotao's evil fire phoenix. She grabbed Ma Xiaotao's hand, but the moment she touched it, she hissed in pain from the heat and quickly let go. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. You're burning me alive." Lei Han cried out in pain, not expecting Ma Xiaotao's evil fire to be so intense. Ma Xiaotao struggled in pain, her eyes filled with despair and unwillingness, as if two forces were fiercely clashing within her heart. She exerted all her strength, using the last shred of sanity that was about to fade into chaos to weakly call out to Lei Han, "Don't mind me, just go." At that moment, Ma Xiaotao's remaining rationality caught sight of a shocking scene. The one fiercely battling Zhou Yi was not an adult or even a teenager, but a 5-year-old girl wearing a mask on her face. This scene struck Ma Xiaotao like a thunderclap, deeply shaking her soul and completely overturning her perception of power. "All right, big sister, I should help you out. I can't let you play with fire and burn yourself," Lei Han said with her arms crossed and a playful smile on her lips. Zhou Yi, watching from the side, was secretly amazed by Lei Han's courage and adaptability. At this point, Yin Xiaozhe and the others were getting closer, their faces filled with anxiety and tension. Yin Xiaozhe, Kai Meyer, and Du Weilin were the first to arrive, and all three were stunned by the scene before them. 5 years old? Du Weilin's voice trembled. He could hardly believe his eyes. A 5-year-old girl could actually engage a powerhouse like Zhou Yi in such a fierce battle. It was simply unbelievable. Mu In and the other elders of the Sea God Pavilion soon arrived as well, their faces also filled with disbelief. The scene before them was entirely beyond their expectations and imagination. "How is this possible?" Mu In murmured, his gaze fixed intently on Lei Han, trying to discern some clues from her. However, no matter how he observed, he could not understand how a 5-year-old girl could possess such immense strength and skills. Ma Xiaotao's cries gradually weakened. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if she would collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Lei Han's expression became resolute. She knew that action was necessary. Otherwise, Ma Xiaotao might truly burn herself. At that moment, Lei Han slowly picked up Ma Xiaotao and began to absorb the evil fire from her. The evil fire on Ma Xiaotao made a sizzling sound upon contact with the white gas around Lei Han, as if it had encountered a natural enemy, rapidly being devoured. Ma Xiaotao's expression gradually calmed, and the frenzied red light in her eyes slowly faded. She leaned weakly against Lei Han, as if she had just gone through a life-and-death ordeal. Lei Han gently stroked Ma Xiaotao's back, a hint of tenderness flickering in her eyes, but it quickly returned to its usual calm. Then, she carefully placed Ma Xiaotao on the ground and lightly clapped her hands, speaking with a sense of relief. "All right, there shouldn't be any problems now. I estimate that for the next half-year, that evil fire won't act up recklessly anymore." Everyone was shocked to hear this. They could hardly believe that such a tricky problem had been easily resolved by a seemingly innocent little girl. Lei Han waved goodbye to them, ready to leave when Xuanzi called out to her in a deep voice, his gaze filled with both confusion and respect. "Little girl, just who are you? This power, I have never heard of or seen before." Lei Han turned around, a hint of playfulness flashing in her eyes beneath the mask. She said, "Just an ordinary little girl." "Grandpa, don't be so serious. As for this power, let us just consider it a special gift from heaven, meant to help those in need." Her words were light, yet carried an undeniable seriousness that left everyone present feeling an indescribable shock. Yin Xiaozhe stepped forward, his tone imbued with more warmth and curiosity. "Little girl, your arrival is like a sudden beam of light, and with such extraordinary abilities, we must take a cautious approach. But please believe that our intentions are not malicious. We sincerely hope you can share more about yourself and your remarkable abilities with us. Lei Han's lips curled into a faint smile, as if she didn't care about their probing questions. Well, since you are filled with such strong curiosity, I will reveal a little bit to satisfy your small wish. Lei Han quietly leaned close to Yan Xiaozhe's ear and playfully said, I'm not going to tell you. He. After saying that, she mischievously tugged at Yan Xiaozhe's beard, making him wince in pain and grin helplessly, not daring to show any sign of dissatisfaction. Yan Xiaozhe rubbed his beard that had been pulled and showed no anger in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of affectionate amusement. He shook his head and sighed. What a quirky little girl. Lei Han smiled and jumped off the cliff, causing everyone to gasp and rush to the edge. They saw Lei Han soaring in the air with her angelic martial soul, like a joyful sprite. She turned to wave at everyone and cheekily said, No need to see me off, uncles and aunts. We'll meet again if fate allows. The crowd watched her disappearing figure, filled with shock and confusion. This seemingly innocent little girl not only possessed great strength, but also had a quirky personality and acted in ways that defied common sense. It was strange. How could a 5-year-old awaken a martial soul, have such a significant fluctuation of soul power, and fight against a soul emperor like Zhou Yi without being at a disadvantage? It was simply unbelievable, Kai Mayer murmured, her eyes filled with both amazement and doubt. Muin pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. Perhaps she is not an ordinary 5-year-old child. In this world, there are always some exceptionally gifted beings who can grow at an extraordinary speed and master powerful abilities. This girl is likely one of them. Yan Xiaozhe nodded in agreement. Looking in the direction Lei Han had vanished, his gaze deep as if he were contemplating something. Regardless, the appearance of this girl undoubtedly brought new possibilities to Shrek Academy. Her strength and talent might become the hope for our academy's future. Yan Xiaozhe's tone was resolute, his eyes shining with anticipation. At this moment, Ma Xiaotao had already awakened, looking around in confusion, seemingly not understanding what had happened. When her gaze fell on the direction Lei Han had disappeared, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. She murmured softly, Who exactly is that little girl? Ma Xiaotao's memories gradually returned. She recalled her uncontrollable evil fire and the mysterious little girl who had suddenly appeared and saved her. A warm current surged in her heart, filled with gratitude and curiosity towards Lei Han. Xian Lao walked over to Ma Xiaotao, gently patted her shoulder, and comforted her. It's okay, Xiaotao. That little girl is a miraculous existence. She saved you. Although we still don't know her background, her power is indeed not to be underestimated. Ma Xiaotao nodded. Although her heart was still full of questions, she knew that the most important thing now was to recover her strength and stand up again. She looked at Xian Lao, her eyes shining with determination. Xian Lao, I will work hard to cultivate and ensure this doesn't happen again. Xian Lao smiled with satisfaction, knowing that Ma Xiaotao was a strong child. After this incident, she would surely be more diligent in improving herself. At this moment, Lei Han returned gracefully, even using a level 3 flying soul tool, soaring freely in the air, lightly sweeping over Yan Xiaozhe and the others' heads. Lei Han spun around freely, sometimes diving down like an eagle striking the sky, and sometimes soaring up like a nimble swallow. Her figure danced with the wind, as if she had completely merged with the sky, reveling in this boundless freedom and wildness. This unnamed girl was too mischievous, making her hard to grasp. Kai Mayer watched Lei Han's reckless figure and couldn't help but shake her head, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. After circling in the air a few times, Lei Han disappeared in a flash. She quickly flew towards the Soul Guidance Department of the Academy. When she stepped into the territory of the Soul Guidance Department, Duo and Xianliner were already waiting there, their faces intertwined with a mix of anxiety and eager anticipation. As soon as Lei Han saw Duo and Xianlin, she immediately shouted, Dad, Mom, I'm back. Before she finished speaking, Duo and Xianlin almost simultaneously stepped forward and tightly embraced Lei Han, their eyes filled with deep concern and endless love. Duo gently patted Lei Han's back, and Lei Han's eyelids began to feel heavy, with a hint of drowsiness. She said, Dad, Mom, today's battle with Aunt Zhou didn't have a clear winner, but I successfully saved Ma Xiaotao. Let's go back to the basement. I'm really tired. There was a barely perceptible hint of fatigue in Lei Han's voice. After all, even she would experience some exhaustion when using that special power. Duo and Xianlin exchanged glances, reading each other's eyes filled with pain and pride. They both knew that despite Lei Han being young, The responsibilities she bore and the abilities she displayed had already surpassed those of her peers. All right, let's head back. Duo responded gently, picking up Lei Han, and the three of them walked slowly towards the basement. Inside the basement, the light was soft and warm like a spring day, adding tranquility and comfort to the small space. Xianlin Air carefully made the bed for Lei Han, who fell into a deep sleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. At that moment, Zhou Yi just returned, intending to scold Lei Han, but was gently stopped by Duo. He pointed to the sleeping child on the bed, signaling her to be quiet. Lei Han's breathing was even and calm, her face adorned with a serene smile, clearly already immersed in sweet dreams. Let her rest well, Xianlin Air said softly. She really is tired today, and she accomplished something very remarkable. Zhou Yi looked at Lei Han, her anger gradually dissipating, replaced by complex emotions. She felt both helpless and amused by Lei Han's mischief, and said softly, after saving Xiao Tao today, Lei Han even pulled Din Yan's beard and jumped off a cliff, flying around the mountain with a level 3 flying soul guiding device, almost giving me a heart attack. This child really makes one both love and hate her. Zhou Yi shook her head, but a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yes, she's like a little devil, always bringing us unexpected surprises and shocks. Duo also smiled, his eyes filled with affection. But it was this innocence and unruliness that allowed her to unleash astonishing power at critical moments. However, Xianlin Air shifted the conversation, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. We need to understand and guide this power more deeply. After all, power is a double-edged sword. If used well, it can save people from danger, but if used poorly, it may also harm oneself. Exactly. Duo nodded in agreement. I will find a suitable time to talk with her to understand the source of her power and how to better control it. At the same time, I will also strengthen her training in other areas to ensure she could develop comprehensively. Chapter 22. Saving people turned into a scene disruption. A year passed quietly, and Lei Han was now celebrating her 6th birthday. At this time, Duo and Xianlin Air were leisurely strolling along the shaded paths of the academy, enjoying this rare tranquility and leisure. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to a figure holding a delicate cake, which turned out to be Kai-Tu. Upon seeing this, Duo's face showed surprise, and he curiously asked, Kai-Tu, which lucky person is this carefully prepared cake for? Kai-Tu grinned when he heard this, and a mysterious smile bloomed on his honest and simple face, as if hiding some unmentionable secret. Oh, this is a birthday cake for our lovely little junior sister Lei Han. His words carried a hint of pride and anticipation. Upon hearing this, Duo slapped his forehead as if awakened, exclaiming, That's right, today is Lei Han's birthday. How could I forget such an important thing? After speaking, he shook his head self-deprecatingly. Meanwhile, Xianlin Air also had an embarrassed expression, lightly patting her cheeks and smiling apologetically. Oh dear, we actually completely forgot about little Lei Han's birthday. We should go to Shrek City now to pick out a gift for her and make up for this belated blessing. Duo suggested, his eyes sparkling with determination to make amends. Yes, and we must choose the best. After all, she is our little princess, Xianlin Air agreed, her eyes shimmering with maternal radiance. Since Duo and his wife were unaware of their adopted daughter Lei Han's exact birth date, they decided to consider the day she entered the academy, July 9th, as her birthday. Thus, Duo and Xianlin Air, utilizing the power of the flying soul guiding device, swiftly traversed the azure sky, resembling two meteors streaking across the heavens. As they continued forward, the outline of Shrek City gradually emerged from the haze, becoming increasingly clear. At this moment, the warm sunlight gently fell on their shoulders, bringing a hint of warmth and seemingly urging them to quicken their pace. Finally, they successfully arrived at this bustling city, heading straight for the most prosperous commercial area. Weaving through the throngs of people, Duo and Xianlin Air bought many toys, books, and accessories from various shops, each carefully selected, hoping that Lei Han would like them. They stopped in front of a store that specialized in selling soul-guiding devices. In the display window was a delicate storage soul-guiding bracelet, embedded with tiny gemstones that sparkled enchantingly in the light. Xianlin Air was immediately attracted to it, imagining how cute Lei Han would look wearing it. This bracelet is perfect for Xiao Han, both practical and beautiful, she said, turning to Duo. Duo examined it carefully and nodded in agreement. It really is nice. Let's buy it. Meanwhile, In the underground soul guiding device workshop, Leihan had already become a level 4 soul master, and the soul guiding devices she created were no longer so crude and rough. After finishing the soul power charging, she entered the final debugging stage. This is it, Leihan muttered to herself, her gaze focused and determined. The soul guiding device in her hand was a level 4 fixed soul guiding cannon. Although it was not large, the energy contained within was formidable. Leihan carefully adjusted every detail, ensuring it could unleash maximum power in battle. Just as she was fully concentrated on her work, suddenly, the door to the basement was gently pushed open, and Hikaitu walked in holding the exquisite cake. "Little junior sister, happy birthday," he exclaimed with a smile. Leihan was startled and accidentally pressed the switch on the soul guiding cannon, resulting in a loud bang as the cannon's attack shot toward the wall of the device manufacturing area, instantly blasting a huge hole. Dust and smoke filled the air, and Fan Yu, who was making soul guiding devices inside, was caught in the chaos, screaming as he was thrown across the room by a tremendous force and crashed heavily to the ground, surrounded by a scene of devastation. As the dust gradually settled, Leihan, Hikaitu, and the arriving Duo and Xianlin heir were all stunned. They hadn't expected such an accident to happen. Fan Yu struggled to rise from the ground, covered in dust, his face displaying a mix of helplessness and amusement as he looked at Leihan and said with a reproachful yet indulgent tone, "You child, how did you create such a commotion without realizing it? It seems we need to reinforce the safety knowledge of using soul guiding devices." Leihan's face was flushed, and her eyes were filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, Godfather, I didn't mean to. I was just too focused and didn't notice that brother, Hikai, came in." "Hikai, you really are something. How could you come in at this time? Don't you know Xiaohan is doing an important experiment?" Duo pretended to be angry as he looked at Hikai. Though his tone carried a hint of reproach, his eyes were full of laughter. Hikai scratched his head and chuckled. "I just wanted to surprise my junior sister, who knew it would turn out like this." Xianlin stepped forward, gently stroking Leihan's head, and comforted her. "It's okay, Xiaohan. Don't blame yourself. Godfather knows you didn't mean it. Just be more careful next time." Leihan nodded, his eyes shining with determination. "Yes, I will be more careful and not let my godfather and everyone down." At that moment, Fan Yu also walked over, looking at Leihan with admiration in his eyes. "By the way, Xiaohan, your progress is truly remarkable. You become a level 4 soul master so quickly. That's amazing." Leihan smiled apologetically, her face glowing with confidence and joy. "Thank you for the compliment, Godfather. I will keep working hard." Duo set down the large and small bags in her hands, clapped her hands, and said with a smile, "All right, now it's time to celebrate the birthday. These gifts were carefully chosen by your mom and me, Xiaohan. You should take a good look at them." Leihan excitedly ran over and opened the beautifully wrapped gift boxes. Inside were toys, books, and accessories she had never seen before, each one making her reluctant to part with them. Especially the storage soul guide bracelet, which Leihan wore on her wrist, gently stroking the gemstones on it, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Thank you, Mom and Dad. I really love these gifts," Leihan said gratefully, her face radiating happiness. "As long as you like it." Xianlin looked at Leihan affectionately, her eyes full of tenderness. "Is this a level 6 storage soul guide device? What a big deal," Fan Yu remarked, glancing at the bracelet with a hint of surprise. This item was not cheap, and its creation was quite complex, capable of storing quite a few items. Duo smiled proudly. "Of course, our little princess deserves the best." Meanwhile, Xianlin was in the kitchen of the living area helping Zhou Yi wash vegetables. She was busy chatting with Zhou Yi while occasionally stealing glances at Leihan, who was happily playing in the basement, her heart filled with affection. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of food, the scent of home, and the essence of love. Zhou Yi smiled at Xianlin and said, "Look how happy Leihan is. With parents and a godfather who love her so much, she is truly blessed." Xianlin nodded slightly, her face beaming with a happy smile. "Yes, she is our little princess, and we must give her all our love." The two chatted about everyday life while continuing their tasks. As time passed, dinner was gradually prepared. Dish after dish, full of color, aroma, and flavor, was served on the dining table, filling the air with mouth-watering scents. Hikaitu carefully placed the cake in the center of the table. It was a meticulously made chocolate cake, adorned with fresh fruits and colorful frosting, looking both tempting and playful. "Little junior sister, come make a wish and blow out the candles," Hikaitu called out to Leihan, his eyes full of anticipation. Leihan excitedly ran to the cake, closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and silently made her wish. Then, she opened her eyes, took a deep breath, and blew out the candles on the cake with all her might. The moment the candlelight went out, the basement was filled with enthusiastic applause and cheers from everyone. Xiaohan, can you tell me what wish you just made? Xian Liner gently asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and affection. Leon smiled slightly, her face radiating happiness and anticipation. I hope I can protect the Soul Guidance Department, becoming the sharp blade of our department, allowing the apprentices of my godfather to be the facade, while I become the essence, silently guarding all of this. As soon as she said this, everyone was stunned. No one expected such words to come from a 6-year-old girl. But you are Director Qian's daughter. You should be the facade, not let me be the facade. He Kaitu retorted, his tone a mix of jest and seriousness. Lei Han shook his head and looked seriously at He Kaitu. Senior brother, both face and substance are very important. Without the support of substance, face will also lose its luster. I am willing to be that silent contributor who makes the Soul Guidance Department even more brilliant. Fan Yu listened to Lei Han's words. His eyes filled with admiration and emotion. He stepped forward, gently patted Lei Han's shoulder, and said earnestly, Xiaohan, I am really pleased that you have such thoughts. Remember, whether you choose to be face or substance, as long as you work hard and contribute, you will become the pride of the Soul Guidance Department. Qian Douluo also came over, looking at Lei Han with a smile, his eyes full of pride. Our Xiaohan has really grown up, with such awareness and responsibility. It's truly impressive. Don't worry, no matter which path you choose, we will fully support you. Xian Linar tightly hugged Lei Han, her face beaming with comfort and joy. Xiaohan, you are really so understanding. Mom is proud of you and also feels heartache for you. But remember, no matter what you choose, Mom will always love you and support you. Lei Han felt the love and support from her godfather, father, and mother. Her heart filled with warmth and strength. She nodded vigorously, her eyes shining with determination. Thank you all. I will do my best and not let you down. Soon after, everyone gathered around the dining table to enjoy a dinner filled with love and warmth. Laughter echoed around the table, and the atmosphere was harmonious and joyful. Lei Han spent an unforgettable birthday night in the company of everyone. On the other side, Yin Xiaozhe was like an ant on a hot pan. A year ago, after experiencing Lei Han's void spirit treatment, Ma Xiaodao's evil fire had indeed been suppressed, just as Lei Han had said at that time, and it would not flare up for a short period. However, now the year had passed, the evil fire within Ma Xiaodao was out of control again, and this anxiety loomed over Yin Xiaozhe's heart like dark clouds. Yin Xiaozhe turned to Du Weilin and said, Send the order down, no matter the cost. We must find that little girl who could treat Xiaodao's evil fire a year ago. She is our only hope. Du Weilin nodded solemnly and then turned to leave, quickly arranging the search for Lei Han. Yin Xiaozhe stood by the window, gazing deep into the distance, silently praying that Lei Han would extend her hand once again to help Ma Xiaodao through this difficult time. That little girl must be 6 years old now, right? I really hope she can come back and help our Xiaodao through this crisis. Kai Meyer said softly from his side, her tone filled with recognition of Lei Han's abilities and concern for Ma Xiaodao. Yin Xiaozhe sighed slightly and turned to Kai Meyer. Yes, I really didn't expect 2 years to pass so quickly. I wonder how that little girl is doing now, and if she is still willing to help. Kai Meyer frowned. No matter what, we must try our best. Xiaodao's situation is becoming increasingly urgent, and we cannot just sit idly by. Yin Xiaozhe nodded, his expression firm. You are right. In any case, we must find that little girl and ask her to help treat Xiaodao. This is our responsibility as mentors and as part of Shrek Academy. The next day, He Kaitu heard that the Soul Master Department was sparing no effort to find his junior sister. So he hurriedly found Qian Duo and Xian Liner, saying anxiously, both deans, the Soul Master Department is searching for our junior sister at any cost. They say that Ma Xiaodao's evil fire has gone out of control again, and only our junior sister can save her. Hearing this, Qian Duo's brow furrowed. Is this news reliable? The Soul Master Department is in chaos over this matter, and with Dean Yan's personal order, it can't be false. He Kaitu said anxiously. Xian Liner's expression also became serious. Xiaohan's void spirit does indeed have a suppressive effect on evil fire, but if Ma Xiaodao's evil fire is already out of control, then the situation is dangerous. Qian Duo was silent for a moment, then looked at He Kaitu. He Kaitu, you need to notify Xiaohan immediately and let her prepare. If she is willing to help, we will fully support her. If she is unwilling, we cannot force her. He Kaitu nodded immediately and turned to leave. He knew this matter concerned his junior sister's willingness and safety and had to be handled with caution. After hearing the news, Lei Han fell silent for a moment. She remembered her sister Ma Xiaotao, who had suffered terribly from the evil fire a year ago, and a complex emotion surged within her. She looked up at her godfather and mother, her eyes shining with determination. I am willing to help Sister Ma Xiaotao. I don't want to see her tormented by the evil fire anymore. Duo and Xianliner looked at Lei Han with pride and appreciation in their eyes. They knew that Lei Han's decision was not impulsive, but stemmed from the kindness and sense of responsibility deep within her heart. Xiao Han, you have really grown up, Xianliner said softly, her voice carrying a barely noticeable tremor. But you must remember, no matter the outcome, you have to protect yourself. Do you understand? Lei Han nodded vigorously, her eyes shining with determination. Don't worry, Mom. I will take good care of myself. Duo brought over the mask, and Lei Han took it, gently putting it on her face. The masked hero is making a comeback, she joked, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. But her gaze was unusually resolute. She knew what she was about to face. Dad, I go into the martial soul department alone this time? Duo didn't answer, but nodded instead. He handed the map to Lei Han, then turned and went back to the sofa to smoke a cigarette, his brows furrowed. Seemingly deep in thought, he signaled Fan Yu to install a positioning soul guide on Lei Han to ensure her safety during the mission. Fan Yu quickly took out a small soul guide that looked like a badge from the nearby soul guide, gently sticking it on Lei Han's collar. This positioning soul guide can transmit your location information in real time, allowing us to keep track of your movements and ensure your safety, Fan Yu explained. Lei Han looked down at the small soul guide device. A warm current surged in her heart. She knew that this was everyone's silent concern and support for her. She took a deep breath, raised her head, and her gaze was firm. Thank you, Uncle Fan Yu. I will be careful. Xianliner walked to Lei Han's side and gently stroked her hair. Xiao Han, Mom believes in you. You will definitely complete this task excellently. Remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, you must respond calmly. Understand? Lei Han nodded heavily, removing her mother's hand from her head and then gripping it tightly. Mom, don't worry. I will definitely come back safely. Kaitu took Lei Han into the elevator, which slowly ascended from the underground to the surface of Shrek Academy. At this moment, the first rays of morning sunlight were shining down on them, as if cheering for Lei Han's courageous act. Stepping out of the elevator, Lei Han took a deep breath of fresh air. She looked up at the distance, her eyes shining with unprecedented determination. She knew that this mission was not only about the safety of Sister Ma Xiaodao, but also a test of her own strength and courage. Kaitu watched Lei Han's departing figure with mixed feelings. This little girl, though young, possessed extraordinary courage and determination. He believed that Lei Han would definitely excel in this mission. Would she succeed? Kaitu turned around and saw Duo and Xianliner standing behind him. Their eyes filled with concern and expectation for Lei Han. Duo took a deep breath of smoke and then slowly exhaled, his gaze firm and profound. No matter the outcome, we must believe in her. Xiao Han has potential and abilities that we can't even imagine. She will definitely overcome this challenge. Xianliner gently nodded, her eyes sparkling with trust and pride. But her voice was exceptionally firm. I believe in Xiao Han. She is the pride of our Shrek Academy. No matter what difficulties she encounters, she will face them bravely until the final victory. Kaitu also nodded firmly. I believe in our junior sister too. She has never disappointed us. This time, she will prove her strength once again. At this moment, Lei Han, wearing a mask and holding a map, was walking on the road to Shrek Academy, attracting many students and teachers to glance over and murmur. Why is there a 6-year-old girl wearing such a strange mask? I don't know, but looking at her direction, it seems like she is heading towards the Soul Master Department. A little girl going to the Soul Master Department? Could she be lost? Little sister, are you new here? Do you need help? A passing senior stopped and asked with concern. Lei Han smiled and shook her head, answering in her tender yet determined voice. Thank you, senior. I'm Finet. I know where I'm going. After saying this, she continued on her way to the Soul Master Department. When Lei Han arrived at the entrance of the Soul Master Department, several teachers were gathered together discussing something. Upon seeing Lei Han, they all cast surprised looks her way. Whose little girl is this? Why did she come to the Soul Master Department? One teacher asked in confusion. Little one, are you lost? This is the Soul Master Department. Not a place for a little girl like you. Another teacher gently reminded her. Lei Han ignored them completely, tightly holding the map in her hands, and resolutely walked forward. One of the teachers grabbed her arm and said, Hey, little girl, I told you this is not a place for you to be. Why are you still trying to go in? Hearing this, Lei Han took a deep breath, raised her head to look at the teacher, and her eyes sparkled with an undeniable light. Please let go, or don't blame me for being rude. Although her voice still carried a hint of childishness, the determination in her words was impossible for anyone to ignore. The teacher snorted coldly and said, "Humph, little girl, you're quite arrogant. Do you know where this is? With your small stature, do you think you can cause trouble in the Soul Master Department?" Lei Han didn't say much more. She pried the teacher's hand apart. Her strength was comparable to that of a pair of pliers, as she bent each of the teacher's fingers back, causing the teacher to cry out in pain. The other teachers were shocked and exclaimed, wanting to step in and stop her, while the surrounding students gathered around, pointing and discussing. What a bold girl, daring to cause a scene in the Martial Spirit Department. A tall teacher from the Martial Spirit Department shouted angrily and was about to take action against Lei Han. Lei Han took advantage of his unpreparedness and, with a loud bang, punched him in the eye. The speed and strength were so impressive that everyone was shocked. The tall teacher staggered back a few steps, covering his painful eye with a look of disbelief. "What are you looking at? Get him!" Another teacher from the Martial Soul Department roared, commanding the surrounding teachers and students to surround Lei Han. Lei Han looked around and counted at least 700 people. Although there were many, she showed no fear. She knew she could not retreat, for retreat meant failure. She clenched her fists tightly, ready to face the upcoming challenge. She exhaled, took her starting position for martial arts, and the teachers and students from the Soul Master Department, no longer hesitating, unleashed their martial souls and charged towards Lei Han. However, Lei Han did not activate her martial soul. Instead, she engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat with everyone. Her figure swiftly moved through the crowd, every punch and kick precise and powerful, catching the teachers and students of the Soul Master Department off guard. Someone grabbed her from behind, and she used that person as a windmill, sweeping them across the crowd and instantly knocking down a group. With punch after punch, Lei Han's attacks were like a torrential storm, leaving the teachers and students of the Soul Master Department overwhelmed. Lei Han accidentally glanced at a branch beside her, picked up a branch thicker than her thumb, and swung it fiercely, forcing one of the tall students to retreat step by step. He sat down unceremoniously on a cactus, instantly wincing in pain, causing the crowd around to burst into laughter, but this did not make Lei Han relax in the slightest. She knew well that the real challenge was yet to come. Dai Yaoheng, Yao Haoshuan, and Chun Zifeng heard the commotion and came over to join in. As the three squeezed through the crowd and saw the scene before them, Dai Yaoheng frowned. "Well, someone is making trouble for our Martial Soul Department. This is intolerable." Without a second thought, he rushed in front of Lei Han, but her branch came down, causing him to stumble and nearly lose his balance. Dai Yaoheng's eyes widened in shock. He never expected this seemingly frail girl to possess such immense strength and skill. Eventually, the branch Lei Han was wielding broke apart, and she continued to confront Dai Yaoheng and Chun Zifeng with her fists, each punch accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, causing the eardrums of those around to ache. Although Dai Yaoheng and his companions were also top students of Shrek Academy, under Lei Han's reckless fighting style, they appeared somewhat overwhelmed. What kind of monster is this little girl? Yao Haoshuan thought in horror, while dodging and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. She then retaliated against others, executing a sweeping kick followed by a backflip. Lei Han's movements were fluid, pushing back the surrounding Martial Soul Department teachers and students one by one. Her figure was as light as a swallow, and each jump and landing was perfectly timed, leaving everyone dazzled. Cece also came over to watch the excitement. Upon seeing this scene, she gasped in disbelief, unable to believe her eyes. She rubbed her eyes to confirm she wasn't mistaken. This little girl was single-handedly opposing the entire Martial Soul Department and was even gaining the upper hand. How could this be possible? Cece murmured to herself. Though she was also a student of Shrek Academy, she had never witnessed such an astonishing scene. No way. Even Dai Yaoheng and the others are no match for that little girl. The classmates nearby were also shocked, speculating about Lei Han's background and identity, filled with confusion and curiosity. "You little brat, I'll take you on." Watching her classmate being beaten, Ren Mujin completely exploded. She dashed towards Lei Han, gathering her soul power in both hands, ready to teach Lei Han a harsh lesson. However, Lei Han seemed to have eyes on the back of her head. She turned around and intercepted Ren Mujin's hands with astonishing speed, leaving Ren Mujin astonished and everyone around dumbfounded. She pushed Ren Mujin away, who staggered back a few steps. Seeing this, Cece rushed forward to support her, both of them filled with disbelief. "You bunch of little brats, usually just slacking off, but now at a critical moment. You all look dumbfounded." At some point, Xuanzi came swaying over with a wine jug in hand. He glanced at Lei Han, who was in the midst of the fierce battle, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "Elder Xian, why are you here?" Dai Yaoheng called out upon seeing Xuanzi. Xuanzi ignored him and walked over to Lei Han, examining her closely. Lei Han also sensed Xuanzi's presence. She stopped her actions and turned to look at him. "Little girl, your strength is not bad, but you can't be so reckless in our martial soul department," Xuanzi said slowly. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Lei Han didn't say anything, but wiped the sweat off her face with her hand and continued to assume a fighting stance, her eyes revealing a hint of stubbornness. She understood that the seemingly drunken old man before her was no ordinary person, but she would not back down easily. Xuanzi noticed this, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He hadn't expected this little girl to be so tenacious. "Good, she has character. Let's see what you're made of." Before he finished speaking, Xuanzi's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Lei Han was startled and quickly scanned her surroundings warily. However, Xuanzi's figure appeared and disappeared like a ghost, making it hard for her to grasp. "Little girl, catch this." Xuanzi suddenly appeared behind Lei Han, striking towards her with a palm. Lei Han reacted extremely quickly, but she managed to catch Xuanzi's palm with one hand, which surprised him slightly. He hadn't expected Lei Han to be able to catch a strike. Although he hadn't used all his strength, it was still not something an ordinary person could easily handle. After Lei Han caught Su Enzi's palm, she did not retreat, but instead advanced. Using the force from Su Enzi's palm, she turned and kicked towards Su Enzi. Su Enzi sidestepped to avoid it, while simultaneously waving his left hand, sending a wave of soul power towards Lei Han. Lei Han's figure flashed again, evading Su Enzi's attack, and with a flick of her right hand, she retaliated with a wave of soul power aimed at Su Enzi. The two engaged in a fierce back-and-forth battle. The surrounding martial soul students and teachers stopped fighting and stepped aside, aware that the seemingly drunken elder before them was one of the academy's strong figures, Elder Su En. The fact that Lei Han could match Elder Su En equally shocked them all. Su Enzi became increasingly excited as he fought, not expecting to find a long-lost thrill of battle in this young girl. He laughed heartily and accelerated, launching a fierce attack towards Lei Han. Lei Han did not show any weakness. She fully immersed herself in the fight, each move filled with power and skill. "Awaken your martial soul." The owner of the 20-winged angel martial soul. Su Enzi had long recognized that the little girl who helped Ma Xiaotao with her evil fire a year ago was the Lei Han before him. Upon hearing this, the martial soul students and teachers lying on the ground were all shocked, recalling the mysterious girl from a year ago who had fought back and forth with Zhou Yi in that valley. Upon hearing this, Lei Han's eyes flickered slightly. She did not expect Xuanzi to recognize her identity. However, she did not say much and silently summoned her martial soul, the 20-winged angel. Suddenly, a sacred and powerful aura emanated from Lei Han, and a pair of enormous wings sprouted from her back, each feather shimmering with dazzling light. Her eyes also became bright and piercing, as if she could see through everything in the world. "Is this your martial soul?" "Indeed powerful," Xuanzi said, watching Lei Han's transformation with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Lei Han did not speak, but instead released her 5 10,000-year soul rings. Dai Yaoheng, Chen Zifeng, and the teachers and students of the Soul Master Department all gasped at the sight. 5 10,000-year soul rings were an unbelievable existence in their eyes. It is important to note that 10,000-year soul rings are extremely rare for most soul masters, let alone a 6-year-old girl possessing 5 of them. Xuanzi's expression also became serious. He could sense the powerful aura emanating from Lei Han, which even made him feel a bit apprehensive. "All right, then I'll experience your strength," Xuanzi said as he summoned his own martial soul. In an instant, the phantom of the gluttonous divine cow appeared behind him, and a vast aura spread out. His clothes burst open, muscles bulging like coiling dragons, and he seemed to transform into a true gluttonous divine cow. Xian Lao is actually going all out. The surrounding teachers and students exclaimed in surprise. They all knew that Xuanzi's gluttonous divine cow martial soul was extremely powerful, and once unleashed, even high-level soul masters would find it difficult to resist. Lei Han watched the changes in Xuanzi with a serious expression, but she did not back down. Instead, she raised her aura to the utmost, ready to face Xuanzi's attack. "Come on," Xuanzi shouted, his figure charging towards Lei Han like a stampeding wild bull. His fists were enveloped in immense soul power, as if they could destroy everything. Lei Han's figure flashed, dodging Xuanzi's first wave of attacks. But she did not take the opportunity to counterattack. Instead, she chose to engage in a battle of wits with Xuanzi. She knew that Xuanzi's strength was far beyond her own, and if she collided head-on, she would likely suffer losses. Seeing that Lei Han was so cunning, Xuanzi couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. He accelerated his attacks, trying to force Lei Han into a desperate situation. However, Lei Han moved as if she were a fish in water, skillfully weaving through Xuanzi's attacks while always maintaining a safe distance. "Little girl, you have quite the skill," Xuanzi said, panting. He didn't expect to expend so much energy against a young girl. Lei Han smiled slightly and said, "Elder Xian, you flatter me. I'm just doing my best." Xuanzi looked at Lei Han's calm demeanor and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He knew that this young girl had limitless potential, and given time, she would surely become a top soul master. "All right, let's end today's battle here," Xuanzi said, retracting his martial soul and returning to his original form. Seeing this, Lei Han also withdrew her martial soul, respectfully bowed to Xuanzi, and said, "Thank you, Elder Xian, for showing mercy." Xuanzi waved his hand and said, "You don't need to thank me. It's your own ability. However, you must remember that while strength is important, mindset is equally crucial. Today, you have shown me both your strength and your mindset, and I am very satisfied. So you're the girl. Hurry and find Dean Yan. He has been looking for you frantically. Ma Xiaotao's evil fire has reached its 6-month period and has flared up again. She needs your help to suppress it." A girl from Ma Xiaotao's class rushed over, her expression anxious as she spoke. "I came today for this matter. But who knew your teacher would be so unwelcoming and even want to test my strength?" Lei Han shrugged helplessly, but her gaze quickly became determined. "There's no time to lose. Let's hurry and find Dean Yan." After saying that, Lei Han's figure flickered and she swiftly headed deeper into the martial soul department. Xuanzi watched Lei Han's departing figure with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He knew that this young girl was not only exceptionally strong, but also had a sense of righteousness, making her a rare talent. At that moment, the girl brought Lei Han to the front of Yan Xiaozhe's office and gently knocked on the door. "Come in," a steady voice came from inside. The girl pushed the door open, and Lei Han followed closely behind. Dean Yan Xiaozhe was sitting behind his desk, his brow furrowed, seemingly troubled by something. "Dean Yan, I'm here," Lei Han stepped forward and said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Yan Xiaozhe raised his head, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes the moment he saw Lei Han. "Great, you finally made it. Ma Xiaotao's situation is very serious and requires your help." As he spoke, he stood up and instructed the girl beside him to bring Ma Xiaotao here. He had prepared tea and some snacks for Lei Han, wanting this young girl who had traveled from afar to rest for a moment. Lei Han, who had sparred with over 700 opponents, wolfed down the snacks. Although she had experienced countless battles, at that moment, she was still just a little girl, and her needs for food and rest were equally essential. Yan Xiaozhe couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Lei Han eating, and his anxiety eased slightly. "Would you like some more?" Kai Meyer brought over more snacks, smiling as she looked at Lei Han. Lei Han did not refuse. She was indeed hungry. After all, over 700 battles were no small matter. Even though her strength was formidable, she still needed to replenish her energy. After a while, Ma Xiaotao was brought in. Her face was pale, and her eyes were bloodshot, clearly indicating that she had been suppressing the evil fire within her to the limit. The moment she saw Lei Han, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes, both a desire for help and a hint of vulnerability that she was reluctant to show. "Little girl, I'm counting on you." Dean Yan Xiaozhe's tone carried a hint of pleading. Lei Han nodded and walked to Ma Xiaotao's side, gently patting her shoulder. "Don't worry, I will help you. Little girl, you really came back?" Ma Xiaotao's voice trembled slightly. She didn't expect that Lei Han would actually appear when she needed help the most. Lei Han smiled and nodded, her gaze firm and warm, as if it could dispel all the gloom in Ma Xiaotao's heart. "Are you ready?" Lei Han asked softly. Ma Xiaotao took a deep breath and nodded. She knew that at this moment, she could only trust Lei Han. Lei Han slowly activated the void spirit, and a pure and flawless white gas rose gently from her body, instantly filling the entire room. Under the influence of this power, Yan Xiaozhe, Kai Meyer, and Ma Xiaotao's martial souls were inexplicably restrained and bound. Lei Han swiftly grabbed Ma Xiaotao's delicate wrist, gently yet firmly pulling her to her side. Then, Lei Han began to focus on absorbing the rampant evil fire within Ma Xiaotao. When the evil fire came into contact with a mysterious white gas again, it emitted a series of sizzling sounds, as if encountering an irresistible natural enemy, quickly and completely dissipating. Ma Xiaotao's body involuntarily trembled slightly. However, amidst this trembling, She could clearly feel that the evil fire that had tormented her for a long time was being gradually drawn out, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and tranquility, as if she had finally seen the dawn of hope from endless darkness. Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer watched this scene in astonishment, fully aware of the troublesome nature of the evil fire within Ma Xiaotao, yet they did not expect Lei Han to resolve it so easily. Kai Meyer's eyes were filled with tears, and she was so excited that she couldn't speak. Lei Han clapped her hands just like a year ago, retracting the void spirit, and that pure white gas dissipated as well. It's settled. She shouldn't have any more problems for the next 3 years. Lei Han smiled lightly, as if she had just completed a trivial task. Little girl, what's your name? Ma Xiaotao asked gratefully, looking at Lei Han, her voice still trembling. Although she had heard of Lei Han's great reputation before, the two had not had much interaction. She didn't expect that in her most critical moment. It was this seemingly weak yet powerful girl who saved her. It's a secret. Lei Han mischievously winked and did not answer directly. She knew that her identity and origins were still a mystery to Shrek Academy, and she did not intend to reveal that mystery now. Since she doesn't want to disclose her name, let's respect her choice. Little girl, you have once again proven your extraordinary ability. Shrek Academy will always welcome you. However, as the dean, I still hope you will consider joining us and becoming a part of us. Lei Han shook her head with a smile and remained silent, instead tossing a level 3 soul guide flash bomb to Yin Xiaozhe. Instantly, the entire room was filled with dazzling light. When the light dissipated, Lei Han's figure had vanished from the spot, leaving behind a bewildered Yin Xiaozhe, Kai Meyer, and a confused Ma Xiaotao. What has happened? Yin Xiaozhe, the dean, asked in surprise, clearly not expecting Lei Han to leave in such a manner. Kai Meyer also looked perplexed, shaking her head and saying, I don't know. It seems this little girl has many secrets we are unaware of. Ma Xiaotao, with a complex expression, gazed at the spot where Lei Han had disappeared, filled with gratitude and curiosity. She knew she owed Lei Han a favor, and she wondered how she would repay it in the future. Forget it. Since she's already gone, let's not dwell on it any longer. Yin Xiaozhe sighed, and then turned to Ma Xiaotao. Xiaotao, how do you feel now? Ma Xiaotao checked her body and was pleasantly surprised to find that the evil fire that had tormented her for a long time had completely disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. Teacher, I'm fine now. Really, I'm fine, she exclaimed excitedly. After a while, Du Weilin returned awkwardly. He had no idea how to explain to Yin Xiaozhe what had happened outside. The more than 700 martial soul students who had been defeated by Lei Han were sprawled all over the ground, some still groaning, and the scene was quite chaotic. Seeing Du Weilin's distressed expression, Yin Xiaozhe had already guessed part of the situation. Did those students cause trouble again? He asked. Du Weilin nodded and shook his head, which only confused Yin Xiaozhe further. Huh? What exactly happened? That little girl, she beat up our martial soul students, Du Weilin replied helplessly, while secretly muttering that Lei Han's strength was really too formidable. More than 700 students had been defeated by her alone. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaozhe seemed to hear a funny joke, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. Weilin, is this your first time making such a big joke? One person defeating more than 700 students? How is that possible? Du Weilin gave a bitter smile, shrugged his shoulders, and said, Dean, I don't want to believe it either, but it's the truth. Those students are still lying on the ground. You can go take a look. Yin Xiaozhe stood up with some skepticism, deciding to check it out himself. When he went downstairs to the Martial Soul Department Square, the sight before him nearly made his eyes pop out. The square was filled with students and teachers lying in disarray, each showing signs of pain, clearly having been taught a lesson by Lei Han. Some had broken legs, others broken arms, and some had bruises on their faces from Lei Han's punches. Although these injuries weren't too severe, they were enough to humble these usually self-important martial soul students. Kai Meyer and Ma Xiaotao arrived at the square shortly thereafter, and upon seeing the scene, both were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Even Dai Yaoheng and the others had been easily defeated by Lei Han and were now lying on the ground in disarray, nursing their painful spots. Ouch, I almost got killed by this little girl. One student wailed, covering his eyes, clearly having been hit hard by Lei Han. Meanwhile, Xuanzi was drinking in the shade. Having sparred with Lei Han a few times and considered himself an old friend, he was somewhat aware of her strength. Seeing this scene, he merely smiled slightly, thinking to himself, this little girl really has some skills. Ouch, I, a vice dean of the Martial Soul Department, have been beaten like this by a little girl. It's truly embarrassing. A teacher groaned, holding his swollen face as he struggled to get up from the ground. Ouch, She almost took down the entire outer martial soul department by herself. If this gets out, where will our martial soul department's reputation go? Another teacher said with a pained expression, rubbing his stomach where Lei Han had kicked him. Yin Xiaozhe, at this moment, couldn't care less about his image as a dean. He widened his eyes, his mouth twitching slightly as he surveyed the chaos, feeling a mix of emotions. He knew that although these students could be somewhat arrogant, they were still students of Shrek Academy, future Soul Master elites. Being beaten like this by Lei Han today would likely make them the laughing stock if it got out. He shook his head helplessly and approached the teacher to help him up, asking, what exactly happened? Why did she do this? The teacher replied with a mournful expression, Dean. A few teachers were chatting at the entrance, and when they saw her walking over, they didn't let her in. As a result, she just started attacking without warning. We didn't expect her to be this strong. She took us all down in just a few moves. What are you all still doing lying here? Playing dead. Get up. Du Weilin suddenly snapped, pulling up several students who were still groaning on the ground, looking at them with frustration. At Du Weilin is shouts. The students and teachers who had been lying down groaning all got up, albeit with bruised faces, but they didn't dare to lie down again. Yin Xiaozhe looked at these students and teachers, sighing inwardly. He knew that if this matter wasn't handled properly, it could have a significant impact on the martial soul department. All right, everyone be quiet. Yin Xiaozhe interrupted Du Weilin's outburst. He looked at the students and teachers and said solemnly, I will handle this matter. You all go back and rest. Upon hearing this, the students felt like they had been granted amnesty, nodding in agreement before quickly running away. The teachers also supported each other as they slowly left the square. Du Weilin watched the backs of the students and teachers, feeling helpless. He knew that this matter had already exceeded his ability to handle it and could only be resolved by Yin Xiaozhe. Dean, Du Weilin looked at Yin Xiaozhe, wanting to say something but hesitating. Yin Xiaozhe waved his hand, interrupting him. I know what you want to say. I will handle this matter. However, this little girl probably has an extraordinary background. Upon hearing this, Du Weilin nodded in agreement. He recalled the mysterious aura Lei Han had when she left, feeling a chill in his heart. This little girl was likely not an ordinary person. All right, you go ahead and get busy, Yin Xiaozhe told Du Weilin. I need to think this through. Du Weilin nodded and then turned to leave. Yin Xiaozhe stood alone in the square, looking at the mess, his mind racing with thoughts. He knew that this incident would likely bring him considerable trouble. However, he also understood that only by facing such challenges could true Soul Master elites be forged. By the afternoon, news of the incident spread. In the basement of the Soul Guy department, Hikaitu rushed in anxiously, shouting, Dean Qian, something bad happened. Qian Duo was leisurely sipping tea on the sofa, and upon hearing Hikaitu's shout, his brow furrowed, and the teacup in his hand paused slightly. What's wrong? Hikaitu, why are you so flustered? Qian Duo asked in a deep voice. Hikaitu ran to Qian Duo's side, panting heavily, and said nervously, Dean Qian, something big has happened. The martial soul department has been taken down by Lei Han alone. I heard that she single-handedly defeated more than 700 students and many teachers from the martial soul department, and now the entire academy is in an uproar. Qian Duo and the nearby Xian Liner were both startled, almost letting their teacups slip from their hands. The two turned to look at Lei Han, who had just returned not long ago. At that moment, Lei Han was focused on making her soul guide in the Soul Guide production area, seemingly unaware of everything happening outside. Just then, the door of the basement elevator slowly opened, and Zhou Yi stormed in with a face full of anger. She marched up to Lei Han, grabbed her arm, pulled her in front of her, and with wide eyes questioned, Lei Han, you really are something, huh? Did you take on the martial soul department all by yourself? Is this how I taught you? Huh? You girl, you're really getting more and more outrageous. As Zhou Yi spoke, she raised her hand, pretending to hit Lei Han. Seeing this, Lei Han quickly dodged and showed a hint of innocence on his face, saying, Mom Zhou, they wouldn't let me in to save Sister Xiaotao, so I had to take action. Besides, there were so many of them surrounding me. I was just defending myself. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately stopped her raised hand, her eyes wide in disbelief as she looked at Lei Han. What did you say? You acted to save Ma Xiaotao? Zhou Yi's voice trembled slightly, clearly not expecting such a reason. At that time, those teachers were chatting, and as soon as I stepped into your martial soul department, they wouldn't let me in, saying kids shouldn't cause trouble. I was looking at the map and ignored them. Then they grabbed my hand and pulled me outside. I got anxious and used some strength to pry their fingers open one by one. I was so angry that I just hit them a few times, but I didn't expect them to be so fragile. Lei Han blinked his big eyes, saying innocently, So, Little junior sister, you single-handedly took on the martial soul department? Kai too, who was listening nearby, was stunned and couldn't help but ask. Lei Han scratched his head and said somewhat shyly, actually, I didn't want it to be like this, but they really are pushing it too far. I just wanted to go in and find Sister Xiaodao, but they kept stopping me. Suddenly, Duo clapped his hands, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. A mix of admiration for Lei Han's abilities and helplessness at the situation's development. Is this the strength of our soul guidance department? Haha, he Kai too. As a representative of the soul guidance department, you should learn from Lei Han's unyielding spirit and her extraordinary abilities. However, her approach is indeed a bit too extreme. In the future, your parents will guide you well. Xian Liner also nodded, a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes, but soon showed a look of concern. Lei Han's strength is indeed astonishing, but this incident has escalated too much. It might not end well. Duo pondered for a moment and then said, what are you afraid of? They have always been unaware of Lei Han's existence. They can only suffer in silence. After all, no one knows where this little girl came from, and even less who is backing her. So Yin Xiaozhou will definitely have to swallow his pride and bury this matter. Upon hearing this, Kai too laughed out loud, realizing this was indeed the case. After all, the Academy's higher-ups were unaware of Lei Han's existence, and the martial spirit department had truly taken a major hit this time, while they couldn't make it public. Ha! That was quite a fall, he said, laughing heartily while slapping his thigh. Meanwhile, he looked at Lei Han with a complex expression, feeling both shocked by her strength and worried about her causing trouble. She sighed and said, Lei Han, what can I say about you? It's good that you're strong, but you can't just act recklessly like this. This incident will likely bring you quite a bit of trouble. Lei Han lowered her head and said softly, Aunt Zhou, I know I was wrong. I just want to go in and find Sister Xiaodao. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. He looked at Lei Han's remorseful expression, and her anger dissipated considerably. She sighed helplessly and said, all right, what's done is done. No matter how much we blame you now, it won't change anything. The most important thing now is to think about how to deal with the trouble ahead. No need to deal with it. Heaven knows, earth knows, I know. I already said before, who can tell that Lei Han is from our soul guidance department? As long as we don't say anything, the martial spirit department can only suffer in silence. Duo waved his hand and said grandly. Wang Yin couldn't help but laugh bitterly while covering his face. Even Zhou, he couldn't help but shake her head, secretly lamenting Duo's audacity. However, upon further thought, it wasn't a bad approach. After all, Lei Han's identity and strength were too mysterious. As long as they didn't say anything, who would know? But Lei Han, you really went too far this time. He looked at Lei Han and said earnestly, in the future, you must think twice before acting. You can't be so impulsive anymore. Lei Han nodded and said seriously, and Zhou, I understand. I will definitely pay attention in the future. Well, that's good to know. He looked at Lei Han's serious expression, and her worries eased quite a bit. Let's test her strength first and see just how capable this little girl is, Duo suddenly said. At this moment, Su Jing and Pang Long from the Soul Guidance Department brought a specially made strength testing machine to the basement. Fan Yu began to test Lei Han's strength. Lei Han gracefully walked up to the testing machine, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity and anticipation. Lei Han took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, and clenched his fists, striking the sensor area of the testing machine with great force. The needle of the testing machine spun wildly and finally stopped at the end of the maximum scale, accompanied by a faint cracking sound, as if it had exceeded its measurement range. Everyone present gasped in shock. It is important to note that this force testing machine has been specially reinforced and has a very high upper limit for measuring strength. Even the strength-type soul masters in the soul guidance system find it difficult to approach its maximum value. However, with this one strike, Lei Han managed to push it to its limit, even exceeding the range. How is this possible? Fan Yu stared wide-eyed at the testing machine, incredulous. I can't believe the child I discovered 6 years ago has grown so astonishingly. Wang Mingming, a soul guidance student who had saved Lei Han, also covered her mouth in surprise, looking at Lei Han with eyes full of disbelief and pride. Lei Han looked at the surprised expressions of everyone and, feeling a bit shy, scratched her head and said, I also didn't know I would have such great power. Duo laughed heartily, patting Lei Han on the shoulder and said, you girl, you are truly a treasure. It seems our soul guidance department is about to have an outstanding figure. At that moment, the atmosphere in the basement was lively and excited, with everyone's gaze focused on Lei Han, as if they could see the future hope of the soul guidance department. It looks like we need to create a specialized training plan for you. Fan Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew that with such astonishing power, Lei Han had unlimited potential, and with proper guidance, she could definitely become a leader in the soul guidance department. Hearing this, Lei Han's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation. She longed to become stronger to protect the people she cared about. However, while strength is important, technique is equally crucial. Zhou Yi reminded her from the side, Lei Han, you need to put more effort into your soul skills and combat techniques. You can't just rely on strength. Lei Han nodded solemnly, knowing that Mama Zhou's words were true. If she wanted to become stronger, she must develop comprehensively and not neglect any aspect. Douluo looked at Lei Han's determined eyes and admired her silently. He knew that this little girl had an indomitable spirit, and as long as she was given the opportunity, she would surely shine brightly. Chapter 24. The fate of Lei Han and Hua Yuhao. Meanwhile, far away in the divine realm, Tang San was staring intently at Lei Han. His eyes filled with complex emotions. Lei Han's rate of growth exceeded his expectations, leaving him both shocked and envious. He never imagined that the little girl who had once punched him back to the divine realm had now grown to such a level. Although his strength in the divine realm was not top tier, he was by no means an ordinary person. However, Lei Han was able to break the power limits that he had not reached in the past with a single blow, which could not help but fill him with awe. Third brother, why are you staring at that little girl? Xiao Wu's voice rang in Tang San's ears as she sensed something unusual in him and curiously asked, This child, I am trying to see her fate, even to change it, but it seems there is a force obstructing me. Her fate trajectory is like stars in the mist, sometimes clear and sometimes blurry. That force not only punched me back to the divine realm, but also seems to restrain my twin martial souls, making it difficult for me to exert my full strength against her. Tang San said slowly, his brow furrowed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu frowned lightly. She didn't expect Lei Han to possess such a miraculous power that even Tang San found it troublesome. This little girl continues to grow. Otherwise, she will be my greatest threat. I must find a way to restrain her or completely eliminate her. Xiao Wu was startled to hear this. She never thought Tang San would say something so resolute. Although she knew that Tang San sometimes resorted to any means to maintain order in the divine realm. Hearing him speak of taking action against an innocent child was hard for her to accept. I'll see who dares to touch my master uncle. Suddenly, a cold and firm voice exploded in Tang San and Xiao Wu's ears. Immediately, two figures appeared in front of them. It was Xing Yu and Xing Yu Chun, who had been observing from the shadows. Xiao Wu was so frightened that she screamed. She never expected two live people to suddenly jump out. Who are you? Tang San's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the suddenly appeared Xing Yu and Xing Yu Chun. He could sense the powerful aura emanating from them, knowing they were not ordinary people. Without saying a word, Xing Yu threw a punch at Tang San. Caught off guard, Tang San staggered from the blow and almost lost his balance. His expression darkened. After all, there were not many who could make him suffer in the divine realm. As Xiao Wu was about to make a move, Xing Yu Chun had already flashed to her side, grabbing her hand and softly saying, Step aside. We never hit women, but don't force us to act. After speaking, he released Xiao Wu's hand and stepped back. Get your dirty hands off. That's my wife. Tang San shouted angrily. He never expected these suddenly appeared guys to be so arrogant, not only punching him, but also touching his wife. Xing Yu coldly looked at Tang San, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. Tang San, don't think you can do as you please just because you're in the divine realm. We are here to tell you that Lei Han is one of us. You better not touch a single hair on her. Hearing this, Tang San laughed in anger. Oomph. You two think you can protect her? You're just asking for it. With that, his blue-silver Emperor martial soul instantly manifested, 9 soul rings shining around him, radiating dazzling light. He was ready to go all out against these two mysterious newcomers. Seeing this, Xing Yu's gaze sharpened, but he did not retreat. Instead, he exchanged a glance with Xing Yu Chun, their minds in sync. Immediately, Xing Yu's devouring spirit was unleashed, and black gas appeared on his hands, as if it possessed the power to devour everything, distorting the surrounding space. Xing Yu Chun summoned his fire spirit, and a scorching aura instantly spread out. It was as if the sun's fire was condensed in his palms, dazzling and eye-catching. Tang San, today you will know that beyond the divine realm, there are powerful existences you are unaware of. Xing Yu's voice was deep and powerful as he lunged at Tang San, enveloped in the devouring black gas. Xing Yu Chun followed closely behind, his palms gathering the intense flames, like two burning little suns, launching an attack on Tang San. The sky of the divine realm was instantly torn apart by this powerful force, energy waves surging and shaking the heart. Faced with this sudden dual assault, Tang Xin did not dare to be careless. He quickly adjusted his state, summoning both the Blue-Silver Emperor and the Haotian Hammer, with soul rings flashing as he unleashed powerful soul skills for defense and counterattack. The Blue-Silver Domain and the Killing God Domain unfolded simultaneously, trying to suppress the attacks of Xing Yu and Xing Yu Chun. However, the strength of Xing Yu and Xing Yu Chun exceeded Tang San's expectations. Xing Yu's devouring spirit could devour part of the soul power from Tang San's third and fifth soul skills, greatly reducing their effectiveness. Meanwhile, Xing Yu Chen's fire spirit had an extremely strong ability to break defenses. Even Tang San's Blue-Silver Emperor seemed weak in the face of the intense flames. This is impossible. Tang San was shocked. He had never encountered such a troublesome opponent. He knew that if this continued, he would surely be defeated. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar happened to be passing by and saw this scene. What is going on? Dai Mubai exclaimed, his eyes wide in surprise. He never expected to witness such a shocking scene in the divine realm. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow tightly, her gaze fixed on the battle between Tang San, Xing Yu, and Xing Yu Chun, sensing an unprecedented sense of crisis. Oscar's expression was serious as he quickly analyzed the situation on the battlefield, considering whether to lend a hand. After all, Tang San was not only their friend, but also an important figure in the divine realm. We must do something. Zhu Zhuqing broke the silence first, her voice firm and powerful. Dai Mubai nodded, knowing that Zhu Zhuqing's concerns were not unfounded. Tang San was facing an unprecedented challenge at this moment, and, as friends, they could not stand by and watch. Oscar took a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. All right, let's go together. The three figures flashed and instantly arrived at the edge of the battlefield. They each released their martial souls, preparing to join the fierce battle. Dai Mubai's evil, white tiger martial soul instantly manifested, letting out a deafening tiger roar in an attempt to disrupt Xing Yu and Xing Yu Chen's focus. Zhu Zhuqing's phantom cat martial soul followed closely, her form agile like a ghost in the night, searching for the best opportunity to attack. Oscar summoned his mirror intestine, ready to replicate the most suitable soul skills for the current battlefield. He knew that in this battle, every detail was crucial. Tang San, we're here to help you, Dai Mubai shouted, his voice filled with strength and determination. Hearing Dai Mubai's voice, Tang San felt a warm current surge in his heart. He knew he was not fighting alone. With the help of his friends, he would surely be able to overcome the enemies before him. Thus, Tang San fought even harder, every move filled with strength and skill. With the assistance of Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar, he gradually stabilized his footing and began to look for counterattack opportunities. Quite a few people here, just right for me to have a good meal. Xing Yu suddenly looked up, his eyes glowing with a black light. Clearly, he intended to consume Tang San and their attacks to enhance his own power. Seeing this, Xing Yukin's mouth curled into a playful smile. He seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the thrill of the battle. Faced with Xing Yu's greedy gaze, Tang San's heart sank. He knew that the other party's devouring spirit ability was extraordinary. If they couldn't find a way to counter it quickly, they might all fall in a crisis. Everyone be careful. His strange ability can devour our soul power. Tang San quickly reminded, his eyes filled with vigilance. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in shock, and he increased the force of his attacks, trying to break through Xing Yu's devouring ability with powerful physical strikes. Zhu Zhuqing utilized the agility of her phantom cat spirit, constantly darting around the battlefield, looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Xing Yu. Oscar showcased his powerful abilities as a support-type soul master. He quickly analyzed Xing Yu's devouring spirit ability and then created a soul skill that could interfere with its devouring effect. A strange light shot from Oscar's hand, directly hitting Xing Yu. With a wave of his hand, Xing Yu conjured a black wall in front of him, completely absorbing all of Dai Mubai and the others' attacks without even creating a ripple. He wiped the corner of his mouth as if he had just tasted the most delicious dish in the world, his face showing a satisfied expression. Oscar was so frightened that he took a few steps back, his mirror sausage dropping to the ground, his lips trembling, clearly shaken by Xing Yu's terrifying ability. He devoured it all? How is that possible? Oscar thought in horror. He had never seen such a bizarre and powerful ability before. Use his strength against him. Xing Yu placed his hand on the ground, and the soul skill that Tang San had launched at him actually rebounded from the ground, coming back with even greater speed. Tang San and the others hurriedly dodged, but they were still shaken by the residual force. What kind of bizarre technique is this? Dai Mubai gasped, his evil eye white tiger spirit's brilliance dimming. Suddenly, golden thread-like objects appeared in the hands of Zhu Juqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, suspending them in the trees. Juqing, Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Tang San exclaimed, not expecting that the battle would take such a sudden turn. At that moment, a woman with long black hair, dressed in white, slowly walked out from behind the trees, a scar on the left side of her face making her look exceptionally fierce. The melancholy aura emanating from her seemed to suffocate those around her. Who are you? Tang Sin narrowed his eyes, sizing up the suddenly appeared woman, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. The woman did not answer directly, but smiled slightly, a smile devoid of warmth, instead exuding endless coldness. Her hand crackling with lightning that seemed ready to explode at any moment. A dead person doesn't deserve to know my name, she coldly replied, her tone filled with disdain and contempt. What the hell? What kind of strange ability is this? Xiao San, how many enemies have you provoked? Dai Mubai was now somewhat incoherent, completely unprepared for how complicated this battle had suddenly become. Damn ugly woman, let me down. Ning Rongrong's spoiled temperament flared up again as she struggled hard, but the golden threads were as unyielding as if they had taken root. The woman waved her hand, and the lightning from her technique instantly enveloped the entire tree. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Juqing, and Xiao Wu were immediately shrouded in the electric current, their hair standing on end, faces showing pain. Rongrong, you really need to change your temper, Zhu Juqing said, her voice intermittently breaking due to the influence of the current. The woman waved her hand, and the lightning instantly disappeared, but the poor tree was charred black due to Ning Rongrong's words, smoke rising from its leaves and branches. The three of them, hanging in the tree, looked as black as charred wood, their hair disheveled, their eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Juqing, Xiao Wu, I'm sorry. I didn't think a single sentence would put us in such a dire situation, Ning Rongrong said with a quivering voice, tears welling up as she realized the consequences of her recklessness in the face of life and death. At this moment, Dai Mubai had been pushed back repeatedly by Xingyue. Although his evil eye white tiger spirit was formidable, it seemed somewhat powerless against Xingyue's bizarre devouring ability. Tang Sen was trapped by the woman's lightning technique, and just as he was about to move, the woman scolded, "Don't move, or the 5 thunder formation beneath your feet will turn you to ashes." Tang Sen looked down and indeed found himself standing on a complex lightning pattern, flickering with lightning that seemed to contain destructive power. Then I'll just have to try. Tang San's eyes sharpened. He was not someone to be easily threatened. He felt his soul power surge, and the blue-silver emperor spirit was instantly released, attempting to break free from the lightning's binding. However, the 5 thunder formation seemed to sense Tang San's resistance, and the lightning from above struck him. Even the woman did not expect Tang San to be so stubborn, daring to resist her 5 thunder formation. Tang San's screams echoed through the sky, his body trembling from the lightning, even his bones visibly shaking under the strikes. Xingyukin and Xingyue, witnessing this scene, also halted their attacks, both stunned, exclaiming, "What a guy!" After a while, the lightning gradually ceased, and Tang San collapsed to the ground, his body charred, smoke rising from his mouth, his hair standing on end as if he had just experienced an unprecedented lightning tribulation. "I give up. I will never dare to think about killing Lei Han again." Tang San gasped, secretly grateful for his survival. "You should know, Lei Han's fate is not something you can change," the woman said coldly, her voice filled with authority and undeniable power. She then waved her hand, and the golden threads binding Zhu Juqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong instantly loosened. They fell from the tree like kites with severed strings, but fortunately, Oscar reacted quickly, immediately opening his sausage spirit to catch them safely. After landing, all three looked pale, clearly having been tormented by the earlier electric current. "Who exactly are you? Why are you our enemy?" Tang San, struggling to endure the pain in his body, slowly stood up, fixing his gaze on the woman. "Because you want to move against Lei Han, we will not allow anyone to harm her." The woman's words revealed a sense of determination and persistence, her gaze seemingly penetrating everything, staring directly into Tang San's soul. "Lei Han? Who is she? We have no grievances with her. Why are you targeting us like this?" Dai Mubai, also enduring his injuries, stepped beside Tang San, his eyes filled with confusion and anger. "Xiao San, what on earth is going on?" Oscar hurriedly approached, his heart filled with unease. The sudden battle had put unprecedented pressure on him. Tang San finally stammered. "Lei Han is a child. I once tried to probe fate. I thought I could easily control her destiny, but I didn't expect her to possess such powerful strength, even able to counter my twin spirits. And because of this, I developed murderous intent towards her, not realizing it would bring you all here. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression changed drastically. He gave Tang San a heavy slap across the face, shouting angrily, "You bastard! How could you lay a hand on a child? Do you have any humanity left?" Tang San staggered back a few steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, but he did not retort. He just lowered his head, his expression complex. "All right, Yu Chun, let's go back," the woman said as she turned to Xing Yu Chun and Xing Yu, her tone revealing an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Xing Yu Chun and Xing Yu immediately put away their auxiliary spirits, nodding respectfully. Then the three of them flickered and disappeared from the spot. This debt cannot be settled like this. Tang San clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with unwillingness and anger. He turned to look at the White Tiger Duke's residence in the Star Luo Empire below, where Hui Yuhao was helping his mother, Hui Yun'er. He let out a cold laugh, already plotting in his heart. "Since I cannot change Lei Han's fate, then let me change the fate of this child, named Hui Yuhao." Meanwhile, Xing Yu and Xing Yu Chun had not actually left. Instead, they used concealment techniques to hide in the shadows, observing Tang San's every move. Xing Yu communicated telepathically with Xing Yu Chun. This Tang San is truly deep-minded. He actually wants to target Hui Yuhao. Isn't he supposed to rewrite fate? Then let's help Hui Yuhao as much as we can, and let him become a friend of our Master-S uncle, and see how he rewrites it. Xing Yu Chun nodded in agreement. The two decided to secretly assist Hui Yuhao, allowing him to grow smoothly and preventing Tang San's schemes from succeeding. At the same time, Duo watched as Lei Han grew day by day. Therefore, he made an exception and allowed Lei Han to wear a mask and come out from the basement on Saturdays and Sundays for some fresh air, but she could only move around within the Soul Guidance Department and could not step outside its doors. Dean Xian, those who know think you are protecting your junior sister. Those who don't might think our Soul Guidance Department has been turned into a prison by the Shrek City Law Enforcement Team, He Kai-Tu said with a bitter smile. He was a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department and knew a little about Lei Han's situation, aware that this seemingly ordinary girl hid a huge secret. Hearing this, Duo merely smiled slightly and did not say much. He understood Lei Han's importance and also knew the responsibilities he bore. Han, remember not to go too far out of my sight. Although it is safe here, we mustn't let our guard down, Fan Yu whispered, his tone full of concern. Godfather, I know. I want to run around. Lei Han nodded obediently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. This was her third time leaving the basement and seeing the outside world. As Lei Han walked through the Soul Guidance Department, she attracted the attention of many people. Although she was wearing a mask, her elegant and extraordinary demeanor was hard to conceal. She curiously observed everything around her, her eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. Is that the junior sister? Oh, it really is the junior sister. Why is she here? I don't know. Maybe it's a special permission from Dean Xian. What are we waiting for? Let's quickly go ask her about the Soul Guidance devices. This is a rare opportunity. A few students from the Soul Guidance Department saw this and hurried over, eager to consult Lei Han about the Soul Guidance devices. Although they knew Lei Han was still young, they were aware that she was an experimental subject of the Sun Moon Empire. This secret had been kept from the Academy's higher-ups along with Duo, and they treated her like an ordinary little girl, but deep down, they all understood that this girl was anything but ordinary. Lei Han calmly disassembled her Soul Guide device, explaining the function of each component while demonstrating how to assemble and debug it. Her explanations were clear and concise, captivating the surrounding students. So this is how the Soul Guide device is constructed. Why hadn't I thought of this before? Indeed, the junior sister is a genius. She can handle such a complex Soul Guide device with ease. It seems we should seek her advice more often in the future. We might learn a lot. The students discussed among themselves, their admiration for Lei Han evident. Lei Han, however, smiled modestly, indicating that she still had much to learn. Meanwhile, in the Baihu Duke's mansion of the Xingluo Empire, Hui Yuhao was struggling to walk in the courtyard with a water bucket taller than himself. Water splashed out with each step, soaking his clothes. Yet his eyes revealed determination and resilience, as if this small difficulty could not hinder his progress. Hui Yun'er had not yet returned, leaving Hui Yuhao alone to help fill the water tank. His small figure contrasted sharply with the large bucket, but he showed no signs of retreat. Each time he carried water was a test of his will and a rehearsal for the difficulties he would face on his future path. At that moment, Hui Yun'er, hungry and holding a single flatbread, walked home. The aroma of the flatbread wafted in the gentle breeze, and Hui Yun'er walked briskly, filled with guilt and love for her son. She knew her meager income could not provide a better life for Hui Yuhao, but she had been working hard, hoping to change the situation one day. Suddenly, two people blocked her path, startling her and causing her to grip the flatbread tightly. Her first thought was that the Duchess had sent someone to trouble her again, but upon closer inspection, she found two unfamiliar faces. Are you also sent by the lady? Hui Yun'er asked, her voice trembling, but she tried to remain calm. Xing Yue and Xing Yuqin did not answer, but handed her a bag of fluffy buns and a roast chicken before turning and disappearing into the crowd, leaving Hui Yun'er in stunned silence, holding the heavy food. What is going on? Hui Yun'er stood frozen, warmth flooding her heart. She looked down at the food in her hands, her eyes gradually moistening. She understood that these buns and roast chicken were a rare luxury for her and Hui Yuhao. Big fool, even beggars don't eat food given without asking. If you give it to her like this, will she really accept it? Xing Yuqin's voice sounded in Xing Yue's ear, filled with doubt. Xing Yue smiled slightly and replied through telepathy, "Don't worry, she will definitely accept it. After all, she still has a son to raise, and for her son, she can endure anything. Moreover, while this food may be trivial to us, for her, it is a lifesaver. She won't refuse it because she knows that refusing means her son will go hungry." As Xing Yue expected, Hui Yun'er was surprised but quickly understood the value of the food. Without thinking much, she hurriedly hid the food in her arms, fearing it would be seen by the Duchess as spies. She quickly walked home, opened the door, and saw Hui Yuhao still struggling with the water bucket, his small body already drenched in sweat. A pang of sadness hit Hui Yun'er, and she quickly took out the food from her arms and placed it on the table before rushing to Hui Yuhao's side to take the bucket from him. "Yuhao, don't mention it. Let Mom do it," Hui Yun'er said, her heart aching. Hui Yuhao saw that his mother had returned and brought so much food. A glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. Wiping his sweat, he said, "Mom, I'm not tired. You should rest. I can handle this work." Hui Yun'er touched Hui Yuhao's head and said, "Silly child, Mom knows you're considerate, but you're still young and growing. You can't overwork yourself. Come on, Mom made you something delicious." With that, Hui Yun'er brought the roast chicken and buns in front of Hui Yuhao, who looked at the food with sparkling excitement. It had been a long time since he had eaten such a lavish meal, but he didn't eat immediately. Instead, he served a piece of chicken to his mother first. "Mom, you eat first," Hui Yuhao said thoughtfully. Hui Yun'er looked at Hui Yuhao, her eyes full of appreciation and emotion. She took a bite of the chicken and then said, "Yuhao, Mom has good news for you. Today, on the way home, I met two kind-hearted people who gave me this food. I think this must be heaven looking out for us, and our days will surely get better from now on." Listening to his mother, Hui Yuhao felt a warm surge in his heart. He believed that as long as he and his mother worked hard together, they would surely live a happy life. He picked up a bun and began to eat heartily, as if it were the most delicious food in the world. At that moment, Xing Yue and Xing Yuqin were sitting in a tree watching the warm scene between Hui Yun'er and Hui Yuhao. The sight of Hui Yuhao eating so happily made them exchange smiles. "It seems we did the right thing," Xing Yue said softly, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. "Yes, I'm very happy to have helped them," Xing Yuqin replied, his tone warm. The two sat quietly in the tree, watching Hui Yun'er and Hui Yuhao busy and warm in the courtyard, feeling a strange sense of emotion rise within them. They knew that in this world, there were many people like Hui Yun'er and Hui Yuhao, living difficult lives, yet still persevering. "In the future, let us help them more," Xing Yue proposed firmly. "I agree." Xing Yuqin nodded in agreement, and the two exchanged smiles, as if reaching a certain understanding. As night fell, Xing Yue and Xing Yuqin quietly left the Baihu Duke's mansion, disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, Hui Yun'er and Hui Yuhao continued to work in the courtyard. Although life was tough, their hearts were filled with hope and warmth. "Master, not good. All the gold soul coins in the vault are missing." At that moment, a sharp female voice pierced the tranquility of the night in a certain noble mansion in the Xinglua Empire. This sudden news threw the entire mansion into chaos. The nobleman's face changed drastically upon hearing this. He stood up abruptly, his eyes flashing with horror and anger. The gold soul coins in the vault were the wealth accumulated by their family over several generations, and now they had vanished overnight. How could he accept that? "What? All the gold soul coins are gone? How is that possible?" The nobleman yelled, his voice echoing throughout the mansion. The maid, trembling all over, knelt on the ground. Her voice choked with tears. "Master, it's absolutely true. The vault is empty. There is nothing left." The nobleman was furious. He grabbed a teacup from the table and smashed it to the ground, shards flying. He paced back and forth, trying to calm down and think of a strategy, but the panic and anger in his heart made it difficult to settle. Quick, gather all the servants. Search for me. We must find out who did this. The nobleman issued the command, his voice filled with determination and severity. In an instant, the mansion was brightly lit, and the servants sprang into action, searching for suspicious clues. However, the vault door was tightly closed, showing no signs of being broken into. The gold soul coin seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving everyone confused and puzzled. Standing in front of the vault, the nobleman's gaze was piercing as he tried to find answers from the slightest clues. He understood in his heart that this theft was no accident. It must have been carefully planned by someone. He silently vowed that no matter who the culprit was, he would hunt them down and tear them apart. Meanwhile, on the tree in Hui Yun'er's house, Xing Yuchen helplessly said, "Sai, you really have no morals. Stealing all the gold soul coins from that noble lord." Xing Yu chuckled and replied, "How can this be called stealing? This is called robbing the rich to help the poor. Just look at how tattered Hui Yuhao's clothes are. His mother has to work hard to support him. Those noble lords have so much money they could pile it into mountains, yet they boast about how much wealth their ancestors left them. I'm just helping him spend a little." Upon hearing this, not only was Xing Yuchen speechless, but even Xing Yunxi and Xing Gaiyan, who were watching this scene through a crystal ball, couldn't help but roll their eyes. Xing Yunxi chuckled and said, "This Xing Yu is really mischievous. But this robbing the rich to help the poor approach is quite to my liking. Thank goodness you're in the Douluo continent. If you were to return to our star domain, you would definitely become a leader of thieves, taking people around to rob the rich to help the poor every day." Xing Gaiyan teased, a smile on his face. Xing Yu shrugged and nonchalantly said, the people on Douluo continent are so poor. There are so few gold soul coins, not enough to even fill my teeth. If we were in our star domain, I would empty the vaults of those rich people." Xing Yuchen laughed and shook his head, saying, "Stop bragging. Be careful not to get caught and thrown in jail." Xing Yu snorted dismissively and said, "Catch me? They don't have that ability. But speaking of it, those noble lords are really stingy. They have so much money but are unwilling to help the poor, forcing me to take action." Xing Yuchen looked at Xing Yu's smug expression and couldn't help but pour cold water on him. All right, don't be so proud. Although we helped Hui Yuhao this time, we need to be careful and not let those noble lords find out. Otherwise, we will be in big trouble." Xing Yu chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. This time, we're just testing the waters. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Once we become powerful, we'll empty the treasure vaults of those noble lords and let them know what robbing the rich to help the poor truly means." Upon hearing this, Xing Yuchen couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Stop dreaming. Let us hurry back before we get discovered." The two exchanged smiles, and then their figures flashed and disappeared into the night, leaving Hui Yun'er and Hui Yuhao in the warm courtyard, continuing their simple and happy life. Chapter 25. Meeting again, Ma Xiaotao sat quietly in the spacious and bright classroom of the Wuhuan department, her gaze drifting through the window into the distance. Her chin resting on her hand as she softly murmured, "I wonder how that little girl is doing now." Her thoughts drifted back to the memory of Lei Han helping her expel the evil fire from her body, a wave of warm and complex emotions surging in her heart. At that time, she was being mercilessly tormented by the evil fire, pushing her to the brink of collapse. Those days were undoubtedly the darkest period of her life. And Lei Han, the girl who always wore a gentle smile, was like a ray of dawn piercing through the heavy gloom that hung over her heart. She clearly remembered Lei Han's gentle palm lightly pressing against her back, a fresh and pure power quietly flowing into her body, engaging in a fierce battle with a rampant evil fire. Every breath was accompanied by intense struggle and a deep yearning for liberation. However, Lei Han was like the wind, coming and going without a trace. Even her teacher Yin Xiaozhe, who exerted great effort, could never find her whereabouts. She seemed like a phantom that had never truly existed, appearing only at the most critical moments and quietly disappearing after accomplishing her task. Ma Xiaodao's heart was filled with a complex mix of gratitude and regret. Grateful for the opportunity of rebirth that she had been given, but regretting that she hadn't been able to thank her in person. And even more regretting that she hadn't been able to forge a deep friendship with her to share in the joys and sorrows of growth together. Just then, someone gently patted Ma Xiaodao's shoulder, interrupting her thoughts. The big sister of the Wuhuan department is daydreaming again? Dai Yaoheng's voice carried a hint of teasing and concern. Ma Xiaodao came back to her senses, smiled slightly, and said, "It's nothing, just thinking about some past events." Her eyes flickered, seemingly trying to conceal the turmoil within her. "I see you're thinking about that nameless girl, right?" Dai Yaoheng seemed to see through her thoughts, chuckling. "To be honest, I'm quite curious about her too. After all, someone who could help you solve such a big problem must be extraordinary." "What nameless girl? She is my lifesaver," Ma Xiaodao said with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone, not liking others referring to Lei Han as a nameless girl. Her expression became firm as she seemed to recall every detail of her time with Lei Han. "Not only does she have powerful strength, but she also has a kind heart. When I needed help the most, she stepped up to help me expel the evil fire in my body. Although she acts low-key, her brilliance cannot be concealed." Ma Xiaodao's words were filled with admiration and gratitude for Lei Han. Seeing this, Dai Yaoheng quickly smoothed things over, saying, all right, we get it. You have great respect and gratitude for that mysterious girl. It's just curiosity, after all. Someone who could help you with such a big issue must be exceptional. Let us go to the playground and clear our minds." With that, the three of them headed towards the playground. The sun was bright, and a gentle breeze blew as students gathered in groups, either chatting joyfully or honing their skills. Ma Xiaodao walked through this familiar environment, yet her mood was different from usual. Her heart was filled with deep longing for Lei Han. "Do you think she is doing now?" Ma Xiaodao suddenly stopped, looking at the distant sky, her eyes filled with longing. Dai Yaoheng and Cece exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. They knew that, for Ma Xiaodao, Lei Han had become an irreplaceable presence. Perhaps she is somewhere, helping more people in need. Dai Yaoheng said softly, trying to comfort Ma Xiaodao. Ma Xiaodao nodded slightly, a faint smile curving her lips. She knew that no matter where Lei Han was, she would always remember this kindness and strive to become someone as strong and kind as Lei Han. "Xiaodao, are you blushing?" Gong Yang, Mo, suddenly chimed in from the tree, causing everyone to look up. Sitting on a branch, Gong Yang and Mo looked at Ma Xiaodao with a playful smile. Ma Xiaodao's cheeks turned slightly red, glaring at Gong Yang and Mo. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not blushing." Gong Yang and Mo chuckled, took a bite of an apple, and lounged on the branch, swinging his legs leisurely, continuing, "You say you're not? Just look at your ears, they're all red. Are you thinking about that mysterious girl who helped you expel the evil fire?" Ma Xiaodao felt flustered from his words and angrily replied, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you down from that tree." Gong Yang and Mo, however, was unbothered and continued with a grin. All right, I won't say anything more. But seriously, that girl is really impressive. She was able to help you with such a big trouble. I wish I could meet her too. Maybe I could learn a thing or two from her." Hearing this, Ma Xiaodao couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, saying, "Of course, she is my lifesaver. Her strength and kindness are not something just anyone can compare to." Suddenly, a hand patted Ma Xiaodao on the shoulder. She turned around to see a familiar mask covering most of the visitor's face, revealing only a pair of clear, water-like eyes. Those eyes seemed to see into the depths of the heart, causing Ma Xiaodao to hold her breath in an instant. "Why you?" Ma Xiaodao's voice trembled slightly, a wave of indescribable excitement surging within her. She couldn't believe that her long-awaited savior had appeared before her without any warning. "I heard someone was looking for me." The 6-year-old Lei Han's voice remained gentle as ever, carrying a hint of an imperceptible smile. Ma Xiaodao's eyes widened, staring intently at Lei Han in front of her, as if she wanted to etch her image deeply into her mind. The sounds around her gradually faded away, and in her world, there were only Lei Han's clear, water-like eyes. "It's really you." Ma Xiaodao's voice was choked with emotion as she suddenly stepped forward and tightly embraced Lei Han. "I thought I would never see you again." Lei Han gently patted Ma Xiaodao's back, his voice still soft. "I'm here now, right? Don't cry, or you'll look bad. You little brat. Last time you almost took down our entire martial soul department with your martial arts, and I got scolded by Director Du for a long time." Dai Yaoheng pointed at Lei Han with an angry face, seemingly wanting to vent. However, there was no real anger in his words, but rather a hint of teasing and helplessness. "Who told those clueless teachers to stop me from saving Sister Xiao Tao?" Lei Han spread his hands, looking innocent as he said, "I had no choice but to step in." She chuckled uncontrollably and said, "Huh, Dai Yaoheng, how can you even bring that up? Back then, you were shouting that someone wanted to mess with a martial soul department. And what happened? You got beaten to a pulp by a little girl with a twig she picked up, huh?" Dai Yaoheng's face turned slightly red, and he awkwardly scratched his head, saying that was just a moment of impulse. Besides, who would have thought she was that strong? But speaking of which, now that you're here, Does that mean we can be friends? Lei Han smiled slightly and said, friends? Of course, as long as you don't mind my unpredictable movements. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaodao felt a surge of joy in her heart and quickly replied, we don't mind at all. We're just happy to have you with us, right, Dai Yaoheng, Cici? Dai Yaoheng and Cici nodded eagerly, looking at Lei Han with excitement. They knew that becoming friends with such a mysterious and powerful girl was definitely something to be grateful for. Suddenly, the ram Mo on the tree cried out, oh no. Big brother and sister, spare me. He used a branch to shield his body, and countless red dots, similar to those emitted by a soul-guided cannon, appeared on him. What was happening? Everyone was startled and turned to look at Mo. They saw him trembling all over, pointing at the soul mentors wearing masks scattered in various corners not far away. In the next moment, one of the soul-guided cannons fired, hitting right on top of Mo's head, leaving a deep charm mark. What were the soul mentors doing? Dai Yaoheng's brow furrowed tightly as he quickly positioned himself in front of Ma Xiaotao and Lei Han, watching the soul mentors warily. Seeing this, Lei Han waved his hand, and the soul mentors finally lowered their soul-guiding cannons. Don't be nervous. They were sent by my dad to protect me. I just didn't expect there would be someone in the tree, so it caused a misunderstanding, Lei Han explained, a hint of apology in his tone. Gong Yang and Mo jumped down from the tree, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and said with lingering fear, you scared me to death. I thought I was going to meet my end here today. Ma Xiaotao looked at the soul mentors, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She didn't expect that Lei Han had such a powerful backing. However, recalling Lei Han's strong ability to help her expel the evil fire before, she felt relieved. At this moment, two of the soul mentors brought over a table filled with various foods and drinks, the aroma wafting in the air, making one drool. Wow, is all this for us? Shishi's eyes lit up as she looked at the delicious food on the table, unable to help but swallow her saliva. Lei Han smiled and nodded, saying, of course, everyone has worked hard. This is specially prepared by my dad for all of you. I hope you like it. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around and began to enjoy the delicious food on the table. Ma Xiaotao looked at Lei Han, her heart filled with gratitude. She knew that all of this was thanks to Lei Han. If it weren't for her, she might still be struggling with the troubles of the evil fire and wouldn't be able to enjoy food and happiness with these friends. Little girl, thank you. Ma Xiaodao suddenly said, her voice choked with emotion. Lei Han was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, Sister Xiaodao, what are you talking about? Aren't we friends? Ma Xiaotao nodded, her eyes slightly red, but the corners of her mouth were lifted into a happy smile. She knew that meeting Lei Han was the luckiest thing in her life. In contrast, Cici, Dai Yaoheng, and Gonyang Mo had their own intentions. The three exchanged glances and began to quietly plan something. Little girl, what do you look like? We've known each other for so long. You can't always wear a mask around us, right? Cici blinked her big eyes, looking at Lei Han with curiosity. I'm sorry. My dad said my appearance shouldn't be easily shown to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lei Han said apologetically, but her tone carried a hint of determination. I want to see how you eat with a mask on. Dai Yaoheng thought to himself and deliberately picked up a big piece of meat, handing it to Lei Han, wanting to test if she would take off her mask to eat. However, Lei Han just smiled gently, took the piece of meat with one hand, and with the other hand, pulled down the mouth portion of the mask, transforming the entire mask into one that only covered the upper half of her face. She elegantly took a bite of the meat, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. The whole action was smooth and natural, as if she had been accustomed to this way of eating. Seeing this, Dai Yaoheng pounded the table and said, damn, you can't do this. Your mask can change like that. Lei Han smiled faintly, put on her mask again, and said, this was specially customized for me by my dad. It can change the covered areas at will, which is very convenient. Cici suddenly noticed that there were faint flashes of light from the positioning soul guide on Lei Han's collar, cuffs, and pant legs. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaodao also noticed this detail and asked with concern, little girl, are these lights on you from a positioning soul guide? Is your dad monitoring your whereabouts all the time? Lei Han gently nodded, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Yes, Sister Xiaodao. Dad is also thinking of my safety. After all, my abilities are a bit special, which can easily attract some unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, the soul mentors in the corners use communication soul guiding devices to report to Qian Duo in the soul guiding department's basement that Miss Lei Han had met with her friends and was having a good time. So far, there were no unusual circumstances. Qian Duo sat in front of the dedicated monitoring screen in the basement, watching every move of Lei Han and her group, a faint smile of relief appearing on his lips. The images on the screen were crystal clear, capturing every detail. He nodded gently and spoke into the communication's soul guiding device. Good. Continue monitoring to ensure their safety. Yes, Director. A uniform response came from the other end of the communication soul guiding device. Director Qian, how many tracking soul guiding devices did you install on Junior Sister? Ikaitu pushed the door open and entered, looking curious. Duo looked up at Ikaitu and said, not too many, just over 20. Her mask, clothing, and even shoes are embedded with miniature tracking soul guiding devices. This way, no matter where she goes, I can clearly know her location. Iketu's mouth dropped open in surprise. Over 20? That's too exaggerated. Director Qian, you're just one step away from embedding a miniature tracking soul guiding device in Junior Sister's teeth. After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh. Duo shook his head helplessly and said, there's no way around it. Lei Han is exceptionally gifted, but that also makes her prone to attracting those with ulterior motives. I must ensure her safety. Ikaitu sobered up, nodded seriously, and said, Director Qian, don't worry. I will also keep an eye on Junior Sister's situation and make sure she doesn't encounter any danger. Duo looked at Ikaitu with appreciation, patted his shoulder, and said, with you here, I feel at ease. However, you must always remind yourself to stay vigilant and not be careless. At that moment, on the monitoring screen, Ma Xiaodao tried to pull off one of the tracking soul guiding devices on Lei Han, but Lei Han skillfully dodged it. Sister Xiaodao, don't worry. Dad is also doing this for my own good. Lei Han softly comforted, signaling Ma Xiaodao with her eyes not to act rashly. Ma Xiaodao looked at Lei Han's calm and determined eyes, and her worries eased a bit. She knew that although Lei Han appeared weak on the outside, she actually had a strong heart and extraordinary abilities. All right, little girl, if you encounter any difficulties, you must tell us. We will do our utmost to help you. Ma Xiaodao said seriously while squeezing Lei Han's hand tightly. Lei Han smiled and nodded, feeling the warmth and support from her friends. She knew that she was not alone. In this world full of unknowns and dangers, she had a group of trustworthy friends to rely on. At that moment, Duo, who was in front of the monitoring screen, also noticed this scene. He looked at the tightly clasped hands of Lei Han and Ma Xiaodao, and a warm current surged in his heart. He knew that the bond among these children was sincere and deep. They would extend a helping hand to each other when needed, facing difficulties and challenges together. Soon, the sun began to set, and the sky was painted with a brilliant sunset. It was getting late. I should head back. Lei Han looked out the window, her tone tinged with reluctance. Hearing this, Ma Xiaodao suddenly stood up, grabbed Lei Han's hand, and said, No, don't go. We still have so much to talk about, so many things we want to ask you. Her voice trembled slightly, revealing her inner excitement and anxiety. Don't worry, Sister Xiaodao, our bond won't end here. In the days to come, we will meet again. And when you're truly ready, all the answers will naturally reveal themselves, Lei Han said, gently patting Ma Xiaodao's hand. Her gaze seemed to see into people's hearts, providing the most tender comfort. She took out a delicate jade pendant and a level 4 defensive soul guide from her level 6 storage bracelet and handed them to Ma Xiaodao, continuing, This jade pendant is for you, and the level 4 defensive soul guide is something I made myself. Although it's not top tier, it should be useful in critical moments. Remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, stay calm and strong. Ma Xiaodao accepted these 2 gifts, her eyes moistening. She tightly hugged Lei Han and choked out, Thank you. Little girl, I will cherish them well. Lei Han gently patted Ma Xiaodao's back, soothing her tenderly. Then, she turned to Shishi, Dai Yaoheng, and Gongyang Mo, and smiled as she said, Everyone, I'm very happy to meet you today. In the days to come, we may have many interactions, and I hope we can become true friends. The 3 of them nodded solemnly. They knew that although Lei Han was mysterious, her sincerity and kindness had deeply touched them. All right, I should be going now. Lei Han looked out the window again. The evening glow was gradually fading, and night was quietly falling. She took a deep breath and threw a first-level soul guide element flash bomb at the 4 of them, instantly illuminating the entire forest with a dazzling light. Even the nearby soul master students, who were about to kiss, were startled by the sudden brilliance and quickly separated, looking in astonishment at the source of the light. Taking advantage of the cover of the flashbang, Lei Han quickly disappeared into the night. Ma Xiaodao, Cici, Dai Yaoheng, and Gongyang Mo stood in place, looking in the direction Lei Han had left, filled with reluctance and anticipation in their hearts. She really left, Cici said softly, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Ma Xiaodao tightly held the jade pendant and defensive soul guide that Lei Han had given her, her gaze firm. Although she is gone, our friendship will not be interrupted. That little girl is special, and I believe we will have many opportunities to meet again in the future. Dai Yaoheng and Gonyang Mo also nodded. They were attracted by Lei Han's mystery and strength, and even more moved by her sincerity and kindness. They knew that this seemingly fragile girl actually possessed an incredibly strong heart and extraordinary abilities. As night deepened, the students in the small grove gradually dispersed. The four of them prepared to leave, their hearts filled with hopes for the future and blessings for Lei Han. Chapter 26. Hunting for Soul Rings. A year later, when Hikaitu entered the crucial stage requiring the second soul ring, Douluo, Xian Liner, and Fan Yu were busy in the soul guidance department, hardly able to spare any time to help Hikaitu hunt for soul rings in the Douluo forest. At this time, Lei Han, with a hint of laziness in her demeanor, softly said, "Look at the situation. Dad, Mom, and Godfather are all extremely busy. How about I go help senior brother hunt for the soul ring?" Hearing this, Fan Yu couldn't help but ponder. Although Lei Han was only 7 years old, she was already a soul king at level 57. Her strength was not to be underestimated. In contrast, Hikaitu's soul power was still below level 20, making him quite inadequate compared to Lei Han. A flicker of hesitation passed through Fan Yu's eyes, but this hesitation quickly vanished, completely dispelled by Lei Han's confident smile. He knew that although Lei Han was young, she possessed extraordinary talent and strength that far surpassed her peers. What was even more commendable was her meticulous mind and cautious approach. Perhaps this was indeed a good decision. Fan Yu slightly nodded, his gaze revealing a hint of approval and anticipation. "All right, Lei Han, this time I'll trouble you to make the trip. Remember, you must be careful and not act recklessly. Although Hikaitu's requirements for the soul ring are not high, we cannot be careless." Hearing this, Lei Han's mouth curled into a proud smile, and excitement sparkled in his eyes. "Don't worry, Godfather, I will definitely complete the mission successfully." Lei Han, although you are already a soul king, the Douluo forest is fraught with danger, especially for powerful individuals like you, as high-level soul beasts are even more perceptive. With Kaitu still weak, how can we ensure your safety? Wang Yin listened from the side, his brows furrowed, and concern was evident on his face. He knew well that the dangers of the Douluo forest should not be underestimated. Even powerful soul masters could hardly guarantee their safe return. Lei Han snapped his fingers, and behind him appeared thousands of level 4 fixed soul-guided cannons, a small mountain of level 4 new type soul-guided elemental bombs, 2 level 4 close combat soul-guided devices, and defensive soul-guided devices, all seemingly materialized out of nowhere. When Douluo saw this, his glasses nearly slipped off his face. "Did you prepare all of this?" Douluo asked in surprise, his voice trembling slightly. Lei Han nodded proudly. "Yes, Dad, I already knew you would be very busy, so I prepared these in advance. These soul-guiding devices were all modified and upgraded by me. Their power should not be underestimated. With this equipment, not to mention a small second soul ring, we can easily deal with even a 10,000-year soul beast." Stop. Are you going to hunt for soul rings or flatten the Douluo forest?" Fan Yu quickly interrupted, his face full of helplessness and a wry smile. He looked at Lei Han with a mix of pride and concern. "You really make people both relieved and worried. The soul-guiding devices are indeed powerful, but the soul beasts in the Douluo forest are no pushovers, especially those high-level soul beasts whose intelligence and strength cannot be underestimated. We cannot rely too much on the soul-guiding devices and neglect our own cultivation and combat experience." Lei Han stuck out his tongue and chuckled. "Got it, Godfather, I was just joking. But these soul-guiding devices can indeed come in handy at critical moments, right? Besides, I know my limits and won't really flatten the Douluo forest." Hearing this, Fan Yu finally relaxed a bit. He looked at Lei Han seriously and said, "Remember, no matter when or where, you must stay vigilant and not be careless. The soul ring from Kaitu is certainly important, but your safety is even more crucial. If you encounter danger, you must prioritize protecting yourself, understand?" Lei Han solemnly nodded and said, "Don't worry, Godfather, I will be careful." I have to say that since we started using the soul detector made by Lei Han, our soul engineering department has gained a continuous supply of rare metals and other materials for making soul tools, greatly advancing the Academy's progress in soul engineering technology. Now that you are personally going out to hunt soul rings for Hikaitu, we are naturally more at ease. However, Lei Han, although your equipment is powerful, it must be used cautiously to avoid causing irreversible effects on the forest ecosystem. Your meticulous planning will surely lead to the best action plan." Xian Liner added from the side, her eyes shining with trust and anticipation for Lei Han. Lei Han smiled faintly and confidently said, Mom, don't worry. I have already developed a detailed action plan. These soul-guiding devices will only be used at critical moments, and I have prepared many anesthetic and paralysis bullets, which will only temporarily incapacitate them without truly harming those soul beasts. After all, we are only here to obtain soul rings, not to kill innocents. However, Zhou Yi took out a mask, and upon seeing it, Lei Han went into a frenzy. Mom Zhou, can I not wear it? You must wear it. Zhou Yi said decisively and firmly. This is not only to hide your identity, but also to protect you. If those soul masters hunting for soul rings discover you, we won't be able to save you. Lei Han sighed helplessly and put on the mask. All right, I'll be the masked hero once again, he said, deliberately elongating his tone to ease the somewhat heavy atmosphere. Next to him, Hikaitu was already dumbfounded. His own junior sister was like a walking arsenal, with all sorts of advanced soul-guiding devices emerging one after another, leaving him speechless. He secretly felt fortunate to have such a powerful junior sister accompanying him to hunt for soul rings. It was simply too lucky. Seeing Hikaitu's surprised expression, Lei Han patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Senior brother, don't be dazed. With me here, this soul ring hunting trip will definitely go smoothly. Let's hurry up and set off. I can't wait to see what your new soul ring will look like. Only then did Hikaitu come back to his senses, nodding with a sparkle of anticipation in his eyes. He followed Lei Han out of the basement and embarked on the journey to the Douluo forest. Lei Han's flying soul guide is a bit faster than Hikaitu's, like a pair of invisible wings, allowing her to glide lightly through the sea of clouds. Junior sister, wait for me, Hikaitu shouted from behind. Although his flying soul guide is also good, it still seems somewhat inferior compared to Lei Han's advanced flying soul guide. Lei Han heard Hikaitu shout, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. She deliberately slowed down, waiting for Hikaitu to catch up. Senior, your soul guide should be upgraded too. When we get back this time, I'll help you modify it, and I guarantee your speed will keep up with mine. Lei Han teased. Hearing this, Hikaitu's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. Junior sister, you truly are my lucky star. The two gradually moved away from the outline of Shrek Academy, racing towards the Douluo forest. As the distance closed, the outline of the Douluo forest became clearer, with dense canopies resembling a green ocean, surging and blocking the sky. Sunlight filtered through the thick leaves, dappled on the ground, adding a hint of mystery and tranquility to this enchanted forest. The two quickly lowered their altitude and landed steadily at the edge of the Douluo forest. Senior, is this it? I've never been to the Douluo forest before. Lei Han curiously surveyed her surroundings, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hikaitu nodded, his expression becoming serious. Yes, this is the Douluo forest. Let me explain a bit. The Douluo forest is divided into outer, middle, and inner rings. The soul beasts in the outer ring are relatively weak, suitable for us low-level soul masters to train. The soul beasts in the middle ring are more dangerous, usually with over 1,000 years of cultivation. As for the inner ring, that's a legendary place. It's said that soul beasts over 100,000 years old roam there, and even title Douluo wouldn't dare to venture lightly. Lei Han listened with great interest. She nodded, understanding. Senior brother, then I'll take you into the inner ring. Upon hearing this, Kaitu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Junior sister, are you crazy? The inner ring is not a place we can go. Even with the title Douluo accompanying us, we wouldn't dare to enter easily. Lei Han chuckled and patted Hikaitu's shoulder. Senior brother, I was just joking. Look how scared you are. Of course, we will start from the outer ring, but with me here, the soul beasts in the middle ring are not a problem. As for the inner ring, we can explore it when our strength is sufficient. Hikaitu finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Junior sister, please don't scare me like that. My little heart can't take it. Hikaitu's tense nerves gradually relaxed under Lei Han's light-hearted jokes. He slowly surveyed his surroundings and, with a cautious step, entered the deep outer ring territory of the Douluo forest. The trees here appeared even more majestic and towering, their branches and leaves so dense that they almost completely obscured the sky. Relying on Lei Han's guidance, he could find a sense of security in this dense forest. Lei Han suddenly stopped in her tracks, crouching down on the ground, pressing her ears tightly against the earth as if she were intently listening for some subtle sound. Senior brother, please stay quiet. I think I've caught something, she whispered softly, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk. Hikaitu quickly hushed himself, following closely behind Lei Han, trying to listen for any movements around them. However, apart from the rustling of leaves and the occasional distant roar of a beast, not far away, A group of thousand-year-old wind baboons and a pack of thousand-year-old ghost wolves seemed to be engaged in a territorial dispute. Their roars and collision sounds intertwined, forming an undeniable threat. Senior brother, hand me a cigar to replenish my mental energy. Leihan quickly turned her head, extending her hand toward Hikaitu. I got a thick cigar. Hikaitu's martial soul cigar slowly appeared in his hand, and he quickly lit one and handed it to Leihan. Leihan took the cigar, took a deep breath, her spirit lifted, and a hint of clarity flashed in her eyes. She deftly took out a level 4 reconnaissance soul guide eagle from her level 6 storage soul guide bracelet. The eagle was lifelike, with full wings, as if it were a real bird of prey, ready to soar into the sky. This is my first time entering the Stardow Forest, and I plan to use it to scout the way ahead. I don't seek to delve far, but I hope it can accurately detect the situation ahead and lend me a helping hand. After saying this, Leihan moved her wrist slightly and waved gently, causing the level 4 reconnaissance soul guide eagle to suddenly flap its wings and soar high into the sky, beginning its reconnaissance journey. Leihan put on the soul guide glasses and gave a pair to Hikaitu. Instantly, images from the reconnaissance soul guide eagle appeared on the glasses. The visuals were clear and vivid, making one feel as if they were on the scene. Through the soul guide glasses, they could see the reconnaissance soul guide eagle circling high above, capturing everything below. The fierce battle between the thousand-year-old wind baboons and the thousand-year-old ghost wolves was particularly clear in the images. Every movement and every attack did not escape Leihan's eyes. Seeing them struggle so hard. Let's let them take a nap. Leihan's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she found 10 4th-level soul guide elemental anesthetic bombs in her hand without realizing when they appeared. Hikaitu looked at the 4th-level soul guide elemental anesthetic bombs in Leihan's hand, his eyes widening in surprise, secretly marveling at his junior sister's endless tricks. Leihan pulled out the fuse, gave it a gentle flick, and 10 tranquilizer darts shot through the air like shooting stars, accurately landing among the group of battling soul beasts. Bang, bang, bang. A series of faint explosions sounded, and the anesthetic elements inside the darts quickly spread out. They precisely hit the leaders of both sides of the soul beasts. The tranquilizer darts exploded instantly, releasing a strong anesthetic gas that enveloped the targets. Soon, the soul beasts that were hit fell to the ground, slipping into a deep sleep, losing even the strength to roar and struggle. The previously chaotic and noisy scene was suddenly frozen into a dead silence with the sound of several bodies hitting the ground. The remaining soul beasts cast fearful and confused glances, as if, at that moment, their hearts were filled with bewilderment and speculation. Then, as if they realized something, they panicked and scattered in all directions, no longer daring to venture into this area filled with unknowns and dangers. Even the observing Emperor Rue beast, the three-eyed golden lion, accidentally inhaled a whiff of the anesthetic gas, feeling stars in its eyes, and its body involuntarily went limp. In the moment it fell, a hint of incredulity flashed in its golden eyes. Seeing this, Leihan walked up curiously to examine the three-eyed golden lion she had never seen before. The three-eyed golden lion was covered in brilliant golden fur, shimmering with dazzling light under the sun. Its third eye on its forehead was tightly shut, as if containing mysterious power. Leihan gently stroked the soft fur of the three-eyed golden lion, her eyes filled with admiration. She held the three-eyed golden lion as if it were a kitten, her movements gentle and full of affection. So cute. Senior brother, can you help me find a tree hole to hide it from other soul masters or soul beasts? Leihan's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze as she turned to Hikaitu, her eyes sparkling with a pleading light. Although Hikaitu was surprised by Leihan's gentle attitude towards this mysterious soul beast, he quickly nodded and began searching the surroundings for a suitable tree hole. Soon, he discovered a concealed and spacious tree hole and hurried back to inform Leihan. Leihan carefully placed the three-eyed golden beast into the tree hole, ensuring it was comfortably settled and would not be disturbed by the outside world. She also covered it with many leaves, afraid that the three-eyed golden beast might catch cold. After doing all this, she gently patted the beast's forehead and whispered, "Sleep peacefully, little one. When you wake up, everything will be all right." Little did she know that this three-eyed golden beast would later become Leihan's most trusted confidant. Leihan then covered the tree hole, and, after completing all of this, she and Hikaitu set off again on their journey to explore the starry forest. Junior sister, your move is truly brilliant. It not only resolved the crisis, but also avoided unnecessary bloodshed. Kaitu praised sincerely, his eyes filled with admiration for Lei Han. Lei Han smiled faintly and said, "Although we soul masters are powerful, we must not kill innocents indiscriminately. These soul beasts are only fighting for territory and have not harmed us. Using tranquilizer darts to temporarily subdue them protects both ourselves and the lives of these soul beasts." The two continued forward, the depths of the Douluo forest filled with the unknown and challenges. However, Lei Han and Kai too were undaunted, supporting each other as they faced everything together. Lei Han has carefully found a soul beast that perfectly matches Kaitu, a powerful black bear soul beast with a century of cultivation that can enhance strength. This powerful black bear has an unmatched, robust body and an overwhelming force that meets Kaitu's urgent needs. With his outstanding talent for soul guidance devices, if he can cleverly integrate this power into his soul guidance device, it will undoubtedly give rise to an astonishing combat effectiveness that is highly anticipated. "Senior brother, step back. Let me handle it," Lei Han suddenly shouted, her figure accelerating instantly, charging towards the resting powerful black bear like a streak of lightning. Upon hearing this, Kaitu immediately flashed to the side, his gaze fixed tightly on the confrontation between Lei Han and the powerful black bear. Lei Han moved nimbly, skillfully weaving through the forest, sometimes leaping, sometimes rolling, cleverly dodging the black bear's attacks. The powerful black bear, enraged by Lei Han's provocation, let out a thunderous roar, swinging its massive paws and creating gusts of wind that snapped trees in half, showcasing its incredible destructive power. However, Lei Han seemed undeterred. Instead, she grew bolder, her soul guidance device shimmering with brilliant light, occasionally emitting crisp sounds, which were the soul guidance attacks she had meticulously prepared. After an intense exchange, Lei Han finally found a flaw in the powerful black bear's defense. She flashed and suddenly appeared behind the black bear, her angelic holy sword releasing a dazzling beam of light, striking at the bear's vital spot. The powerful black bear let out a pained roar, and its massive body crashed to the ground. "Done. It still has one breath left. Give it the final blow and let it become your soul ring." Lei Han retracted her angelic holy sword and turned to Kaitu, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Kaitu took a deep breath and slowly walked forward. He gazed at the fallen powerful black bear, a surge of indescribable excitement welling up in his heart. He knew that this powerful black bear would be key to enhancing his strength. Kaitu nodded slightly, a flash of his blade, and a yellow soul ring appeared above the black bear, slowly rising and swirling around Kaitu, resembling a mysterious halo. He then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused entirely on absorbing the power of the soul ring. Lei Han carefully guarded him nearby, not daring to let up for a moment. After a long 3 hours, Kaitu finally slowly opened his eyes, a strange light flickering within them, as if he had just undergone a cleansing of the soul. Seeing this, Lei Han eagerly asked, "Senior brother, what is your second soul skill?" A satisfied smile spread across Kaitu's face, excitement sparkling in his eyes, as if he could hardly wait to showcase his new ability. He slowly exhaled, his voice tinged with pride and satisfaction. I have a big cigar." Hearing this, Lei Han's face immediately showed a hint of embarrassment. She asked in disbelief, "Senior brother, are you sure this is the name of your second soul skill?" The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, clearly feeling a mix of laughter and tears at this name. However, Kaitu was completely unconcerned about Lei Han's reaction and seriously explained, "Ahem, junior sister, don't underestimate this name. It has great power. This is my newly acquired power enhancement. Big cigar?" Lei Han shook her head helplessly and turned to leave. Seeing this, Kaitu hurriedly chased after her, shouting as he ran, junior sister, wait for me. I haven't finished my words." Meanwhile, Lei Han's level 4 soul guidance reconnaissance eagle flew back to her shoulder at the right moment, and the two of them, along with the eagle, quickly walked towards Shrek Academy. Not long after they left, the Beast King Gong Changlong of Shrek Academy led more than 20 students into the Douluo forest, intending to capture soul beasts. As they walked, Gong Changlong suddenly noticed a strange sight before him, instantly freezing in place. He saw a group of wind baboons and a group of hell wolves lying haphazardly together, as if enchanted by some mysterious force, deeply asleep. The noble emperor beast, the three-eyed golden lion, had long been hidden in a secret tree hollow under Lei Han's clever arrangement, safe and sound. Gong Changlong's brows furrowed as he looked around the environment. Faint traces of soul power waves lingered in the air, clearly indicating the aftermath of a fierce battle. He quickly and decisively ordered the students to remain vigilant, spread out, and cautiously investigate any movements around them. Upon receiving the order, the students immediately complied, each releasing their unique martial souls and cautiously advancing. It seemed that a powerful expert had been here. Gong Changlong pondered, his gaze sharp as he scanned every corner around him, trying to find more clues. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a concealed tree hollow not far away, and he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of foreboding as he quickly approached to check it out. Could it be? Gong Changlong slowly peeled back the disguise at the entrance of the tree hollow and saw a large three-eyed golden lion, radiating a dazzling golden light, curled up inside, sleeping soundly. This scene left Gong Changlong utterly astonished. He immediately realized that this golden lion was very likely the legendary Emperor Beast, its value beyond measure. Just as Gong Changlong hesitated about whether to take the beast, a majestic voice suddenly echoed from the sky. "Human, you dare to wish to take the Emperor Beast? This is simply a delusion." At that moment, Xuanzi suddenly appeared before Gong Changlong, gently sipping from a wine jug filled with fiery liquor, his gaze piercing as if it could penetrate the sky, firmly locking onto the heavens above. "Emperor Tian, our students and teachers from Shrek Academy have just arrived at the Stardow Forest and have no intention of coveting the Emperor Beast. Why are you so anxious?" Xuanzi's words conveyed an undeniable firmness and certainty, his stature tall and imposing, like a magnificent mountain standing proudly between Gong Changlong and the mysterious voice, forming an insurmountable barrier. "Is that so? Then can you explain why these wind baboons and hell wolves lie here so peacefully? Even the Emperor Beast has fallen asleep? If I hadn't noticed in time, you would have already succeeded." The voice from the sky was filled with endless authority and pressure, echoing like thunder in everyone's ears, instilling a sense of awe. Upon hearing this, Xuanzi smiled faintly, gently shaking the wine jug in his hand, the rich aroma seemingly capable of dispelling all gloom and unease. "Emperor Tian, as the leader of the 10 ferocious beasts, your strength is indeed formidable, but you cannot wrongfully accuse Shrek Academy. The reason these wind baboons and hell wolves are like this must have another explanation, right? As for that Emperor Beast, since it has chosen to sleep here, there must be a reason for it. Why will we disturb it?" Xuanzi's voice was calm and resolute, each word seemingly containing immense power that could not be ignored. The voice in the sky fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing Xuanzi's words. After a while, the authoritative voice spoke again. "Humph, you better be telling the truth. Otherwise, I, Emperor Tian, will not let this matter rest." Xuanzi smiled lightly, his gaze revealing a transcendent confidence. "Emperor Tian, rest assured. Shrek Academy has always acted with integrity and would never engage in such underhanded deeds. Today's incident is merely a misunderstanding. Beast King, Elder Xian, we found a fragment of a soul guidance device." Suddenly, a student's shout broke the tense atmosphere as he rushed over holding a broken piece of a soul guidance device. Upon hearing this, Xuanzi was taken aback, realizing that his earlier declaration about Shrek Academy's integrity was now contradicted by the appearance of the soul guidance fragment. Leaving him somewhat embarrassed, he furrowed his brow, taking the broken piece and examining the patterns and damage closely. "This soul guidance device indeed seems to belong to our Shrek Academy." Xuanzi's voice grew quieter, his heart filled with doubt. How could a soul guidance device from Shrek Academy appear here, and in such a broken state? This undoubtedly delivered a heavy slap to the face of the previously confident Xuanzi. "Oof, what else do you have to say?" The voice from the sky carried a hint of mockery and disdain, as if it had caught Xuanzi by the throat. Xuanzi's expression grew serious. He understood that if this matter was not handled properly, it could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings and disputes. He looked up at the sky, his gaze filled with determination. "Emperor Tian, there must be some mystery behind this. Shrek Academy will investigate thoroughly and give you a satisfactory answer." After finishing, Xuanzi turned to Gong Changlong and instructed, "Beast King, you immediately lead the students back to the academy and report this to the dean. At the same time, organize personnel to investigate the origin of this soul guidance fragment to see if it is related to our students." At that moment, He Kaitu and Lei Han, after going around in circles, found themselves in front of Xuanzi and the others. Xuanzi was stunned. He never expected that He Kaitu would be with the girl who possessed the mysterious 20-winged angel martial soul. He Kaitu wanted to run, but was already called by Xuanzi. "Kaitu, how did you end up here? And why is this little girl with you?" "Old man with a white beard. I forced him to bring me here." Lei Han, seeing He Kaitu stammering, decided to speak for herself, hands on her hips, looking quite justified. Little girl, you have some guts. Last time, you hit our martial soul department teacher Zhou Yi and challenged the entire Outer Academy's martial soul department. Now you're framing us for your soul guidance device. Do you think Shrek is easy to bully? Xuanzi glared at Lei Han with a mix of reproach and dissatisfaction in his tone. I framed you, so what? Isn't Shrek Academy very powerful? If you have the ability, come catch me, ha ha ha. Lei Han stuck out her tongue and patted her backside, completely disregarding Xuanzi's fiery gaze, filled with provocation. Xuanzi was so angry that his beard stood on end. In his long life, he had never seen such an arrogant little girl. Ikaitu, following Qianduo's advice, pretended not to know his junior sister, knowing that exposing Lei Han's identity would bring her endless trouble. You little brat, just wait and see how I deal with you. Xuanzi, furious, was about to make a move, but Lei Han took off running, sticking out her tongue as she ran. Although her mask concealed her face, the provocation was unmistakable. As Xuanzi chased after her, he shouted loudly, "Don't run. I must teach you a proper lesson today." Lei Han swiftly navigated through the forest using her rope soul guide, moving with incredible agility like a monkey. Although Xuanzi was powerful, he was getting old and ultimately lacked the stamina of a younger generation. Before long, he was panting heavily. I don't believe I can't catch this little girl." Xuanzi shouted angrily, accelerating his pursuit. Lei Han smiled mischievously, suddenly pausing in her tracks, turning to look at Xuanzi. A glint of cunning in her eyes. "Old man with a white beard, you can't catch me, can you?" She didn't forget to perform a high-flying act for Xuanzi and Di Tian, effortlessly swinging through the air using the dense tree canopy, as if she were a free bird. Seeing this, Xuanzi was infuriated. "You little girl, this is too much." Di Tian coldly observed everything from the sky, his voice laced with amusement. "Xuanzi, your Shrek Academy really hides dragons and crouching tigers. Even such a quirky little girl can be taken as a disciple. However, don't forget our agreement. If anything happens to that auspicious beast, Di Tian will not hold back. She is not a disciple of our Shrek Academy. We at Sea God Pavilion are still investigating her identity." Xuanzi hurriedly defended, not wanting any greater misunderstandings between Shrek Academy and Beast King Di Tian due to Lei Han's antics. Di Tian was slightly taken aback by Xuanzi's defense, seemingly surprised. Before he could ask, Lei Han caused another commotion. She treated the dark gold terror claw bear as her mount, directly climbing onto the massive soul beast's back, waving her soul guide device with a rope and shouting loudly, "Go. Big silly bear, run fast." Xuanzi wanted to call out Lei Han's name, but didn't know how to address this mysterious girl wearing a mask. He could only watch helplessly as Lei Han rode the dark gold terror claw bear, crashing through the forest, leaving a trail of panicked soul beast figures. Bear King was furious at this scene. His kin was being toyed with by a little girl, which was a great humiliation. He let out a low roar and was about to rush down to pull Lei Han off the bear. However, Lei Han jumped onto him, patting his large head and saying, "Big silly bear, are you angry? Don't be so stingy, I'm just playing around." Bear King's furious expression instantly froze at her pat. He widened his eyes, hardly believing his ears. This little girl actually dared to pat his head and called him Big Silly Bear? Lei Han seemed completely unaware of Xiong-jun's anger. She giggled, jumped off Xiong-jun, and ran to tease other soul beasts. Even the emerald swans, relatives of Bai Ji, were not spared. She picked them up, gently stroking their soft feathers while humming an unknown little tune. The emerald swans in her embrace seemed unusually docile, occasionally letting out crisp calls as if responding to Lei Han's singing. Where did this 7-year-old girl come from? Bai Ji's eyes flashed with surprise. She had never seen such a bold and reckless human girl who could so easily approach her kin. Lei Han seemed to completely ignore Bai Ji's words. She was fully focused on playing with the emerald swan in her hands, as if the entire world had been reduced to just her and the beautiful little bird. "Bai Ji, this girl is a bit strange," Xiong-jun said quietly from the side, his eyes filled with vigilance and doubt. Bai Ji nodded slightly. She could sense the unique aura emanating from Lei Han, a feeling that was both pure and powerful, making it impossible to ignore. "In any case, we can't let her continue this nonsense." Di Tian finally spoke, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Xianzi felt secretly relieved. He could finally find an opportunity to hand over the hot potato that was Lei Han. So he quickly nodded in agreement with Di Tian's proposal. Suddenly, Qi Wang flashed beside Lei Han, grabbing her shoulder and pulling her away from the emerald swan. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lei Han was startled by Qi Wang's sudden action and shot him an annoyed glare. However, Qi Wang ignored her displeasure and said in a deep voice, "Little girl, Your antics should come to an end. Come back with us. Just as he was about to drag Lei Han away, she lifted him up. This scene shocked the nearby martial spirit students, who had once been beaten up by Lei Han, bringing back those unbearable memories. They widened their eyes in disbelief at what was happening before them. Elder Xian, at that time you said this little girl defeated over 700 students by herself. I didn't really believe it, but it seems you weren't lying. Gong Changlong muttered quietly from the side, his tone filled with shock. Lei Han lifted the Red King high, as effortlessly as if she were lifting a toy doll. She giggled and said to the Red King, "Want to catch me? Not so easy." After saying that, she casually tossed him several meters away. The Red King climbed up from the ground, his face filled with shock and humiliation. As one of the 10 fierce beasts, why had he ever endured such disgrace? He roared in anger and lunged at Lei Han again. However, Lei Han dodged the Red King's attacks with the ease of teasing a cat and occasionally mocked him. The Red King became angrier the more he chased, but he couldn't even touch a single hair on Lei Han. Enough. Emperor Tian finally couldn't stand it anymore. He flashed and appeared in front of Lei Han, striking towards her with a palm. Lei Han felt the powerful pressure from Di Tian, and her expression changed slightly. However, she did not retreat, but instead moved forward, instantly activating her void spirit to the maximum. Most of the soul beasts in the Douluo forest, and people like Kai Tu were affected, and they were all restrained by the manipulation of martial souls and soul power. Di Tian's palm fell next to Lei Han as if it had lost all strength, merely stirring up a cloud of dust. Damn it, my soul power is actually suppressed. Di Tian was shocked. He didn't expect Lei Han to possess such an ability. Don't worry, this is my ability, which can temporarily nullify all soul power and martial souls. But don't worry, it's only temporary and won't cause you any permanent harm. After speaking, she turned to look at Xiong-jun. Look, even Xiong-jun has become so adorable. Lei Han's smile appeared particularly radiant in the sunlight, as if the tense atmosphere from earlier had never existed. Upon hearing Lei Han's words, Xiong-jun was first taken aback. Then his eyes widened in anger. You little girl, stop talking nonsense. But this green-haired Aunt even said you were cute. Lei Han pointed to Bai Ji beside her, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Xianzi, tell the truth. Is this girl really not one of your Shrek people? Bai Ji's voice carried a hint of doubt, and her gaze towards Xianzi was filled with inquiry. Xianzi shook his head helplessly. He truly did not know Lei Han's identity, nor did he understand why she had such powerful abilities. But at this moment, he was more concerned with how to quell this farce and ensure Lei Han could leave the Douluo forest safely. Bai Ji, Di Tian, I can guarantee that this girl is definitely not one of us from Shrek. She appeared suddenly, and we have been investigating her identity. Xianzi said sincerely, his words filled with honesty. We don't even know her name, nor have we ever seen her true form. The bowman Long added, still somewhat shocked. What a big bear. It must be a dream toy for many little girls. Lei Han ignored their conversation and walked up to Xiong-jun, reaching out to touch his furry paw. What a pity though, you're just a bit too fierce, but I like it. Lei Han climbed onto the broad back of Xiong-jun and sat down, swinging her legs leisurely, looking very relaxed. Xiong-jun was left both amused and exasperated by her antics. As one of the top 10 fierce beasts, when did he become this little girl's plaything? Lei Han giggled on Xiong-jun's back, as if sitting on a cloud, completely disregarding the astonished gazes of the surrounding soul beasts. She gently patted Xiong-jun's back and said, Uncle Big Bear, why don't you turn into a human? It would be interesting to try human food. Upon hearing this, Xiong-jun's muscles trembled slightly as he tried to maintain his composure. But a hint of helplessness crept into his voice. Little girl, do you know that we soul beasts and you humans have always kept to our own lanes? If I turn into a human, wouldn't that cause chaos? I hope to create artificially cultivated soul beasts to reduce human slaughter in the Douluo forest, so that they can hunt the artificially cultivated soul beasts instead. I'll protect you then. Lei Han spoke with a touch of seriousness, her eyes sparkling with visions of the future. As soon as she said this, Xuanzi and the students from the martial soul department were all shocked, and even the soul beasts cast incredulous glances. Lei Han's words undoubtedly represented a revolutionary thought about the existing relationship between soul masters and soul beasts. Di Tian looked at Lei Han, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected that this seemingly frivolous little girl harbored such grand aspirations in her heart. He slowly spoke, his voice carrying a barely perceptible softness. Your idea is very interesting. However, bringing it to fruition is far from easy. But the next moment, Xiong-jun felt a slight headache. It turned out Lei Han had jabbed an unknown soul guide device into his head. Hey, what are you doing? Jun roared in pain, while Lei Han on his back burst into laughter. I'm just collecting a bit of your genes. If my idea succeeds, I can breed a bunch of dark golden terraclaw bears to keep you company. Don't be angry, it'll be quick and painless, Lei Han said while skillfully operating the soul guide device, quickly completing the gene collection from Jun. She even remembered to bandage him with advanced healing powder she had smuggled out of Shrek Academy. All right, all done. You're now my key protected object, Uncle Jun. Lei Han clapped her hands with satisfaction. Looking at Jun was left wondering what to think. Excitement? Shock. Over the years, Power-type Soul Masters had ruthlessly slaughtered their dark golden terraclaw bear clan, leading to a drastic decrease in their numbers. If that day truly came, where humans only hunted artificially cultivated soul beasts, perhaps those soul beasts deep in the Douluo forest could really welcome an era of peaceful coexistence. Lei Han seemed to see through Jun's thoughts, and she giggled. Don't worry, Uncle Jun, I keep my promises. I'll study it well when I get back. And maybe I'll be able to realize my dream soon. After saying that, she snapped her fingers, and the effect of the void spirit instantly dissipated. The crowd and the soul beasts regained their control over their soul power and martial souls, as if everything that had just happened was merely a brief dream. Tian looked at his hands in disbelief, feeling the power that had returned to him, and he felt even more wary of Lei Han's abilities. Give me over 10 years, and I will show you a brand new world where soul masters and soul beasts coexist. Lei Han stood tall, her gaze firm, as if she could already see the vision of the future. Little girl, you have quite the ambition, Tian scoffed. But the anger and hostility in his tone had faded, replaced by a complex emotion that seemed to be curiosity and anticipation for the future Lei Han spoke of. Uncle, today I make you a promise. If one day I really achieve it, I will protect the entire Douluo forest, not letting any soul master harm any life here for no reason. Lei Han's words were filled with undeniable determination, and her small frame seemed to bear the weight of the entire world at that moment. The sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a dappled golden glow on her, and even the soul beasts that had originally harbored hostility towards her were moved by her sincere and steadfast gaze, quieting down as if listening to the prologue of a new era. Words without proof. Wait until you really achieve it before you talk so big, Tian said, still sounding tough, but a rare hint of approval appeared in his eyes. He understood that this seemingly inconspicuous little girl might truly have the potential to change the relationship between soul masters and soul beasts. Once I finish all this, the first thing I will do is build watchtowers and fences around the edge of the Douluo forest, patrolling 24/7, not allowing any soul master the chance to illegally intrude. What do you think, Uncle Tian? Lei Han blinked playfully at Tian. Tian was slightly taken aback, then revealed a bitter smile. You little girl, you really dare to think and do. However, if you can truly achieve these things, then perhaps the relationship between soul masters and soul beasts could really welcome an unprecedented turning point. Lei Han smiled prudenely, as if she could already see the day when her dreams come true. Well, I'm off now. By the way, Uncle Jun, don't forget to wait for my good news. Also, if you need any help in the future, just come to me. I keep my promises. Lei Han threw a flash bomb. In an instant, dazzling light illuminated the entire area. When the light faded, Lei Han's figure had disappeared, leaving behind a group of astonished soul masters and soul beasts. As the afterglow of the flash bomb gradually dissipated, everyone recovered from their momentary blindness and looked toward Tian, waiting for his instructions. Tian was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. This little girl might really become the key to changing the relationship between soul masters and soul beasts. He turned to Jun, a hint of profound meaning in his eyes. Jun, how credible do you think her words are? Jun touched his bandaged wound, a complex expression appearing on his honest face. Although she is young, I can feel the sincerity and determination in her words. Moreover, her abilities are indeed remarkable. She can freely use such magical things. With such talent, her future is limitless. Indeed, the strength and wisdom she has displayed have far exceeded our expectations. Tian nodded, his gaze deep. If she can truly fulfill her promises, then the war between soul masters and soul beasts might really come to an end. He turned to Xianzi and said, Xianzi, you all go back. As for the matter of the auspicious beast, I won't pursue it. Regarding that little girl, I will personally keep an eye on her movements. If she can really bring peace between soul masters and soul beasts, then our soul beast clan might not be unable to coexist with humans. Upon hearing this, Xianzi let out a sigh of relief. He knew well Di Tian's strength and status, unmatched in the soul beast world. If he could gain his recognition, then Lei Han's plan had already succeeded halfway. Lord Di Tian, we will certainly convey your intentions to the human soul master world. I hope that in the future, as he said, soul masters and soul beasts can coexist peacefully. Xianzi respectfully bowed and then slowly retreated with the group of soul masters. Watching the soul masters leave, Di Tian felt a mix of emotions. He knew that the hatred and conflict between soul masters and soul beasts were deeply rooted, and resolving them would not be easy. But Lei Han's appearance gave him a glimmer of hope. Xiangjun, you should go back and rest well. As for what Lei Han said, we will wait and see. Di Tian instructed Xiangjun. Xiangjun nodded and turned to disappear into the forest. Di Tian stood alone, gazing deeply into the distance. He understood that the road ahead was still long, but as long as there is hope, it is worth a try. Meanwhile, Hikaitu and Lei Han had already returned to the underground room of the Shrek's Soul Engineering Department. Hikaitu looked at Lei Han and teased with a smile. Lei Han, you always make such a grand entrance every time you appear. Using both the Void Spirit and the Flash Bomb is like dropping two stunning shock bombs in this chaotic battlefield, truly breathtaking. He shook his head lightly while his eyes sparkled with genuine admiration for Lei Han's abilities. Hearing this, Lei Han chuckled, playfully sticking out her tongue. Oh, Hikaitu, don't act like an old scholar. Life is about finding some fun, right? Besides, I just want to end this conflict as soon as possible. At that moment, the elevator slowly opened, revealing the entrance to the basement. Duo and the others had been waiting there for a long time. As soon as Lei Han saw Duo, she jumped into his arms like a fledgling sparrow returning to its nest, her voice full of affection and reliance. Daddy, I'm back. Duo lovingly stroked her hair, his eyes filled with tenderness and pride, softly saying, It's good to be back, my precious daughter. His gaze was filled with love and contentment, as if all his worries and anxieties had vanished in that moment. In Duo's warm embrace, Lei Han gradually drifted into a dream, her breathing becoming even and long, her small face glowing with a satisfied and peaceful smile. Duo gently picked her up, moving as if he were afraid of disturbing the most precious dream in the world, carefully walking toward the bed that had long been prepared. Chapter 27. Humanoid Soul Engineer. In the deep underground of the Soul Engineering Department, Lei Han was fully focused on drawing a design for a soul tool. She murmured to herself, her voice filled with contemplation and determination. Only with this design can the energy flow be unobstructed while maintaining a stable output of soul power. Her gaze was focused and profound, as if she could see through the mysteries inside the soul tool. Her fingers glided gently over the drawing, each stroke containing the soul of a profound understanding of the soul tool, sketching out exquisite structural diagrams. Duo occasionally provided guidance from the side, his words filled with wisdom and experience. Lei Han stretched, the soreness in her back silently reminding her that she had been working continuously for several hours. However, she did not stop writing, but continued to immerse herself in the world of design. Finally, after 3 hours of relentless effort, the design was completed. Lei Han picked up a carving knife and began to carve 50 level 4 soul core arrays. Each array needed to be meticulously crafted, leaving no room for error. Duo gently blew on his coffee, causing ripples to form. He curiously asked, Xiao Han, what kind of soul tool are you making that requires so many level 4 core arrays? Lei Han smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and confidence, as if she could already see the dawn of success. I'm making a humanoid soul tool. Her words were firm and powerful, as if each word contained infinite strength. Upon hearing this, Duo's coffee cup suddenly fell to the ground, the coffee quickly spreading across the floor, but he was oblivious. He stared wide-eyed at Lei Han, unable to believe what he had just heard, as if he had just heard the most incredible thing in the world. A humanoid soul tool? That is an unprecedented advanced technology. Even a Mingda Hall of the Sun Moon Empire might not be able to produce it. Are you really sure you have this capability? Duo's voice trembled slightly. He knew well the complexity and difficulty of humanoid soul tools, which required not only the accumulation and fusion of technology, but also a deep understanding of the integration of soul masters and soul tools. Lei Han gently nodded, her gaze firm and unwavering. I knew this was a daunting task, but I believed that as long as we kept exploring and trying, we would eventually break through this technological bottleneck. Her words were filled with hope and determination for the future. Duo took a deep breath, trying to calm the shock within himself. He slowly walked to Lei Han's side and looked seriously at the blueprint in her hands, each detail leaving him in awe. Xiao Han, your design talent is indeed remarkable. But the creation of a humanoid soul guide not only requires exquisite design, but also countless experiments and adjustments. Are you really ready? His voice carried a hint of concern. Lei Han smiled slightly, her eyes shining with confidence. I am fully prepared. No matter how many difficulties and challenges lie ahead, I will persistently move forward. Because I firmly believe that the emergence of humanoid soul-guiding devices will bring an unprecedented transformation to the Soul Master community. Fan Yu picked up the design blueprint, squinting his eyes as he carefully examined every detail of the humanoid soul-guiding device designed by Lei Han. It resembled armor, but was different from traditional armor, incorporating more essence of soul-guiding technology. The joints of the humanoid soul-guiding device were cleverly designed with energy circulation hubs to ensure agile movement during battle. At the same time, the layout of the core magic array was meticulously planned, spreading throughout the body like the meridians of the human body, providing a continuous energy supply for the soul-guiding device. Father, what do you think? Lei Han looked at Fan Yu with anticipation, hoping he could provide some valuable feedback. The overall design concept is clever, but there are a few mistakes. Fan Yu pointed out several key issues in the design blueprint, such as the energy hub design here. If such a structure were used in actual production, it might lead to excessive energy loss, affecting the soul-guiding device's sustained combat capability. Additionally, the layout of the magic array here, while seemingly reasonable, might cause interference in actual operation. Lei Han listened attentively to Fan Yu's comments, nodding occasionally to show her understanding. She picked up a pen and quickly made revisions to the design, correcting the mistakes pointed out by Fan Yu one by one. Godfather, what do you think of this revision? She handed the design back to Fan Yu, her eyes shining with a thirst for knowledge. Fan Yu took the design, examined it carefully, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The revisions are quite on point. It seems you have already grasped the key techniques for making a humanoid soul guide. Next comes the stage of experimentation and debugging. Hearing Fan Yu's affirmation, Lei Han felt an indescribable joy swell within her. She knew this was just a small step in the process of making a humanoid soul guide. But it was precisely this small step that gave her a glimpse of hope for success. Lei Han bowed her head once more, the engraving knife in her hand glinting with a sharp cold light under the dim lamp. Each precise cut seemed to carefully carve out the hopeful light toward the future. With an almost reverent attitude, she meticulously etched each magic formation. Every delicate line embodied her deep and passionate love for the art of soul-guiding devices. In the air, a faint metallic scent intertwined with Lei Han's unyielding spirit and determination, together nurturing an indescribable powerful force. As time slowly flowed by, 50 level 4 soul-guiding core magic formations gradually took shape on her meticulously arranged experimental table, resembling brilliant pearls filled with endless energy and potential. Quietly telling of the glory about to bloom, Thunder's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, yet she remained completely oblivious, fully immersed in her own fantastical world, perfectly merging with the cold metal and intricate magic arrays, as if they had become one. When the last magic array was finally presented perfectly, Thunder slowly stopped her carving knife, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, her eyes shimmering with a mix of exhaustion and satisfaction. She knew well that this was merely the first step on the long journey towards her dreams. But it was this solid step forward that brought her closer to the grand dream of creating a humanoid soul-guiding device. Afterwards, Thunder lit the furnace and carefully selected the metal materials suitable for making the shell of the soul-guiding device. Holding a pair of tongs, she cautiously picked up the chosen metal materials and slowly placed them into the iron furnace. At this moment, Kai Tu was vigorously working the bellows, the flames in the furnace joyfully dancing, reflecting his worried expression. He couldn't help but ask, "Junior sister, is this really going to work?" The creation of a humanoid soul-guiding device is no child's play. What if it fails? Lei Han smiled gently, her eyes shining with determination. Senior brother, you can rest assured I know my limits. Every attempt is a transcendence of myself, and even if the road ahead is filled with thorns and obstacles, I am willing to bravely venture forth. The humanoid soul guide is not only a dream in my heart, but also a heartfelt tribute to the art of soul guiding. I believe that as long as we move forward hand in hand and work together, there is no difficulty we cannot overcome. Meanwhile, Tang San, far away in the divine realm, looked down at the scene in the lower world with his head bowed, his brows slightly furrowed, and a complex light flickering in his eyes. Good, good, good. Last time you punched me back to the divine realm, and the time before that your people beat us to such a state, forcing me to have murderous thoughts. Ha ha ha, Tang San. You truly live up to the saying that what goes around comes around. And you even got schooled by a little girl. What does that feel? The god of destruction appeared beside Tang San at an unknown time, teasingly laughed. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt an unbearable shame in his heart, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to escape quietly. His face constantly shifted between pale and green, appearing extremely awkward and embarrassed. The mysterious aura emanating from Lei Han not only brought him an unwarranted disaster, but also allowed the expert secretly guarding him to quietly teach him and Dai Mubai a harsh lesson. Even worse, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were among those who were hung up in the trees by that woman, which caused a stir in the divine realm and turned Tang San into a laughingstock among the gods. Although he was the sea god, he couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and embarrassment. Oof. This Lei Han and that expert secretly protecting her. Tang San, will not let this go. Tang San clenched his fists, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. At this moment, the god of gluttony and the god of wrath, under the command of the god of destruction, jumped out from the bushes, their faces covered in tears and snot, laughing heartily without caring about their image. It was undoubtedly a rare and hilarious sight to see the dual-positioned sea god and Shura god, Tang San, being bullied so miserably by a girl from the lower realm. Oh, isn't this our law enforcement lord? What's wrong? Bullied by a little girl? The god of gluttony teased Tang San while wiping tears from his laughter. The god of wrath laughed without mercy. Haha, Tang San, you have today. It seems that people from the lower realm aren't so easy to provoke. My dignity as Tang San cannot be easily trampled upon by you. That incident was indeed my momentary oversight, but it does not mean I will fall because of it. On the contrary, it will only become my motivation to move forward, making me even more determined to continue. The god of destruction, seeing this, curved his lips into a playful smile and slowly approached, his voice deep and powerful. Tang San, you are indeed a worthy opponent. But don't forget, in the divine realm, strength is paramount. If you want to wash away today's humiliation, then prove it to me with your strength. Or, why not bring that little girl up here and have a spar? The lazy god of sloth interjected lazily, his tone tinged with mockery. Upon hearing this, Tang San's heart suddenly panicked. He didn't want to be taught a lesson by Lei Han or the expert behind her a second time. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, his eyes shining with determination. No need for that. Tang San, would never bully the weak. I will wait for the right moment and let my strength speak, he said in a deep voice, his tone revealing undeniable firmness. But you have words on your face. Tang San was bullied by a little girl. It seems we need to prepare a mask for our law enforcement lord. Otherwise, you won't be able to face anyone. The god of lust laughed heartily, mercilessly adding insult to injury. Tang San, are you scared? You are the sea god. How can you be frightened by a little girl from the lower realm? The god of pride couldn't help but join in the teasing. And the atmosphere among the gods suddenly became light and cheerful, as if the air was filled with mockery and joy. Faced with the laughter and mockery of the gods, Tang San's face grew darker, his teeth clenched, and his hands tightly balled into fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Yet he remained calm and restrained. He understood that anger and impulsiveness at this moment would only put him in a more passive position. Only calmness and wisdom were the keys to restoring his reputation. Laugh all you want. My honor and disgrace are not for you to judge. I will prove with my actions that I am still the invincible sea god, he said in a deep voice, his tone revealing undeniable determination and dominance. Just then, Lei Han's void spirit seemed to sense that its master was under threat of death, and it quietly arrived in the divine realm, transforming into a hand made of white gas, which slapped Tang San on the back of his head with a loud smack. Ouch! Tang San cried out in pain, turning around abruptly, only to see a hand form from white gas repeatedly slapping his face with smack, 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 until his eyes were filled with stars and his cheeks were swollen. Then, it snatched away Tang San's sea god trident and Shura sword, waving them lightly, causing them to chase their master Tang San around the entire divine realm. This sudden scene stunned the gods present. Even the god of destruction showed an expression of disbelief. My lord, the sea god's artifact has actually betrayed him, a deity exclaimed in surprise, his voice filled with incredulity. It must be a dream. How can an artifact chase its master? This is impossible. Another deity muttered, rubbing his eyes vigorously as if trying to confirm whether he had seen it wrong. No, this is not a dream. This is reality. The god of destruction's voice was deep and powerful as he watched Tang San fleeing in embarrassment, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Tang San, being chased by the sea god trident and Shura sword, dodged left and right, looking utterly disheveled. As he ran, he shouted loudly, "Lei Han, just you wait. I, Tang San, will not let you go." However, all that responded to him were the whooshing sounds of the sea god trident and Shura sword, along with the laughter of the gods. At this moment, Tang San seemed to have become the biggest joke in the divine realm, his majesty and dignity trampled to nothing. Meanwhile, in the star domain, Xing Gaiyan and Xing Yunqi, watching the scene through a crystal ball, had increasingly interesting expressions on their faces. The woman beside them was using a technique similar to Lei Han's void spirit to control the sea god trident and Shura sword, making them weave through the space of the divine realm like obedient children, closely pursuing Tang San. This woman was another powerful figure from the Star Soul Pavilion, named Xing Mei. "Anyone who dares to harm my disciple must be prepared to pay the price." Xing Mei, as Lei Han's second master and also the one who taught her to control spirit assistants, spoke with undeniable authority. Xing Gaiyan watched Tang San's miserable state in the crystal ball, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he turned to Xing Yunqi and said, "It seems that this Tang San really has kicked an iron plate. With Xing Mei making a move, he will probably be even more unfortunate." Xing Yunqi, upon hearing this, did not respond, but her face darkened like a pot bottom. After all, as Lei Han's master, she had previously sent someone to warn Tang San not to have inappropriate thoughts about Lei Han. Unexpectedly, not only did he not restrain himself, but he also became even more excessive, and now it had escalated to this point, causing her, as a master, to lose face. "Mei, do you think I should personally teach that reckless Tang San a lesson?" Xing Yunqi finally spoke, her voice revealing a hint of displeasure and determination. Xing Mei smiled lightly, her gaze still locked on the crystal ball, seemingly quite interested in the pursuit of Tang San. "Don't worry, Pavilion Master. I have my limits," Xing Mei replied, her tone playful and proud, clearly enjoying the sudden game. Xing Yunqi nodded slightly. Although her expression had not completely improved, the displeasure in her eyes had dissipated somewhat. "All right, since you are so interested, then you can handle it entirely. However, remember not to go too far. After all, we are not very familiar with this Douluo continent, so it's better to be cautious," Xing Yunqi advised, her voice light but carrying an undeniable authority. "Rest assured, Pavilion Master, I know how to gauge the situation," Xing Mei replied with a grin. "However, this little Tang San is really stubborn. He actually dares to bully our Xiaohan. Let's see how he ends up this time." As she spoke, Xing Mei lightly flicked her fingers, causing the image in the crystal ball to ripple. The speed of the sea god's trident and the Azura sword suddenly accelerated, and Tang San's figure in the divine realm could only desperately flee, lacking even the courage to look back. His heart was filled with regret and fear. He had never imagined that he would end up like this, nor did he expect that behind Lei Han there was such a powerful force. "Lei Han, I was wrong. I shouldn't have had inappropriate thoughts about you. Please spare me." Tang San's voice carried a hint of weeping. He had completely lost his former calmness and dominance. At this moment, he was just a pitiful creature struggling on the brink of death. Xing Guyan, hearing this, leaned her face on Xing Yunqi's shoulder, laughing so hard that her shoulders shook, as if she had seen the most amusing joke in the world. "Oh, Yunqi, I can't take it anymore. Look at this Tang San, haha, he has today too." Xing Guyan laughed while patting Xing Yunqi's shoulder, as if she wanted to release all the satisfaction she felt inside. Although Xing Yun, she also found Tang San's predicament quite gratifying. As the head of a pavilion, she had to maintain a certain dignity, so she only slightly raised the corners of her mouth and did not laugh as freely as Xing Guyan. She gently patted Xing Guyan's hand, signaling her to calm down. "All right, Guyan, stop laughing. Although Tang San has ended up like this today, we cannot let our guard down. After all, the Douluo continent is a place full of hidden talents, and we still need to be cautious in our actions." Xing Yunqi's words carried a hint of caution and warning. Xing Guyan heard this, restrained her smile, and nodded. "The Pavilion Master is right. I was too careless. However, with a Mei here, I doubt that Tang San can stir up any trouble." At this moment, the door of the observation room was gently pushed open, and a figure draped in a white cloak quietly entered. She was none other than the woman who had once hung Xiao Wu and the others in a tree and taught them a lesson with lightning magic. Beside her was her wife, a Yong, who had smooth black-purple long hair, deep black-purple eyes sparkling with profound light, and skin as white as jade. However, She seemed capable of suppressing the melancholic aura emanating from the woman. A Yong spoke softly, Pavilion Master, Elder Guyan, Elder Xing Mei. How is my sister doing in that realm? Xing Yun, she turned around to look at the two who had entered, her face showing a gentle smile. Amo and Yong, you're here. Your sister is doing well in that realm. You don't need to worry. At this moment, Xing Guyan felt the suffocating melancholic aura emanating from Lei Mo and unconsciously moved closer to Xing Yunxi, mumbling softly, heavens, it's so suffocating. Why does Lei Mo's aura feel even heavier this time? Every time she comes, I feel like the oxygen in the air is being drained. Yong, upon hearing this, tightened her grip on Lei Mo's hand and looked at her tenderly, as if comforting her with her gaze. Lei Mo slightly lowered her head, the white cloak covering her expression, making it impossible to glimpse her inner feelings. At that moment, the atmosphere around Reimer suddenly became heavier, her hands trembling as if recalling unpleasant memories. Her breathing grew rapid and labored, but she said nothing. Ion unconsciously tightened her grip, sensing Reimer's tremors. A flicker of worry and heartache passing through her eyes. She gently patted the back of Reimer's hand, as if silently telling her, everything is in the past. I'm here. Xing Guyan felt as if he were being suffocated, the pressure making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. He quickly patted Xing Yunxi's shoulder, signaling that he was about to be choked to death. Yunxi, I can't breathe. You need to think of something. Xing Guyan stammered out a few words, his face already turning bright red. In contrast, Xing Mei beside them seemed largely unaffected, engrossed in playing a game about Tang San's pursuit in the Douluo continent, completely absorbed in her own world. Xing Yunxi shook her head helplessly, fully aware that Reimer's aura had a tremendous oppressive effect on everyone except Ion. But there was nothing to be done. After all, Reimer was merely a fragment of Lei Han's soul, bearing the pain and memories of her most profound and dark experiences during her rebirth tribulation. Ion's grip tightened even more as she looked at Reimer with gentle determination, softly whispering in her ear, Amber, don't be afraid. I'm here. We will face those painful memories together. You are no longer alone. You have me and everyone at the Star Soul Pavilion. Yet, Reimer recalled the despair and pain of being nailed to a pillar with thick spikes during her execution, a memory that still haunted her. Her body trembled slightly, fingers clenched in a fist beneath her cloak, nails digging deeply into her palms, yet she felt no pain. Those memories cut through her heart like sharp blades, making it hard for her to breathe. At this moment, Xing Guyan's face resembled a purple eggplant, terrifyingly discolored as he frantically tugged at Xing Yunxi's sleeve, his eyes filled with desperation. Yunxi, if you don't help me soon, I'm going to suffocate from this aura. I swear, I will definitely train hard in the future and never slack off again. Xing Yunxi sighed as Xing Guyan nearly tore her sleeve apart. Then her expression became resolute. She gently patted the back of Xing Guyan's hand, signaling him to calm down, before slowly walking towards Reimer. Amber, Xing Yunxi's voice was soft yet firm. Do you know? We are all family in the Star Soul Pavilion, and we all feel your pain. But you can't let these memories bind you forever. You need to learn to let go and face them. Lei Han is doing well in the Douluo continent, and she is also striving to overcome those difficulties. Why can't you be as brave as she is? Xing Yunxi's words carried a hint of persuasion and guidance. Reimer's body trembled slightly, and the eyes beneath her cloak flickered with complex emotions. She seemed to be struggling, trying hard to break free from those painful memories. Yong felt Reimer's trembling gradually slow down, and the grip of her hand loosened a bit, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Xing Guyan finally let out a sigh of relief, the purple hue on his face slowly fading. He patted his chest and said with lingering fear, You scared me. I thought I was going to end up here today. After saying this, he secretly glanced at Reimer and, seeing that she no longer emitted that suffocating aura, finally dared to truly relax. Xing Yun, she continued to speak gently to Reimer. Amber, look at Yong. She has been by your side, silently supporting you. And every member of our Star Soul Pavilion is your strong backing. Don't let the pain of the past torment you any longer. Learn to look forward and believe that the future will be better. Reimer's eyes gradually regained their luster as she looked at Ion, then at Xing Yunxi and Xing Guyan, a warm current surging in her heart. She finally understood that she was not alone. She had so many people who cared for her and loved her. Come on, Tang San. This time you want to get rid of Lei Han again, right? This time, you chase after him and see if he can escape your grasp. Xing Mei suddenly stopped the game in her hands, looked up at Reimer, her eyes sparkling with mischief. It seemed she wanted to divert Reimer's attention in this way. preventing her from dwelling on past pain. Limer was amused by Xingmei's words. Although her smile was somewhat forced, it was a long-awaited smile. She gently nodded and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "All right, this time I'll chase after him and see if he can escape from my grasp." As Limer's words fell, she slowly raised her hand, condensing a brilliant bolt of lightning in her palm. It was the lightning technique she cultivated during her rebirth tribulation. The lightning danced in her palm as if it had a life of its own. Meanwhile, in the Douluo continent, the god of destruction saw the sea god trident and the Shura sword controlled by that gas suddenly emit electricity. He quickly reminded Tang San, who was running for his life ahead, "Be careful, there's electricity." Tang San was startled and quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the sudden surge of electricity. He turned back to see the sea god trident and the Shura sword wrapped in that current, flashing with lightning, looking exceptionally fierce. "Leon, I really know I was wrong. I won't get rid of you, okay? Just spare me," Tang San shouted while running, his voice filled with a mix of fear and pleading, clearly intimidated by the lightning. "Third brother, quickly use ghost shadow mysterious steps. It will be too late if you wait any longer," Xiao Wu shouted anxiously from behind. Upon hearing this, Tang San's heart tightened, and he quickly used his ultimate movement technique, ghost shadow mysterious steps. His figure instantly became erratic, like a ghost darting through the woods. But suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, splitting a large tree in half, scaring Tang San in a changing direction immediately. In the end, the lightning blocked all four of his directions, trapping him in a small space. The lightning flickered around him, as if it would swallow him at any moment. Then, the hand formed from the void, and the lightning began to beat him mercilessly, the sound of strikes echoing continuously. Tang San was forced back step by step, unable to fight back at all. After a while, when the god of destruction and the others arrived, Tang San was almost charred, with disheveled hair, tattered clothes, and his face covered in soot and terror. He mumbled, "I submit, I won't dare again, I really won't dare anymore." The god of greed turned his head away from the unbearable sight, while the god of destruction shook his head helplessly. He hadn't expected that the expert beside that little girl from the lower realm would be so powerful, even able to subdue Tang San completely. Meanwhile, the white gas returned to Xingmei and Lei Han's body in the Douluo continent. At this moment, Lei Han was observing the heat, as the metal material in her hand gradually became soft and malleable under the flames. Her gaze was focused and serious. She carefully used pliers to take the metal out and placed it on the prepared mold, beginning to shape it. Her movements were smooth and skilled, with every detail handled perfectly. Hikai too watched intently from the side, unable to help but exclaim, "Junior sister, your craftsmanship is truly becoming more and more exquisite. The shell of this humanoid soul guide is likely to make even those master-level soul masters feel ashamed." Lei Han smiled faintly, said nothing more, and focused even more intently on the work at hand. She knew that to create a perfect humanoid soul guide, not only did she need exquisite craftsmanship, but also a thorough understanding of every detail. Only in this way could she ensure that the humanoid soul guide would unleash its maximum power in battle. Time passed unknowingly, and the metal material in Lei Han's hands gradually cooled, transforming into a hard shell. She picked up the shell, carefully inspected it, and only nodded in satisfaction after confirming there were no flaws. Next, she needed to integrate this shell with the 4th-level soul guide core array. This was an extremely complex and meticulous task that required a high level of focus and patience. Lei Han took a deep breath, adjusted her state to the best, and then began to work. She first carefully placed the shell on the experimental table and then used a special tool to handle the 4th-level soul guide cores.